The Hyuga branch family surprisingly relies on the caged bird awakening system. Such audacity! In the 29th year of Konoha, 13 years have passed since the second Hokage entrusted the position to the third. The first Hokage's wife staunchly supported the third, quelling the internal strife. The third Hokage entrusted Danzo with establishing route, training elite ninjas to undertake tasks deemed unsuitable. It has since burgeoned into a formidable entity. Danzo's ambitions were unveiled as he contended with the third for gifted students. Their struggles unfolded in the shadows, while Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru gradually matured. At the Ninja Academy, Class 2, a boy with a hat obscuring his forehead and gray-white eyes exuded an air of indifference. Though he appeared to attend class, his thoughts wandered far from the lessons. Hyuga Yefeng, an ordinary member of the Hyuga branch family, was confined like a caged bird at the age of 3, yet he harbored no fear or hatred toward the main family. He understood the futility of resistance, knowing it would only lead to a more arduous existence. To him, the caged bird symbolized a whetstone for his growth. He was not of this world in his previous life. He was an exemplary young man. Influenced by his grandfather, he possessed a chivalrous spirit and a fondness for martial arts dramas. Upon entering GF University, he encountered an armed robbery en route. He bravely intervened to save a hostage, getting shot in the process. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the world of Naruto, having become Hyuga Yefeng. A progress bar lingered in his mind, the meaning of which he paid little heed. At the age of 3, his parents were slain by Kakuzu, their hearts ripped from their chest. A torrential desire for vengeance surged within him, prompting him to train diligently. That same year, he was branded as a caged bird, causing an exponential rise in his progress bar. Each activation contributed to its growth. To unravel its mystery, he stimulated the caged bird daily, enduring inhuman pain, which rendered his demeanor increasingly aloof. While others attributed his coldness to the caged bird, he regarded it as a sharpening stone. The progress bar exuded special energy, nourishing both his physical and mental fortitude. At present, he was merely a second-year student, yet his strength was on par with that of a lower-ranked ninja. Today, he once again provoked the caged bird, braving the anguish. A sudden explosion resonated in his mind, followed by a mechanical voice, activating martial ancestor system. Reward, a novice gift pack system? Yefeng was taken aback, a smile gracing his face. Open the gift pack and explain the system's functions. This system comprises a marketplace and an achievement system. The marketplace offers martial arts techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, and more from across myriad realms. Does the martial ancestor system include the 18 dragon-subduing palms? Can Yefeng utilize the system to escape the caged bird? Will he seek vengeance against Kakuzu? Could the novice gift pack possibly yield the 18 dragon-subduing palms? The Hyuga branch family is poised for a resurgence. Purchasing items from the marketplace requires gold coins, which can be exchanged for Ninja World items, the mechanical voice elucidated. The achievement system offers rewards for accomplishments. First-time interactions with girls, disrupting storylines, and similar feats count, with rewards contingent upon difficulty. Unveil the novice's grand gift. Acquire the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the breathing technique, and a small rejuvenation pill. Images and diagrams of acupoints flooded Yefeng's mind, accompanied by miniature figures demonstrating the practice of the breathing technique and the 18 dragon-subduing palms. With his immense mental fortitude, he swiftly comprehended this information. As the class bell rang, Yefeng exited the classroom. Tomorrow is the family ritual. Do not be late, or you shall face punishment. Came the voice of Hinata Hanabi. Understand. Yefeng waved his hand dismissively and hurried toward the back mountain, his speed surpassing that of an ordinary ninja. Hinata Hanabi, son of the clan leader and brother to Hinata Nichizu, gazed at Yefeng's retreating figure with a sigh, burdened by the disparity in their statuses. Though reluctant, he conformed for the sake of familial stability. Upon reaching the back mountain, Yefeng shed his garments and removed his weighted gear. The weight struck the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust, revealing its astonishing heft. He was acutely aware of the vast potential within his body. Ever since the passing of his parents, he had consciously refined his physique. Apart from bathing, he rarely removed his weights, which now totaled nearly 100 pounds. After shedding the weights, he settled into a cross-legged position. Following the breathing technique's pathway, he mobilized his chakra through his meridians. With the aid of chakra, he bypassed the initial stages of sensing energy. After circulating his energy through 36 cycles, his chakra transformed into internal power. He directed this internal power to open his dantian, producing a crisp sound. The successful opening of his dantian filled his heart with exhilaration. Ding. Achievement of initial mastery in martial arts accomplished. Reward. A violet soft sword and a 10 cubic meter system space. With a mere thought, Yi Feng placed the small rejuvenation pill into the space. In his hand appeared a 3-foot, 3-inch soft sword, as delicate as a cicada's wing. The hilt bore the inscription Ziwei and featured a clasp. Allowing it to double as a belt, he secured the sword at his waist, though he was yet to master any sword techniques. He retrieved the small rejuvenation pill and tossed it into his mouth. The medicinal power bursting forth instantaneously, he exerted himself to absorb it using the breathing technique, and only when darkness fell did he successfully refine it. Truly, the Shaolin Small Rejuvenation Pill enhances one's power by a decade. He felt fortunate for his years of training, otherwise, his meridians would have ruptured. How formidable is the 18 dragon-subduing palms in the world of Naruto? Can Yi Feng unlock the hidden abilities of the Byakugan through martial arts? What will transpire during the family ritual? Can the branch family of Hinata, with their Byakugan, see through fish bones? Such prowess is astounding. Yi Feng, having trained diligently, possessed remarkable willpower. He forcibly suppressed the pill's medicinal properties, refining it gradually that if he allowed the potency to surge unchecked, he would face severe injuries, if not death. Casting a glance at the sky, he leaped into the river. He caught 2 fish and kindled a fire to roast them. How can I see the internal structure of the fish? He marveled at his ability to discern the fish bones. Could it be that I have awakened the Byakugan? He formed seals using the method left by his parents. Internal power surged from his dantian, merging with his eyes. Veins around the eyes bulged prominently. The area behind was a blind spot, yet everything else was distinctly visible. In the darkness, clarity prevailed. It was the first time activating this ability, approximately 100 meters away. Yi Feng felt content, having familiarized himself with the perspective of his Byakugan. A smile graced his face. Kakuzu, clean your neck and wait. Early the next morning, Yi Feng arose. Today marked the day of the Hinata clan's ancestral rites. From the clan leader to infants, all were required to be present. He had no close friends within the clan, only an acquaintance with Hinata Hanabi. Having remained low-key, he had not showcased his talents. In such a large family, he was hardly utilized. Standing alone in a corner, he closed his eyes, awaiting the commencement of the rites. The ceremony was elaborate after lengthy speeches from the clan leader. Everyone took their respective roles to honor their ancestors. Yi Feng, growing impatient, was relieved when the rituals finally concluded. The internal competition begins. Those willing to participate step forward. The main branch members, Hinata, Hisashi, Yunkong, and Huale, swiftly took the stage. They were poised to inherit their father's positions in the future. Several members of the branch family leapt onto the high platform, with Hinata Hanabi among them. Determination was evident on their faces, eager to prove themselves that it was not a matter of inferior talent compared to the main branch, but rather unjust rules. After drawing lots, only Hinata Yunkong and 1 branch member remained. Wise up and forfeit, otherwise you shall suffer, Hinata Yunkong declared arrogantly. Only through battle will we know who is the superior, retorted the branch member, filled with jealousy. You merely possess luck as a member of the main branch. Enraged by the rebuttal, Hinata Yunkong summoned his chakra. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams, 2 palms, for palms, 8 palms. The onlooking clan members gasped, astonished by the formidable prowess of the soft fist technique. Beneath the shadow level, it held significant advantage in unknown combat. Maximum efficacy required the synergy of the Byakugan. Hokage, merely 7 years of age, he adeptly wielded this technique. Clearly having activated his Byakugan, he was regarded as a prodigy of the clan. His vanity swelled as he relentlessly infused chakra into his opponent's body. The branch member, unable to resist, curled on the ground, trembling. With his chakra sealed, blood flow was obstructed, inducing excruciating pain. Other branch members' expressions shifted. They had not anticipated his strength. Enough. Hinata Yunkong is the victor, proclaimed the referee, separating the two and expelling the chakra from the defeated. Next time you see me, make sure to take a detour. Hinata Yunkong taunted as he descended from the high platform. Would Yi Feng participate in the grand competition? How much stronger was his Byakugan compared to that of the main branch? Could the branch family rely on him to turn the tides? Could a member of the Hinata branch kick a main branch prodigy aside? This reversal thrilled me immensely. Watching Hinata Yunkong's arrogance, a cold glint flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. It soon vanished as he closed his eyes, immersing himself in the essence of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Lacking interest in a contest among children, he possessed the spirit of an adult. He did not wish to evade, yet evasion proved impossible. The competition concluded with Hinata Hizashi securing first place and Hinata Hyuga taking the second. The arrogant Hinata Kyumo could only manage fourth place that he strutted about as if he had claimed the top position. Ifong turned to leave, but Hinata Kyumo, accompanied by his lackeys, blocked his path. Do you seem to underestimate our strength? Are you brave enough to battle? Not interested. Ifong cast a glance at him and attempted a bypass. That's not up to you. Hinata Kyumo shouted in anger. You were born to serve the main family. Ifong paused momentarily, but continued forward. Damn it. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 8 palms. In a fit of rage, Hinata Kyumo launched an attack. Ifong sensed the strike approaching from behind, his expression darkening. Channeling his inner strength, he pivoted, executing a whip kick that pierced through the assault. He aimed a kick at Hinata Kyumo's chest, sending him flying backward. Ifong glanced at the stunned lackeys before exiting the ancestral home. The lackeys quickly reacted, helping Hinata Kyumo to his feet. How can this kid be so strong? After regaining his composure, Hinata Kyumo's expression turned grim. Ifong had always kept a low profile, avoiding bullying during his childhood. He had never participated in the grand competition, which often led Hinata Kyumo to trouble him. Today, wanting to flaunt his prowess, he was infuriated to find Ifong utterly uninterested. In a fit of annoyance, he had brought his entourage to provoke him. Little did he expect Ifong to unleash his power, with a kick that was swift and fierce. Caught off guard, he was knocked down. Sputtering blood, he may be strong, but he is still from the branch family. Hinata Kyumo exclaimed with excitement. If he uses the iron fist, I will inform my father. Unbeknownst to them, the clan leader had witnessed the entire incident. What remarkable perseverance, the clan leader mused, observing Ifong, who was encumbered with weighted gear. His chakra was dense. He was merely a second-year student at the ninja academy. The clan leader, having an eye for talent, contemplated making Ifong a bodyguard for his son. However, Ifong's pride and subtlety, along with his lack of animosity towards the main family, made the clan leader feel uncertain. Watching Hinata Kyumo approach the elder's residence, a smile crept onto the clan leader's lips as he reached a decision. After exiting the ancestral home, Ifong consumed a modest meal. He proceeded to the back mountains of Konoha. Commencing his daily training, he was already well-versed in the family's gentle fist technique, though he had yet to awaken his Byakugan. Now, with his Byakugan activated, he seamlessly executed the gentle fist and 8 trigrams palm. With his inner strength surging, his hands moved rapidly. Through the Byakugan, he relentlessly struck the towering tree. Would Ifong master the 18 dragon-subduing palms? Would the clan leader's decision be directed at Ifong? Could Hinata Kyumo's complaints bear fruit? Would the 18 dragon-subduing palms shatter the tree? The branch family was on the brink of upheaval. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 2 palms for palms, 8 palms. With the final palm strike against the tree, it trembled violently before crashing down. The gentle fist relies on the Byakugan to inspect the chakra pathways and mobilize chakra for attacks. The cultivation method is straightforward. He had deduced it long ago. Upon opening his white eyes, he instantly mastered 32 strikes, that he believes that with profound inner strength, he could unleash 64 strikes. With a system in place, he remains indifferent to whether he can learn the subsequent techniques. He then turns to practice the 18 dragon-subduing palms, a technique of remarkable ferocity. Originally comprising 28 strikes, it was condensed into 18 by Xiao Feng and his second brother. Its power not only remains intact, but even amplifies Hong Qigong became the northern beggar thanks to it. He assumes the stance and practices the first move, Kong Long Yu Hui. This move requires exerting 80% of his strength while reserving 20% for defense against counterattacks. His inner energy surges from the Dantian, mobilizing the yang energy through the meridians, gathering in the palm. He enters the initial stage of practice, taking an hour to do so. Truly, this is a divine skill of utmost yang and utmost firmness. Ifong wipes his sweat, gazing at the palm imprint on the tree, and continues his training. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder witnesses his son severely injured. Fury ignites in his eyes. What happened? Hinata Yunkong distorts the truth. Ifong saw me ranked 4th and ambushed me. He used a steel fist, and I was caught off guard, resulting in my injuries. How dare you openly confront a member of the clan? The Grand Elder bellows. Summon a family meeting and bring Ifong here. The elders from the branch family were worried expressions, aware that they must assert their authority. Like caged birds, they cannot resist and can only pray. Ifong is found on the back mountain. Having heard of the meeting, understanding it pertains to his confrontation with Hinata Yunkong, he follows with a stoic expression. In the main hall, all significant family members gather, both from the main and branch families. Yunkong Yifeng pays respects to the esteemed clan leader and all elders. Are you aware of your crimes? The Grand Elder demands first, I do not know what crime I have committed that necessitated this meeting. Yi Feng stands tall, neither servile nor arrogant. Did you inflict the injuries on Yinkong? Indeed, Yi Feng attempts to explain, you possess some backbone. The Grand Elder interrupts, an attack from the branch family on the main family is a capital offense. I sentence you to the caged bird punishment. He gestures with his seal, and a unique energy penetrates Yi Feng's mind that it triggers the seal of the caged bird. Can Yi Feng withstand the caged bird's punishment? Will he erupt with the 18 dragon-subduing palms as a result? Will the clan leader intervene? Under the caged bird punishment, how audacious of the branch family to boldly confront the main family. Such audacity is unparalleled. The energy surges against the caged bird, stronger than when Yi Feng had activated it himself. Even though he has endured this for years, he cannot help but furrow his brow. The family handles matters unjustly. Yi Feng endures the pain. Hinata Yinkong repeatedly provoked me, ambushing me from behind. Having been outmatched and injured, the Grand Elder does not inquire into the truth, but punishes me instead. Is the branch family not part of the Hinata clan? Should they be slaughtered without cause by the main family? The branch family has fought valiantly to protect the main family on the battlefield, suffering countless deaths. My parents were among them. This does not imply that we can be oppressed at will. We are human beings, not mere dogs. The ancestors created the caged birds as a means of protection for the Byakugan, not to allow you to manipulate life and death. The surrounding clansmen resonated with his words, some expressing admiration for him. Despite enduring the constraints of the caged bird, he spoke with clarity. The clan leader observed Yi Feng, seeking an opportune moment to act for maximum benefit. He was indifferent to Yi Feng's words, as the clan sought absolute control. Impudence. How can you dare to refute centuries of tradition? The elder increased the power of the caged bird, attempting to compel him into submission. A fierce light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes, marking this as a grudge. Enough. A commanding voice rang out, alleviating his pain that he sensed a change in his Byakugan, a slight increase in his mental strength. Why do you obstruct me from punishing him? The elder glared at the clan leader. He is merely a child. The branch family is also of the Hyuga clan and cannot be punished without cause, the clan leader explained. Noting the elder's intent to argue further, he thundered, I'm the clan leader. The elder, feeling frustrated, retreated, while Yi Feng's thirst for power reached its zenith. With sufficient strength, he could eliminate his opponent before activating the caged bird. Why rely on others for salvation? The lack of control over life and death was unbearable. Thank you, clan leader. In the future, if Yi Feng is needed, I shall not refuse. If there is nothing further, I wish to retire and rest. I hope for your understanding. Go ahead, the clan leader replied with a faint smile that Yi Feng expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, not casting a glance at the elder. Upon returning to his residence, he discovered his Byakugan had become purer. Could it be that the caged bird is a means of self-evolution? The Uchiha Sharingan can continuously evolve, reaching the pinnacle of the Manjiki Sharingan at the shadow level. Despite its significant drawbacks, no one would choose to face death now. What form will Yi Feng's Byakugan evolve into? Can he become stronger than the Sharingan through the caged bird? Will the elder relent? This is also the Hyuga clan. Besides Hinata Tenjin, there are no other elite masters emerging. Throughout Naruto, the Hyuga clan has always been a supporting presence. Every time a major battle occurs, the Hyuga clan is primarily there to assist, searching for enemies and scouting ahead. When it comes to actual combat, even defeating a Jounin is a struggle. So, how can such a clan be compared to the Uchiha clan? Yi Feng knew that this was because the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, like those of the Uchiha and Senju clans, were all descendants of Kaguya Tsutsuki. Moreover, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was definitely not just a supportive ability, not to mention the Rinnegan that evolved from the Byakugan. The Byakugan itself also possesses several ocular techniques. However, although Yi Feng was aware of this, he did not know how to purify his Byakugan. Now, Yi Feng discovered that after enduring the effects of the caged bird, his Byakugan had actually become purer than when it was initially opened. Not only had his field of vision increased, but the dead angle that had appeared due to the caged bird's influence, which had disrupted his originally 360-degree vision, had also diminished. Thus, Yi Feng secretly speculated, could it be that the caged bird is the key to the evolution of the Byakugan? With this possibility in mind, Yi Feng became excited. His desire for power was immense. Although he had a system, it was impossible for him not to covet the peak power of the Hyuga clan. After all, it was an existence even more formidable than the Rinnegan of the Uchiha clan's peak power. Thinking of this, Yi Feng eagerly mobilized his mental energy to break the seal of the caged bird. Instantly, Waves of pain surged through his body once again. Yifeng silently endured the pain until his mental energy was nearly exhausted, and only then did he stop activating the seal of the caged bird. As the pain receded like a tide, Yifeng immediately checked the changes in his Byakugan. Sure enough, his Byakugan had become a bit purer again. Although the improvement wasn't as significant as before, he could still intuitively feel the change in his Byakugan. Just as I suspected, the caged bird has a catalytic effect on the evolution of the Byakugan. He, these arrogant clan members would never have thought that the seal of the caged bird, which they relied on to control the branch families, would have such a heaven-defying effect, right? Yifeng's face revealed a cold smile. He wanted to see what expressions these people would have one day when he broke the caged bird seal and his Byakugan evolved. Not thinking too much, Yifeng began to practice the breathing technique while restoring his depleted mental energy. As for using mental energy to trigger the caged bird seal, Yifeng did not rush. After all, he understood the principle that too much of a good thing can be bad. However, what Yifeng did not know was that the changes he experienced were the result of many factors coming together. The caged bird did indeed have a certain catalytic effect on the evolution of the Byakugan, but this was not absolute. First, the Hyuga ninja, who had the caged bird seal inscribed on them, must have mental energy that was different from ordinary people, no matter how you put it. Ocular techniques are closely related to mental energy. If the mental energy is not strong, even if you are tortured to death by the caged bird, you cannot purify your Byakugan in the slightest. Second, the ninja's body must be able to withstand the nourishment of natural spiritual energy. Although the Otsutsuki clan does not understand what Sage Mode is, their power basically comes from the energy of the God Tree. The God Tree, as the essence that absorbs energy from the world, inherently contains vast amounts of natural energy, which is also the main reason why they are many times stronger than ordinary ninjas. After all, the energy and life signs of the Otsutsuki are on a different level compared to ninjas. After activating the system, Yifeng's body underwent a transformation. Although the breath technique was merely a basic skill, it possessed the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Once Yifeng opened the Ren and Du meridians, connecting the inner world to the outer realm, he would be able to directly feel the changes within himself. Without any conversation throughout the night, the next morning, as the sky began to lighten, Yifeng opened his eyes, rose to his feet, practiced a bit of soft fist and the 18 dragon subduing palms. After washing up, he headed towards the ninja school. Yesterday, due to the family ritual and the grand competition, Yifeng didn't have to attend the ninja school. Even though he had already learned everything the school offered, that didn't mean he could skip school. Unless he wanted to graduate early, otherwise, skipping classes without a reason would bring a lot of trouble. He wasn't like those rich second-generation kids who could rely on others even if they skipped classes. He could only depend on himself. After casually preparing a bento, Yifeng walked slowly towards the ninja school. Yifeng, you are hiding so deeply. We should spar sometime. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi approached and smiled at Yifeng. It's not that I'm strong. It's that Hinata Hanabi is too weak. As for sparring, I'm always welcome. Hearing this, Yifeng said lightly, Yifeng, after all, Hinata Hanabi is a member of the clan. If you don't want to face the punishment from yesterday, it's better to say less of such words. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Hinata Hanabi said lightly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng shrugged and said nothing. Compared to Hinata Hanabi, Yifeng had no good feelings towards Hinata Hanabi, who always had a pancake face. After greeting Hinata Hanabi, he walked alone towards the ninja school. Chapter 7. First encounter with the little son. Before long, Yifeng arrived at the ninja school in his own class. Not long after he took his seat, the class bell rang, and a serious-looking Nin entered the classroom with textbooks. After exchanging greetings, the Nin opened the textbook. Today, I will teach you about the use of shuriken. Ninja chakra is limited, and during battles, there is no time to refine chakra to assist you. So, in intense fights, kunai and shuriken are our standard means of attack. The Nin, named Hanada Wushu, was a seasoned Nin who had retired from the battlefield, with extensive experience, and occasionally shared essential battlefield knowledge with Yifeng and the others. The ninja school during this period is not the same as in Naruto's time. Nowadays, the ninja school teaches many things related to real combat. After all, the current ninja world is unstable. Although wars between ninja villages have not erupted for the time being, small-scale conflicts often occur due to bounty ninjas, rogue ninjas, and spies infiltrating each village during missions. Once they graduate, they can be passively drawn into a major war. If such a thing happens, and these inexperienced graduates have no experience, it could be very dangerous. Therefore, the ninja school during this period generally focuses on practical combat training. Moreover, graduating from a ninja school is not as simple as in Naruto's time, where knowing just one of the basic transformation techniques was enough to receive a headband. During this period, to graduate, one must defeat the lower ninjas sent by the school. Only then can they obtain the ninja headband and become a lower ninja. Although Yi Feng had already memorized the knowledge from the ninja school, he still listened seriously as Hua Tian shared his experiences from the battlefield. Time passed, as Yi Feng focused on the lecture. Soon it was noon. After heating up his lunchbox, Yi Feng found a quiet place and silently ate his lunch. "Big brother, can I sit here?" Just as Yi Feng was concentrating on his meal, a small boy with yellow hair and a gentle smile, around 6 or 7 years old, suddenly came to Yi Feng's side and grinned. Yi Feng raised his head and saw a little boy with yellow hair looking at him with a slightly silly expression. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Naruto? No, he doesn't have a beard, and the timeline is off. Could he be? Thinking of this, Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile. Sure, you can sit. Thank you, big brother. My name is Namikaze Minato. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato thanked Yi Feng and, noticing his attire and those Byakugan eyes, curiously asked, Yes, my name is Hyuga Yi Feng. Upon hearing Minato's introduction, Yi Feng thought to himself, as expected, this Namikaze Minato will later become the 4th Hokage, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, becoming the youngest Hokage in Konoha, known as the Yellow Flash in the ninja world. He is also the 2nd legendary ninja in the ninja world to have each ninja village issue an order that if anyone encounters the Yellow Flash, they can unconditionally abandon their mission without punishment. You see, for ninjas, missions are more important than their lives. However, major ninja villages issued such an order, which shows how much pressure Namikaze Minato will exert on these villages in the future. For someone like him, Yi Feng wouldn't mind making friends. After all, on the battlefield, unless one truly possesses unmatched power in the ninja world, no one dares to claim they can handle any battlefield. Even someone as strong as Senju Tobirama, a man with a plethora of forbidden techniques, still met his end while covering his comrades in the Hidden Cloud Village, right? Furthermore, Konoha is not peaceful. Although it seems calm on the surface, that's only because Sarutobi Hiruzen has just settled into the position of Hokage. That rat in the gutter has not revealed his ambitions due to the undercurrents in the ninja world. Once external pressure is lifted and Danzo's ambitions are exposed, who in Konoha can claim to be safe? Therefore, Yi Feng must also make friends with powerful and decent individuals. Only in this way, when faced with turmoil or sent on dangerous missions, can he have a few reliable teammates to help him. After all, having lived another life, Yi Feng does not want to die young. That big brother must be very strong, so I hope to learn a lot from you in the future, Namikaze Minato said with a cheerful smile, extending his little hand towards Yi Feng. All right, if you have any questions in the future, you can come ask me. Also, I have some understanding of taijutsu and often train in the back mountains of Konoha. If you're interested, you can come find me there. Yi Feng smiled slightly and said something to Minato Namikaze before finishing his meal and taking his leave. Minato watched Yi Feng's departing figure, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. In fact, he didn't approach Yi Feng for no reason today. Previously, he had happened to see Yi Feng undergoing weight training. Knowing that Yi Feng was extremely powerful, he felt a desire to befriend him. After class today, he came to the square and saw Yi Feng there, so he took the initiative to approach him. Initially, he was prepared to face rejection. The children of those noble families all looked down on others, and he was just an ordinary orphan without power or influence, and his strength was very weak. However, Minato did not expect Yi Feng to be so gentle, which made him feel a bit of fondness for Yi Feng. On the other hand, after leaving Minato's side, Yi Feng began to ponder how to get closer to him. He had a very favorable impression of Minato, the youngest yet prematurely deceased 4th Hokage. If he could establish a deep friendship with Minato in the future, when he faced difficulties, Minato would surely not stand by and watch. Moreover, Minato would later become a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, which would be beneficial for Yi Feng's interactions with them. After all, he couldn't stay in the ninja academy forever, and once he graduated, it meant he would have to live a dangerous life. Therefore, he naturally wanted to follow some powerful ninjas after graduation, as this would ensure his safety given his currently low strength. Soon, Yi Feng made a decision and returned to the classroom to wait for class. A day passed quickly, and after school, Yi Feng headed toward the back of Konoha, as usual. Sure enough, Not long after Yifeng arrived, Minato came running to his side. "Big brother Yifeng, how are we training?" Minato asked eagerly. 1,000 sets of sit-ups, 1,000 sets of push-ups, 1,000 sets of leg kicks. Let's start with warm-ups. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately shared his training plan. Good. Bofeng Shuai Min didn't hesitate either. After putting down his backpack, he began training with Yifeng. Most people in this world have good physical fitness, and even ordinary people are much stronger than those on Earth. Moreover, Bofeng Shuai Min had been training his body for a while, so although he found Yifeng's warm-up exercises challenging, he persevered. Chapter 8. Encountering the three ninjas. Watching Bofeng Shuai Min start warming up, Yifeng smiled slightly. Bofeng Shuai Min had excellent talent and determination, and since he was still young, he was very malleable. Yifeng believed that under his guidance, Bofeng Shuai Min would surely grow rapidly. After watching for a while, Yifeng no longer hesitated. After a quick warm-up, he started practicing the dragon, subduing 18 palms. Yifeng had already simulated the dragon, subduing 18 palms, countless times in his mind. After mastering the first move, the angry dragon regrets. The rest of the techniques came easily to him. Unfortunately, Yifeng's internal energy was still quite limited, so he couldn't fully unleash the power of the dragon, subduing 18 palms yet. However, Yifeng was not anxious. He continued to practice the dragon, subduing 18 palms, to deepen his understanding of it. "Big brother Yifeng, I'm done with my warm-up. Were you practicing some kind of physical technique before? You're really amazing." Just as Yifeng was immersed in the essence of the dragon, subduing 18 palms, Bofeng Shuai Min, fatigued, approached Yifeng, looking at him enviously as he practiced his martial arts. He was just an orphan, having lost his parents in the war. And growing up in an orphanage, Bofeng Shuai Min had no inheritance of physical techniques or ninjutsu during this time. The only things he learned were the basic chakra refining technique and body techniques taught by his class teacher when he enrolled. So, seeing Yifeng practicing such powerful martial arts at this moment, Bofeng Shuai Min naturally felt very envious. "You can't practice this martial art, but I have a chakra refining technique here that is much better than the one you learned. You can give it a try." Hearing this, Yifeng stopped his training and looked at the envy in Bofeng Shuai Min's eyes. He smiled faintly and took out a scroll, tossing it to Bofeng Shuai Min. Yifeng would not teach the various martial arts rewarded by the system to others. At least, he wouldn't casually pass on martial arts to anyone before he became stronger. In Konoha, there was no rule that required one to hand over their self-created techniques to the village or family. Otherwise, if ninjas had to submit their unique skills, who would still fight for the village? Especially for those secret techniques of the clans. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, those old schemers, wouldn't dare to covet them. Therefore, Yifeng had no intention of casually teaching martial arts to others. As for the chakra refining technique he gave to Bofeng Shuai Min, it was the Hyuga clan's ancestral chakra refining technique, which was far superior to the chakra refining technique practiced by commoners. This is also one of the reasons why clan ninjas generally have much more chakra than commoners. After hearing Yifeng's words, Bofeng Shuai Min first felt a wave of disappointment, but then his eyes lit up. If he had a good chakra refining technique, he could quickly and effectively refine his own chakra. Chakra is the hardware condition for practicing ninjutsu and taijutsu. If the chakra is inadequate, even the best ninjutsu and taijutsu in front of him would be useless. However, thinking about Yifeng's identity, Bofeng Shuai Min couldn't help but look worriedly at Yifeng. "Brother Yifeng, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Moreover, what you gave me should be the Hyuga clan's ancestral chakra refining technique, right? If others find out that you gave it to me privately, it could bring you trouble. It's fine, as long as you don't say anything. Who would know? All right, it's decided then. Take a break and start honing your taijutsu skills." Hearing this, Yifeng smiled slightly and, after giving a reminder to Minato Namikaze, no longer paid attention to him and immersed himself in practicing the dragon, subduing 18 palms. It wasn't until Yifeng's internal energy was depleted that he stopped, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to circulate his breathing technique to recover the internal energy he had consumed. It was only when the sky gradually darkened that Yifeng stopped, took off his burdens, and jumped into the water. After a while, he caught a few fish and started to roast them. Soon, after sprinkling various seasonings on the fish, an enticing aroma filled the air. Minato Namikaze, who was refining his chakra, couldn't help but feel his stomach rumble upon smelling the fragrance. He involuntarily opened his eyes and looked over at Yifeng. "All right, cultivation is about balancing work and rest. Come over, eat, and then go back to rest. Yifeng saw that Namikaze Minato had finished his training and said to him, "Thank you, big brother." Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato hurriedly came to Yifeng's side, grabbed a fish, and was about to put it in his mouth. However, at that moment, the fish in Namikaze Minato's mouth disappeared, and he bit into thin air. Looking around in confusion, taking without asking is thievery. As a senior, don't you think it's very shameless to do this? Namikaze Minato didn't see what happened, but Yifeng's dynamic vision was extraordinary, and with his huge spiritual power, he reacted as soon as the newcomer made a move. However, the opponent was too fast, and even though Yifeng saw it, he couldn't stop it in time. He, a toad, is still a toad. Even trying to grab something gets noticed by a little ghost. It seems you need to train harder. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, a cold voice reached his ears. "Stinky Snake, what did you say? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Enough, you two idiots. Can't you stop bickering? It's so annoying." Before Yifeng could think deeply, the voices of a man and a woman reached his ears, making him suspect the toad, the stinky snake, and that irritable female voice. Aren't they the legendary three ninjas of Konoha? Of course, at this time, they hadn't yet earned that honor in the eyes of others. But for themselves, it was a shameful title. Sure enough, as Yifeng guessed their identities, the three of them slowly came into view. One of them had a cold expression, with golden vertical pupils that flickered with a chilling light, a thin figure, and long hair that draped down like he had no bones. Another had white hair, his face painted in camouflage, resembling a toad, with a lecherous look, occasionally glancing down at the charming scenery. The last woman had long golden hair tied into two ponytails, falling between her ears, with a beautiful face and a stunning figure. These three had distinct appearances and unique auras, making it easy for one to remember them after just one glance. It really is them. Yifeng looked at the three of them and thought to himself, as expected, while maintaining a calm expression as he observed their intentions for coming here. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed sharply on Yifeng. They had arrived quite early and were initially indifferent to the training of the two young ones. However, when Orochimaru saw Yifeng practicing the dragon, subduing 18 palms, a hint of shock arose in his heart. Although Yifeng's strength was still quite weak, and he couldn't fully unleash the power of the dragon subduing 18 palms, who was Orochimaru. In many ways, he was unparalleled in the ninja world, with an incredibly sharp eye that instantly recognized the potential of the technique. Why would such a powerful martial art appear in Yifeng's possession? The most crucial point was that Orochimaru searched through his memories and had never heard of or seen this martial art, which piqued his interest. Thus, he immediately shared his thoughts with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Although Yifeng has a vast mental strength, he is still weak in power and has never participated in actual combat. He is completely unaware of the three people's scrutiny. As a result, the three observers became increasingly astonished until Yifeng removed the weights on his body, at which point they couldn't help but show a hint of shock. They secretly marveled at Yifeng's perseverance. Jiraiya was even more inspired, drawn by the captivating aroma. He snatched food from Minato Namikaze's hands, only to end up getting slapped in the face. Chapter 9. Orochimaru's Importance, Apprenticeship. I wonder if the three seniors have any business with me? Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine under Orochimaru's gaze. The snake woman before him was clearly not a normal human. Her physique already showed signs of being transformed into a snake by Orochimaru. "Kid, what kind of taijutsu have you been practicing?" Orochimaru asked with great interest, feeling that Yifeng was very mysterious. From those Byakugan eyes, Orochimaru saw that Yifeng's gaze was different from that of the usual branch members of the Hyuga clan. "I just practiced randomly." Hearing this, Yifeng's heart tightened, but he spoke calmly on the surface. Although at this time, Orochimaru had not yet begun those twisted experiments, Yifeng still felt a sense of dread when facing him. The key point was that he did not want to get involved with Orochimaru. If he caught Orochimaru's attention, it could very likely lead him into danger. At this moment, Yifeng felt a tinge of regret in his heart, regretting that he had practiced the dragon, subduing 18 palms outside. Is that so? Orochimaru's lips curled slightly as he suddenly made his move, his body darting towards Yifeng like lightning. Yifeng only felt a deadly sense of threat rushing towards him. Without having time to think, he hurriedly mobilized his inner strength, extending his palm forward, unleashing the Kong Long Yuhui. This palm strike was the culmination of all Yifeng's power. The moment it collided with Orochimaru, Yifeng felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. His body involuntarily flew backward, his blood surging, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, crashing hard onto the ground. Interesting. Orochimaru noted that Yi Feng was actually able to block his attack. From Yi Feng's palm, Orochimaru saw the potential of the 18 dragon subduing palms. If he could integrate attribute changes into the technique, transforming the formless into form, the power of this martial art would greatly increase and could even create various ninja body techniques. With this thought, a hint of interest arose in Orochimaru's heart as he slowly walked towards Yi Feng. Orochimaru, that's enough. He is our compatriot, not an enemy. Tsunade, seeing Orochimaru actually attacking Yi Feng, hurried over to Yi Feng and couldn't help but sigh, rubbing her forehead. Among her two teammates, one had a terrible personality and was becoming increasingly cold, while the other, Tsunade, didn't even want to comment on. However, no matter how exasperated she was, Tsunade couldn't allow Orochimaru to harm someone from their village. She quickly appeared beside Yi Feng, gathered her chakra, and cast a healing technique to recover Yi Feng's injuries. As Tsunade used her gentle hands to perform the healing technique, the green light entered Yi Feng's body. He felt a cool sensation within him. The burning feeling in his body eased as the green light integrated, and Yi Feng couldn't help but comfortingly squint his eyes. Tsunade, you misunderstood me. I intended to take him as my disciple. Seeing Tsunade looking at him warily, Orochimaru couldn't help but say helplessly. His mindset had not changed like other leaf ninjas. He dreamed of becoming Hokage. With that in mind, how could he possibly harm a fellow village ninja? Undeniably, Orochimaru was very curious about the martial art Yi Feng was training in, but he wouldn't use despicable means to force Yi Feng to tell him. He would make Yi Feng willingly teach him. I won't become your disciple. Yi Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Previously, he thought Orochimaru was preparing to interrogate him about the cultivation methods of the 18 dragon subduing palms. He secretly pondered that a true man can bend and stretch. If it came to it, he could just give in to Orochimaru and later take revenge when his strength grew. However, Yi Feng did not expect that Orochimaru actually had the intention of taking him as a disciple. Although Orochimaru could be considered a good teacher, Yi Feng did not want to become his disciple. Orochimaru's personality was too cold and sinister. Even though at this time, he had not yet begun to disregard the lives of his teammates, Yi Feng still did not want to take him as a master. The key point was that if he stayed by Orochimaru's side, he would surely notice the changes in his Byakugan. Once that happened, he couldn't guarantee that Orochimaru wouldn't have designs on the Byakugan. After all, the evolved Byakugan was just as powerful as the Sharingan. Moreover, compared to Orochimaru, he wanted to become Tsunade's disciple even more, as it would be more convenient to confront his master in the future, right? Indeed, originally, Yi Feng had not thought of this, but the moment he saw Tsunade, her beautiful face, her impressive assets, and her charming yet domineering presence, which embodied various qualities, completely fulfilled all of Yi Feng's fantasies. So, why would he want to be Orochimaru's disciple when he could be Tsunade's? Just then, while Yi Feng was lost in thought, Tsunade suddenly gave him a hard knock on the forehead, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. It turned out that while Yi Feng was deep in thought, his Byakugan had unconsciously looked at Tsunade's assets. Tsunade noticed Yi Feng's gaze and could no longer hold back. She immediately hit him. There's not a single good man. You're already so lecherous at such a young age. Appreciating beautiful things. How could that be called lecherous? It's human instinct. Senior, you're so beautiful, of course. I will be attracted to you. Yes, we do this to remember the beautiful things in our hearts. So every time there's a beautiful scenery, we can't help but stop to admire it. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, Jiraiya couldn't help but interject, secretly giving Yi Feng a thumbs up in his heart, thinking to himself, a kindred spirit. Bang! After Tsunade heard Jiraiya's shameless words, she could no longer hold back and punched Jiraiya, sending him flying, crashing into a large tree and getting stuck inside it. Yi Feng's mo taichet. And he thought to himself, well, with Tsunade being so violent, should I reconsider the idea of betraying my teacher? At least, until I obtain a top-tier body refinement technique. I should probably avoid doing anything reckless. Otherwise, if something happens, Tsunade might just give me a hit, and wouldn't that be a disaster? Kid, if you become my disciple, you can gain many benefits. Even that thing on your head, I will find a way to help you unlock it. This was the first time Orochimaru thought about taking on a disciple, but he never expected to be rejected by Yi Feng. You see, although he hadn't reached his future heights yet, he was already quite a famous ninja in Konoha. His teacher was the third Hokage. His own strength had reached the elite J-Nin level, and he had joined the Umbu, where he had made numerous achievements. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Yifeng couldn't have not heard their names, but even so, he still rejected Orochimaru. In desperation, Orochimaru could only try to tempt Yifeng. In Orochimaru's view, members of the branch family of the Hyuga clan absolutely detested the caged bird seal above their heads, because it confined them like birds in a cage, granting them no freedom for life. No need for that. Compared to Senior Orochimaru, I would rather follow the beautiful Senior Tsunade to learn. Senior Tsunade, how about I become your disciple? After Yifeng rejected Orochimaru again, he looked at Tsunade with anticipation. With such a beautiful, powerful, and noble teacher, who want to associate with someone like you, a sissy? He doesn't want to end up like Orochimaru in the future. Kid, you shouldn't speak nonsense. You're from a Hyuga clan, practicing gentle fist. What does that have to do with my steel fist? Don't joke around. As for medical ninjutsu, that's even more impossible. The Hyuga clan has a bloodline limit related to eye techniques, mostly possessing Yin attribute physiques. Where would the Yang attribute come from? Although Tsunade found Yifeng's words very useful, it was impossible for her to take him under her wing. Just as she said, what could Yifeng learn from her? Steel fist? Yifeng possesses the Byakugan. While practicing iron fist is not impossible, it is certainly not as fast as practicing the gentle fist. As for medical ninjutsu, it requires the body to have a Yang attribute, and those with bloodline traits like the Byakugan typically possess a Yang attribute. Thus, although the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can see through a person's meridians, making it very suitable for becoming a medical ninja over the years, there have been very few members from either the Hyuga or Uchiha clans who have been able to become medical ninjas. Chapter 10. Medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu can only be successfully practiced by those with a Yang attribute physique. The principle is that individuals with a Yang attribute physique produce chakra that carries a special life force. Medical ninjutsu performed with this chakra, such as healing techniques and creation of the heavens, can effectively stimulate the growth of cells near the injured area. Only in this way can the injuries of the wounded heal quickly. Of course, to become a qualified medical ninja, in addition to the above conditions, one must also have precise control over chakra. Yifeng, as a member of the Hyuga clan, has practiced gentle fist for many years. When facing an enemy, he activates his Byakugan, allowing him to see through the enemy's chakra pathways. This enables him to insert his own chakra into the enemy's body, disrupting the flow of the enemy's chakra and preventing their vital energy from circulating, thus defeating his opponent. Therefore, Yifeng's control over chakra is certainly much stronger than that of his peers. However, as a member of the Hyuga clan, he naturally possesses the Yin attribute physique of the clan, so Tsunade does not believe that Yifeng also harbors a Yang attribute physique within him. Otherwise, with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan being able to easily see through a patient's body and intuitively sense the toxins or injuries damaging the patient's cells, how could Konoha not recruit a group of Hyuga clan ninjas to become medical ninjas? After Yifeng's conversation with Tsunade, he still decided to give it a try. Generally speaking, as Tsunade said, members of families with eye techniques usually have Yin attribute constitution, but maybe he could be an exception. With this thought in mind, Yifeng looked at Tsunade and said, Tsunade-senpai, I want to give it a shot. I'm very interested in medical ninjutsu. Please, in order to become a better disciple, to survive better in Konoha. Yifeng was determined, holding the roasted fish in his hands and looking at Tsunade with anticipation. Seeing that Yifeng was actually trying to tempt her with a piece of roasted fish, Tsunade found it somewhat amusing. However, to make Yifeng give up, after some thought, she agreed, go catch a few fish. Thank you, Tsunade-senpai. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. He said something to Tsunade and then jumped into the water. After a while, Yifeng caught several fish. Channel your chakra and concentrate in your hand. Remember, not too much and not too little. Tsunade looked at the fish lying on the ground, gasping for breath after being pulled from the water. She took one out and personally tested whether Yifeng was suitable to become a medical ninja. Yifeng, following Tsunade's guidance, mobilized his inner strength and concentrated it in his palm, maintaining its stability. Gradually, a vibrant green light full of life actually emerged in Yifeng's hand. Upon seeing this, Tsunade widened her beautiful eyes, looking at him in disbelief. She initially wanted to discourage Yifeng from pursuing medical ninjutsu, but she didn't expect that he truly possessed a Yang attribute physique. Thinking about Yifeng's identity, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a bit delighted. Now, maintain the stability of the chakra in your hand and heal these dehydrated fish. Remember, you must control the chakra stability, or else the fish will be shocked to death by your chakra. If Yifeng really has the talent to learn medical ninjutsu with her training, he might cultivate a true medical master for Konoha. After all, Yifeng's Byakugan can see through a ninja's body, making it much easier than using sensing to check for abnormalities inside a ninja. Moreover, once Yifeng learns medical ninjutsu, combined with his Byakugan ability, he would be very helpful in her research on medical projects in the future. Yifeng did not know Tsunade's thoughts. After hearing her words, he carefully controlled the internal energy in his hands to stabilize it, then began to touch the barely alive fish, inputting his internal energy into the fish's body to stimulate its cell division. However, for the first time, Yifeng couldn't control it, and the fish was killed by his internal energy. Although he failed, Yifeng did not give up. He picked up a second fish and continued to try. This time, Yifeng was more focused and persisted longer than when he treated the first fish. Just as the fish was about to come back to life, Yifeng's excitement caused him to fail at the last moment. Seeing this scene, Yifeng took a deep breath, stabilized his excited emotions, and picked up the third fish. Starting the process again. This time, it went much smoother, and Yifeng successfully brought the fish back to life. Looking at the struggling fish in his hands, Yifeng smiled slightly and threw it into the water. Upon contact with the water, the fish quickly swam away. Very good, little brat. I agree to take you as my disciple. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Tsunade. Seeing that Yifeng had mastered the healing technique in such a short time, Tsunade smiled with satisfaction and introduced herself to Yifeng. My name is Hyuga Yifeng. I pay my respects to my teacher. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming a disciple for the first time, completing the disciple achievement, and rewarding the host with a strength pill. Yifeng saw that Tsunade was willing to accept him, and a smile appeared on his face. He secretly thought, it seems that no one can stop me from becoming that rebellious disciple. Wait, there's still Kato Dan. Should I find a way to get rid of him first? Fortunately, Tsunade was unaware of Yifeng's dirty thoughts. Otherwise, she would have slapped him dead for thinking about her at such a young age. Does he really think he has the ability to handle her? Shaking off those thoughts, Yifeng looked at the system reward, the strength pill. Strength pill, bringing men back to their prime, and making sure they remain strong. Yifeng's expression darkened, and after cursing under his breath, he no longer paid attention to Dolly Pill. How ridiculous. Wasn't this just teaching a little child to be bad? Moreover, even if he wanted to use it, at his age, he couldn't. All right, from now on, you'll be my disciple. This is medical knowledge. Memorize it within 6 months. Is that a problem? Tsunade took out a huge scroll that recorded a lot of medical knowledge and handed it to Yifeng, reminding him, a 1T needs 6 months. I can memorize it in less than a month. Yifeng took the scroll and looked at the vast amount of medical knowledge recorded on it. After a moment of thought, he assured Tsunade, little brat, you can't be kidding me. You can memorize all this knowledge in just a month? Tsunade was taken aback and looked at Yifeng with suspicion. No problem. You can randomly test me whenever you want. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. In fact, a month is just his conservative estimate. With the mental strength he gained from 2 lifetimes, plus the increased mental strength from constantly stimulating the cage bird, Yifeng's mental strength is now incredibly powerful. Remembering these things is just child's play. All right, you brat, if you dare to brush me off, you're done for. Seeing that Yifeng didn't seem to be faking it, Tsunade could only reluctantly believe him. In the end, feeling uneasy, Tsunade made a fist gesture towards Yifeng, threatening him. Hee, Tsunade, look, this is my new disciple, Minato. Call her mother-in-law. Just then, Jiraiya, grinning, brought Namikaze Minato to Tsunade's side and teasingly joked about her, which made Tsunade so angry that she punched Jiraiya into the sky. Yifeng watched this scene, shaking his head with a smile. After scaling and gutting the fish on the ground, he set a fire and continued to roast it. As for Orochimaru beside him, he fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 11 Testing Attributes, Trading Before Long. As Yifeng finished roasting the fish, everyone began to feast heartily. When night fell and everyone was preparing to part ways, Orochimaru suddenly looked at Yifeng, who was about to take his leave. Yifeng-kun, do you want to learn ninjutsu? Yifeng was taken aback by the words and looked at Orochimaru in confusion. Senior Orochimaru, I am from the Hyuga clan. Isn't it said that we can't practice ninjutsu? In Yifeng's memory, the Hyuga clan had never produced a ninja with elemental attributes. So he naturally assumed that members of the Hyuga clan lacked the talent for ninjutsu. As for medical ninjutsu, Yifeng viewed it merely as a special type of ninjutsu, not part of the conventional category. Tsunade and the others rolled their eyes at Yifeng's words, not expecting that he, who had always appeared very mature, would ask such a foolish question. In the world of Naruto, even ordinary people have elemental attributes, but those attributes are latent, so they do not meet the conditions to become ninjas. As an ancient clan, the Hyuga clan members are naturally superior to ordinary people, and Yi Feng, judging from his previous studies in healing techniques, had very good aptitude, which naturally included the talent for learning ninjutsu. There are two reasons why the Hyuga clan does not have elemental ninjas. Firstly, the Hyuga clan's Kaiten balances defense and offense, and the air palm includes long-range attacks, which are equally powerful and not inferior to some A-rank ninjutsu. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms is a close combat technique, and with such a heritage, there is no need to learn those low-level ninjutsu. Secondly, ninjutsu cannot be learned casually. In Konoha, apart from family heritage, ordinary ninjas can only learn ninjutsu if they are recognized by a strong individual, like Minato Namikaze, who, after becoming Jiraiya's disciple, would naturally have Jiraiya help him learn ninjutsu. As for the rest, they can only accumulate merit points through tasks after graduation to exchange for those B rank and below ninjutsu. For the Hyuga clan, rather than spending effort to exchange for B rank and below ninjutsu, it is better to thoroughly study their family's 8 trigrams, 64 palms. So, the lack of elemental ninjas in the Hyuga clan does not mean that the Hyuga clan lacks the talent to practice elemental ninjutsu, just like their beautiful teacher Tsunade, who also fights using physical techniques. But does that mean Tsunade lacks the talent to practice ninjutsu? As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, her talent is incredibly strong. How could she possibly lack the talent for practicing ninjutsu? The reason is that the physical techniques Tsunade uses and creates are more powerful than ninjutsu and are better suited for her, so she simply does not focus on ninjutsu. After Orochimaru and the others explained, Yi Feng finally nodded in understanding. So what does Senior Orochimaru mean? I'll make a deal with you. I'll offer you an A-rank ninjutsu that suits your body attributes, 5 B-rank ninjutsu, and any C-rank ninjutsu you're interested in. You can choose freely, in exchange for the physical technique you practiced earlier. How about that? Orochimaru had noticed Yi Feng becoming Tsunade's disciple, and that Tsunade was also interested in Yi Feng. So he knew that obtaining the physical technique Yi Feng practiced would not be easy. Therefore, during their meal, Orochimaru had been contemplating what to exchange with Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was a ninja of the Hyuga clan, and he practiced gentle fist, which might not hold much appeal for Orochimaru's snake techniques, especially since snake techniques require an extremely flexible body to exert great pressure. Although Orochimaru was very envious of Yi Feng's physical techniques, he was someone who valued transactions greatly and would not resort to deception. After thinking it over, Orochimaru could only start from ninjutsu. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Yi Feng thought for a moment and felt that this deal was very fair. The dragon subduing 18 palms is just a martial art from a low-level martial world. Although its power would greatly increase with further development, that would also require time. Right now, he urgently needed to enhance his strength. Besides the martial arts rewarded by the system, he also needed to seize any opportunity to become stronger in this world. It would be impossible to say that Yi Feng was not interested in ninjutsu, even if it was not his usual method of dealing with enemies. It would allow him to understand various ninjutsu, making it easier for him to defeat opponents in battle. Moreover, once he learned ninjutsu and cultivated it to change its nature, integrating it into various martial arts, his combat power would significantly improve. With this in mind, Yi Feng nodded and looked at Orochimaru. All right, but my body technique is somewhat special. I can't guarantee that you will be able to cultivate it successfully. Although he agreed to the deal with Orochimaru, Yi Feng was also unsure whether Orochimaru could use chakra to activate the martial arts. Of course, first, let's test your attributes. Then, based on your attributes, I will provide you with the corresponding ninjutsu. Orochimaru said non-committally. He was confident in himself, no matter what ninjutsu it was. As long as there was a corresponding cultivation method, he could learn it. Moreover, he was only using Yi Feng's dragon, subduing 18 palms for research. If it proved to be powerful, he would continue to develop it. If it was not suitable for him, he would not spend too much effort on it. Yi Feng took the test paper handed to him by Orochimaru and infused his inner strength into it. Suddenly, one corner of the test paper wrinkled, another corner became damp, and one corner cracked. Looking at the test paper, Yi Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect that I actually have 3 attributes. The wrinkle represents the lightning attribute. The dampness represents the water attribute, and the crack represents the wind attribute. With yin and yang included, I could be considered a 5-attribute ninja. Orochimaru was also surprised for a moment after seeing Yi Feng's attributes. However, he didn't say much. Based on Yi Feng's attributes, Orochimaru took out a scroll and wrote down the ninjutsu suitable for Yi Feng to practice. They were A-rank lightning release, thunderstorm tornado, A-rank wind release, vacuum blade, and A-rank water release, great waterfall technique. After finishing the A-rank ninjutsu, Orochimaru wrote down 15 B-rank ninjutsu and 5 C-rank ninjutsu before handing it to Yi Feng. Take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with. If you become interested in any C-rank ninjutsu later, you can come find me anytime. Yi Feng took the scroll, examined it carefully, and satisfied, asked Orochimaru for a blank scroll to transcribe the training method of the dragon, subduing 18 palms, handing it over to Orochimaru. Thus, the first transaction was successfully completed in front of Tsunade and the others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first transaction, achieving the trading accomplishment, and rewarding the host with 100 gold coins. After hearing the system notification, Yi Feng directly ignored it. When the system was activated earlier, he had briefly browsed the items in the system store, and the prices were outrageously high. 100 gold coins could hardly buy anything. Skipping over the system notification, Yi Feng looked up and saw Orochimaru eagerly examining the dragon, subduing 18 palms, feeling a bit curious. He wondered if Orochimaru would one day use the technique in battle, attacking with the dragon form and leaving his opponent bewildered. Thinking of Orochimaru performing the dragon, subduing 18 palms, Yi Feng's expression gradually became strange. Yi Feng, remember, too much greed leads to failure. You're currently in the phase of laying a foundation. You can dabble in ninjutsu, but don't become infatuated. Your main focus should be on medical ninjutsu, your own created taijutsu, and the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. The others can be set aside for now. Tsunade couldn't help but feel speechless when she saw Yi Feng was actually interested in ninjutsu and even traded with Orochimaru. However, since the technique was created by Yi Feng himself, he had the right to it, so she did not stop him. After the transaction was completed, she reminded Yi Feng. Got it, teacher? Yi Feng nodded in assurance. He understood Tsunade's words and naturally wouldn't neglect one thing for another. After chatting with Tsunade and the others for a while, Yi Feng took advantage of the night to rush towards the Hyuga family's ancestral home. Chapter 12. Training Ninjutsu, returning to the Hyuga ancestral home. After washing up in his courtyard, Yi Feng took out the scroll given to him by Orochimaru. Upon opening it, he found the ninjutsu within to be incredibly detailed. Setting aside everything else, Orochimaru truly valued the transaction. Looking at the detailed descriptions of C-rank wind, thunder, and water attribute ninjutsu, along with 3 A-rank ninjutsu, including the hand seals and training steps, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. After pondering for a moment, Yi Feng decided on the C-rank lightning attribute ninjutsu, lightning ball, as the foundation for his ninjutsu training. Although he possessed a physique with 3 attributes, plus the yin-yang attribute, granting him the talent to train in 5-attribute ninjutsu, Tsunade was right. One cannot be greedy and bite off more than one can chew. He already needed to train in the Hyuga family's gentle fist, the martial arts rewarded by the system, and the medical ninjutsu knowledge he had to learn after becoming Tsunade's disciple. If he were to distract himself with training in 3-attribute ninjutsu, it would likely make him mediocre in all areas. Therefore, for now, Yi Feng wouldn't spend too much time on ninjutsu training. Currently, it was a period of rising strength for him, and everything should focus on building a solid foundation. Lightning release. Lightning Ball is a C-rank ninjutsu of a lightning attribute and is also an introductory ninjutsu for lightning release. The effect is to use hand seals to mobilize the chakra within the body, condensing in the hand, and then throwing the lightning ball to attack the enemy, aiming to paralyze their body. Although it's just a C-rank ninjutsu, the power of the lightning ball is quite decent, and many advanced lightning techniques are based on the lightning ball. For example, later techniques like lightning release, lightning dragon, and lightning release. False darkness are advanced lightning techniques created from lightning release. Lightning ball. After understanding the training method for lightning release, lightning ball in detail, Yi Feng did not hesitate and began to slowly form hand seals with both hands. Following the operation method of lightning release, lightning ball, he directed his internal energy to circulate through his meridians and then gathered it towards his right hand. Yi Feng was not unfamiliar with forming hand seals. After all, even though the Hyuga family members did not practice ninjutsu, they still taught them the use of the body replacement technique in ninja school. The body replacement technique is a basic ninjutsu that every ninja must learn. Despite being the lowest level ninjutsu, if used well, the body replacement technique can make it much easier to defeat enemies. The three body techniques include the shadow clone technique, the body replacement technique, and the transformation technique. All three require hand seals to be executed. Of course, this is only true for beginners like them. For some experienced ninjas, they can skip the hand seal steps and directly mobilize their chakra to perform these three techniques. So, Yifeng was not unfamiliar with hand seals. However, since he previously thought the Hyuga family couldn't practice ninjutsu, he hadn't practiced forming hand seals specifically, making his seals not only slow, but also quite clumsy. After forming hand seals several times in succession, Yifeng finally became familiar with the method, directing his internal energy to condense a lightning ball the size of a ping-pong ball, composed of blue lightning, in his hand. Looking at this weak lightning ball, Yifeng did not show any signs of disappointment. After all, this was only his first attempt, and successfully condensing a lightning ball was already quite good. Don't forget, during the Shippuden arc, one of the main characters, Sasuke Uchiha, couldn't even condense a small fireball when he first learned fire release. Great fireball technique. He could only spit out a puff of black smoke from his mouth. After trying for a long time, until Yifeng's internal energy was running low, he finally stopped, sitting cross-legged to recover his internal energy, while also dividing his attention to read the medical books Tsunade had given him. These medical books were very comprehensive, covering the basic human anatomy, various medical cases, what diseases cause what symptoms, how to treat them, and even higher-level techniques to sense and check for abnormalities within patients, thus determining their symptoms. Even mastery of medical ninjutsu, such as the extraction technique, was documented in these medical texts. As Yifeng immersed himself in these medical books, he didn't stop until late at night. When he began to feel drowsy, he ended his reading, stretched, and then began practicing the breathing technique to accumulate his internal energy. It wasn't until dawn that Yifeng finally got up, washed up, and started preparing his breakfast and lunch. Ever since his parents passed away, Yifeng had been living alone. Fortunately, his parents had some savings, along with the family compensation, so he wouldn't starve. Not long after finishing the meal, Yifeng was just about to head to the ninja school when a graceful figure blocked his path. Yifeng frowned and looked at the visitor. "Is there something you need, Miss Li?" The person blocking his way was none other than Hinata Hanabi, the daughter of the third elder of the Hinata clan. Hanabi had impressive talent. At a young age, she had already mastered 32 palms of the family's inherited soft fist technique, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. And her Byakugan's purity was one of the rarest in the Hinata family. During the clan competition, Hanabi was only slightly weaker than the brothers Hinata Rizwa and Hinata Richa, making her a recognized genius of this generation in the Hinata clan, which naturally focused on nurturing her. Therefore, Hanabi, along with Hinata Rizwa and Hinata Yunke, did not need to attend the ninja school. After all, for these clan ninjas, going to ninja school was a complete waste of time. Having one-on-one teaching at home was much better for both practical experience and the inheritance of their family compared to attending ninja school. Thus, every 3 years, these clans would symbolically send 1 or 2 clan members to the ninja school to appease Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. "I heard that you used your steel fist to easily defeat Hinata Yunke. Is that true?" Hanabi looked at Yifeng with curiosity, not expecting him to be so formidable without showing it. Moreover, during the clan meeting, Yifeng's resolute demeanor while enduring the cage bird curse made Hanabi feel a hint of curiosity towards him. Although Hanabi had never experienced the pain of the caged bird, she had seen many branch family members suffer from it for various reasons since childhood, and the heart-wrenching cries had made her aware of the horror of the caged bird. Yet, when Yifeng endured the caged bird curse, he merely had a grim expression and did not scream, which sparked a bit of curiosity in Hanabi towards him. "What? Is Miss Hanabi planning to help Hinata Yunke teach me a lesson?" Hearing this, Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Although Hinata Hanabi was only 8 or 9 years old, her features were beautiful and exquisite. It was not hard to imagine that she would definitely grow up to be a stunning beauty. "You misunderstood. I also disapprove of Hinata Yunke's usual behavior, and I certainly won't stand up for him. I came today to spar with you and test your steel fists." Seeing that Yifeng had misunderstood, Hinata Hanabi quickly explained and looked at Yifeng with a fighting spirit, inviting him to battle. "Not interested. If Miss Hanabi came for that purpose, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have to go to school now. Goodbye." Hearing this, Yifeng shook his head, avoiding Hinata Hanabi, and walked towards the ninja school. It was a joke. If the other party were a man, Yifeng might have been a bit interested, but Hinata Hanabi was a woman. And since they had no enmity, there was no benefit in fighting someone like her. If he won, it wouldn't matter, and if he lost, of course. Yifeng didn't believe he would lose. Chapter 13. The clingy Hinata Hanabi stared blankly at Yifeng's departing figure. Since she was young, she had been the center of attention, not only being the daughter of the third elder and a princess of the clan, but also because of her very gentle personality, often caring for the branch family members. Therefore, even the branch family members who harbored resentment towards the main family treated Hinata Hanabi very well. Many of her peers regarded her as a goddess, and many wished to spar and train with her. But what about Yifeng? Not only did he refuse her without hesitation, but he also walked away directly, which made Hinata Hanabi feel somewhat defeated. Yifeng did not know Hinata Hanabi's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes. Come on, he had the soul of an adult inside him. How could he possibly develop feelings for a little kid like Hinata Hanabi? If he were to have feelings, it would definitely be for Tsunade, the blooming flower. After all, he had no intention of nurturing such feelings. He headed straight to the ninja school, thinking that this matter should have ended there. However, after a day of classes, when school was over, Yifeng, as usual, brought Minato Namikaze to the back mountain to practice various martial arts and ninjutsu. Suddenly, Hinata Hanabi appeared in the back mountain. I knew you would be here, Yifeng-kun. Please accept my challenge. Seeing Yifeng and Minato, Hinata Hanabi's eyes lit up as she made a sign of opposition towards Yifeng. Yifeng looked bewildered at Hinata Hanabi, who came over, feeling a bit curious about what she was up to. Miss Hanabi, I'm really not interested in sparring with you. Please go back. Yifeng looked helplessly at Hinata Hanabi. Yifeng-kun, if you don't want me to come to you every day to challenge you, then you have to spar with me. Otherwise, you wouldn't want me to bother you every day, right? Are you trying to use this retreat as advanced tactic just to see me every day? Seeing that Yifeng was unwilling to spar with her, Hinata Hanabi showed her two little tiger teeth and provoked him. Hearing this, Yifeng's face showed a strange expression. Speaking of which, the Naruto world is really quite mature. In his previous life, kids who had just entered elementary school didn't even understand matters of love. Yet here was a little kid who actually knew about such things. While Yifeng felt speechless in his heart, he could only helplessly agree to Hinata Hanabi's request for a spar. After all, he didn't want to be pestered by a little kid every day. It would be better to defeat her decisively. At least that would give him some peace for a while. As for Minato Namikaze, upon seeing Yifeng agree to the challenge, he eagerly volunteered, Big brother Yifeng, let me be the referee. Although Minato had become a disciple of Jiraiya early because of Yifeng, he was still too young, and Jiraiya hadn't taught him anything profound. At this moment, seeing the two members of the famous Konoha noble families, Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi, preparing to battle, he was naturally very excited. No need, I will defeat her soon. Saying this, Yifeng formed a hand seal against Hinata Hanabi, concentrating his inner power in his feet, and in a flash, he appeared beside her, raising his right fist and smashing it towards her delicate face. When Hinata Hanabi saw Yifeng's speed, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she didn't dare to be careless. She immediately activated her Byakugan, then took a stance for gentle fist, ready to counter Yifeng's powerful punch with her own. However, the moment her soft fist collided with Yifeng's fist, Hinata Hanabi felt a tremendous force rushing towards her, accompanied by a special energy pouring into her body. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly mobilized her chakra, attempting to dispel the invading force and energy. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 2 palms, for palms, 8 palms. After neutralizing the immense force, Hinata Hanabi opened her Byakugan and unleashed her gentle fist towards the close-range Yifeng. Yifeng saw that Hinata Hanabi reacted quickly and couldn't help but admire her in his heart. However, his hands kept moving, channeling his inner energy into his palms, and he executed a powerful move from the dragon's subduing palm towards Hinata Hanabi. Suddenly, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar, Hinata Hanabi, who was originally attacking Yifeng, was instantly knocked back by his palm. In midair, a look of confusion appeared on Hinata Hanabi's face. If Yifeng had interrupted her attack before she unleashed her soft fist, it would have made sense. However, Yifeng had clearly been trapped in his own bagua earlier. How could he forcefully interrupt her soft fist now? In this situation, either Yifeng's strength was far superior to hers, or he had cultivated the soft fist technique to an extremely profound level, able to find flaws in his own attack. Only in this way could he interrupt her attack, break her bagua, and knock her away. Hinata Hanabi's mind raced with thoughts, but reality unfolded in an instant. Yifeng saw Hinata Hanabi being knocked away by his palm, and she still seemed unaware of what was happening, a hint of helplessness flashing across her face. He quickly rushed to where Hinata Hanabi was about to land and caught her before she fell to the ground. I win. Yifeng looked at Hinata Hanabi's dazed expression and calmly said a sentence before ignoring her, turning to practice alone. After a long while, Hinata Hanabi finally came back to her senses. She looked at Yifeng, who was diligently training, and a complex expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. Without disturbing Yifeng, she quietly walked towards the Hinata ancestral home. Yifeng noticed Hinata Hanabi's departure and breathed a sigh of relief. He then shook off his distractions and began to focus on his training. For 7 consecutive days, Yifeng's days were very fulfilling. During the day, in ninja school, he practiced his hand seal speed while also familiarizing himself with the process of one-handed hand seals. After class, he went to the back mountain to train with Minato Namikaze and Gentle Fist, the 18 dragons subduing palms, and ninjutsu. In the evening, he returned to study the medical books and medical ninjutsu given to him by Tsunade, practicing the breathing technique late into the night, using it as a substitute for sleep until dawn when he headed to ninja school. Originally, Yifeng thought that Hinata Hanabi had given up on pursuing him, but he was mistaken. A heavenly beauty like Hinata Hanabi could not possibly give up so easily. So after class today, Yifeng was once again blocked by Hinata Hanabi at the school gate. I say, Lady Hanabi, with so many experts in your clan, why do you have your sights set on me? Yifeng looked at Hinata Hanabi with a helpless expression, feeling a bit frustrated. He still had many things to do, and there was no time to play this so-called ninja game with this little kid. Unfortunately, Hinata Hanabi was a girl, and since there was no enmity between them, he couldn't fight her or scold her away, which made Yifeng extremely helpless. He thought that unlike others, when they sparred with him, they would always go easy on him, not helping his growth at all. But Yifeng wouldn't do that. He could directly see his own growth. Yifeng, please, spar with me, Hinata Hanabi said with a smile when she saw Yifeng's frustrated expression. After explaining briefly, she bowed and asked him. Chapter 14. Hinata Hanabi, Tsunade's Acknowledgement. Yifeng looked at the sincere Hinata Hanabi and sighed. If Hinata Hanabi had forced him to spar with her as a member of the main family, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. However, Hinata Hanabi was bowing, and her tone was extremely sincere. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Even though Yifeng was very frustrated, he couldn't refuse such a request from a little girl like Hinata Hanabi. With no other choice, Yifeng formed a stance and said to Hinata Hanabi, Come on, the sooner we finish, the sooner I can get back to my training. Thank you, Yifeng-kun. Gentle Fist Technique, 8 trigrams 2 palms. Hinata Hanabi smiled playfully upon seeing Yifeng's agreement. After forming a stance, she didn't launch a probing attack, but activated her Byakugan, immediately using her highly skilled Gentle Fist. Facing Hinata Hanabi's Gentle Fist, Yifeng originally didn't pay much attention and planned to defeat her directly with the dragon, subduing 18 palms. However, this time, Hinata Hanabi's execution of the Gentle Fist was not only more skilled than the last time they sparred, but also faster. The 8 trigrams, 32 palms flowed continuously. Although she didn't land any hits on Yifeng, he couldn't easily defeat Hinata Hanabi like he did last time. Yifeng felt a sense of admiration. Hinata Hanabi's talent was indeed formidable. It had only been 7 days since their last encounter, and in such a short time, she had learned from her previous mistakes and made up for her shortcomings. With this in mind, Yifeng became slightly more serious, fully activating his inner strength. He unleashed 2 powerful dragon, subduing 18 palms, clashing head-on with Hinata Hanabi. Since he couldn't find any weaknesses, he would forcibly break through Hinata Hanabi's Gentle Fist technique. Although the Hinata family's Gentle Fist had some principles of overcoming hardness with softness similar to Tai Chi, it was still far inferior to Tai Chi. Moreover, Hinata Hanabi's combat power was not on par with Yifeng's. Faced with Yifeng's fierce and domineering dragon, subduing 18 palms, Hinata Hanabi's Gentle Fist was completely shattered, and 1 palm struck her on the chest, sending her flying backward. This time, Hinata Hanabi was well prepared. In midair, she summoned her chakra, performed several flips to dissipate her momentum, and landed steadily on the ground. Looking at Yifeng, Yifeng, what you used doesn't seem to be the Konoha-style steel fist, right? This is something I came up with on my own. All right, you lost. I need to continue my training. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded, casually tugged at Hinata Hanabi, then turned around and no longer paid attention to her, instead focusing on his serious training. Hinata Hanabi was stunned by Yi Feng's words. Could it be that her own random musings? The body technique she had come up with could actually defeat her hard-earned soft fist, which was hard for Hanabi to believe. However, the body technique that Yi Feng demonstrated was indeed something she had never seen before, not even heard of. The Hinata clan specializes in body techniques, and the soft fist is a conventional means of confrontation for its members. Therefore, they place great importance on ninjas who also practice body techniques, collecting information on such ninjas in the ninja world to avoid falling into traps during missions or on the battlefield. Since childhood, she had been well-versed in various body techniques in the ninja world and had been taught by her family elders how to deal with ninjas practicing corresponding body techniques. Thus, when she saw that the body technique Yi Feng used was completely different from ordinary body techniques, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar and a void-like energy penetrating through, causing damage to the enemy's body, she couldn't help but believe Yi Feng's words. Because of this, Hinata Hanabi became even more curious about Yi Feng. Watching Yi Feng train diligently, Hinata Hanabi approached him and said, "Yi Feng-kun, can I train with you? I can teach you the soft fist, and you can guide me in combat experience." "No need, I know the soft fist and the secret to the main family, such as the void palm and the heavenly return. You cannot teach me, so I have nothing you can guide me on. As for you, there are many experienced ninjas in your family, and having them teach you combat experience is much better than me, a rookie still in ninja school." Yi Feng did not turn his head as he said a word to Hinata Hanabi, then fell silent, focusing intently on cultivating his martial arts and physical skills. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Hinata Hanabi's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but she did not disturb Yi Feng, who was immersed in his training. Instead, she hugged her knees and sat not far from him, staring blankly at Yi Feng and Namikaze Minato as they trained. After a long while, Hinata Hanabi came to her senses, glanced at the sky, and then looked at Yi Feng and the other persons still absorbed in their training. She said nothing, simply got up and quietly left. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when Hinata Hanabi finally left. After taking off his clothes and greeting Minato Namikaze, he jumped in the water, caught a few fish, and started a fire to grill them. However, just as the fish were about to be cooked, Hinata Hanabi returned to the spot. "Yi Feng-kun, Minato-kun, have you finished your training? You must be hungry. I brought you sushi and barbecue. Come and eat," Hinata Hanabi said with a sweet smile, approaching Yi Feng and Minato Namikaze. "Miss Hanabi, what exactly do you want to do? I'm just an ordinary member of the branch family. It's not like I deserve this much attention from you, right?" Yefeng looked at Hinata Carei in silence, not understanding what was going on with her. "Yefeng-kun, do I really make you dislike me so much?" Seeing Yefeng's indifferent tone, Hinata Carei's expression changed, and she looked like she was about to cry at any moment. "Hey, no, please don't cry. I don't dislike you, it's just, never mind. Do as you please." Yi Feng saw Hinata Hanabi looking as if she was about to cry, and he suddenly felt a bit at a loss. In both his past and present lives, the thing Yi Feng feared the most was a woman's tears. However, he didn't know how to comfort Hinata Hanabi, so he could only sigh and silently agree to her training with him from now on. When Hinata Hanabi saw Yi Feng's awkward expression, her previously tearful look instantly transformed into a gentle smile, leaving Yi Feng dumbfounded, and he couldn't tell if she was acting before. Nevertheless, with the situation as it was, Yi Feng didn't say much more, quietly adding seasoning to the grilled fish. He also no longer refused the sushi and grilled meat that Hinata Hanabi offered. When his parents were still around, they often made sushi, grilled meat, and ramen for him. After they left, Yi Feng had just been casually getting by. Now, after a long time without sushi and grilled meat, it felt quite different to eat them again. During mealtime, everyone chatted casually and got to know each other a little, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. It wasn't until late at night, after Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi parted ways with Minato Namikaze, that they headed towards the Hinata ancestral home. As the sun rose and set, more than 20 cycles had passed in the blink of an eye. Since the last time he apprenticed under Tsunade, she had given him some medical materials and then disappeared without a trace, leaving Yi Feng unable to find her. Yi Feng seriously suspected that Tsunade, this rough-and-tumble beauty, had forgotten about her disciple. Otherwise, how could a master go missing after taking on a student? Even Jiraiya, the old pervert, although busy peeping, would occasionally take some time to teach Minato. At present, Yi Feng had almost memorized all the medical knowledge, even the B-level medical ninjutsu, healing palm, he had some understanding of. If someone had taught him, he would have already mastered healing palm. Just as Ifong was complaining, Tsunade suddenly appeared in front of him. The month is up. How's your medical knowledge? Master, you finally showed up. Feel free to test me. Ifong saw Tsunade appear and looked her over. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but after a month of not seeing her, Tsunade's assets seemed to have grown a bit. Tsunade, not in the best of moods, tapped Ifong. At such a young age, you're already so lecherous. If you can't answer the questions I ask later, I'll make sure you regret it. With that, Tsunade began to ask various medical-related questions for Yifeng to answer. Yifeng answered fluently, and not only that, he also offered his own insights on some questions. The more Tsunade listened, the more surprised she became. As for Yifeng, her disciple, aside from being a bit lecherous, she had come to initially recognize him. Chapter 15, Mastering Medical Ninjutsu. In such a short time, Yifeng had learned a vast amount of medical knowledge, which left Tsunade astonished. The most commendable thing was that Yifeng not only memorized this medical knowledge, but also understood its meaning, analyzing the medical theories and completely transforming them into his own foundation. He also proposed new ideas regarding the efficacy, compatibility, and rejection of various medicinal herbs. It's hard to imagine that at such a young age, Yifeng's thinking was broader than that of some adults. Teacher, how is it? After Yifeng answered Tsunade's question, he looked at her and asked, Very good, but you have only made preliminary contact with medical theory. However, theory is just theory. There's still a long way to go to turn theory into your own strength. Although Tsunade was extremely satisfied with Yifeng, she didn't overly praise him to prevent him from becoming arrogant and wasting his own talent. Understood, teacher. Recently, I've been studying the palm mystic technique. Although I'm familiar with how the technique operates, I don't know why I can't seem to perform it. Can you teach me? Yifeng nodded, indicating that he understood, and then looked at Tsunade and asked, What? You've already started practicing healing palm technique? Show it to me. Hearing this, Tsunade looked at Yifeng with surprise in her beautiful eyes. The healing palm technique is a medical ninjutsu that is one level above the healing technique, possessing powerful healing abilities. Its effect is achieved by splitting the cells near the patient's wound to accelerate the healing of the wound. However, this comes with significant drawbacks. The potential of human cells is limited. Ninjas refine the energy contained in their own cells into chakra, which gradually consumes cellular potential. If a ninja uses the healing palm technique to treat injuries by accelerating cell division too many times, it can greatly shorten their lifespan. This is one of the reasons why the average lifespan of people in the ninja world does not exceed 60 years, aside from the wars. During missions or on the battlefield, when severely injured, medical ninjas have no choice but to use the healing palm technique to treat the wounded and accelerate their recovery. Ninjas don't mind this. After all, while the healing palm technique has many drawbacks, it's a choice between dying now or dying later, and no ninja would choose the former. Therefore, the healing palm technique is widely used in the ninja world. However, how old is Yifeng? According to Tsunade's investigation, Yifeng is only 8 years old. At such a young age, can he really master a B-rank medical ninjutsu? Tsunade looked at Yifeng with suspicion and asked him to demonstrate the healing palm technique to see how much he really understood about it. Upon hearing this, Yifeng did not refuse. He immediately mobilized his inner strength and began to circulate it through his meridians according to the operation route of the healing palm technique, transforming it into a unique healing energy that condensed in his palm. Instantly, as Yifeng performed the healing palm technique, a deep green glow, even more intense than that of a regular healing technique, slowly appeared on his right hand. However, this green glow, although rich in life force, was extremely unstable, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the green glow in Yifeng's hand. She couldn't believe that Yifeng had such a profound understanding of the healing palm technique. As a medical master and the top medical ninja of Konoha, Tsunade's sharp eyes and experience allowed her to immediately see both Yifeng's understanding and the drawbacks of the technique at that moment. It could be said that as long as Yifeng deepened his control over chakra by another 10% and increased his chakra a bit more, he would be able to perform a stable healing palm technique immediately. Subsequently, as long as Yifeng continued to practice, the healing palm technique would naturally reach a high level of mastery. What a treasure! I didn't expect Yifeng to be such a genius. I must cultivate him well. A hint of excitement flashed in Tsunade's beautiful eyes. With Yifeng's proficiency in medical ninjutsu, combined with his Byakugan, Tsunade could already envision a future where Yi Feng surpassed her and became the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. Teacher, where's my problem? Yefeng looked at Tsunade in confusion. At first, Yefeng thought that his control over internal energy was insufficient, which was why he couldn't perform the Palm Sage technique. So, based on his memory of the original work, he began training in tree climbing and water walking by himself. After half a day's time, Yefeng successfully mastered both tree climbing and water walking, but he still couldn't perform the Palm Sage technique. Yefeng was puzzled, and with Tsunade here, he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to ask, your chakra control ability is not enough, and also, you don't have much chakra. The Palm Sage technique is a B-rank ninjutsu, and it's a continuous B-rank ninjutsu. With your current amount of chakra, it's impossible to maintain the stability of the Palm Sage technique for a long time. Tsunade, awakened by Yefeng's voice, explained to him, but I've already completed the training for tree climbing and water walking. Teacher, is there any other method to train chakra control? Yifeng looked at Tsunade with a bitter expression. He wasn't worried about chakra, which is essentially his cultivated inner energy. The inner energy, now fused with his original chakra amount, was comparable to that of a lower ninja. As long as he had profound internal martial arts techniques, he could naturally enhance his inner energy, even transforming it into true chi. However, he was at a loss regarding the control of his inner energy. After all, in the original story, it seemed that the only methods to improve chakra control were tree climbing and water walking. Is that so? This is a compass for enhancing a ninja's chakra control. You need to mobilize your chakra to envelop the pieces inside the compass, starting from the first hole, and continuously push the pieces upward. This way, you can improve your control over chakra. Also, since you're still young, don't over-extract the energy from your cells to enhance your chakra for the sake of temporary strength. Understand? Tsunade first took out a compass and handed it to Yifeng, then seriously instructed him. Got it, teacher. I won't do anything reckless. Yifeng nodded upon hearing this. He naturally understood Tsunade's meaning. However, he practiced the breathing technique, which could refine the energy in the air into his own inner strength. Therefore, Yifeng was confident that he could improve his control over chakra in a short period of time. Chapter 16. A kimchi barbecue restaurant. After Yifeng promised Tsunade, he prepared to train again, but Tsunade stopped his actions. Today I'm happy, come on, I'll take you to eat barbecue. Hearing this, Yifeng was about to respond. But at that moment, Hinata Hanabi approached with a lunchbox. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan flashed with a glimmer of light. Senior Tsunade, can I join too? Although Tsunade had not yet gained fame during the Second Great Ninja War, as the disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and being one of the few direct descendants of the Senju clan, as well as a princess of the Land of Fire, Hinata Hanabi still recognized Tsunade. Oh, is this my disciple's little girlfriend? You really are a little pervert. Haha, since you are my disciple's little girlfriend, then come along with us. Tsunade said meaningfully to Yifeng before teasing Hinata Hanabi. Teacher, you misunderstood. She is not my little girlfriend. Yifeng saw that Tsunade had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. Hinata Hanabi felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart upon hearing Yifeng's eager denial. In fact, after spending time together, Hinata Hanabi had indeed developed a slight affection for Yifeng. Women tend to admire strong individuals, and although Yifeng is not a strong person, no one among his peers can defeat him. Additionally, even though Yifeng is not extremely handsome as a time traveler, he carries a maturity that is not typical for his age, making it understandable for Hinata Hanabi to develop feelings for him. This is also the main reason why Hinata Hanabi has often found excuses to cling to Yifeng during this time. Besides wanting to improve her strength, she also wished to spend more time with Yifeng. Tsunade saw Hinata Hanabi's disappointed expression as she lowered her head, shook her head helplessly, cursed Yifeng for being clueless in her heart, and impatiently said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. I'm starving, let's go. Come along, little girl." Hearing this, Yifeng could only helplessly shrug and follow Tsunade towards the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. This Akimichi barbecue restaurant is the property of the Akimichi clan, known throughout the ninja world for its fresh ingredients and secret sauces. The business has always been booming. Many times, if you arrive late, you can't find a place to sit. Besides the people of Konoha who frequently visit the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, many others come from afar. But this is limited to ordinary people. If it's a ninja, even from allied nations, Konoha is not that easy to enter. After all, Konoha today is not like it was after the Third Great Ninja War, when it was lacking high-level combat power, with the legendary Sannin traveling, defectors, and those who left, making it as if it were a torn pocket, allowing anyone to enter freely. Now, Konoha is filled with experts, especially since the wife of the first Hokage, the god of ninja Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito, is still alive. Her clan's secret techniques, combined with the Nine-Tails ability to sense good and evil, mean that even someone as skilled in disguise as White Zetsu can't enter Konoha, let alone others. Upon entering the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the air was filled with the rich aroma of grilled meat, causing Yi Feng to involuntarily swallow. When it comes to delicious food, no one can resist, especially when it's one of the top delicacies in the Hokage world. Previously, he had never visited the Akimichi barbecue restaurant due to the limited pension and the need to use his parents' inheritance to buy materials for training. Now, entering for the first time, he was naturally looking forward to the barbecue. Tsunade noticed Yi Feng's expression and smiled slightly. She had investigated Yi Feng's background, after all. As a disciple of the third Hokage, a princess of the Land of Fire, and a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade had to thoroughly investigate the background of her disciples. Because of this, Tsunade felt very sympathetic towards her disciple, which was one of the reasons she brought Yi Feng to eat barbecue today. Otherwise, if she had the money, she would rather go to the casino for some fun. After finding a table to sit down, Tsunade waved her hand grandly at Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi, saying, "Today, just eat, and I'll pay." "Teacher, are you sure? What if you don't have enough money to pay the bill later, and we end up being stuck here, washing dishes to pay off the debt?" Yi Feng looked weakly at Tsunade. The most famous thing about Tsunade is not her title as one of the legendary three ninjas, but rather that she is known as the biggest loser in the ninja world, always losing when it comes to gambling. Yi Feng was extremely worried that Tsunade might take them out to eat without paying. If they were somewhere else, Yi Feng wouldn't be so concerned, but here in Konoha, there was no way to escape. How could my master possibly be that kind of person? Tsunade knocked Yi Feng on the head, not in a good mood. After all, she was a well-known ninja in Konoha. Although she liked to gamble, she could still afford to treat them to a barbecue. Yi Feng rubbed his forehead, thinking that Tsunade had not experienced any upheaval and shouldn't be this unreliable. He felt a bit more at ease and then picked up the menu, starting to order wildly. Hey kid, can you finish all this?" Tsunade saw Yi Feng ordering so much and couldn't help but touch her wallet, asking with some concern. "Teacher, you're not feeling sorry for the money, are you?" Hearing this, Yi Feng raised his head and looked at Tsunade with suspicion. Who said that? I just don't want to waste, after all. Wasting is shameful." Tsunade was momentarily speechless and forced herself to explain, "That's good." Yi Feng continued to order several large portions of barbecue before finally handing the menu to the waiter with satisfaction. Shortly after, a huge dining table was pushed over, and Yi Feng transformed into a barbecue machine, burying himself in the food. Tsunade and Hinata Hanabi stared in disbelief at Yi Feng, finding it hard to imagine how such a small body could hold so much. However, what they didn't know was that the energy contained in the barbecue Yi Feng consumed was absorbed and digested by his internal power, while the excess was stored in his cells. Very little of the food actually made it to his stomach. As they saw the barbecue rapidly disappearing, the two women finally reacted, secretly cursing Yi Feng as a glutton before they also started to devour the barbecue. However, compared to Yi Feng's ravenous eating, the two women were much more refined. Throughout the meal, none of the three spoke, furiously consuming the barbecue, especially Yi Feng, who made the members of the Akimichi clan doubt in their hearts, wondering if Yi Feng was a lost Akimichi orphan from the Hyuga clan, eating even more than their own clan. However, upon seeing Yi Feng's pure Byakugan, they realized he was from the Hyuga clan and couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Yi Feng had been born into the wrong family. Otherwise, with such an appetite, he would definitely become a top genius of the Akimichi clan. Yi Feng didn't know that the members of the Akimichi clan had such an idea. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes. He certainly didn't want to become a big fat guy. After a long time, he put the last piece of grilled meat into his mouth, patted his belly, and looked at Tsunade with satisfaction. "Teacher, this grilled meat is so delicious. How about inviting me to eat again tomorrow?" "Stop right there. If I were to bring you again, you two would really have to wash the dishes today if I hadn't just received my mission reward." Tsunade touched her wallet, her expression twisted, shivering with heartache. Originally, she had thought about going to the casino to win big after finishing the grilled meat, but now it was good. After paying the bill, only a few coins were left. "No way. It seems my brother still has a bit of pocket money saved up. I need to look for it when I get back." After making up her mind, Tsunade ignored Yi Feng, who was indulging in food, and left in a hurry. The speed left Yi Feng in a daze, not knowing why Tsunade was in such a rush. Yi Feng, if you want to eat grilled meat, I can invite you tomorrow. Hinata Hanabi, who was beside him, said softly when she saw Yi Feng stunned. Thanks, but no need. I was just joking earlier. No matter how good the food is, eating too much will get boring. Let's go. We won't practice today. Let's head home. Yi Feng was awakened by Hinata Hanabi, shook his head, and politely declined her. He then took the lead and headed towards the Hinata ancestral home. Chapter 17. Mastering the breathing technique, a new skill. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Yi Feng made an agreement with Hinata Hanabi to practice together the next day. He then went to his small courtyard, washed up, and started practicing the lightning release. Lightning ball. Yi Feng did not dare to slack off in his training, as he knew the cruelty of this world. To control his own life, he had to continuously grow stronger. Only by becoming the strongest could he ensure that no one could take his life. No one is unafraid of death, especially someone like Yi Feng, who has experienced death. He cherished his life even more. He practiced until deep into the night, and when his internal energy was insufficient, he sat cross-legged on the ground, operating the breathing technique to recover his internal energy while also practicing his hand-sealing speed. It had been 2 months since he obtained the breathing technique, and Yi Feng had been diligently practicing, replacing sleep with training every day. With such hard work, combined with the abundant spiritual energy in this world and Yi Feng's decent aptitude, he finally brought the breathing technique close to mastery. Today, as soon as he started operating the breathing technique, Yi Feng felt that it was running extremely quickly, at least 30% faster than before. Feeling this, Yi Feng was overjoyed and immediately stopped practicing the hand seals, focusing entirely on operating the breathing technique. He wanted to completely master it. As Yi Feng tirelessly operated the breathing technique over and over again, he lost track of time. Suddenly, a strong wind seemed to sweep through the world, and Yi Feng's internal energy suddenly increased by 10%. With this surge of internal energy, Yi Feng immediately directed it towards his right hand's Taiyin Lung Meridian. As he controlled the internal energy flowing into his right hand's Taiyin Lung Meridian, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right hand. However, having spent years handling caged birds, Yi Feng could endure even the pain of a bird in distress, let alone this slight pain. He continued to control the internal energy towards his right hand's Taiyin Lung Meridian. After an unknown amount of time, just as Yi Feng's internal energy was about to be exhausted, his right hand's Taiyin Lung Meridian was suddenly penetrated by the internal energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the breathing technique and successfully advancing to a postnatal martial artist, achieving dual accomplishments. The host is rewarded with a book of Purple Mist Divine Skill, a basic sword technique, a Huashan sword technique, and a flying body technique. As Yi Feng felt his internal energy rise again by 10%, although it had not yet reached the chakra amount that surpassed a lower ninja, the distance was not far. Just as Yi Feng was filled with joy, the system notification sounded, making him even more ecstatic. The Purple Mist Divine Skill is the top divine skill of the Huashan school, known in the martial world as the top among the 9 skills of Huashan. The Purple Mist Divine Skill is easy to learn but difficult to master. Achieving mastery requires decades of hard work. Moreover, the Purple Mist Divine Skill is a pure Taoist mental technique, balanced and peaceful, reducing the risk of falling into demonic practices. As for the basic sword technique and Huashan sword technique, there is no need to elaborate. Ever since obtaining the Ziwei soft sword, Yi Feng had never used it because he did not know any sword techniques. Now, with these 2 sets of sword techniques, Yi Feng's means of combat had greatly expanded, especially when dealing with ninjas skilled in body techniques. He could handle them much better. As for what the flying body technique was, Yi Feng couldn't recall at the moment, but through the system's introduction, he understood. The flying body technique is also one of the 9 skills of Huashan, a supreme movement technique of the Huashan sword sect. Once mastered, it can greatly increase one's speed, allowing one to walk on walls and fly over rooftops with ease. Although it is significantly inferior compared to those top lightness techniques, it is still a decent lightness technique for Yi Feng, who is currently laying the foundation and has shallow internal energy. After receiving the system rewards, Yi Feng memorized the knowledge of the various techniques, then drew the Ziwei soft sword from his waist and began to practice the basic sword technique. Although the Huashan sword technique is much more powerful than the basic sword technique, Yi Feng understood the importance of the basics. Having never practiced any sword techniques and knowing nothing about them, Even if he now had a divine skill sword technique, it would be challenging to grasp its essence. He would be full of flaws, and during combat, it would be easy for others to exploit those flaws and break his sword techniques. Therefore, Yi Feng did not rush to practice the Huashan sword technique. The basic sword technique is the origin of sword techniques in the world, and many sword techniques have evolved from the basic sword technique. The complete set of sword techniques consists of 7 moves. However, each of these 7 moves contains different variations, totaling about 47 variations. Yi Feng waved his purple soft sword, clumsily practicing the basic sword techniques. As time passed, until late at night, Yi Feng successfully mastered the basics, his movements becoming faster and showing no trace of his earlier clumsiness. After finishing a set of basic sword techniques, Yi Feng stopped, wiped the sweat off his brow, and took a moment to catch his breath. Although his body was extremely tired, Yi Feng's expression was very excited. After all, as a citizen of the Divine Land, even though he had now crossed over to a new world, his chivalrous heart, which longs to roam the world wielding a sword and fight against injustice, remained undiminished. Now that he could finally achieve this wish, how could Yi Feng not be overjoyed? After a long time, calming his excited emotions, Yi Feng returned to his bedroom, washed up, and sat cross-legged on the bed, starting to practice the Zixia divine art. Compared to the basic inner strength method, the breathing technique, the Zixia divine art was on a completely different level. The flow of inner strength was also more complex. As Yi Feng controlled his inner strength according to the Zixia divine art's circulation route, gradually, a faint purple hue appeared on his face. The inner strength, originally comparable to the peak of a low-level ninja's chakra, quickly diminished after practicing the Zixia divine art. However, although it decreased, its quality was more than 10 times better than before. Feeling the changes in his inner strength, Yi Feng smiled slightly, no longer thinking too much, and focused entirely on operating the Zixia divine art. Time gradually passed, and the night quickly went by. When the sky turned to a fish belly white at dawn, a wisp of purple energy born with the rising sun was drawn into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng's spirit shook, waking him from his meditation. Feeling that a night of practice had yielded greater results than 10 days of practicing the breathing technique, Yi Feng stood up, stretched lazily, and instantly, the bones in his body cracked loudly. No wonder it was the sect's divine skill from Mount Hua. The breathing technique was completely incomparable. After a moment of reflection, Yi Feng did not hesitate and began to wash up and prepare breakfast. Yi Feng-kun, I feel like you've changed a lot. Just as Yi Feng was carrying his lunchbox and walking towards the ninja school, the voice of Hinata Hanabi suddenly reached his ears, and beside him was Hinata Hanabi. The earlier voice was also spoken by Hinata Hanabi. Some breakthroughs are nothing much, but how come you're with Hayashi? Hinata Hanabi was a year above him, so they usually had little interaction, and Hinata Hanabi had never entered the ninja school. Why was she walking with Hayashi today? Oh, I'm enrolling the ninja school today. Hehe, Yi Feng-kun, please take care of me in the future. Hinata Hanabi said playfully, her expression extremely happy after hearing Yi Feng's words. Enrolling? This girl. Yi Feng was taken aback by the words, and then recalled Tsunade's teasing remarks from yesterday and Hinata Hanabi's expression. A hint of helplessness appeared on Yi Feng's face. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These little days are really crazy. At such a young age, they already understand matters of love. Compared to my past life, kids at this age were still playing house. Chapter 18. Hinata Hanabi enters school. Yi Feng glanced helplessly at Hinata Hanabi. He knew her feelings for him, but Hinata Hanabi was just too young. Although it seemed that she had the potential to be a beauty, Yi Feng's soul was that of an adult. He had no particular preferences for a younger partner. Therefore, he had always been avoiding Hinata Hanabi's feelings. Moreover, even if he responded to her, they were both so young. What could they do together? Hold hands and kiss cheeks. Come on. All right, whatever you say. Let us go. If we don't head to school soon, we'll be late. Yi Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders and then walked towards the ninja school. Hinata Hanabi, seeing Yi Feng's back, was filled with joy. She dropped Hinata Richa and followed closely beside Yi Feng, hands behind her back, bouncing along. Hinata Richa looked at the two with a wry smile, unsure of what charm Yi Feng possessed to win the favor of this young lady. It is known that within the entire Hinata family, from top to bottom, there is not a single person who was dissatisfied with Hinata Hanabi. Hinata Yunkong was especially fond of her, even encouraging the great elder to discuss a marriage alliance. Originally, the third elder was quite satisfied with marrying his daughter to Hinata Yunkong. After all, Hinata Hanabi had excellent talent, and Hinata Hanabi's talent was equally impressive. If the two were to unite, they might give birth to another genius ninja like Hinata Hanabi for the Hinata family. However, despite Hinata Hanabi's usually gentle demeanor, she was extremely assertive regarding such matters, firmly rejecting the great elder's proposal and making it clear that if Hinata Hanabi wanted to marry her, he must first defeat her. Now, Hinata Hanabi had taken a liking to Yi Feng, and if Hinata Hanabi found out, he might cause trouble again. Ever since Yi Feng defeated Hinata Hanabi with a single move, Hinata Hanabi had been diligently training at home, being a member of the main family. Various secret techniques were accessible to him, and he received guidance from experienced jounin on practical combat experience, significantly enhancing his strength during this period. Therefore, Hinata Richa was somewhat worried about Yi Feng's future situation. After all, even if Yi Feng was powerful enough to defeat Hinata Hanabi again, one must not forget that Yi Feng belonged to the branch family, and it was possible that he would face punishment and endure the pain of being a caged bird. This is a classic case of winning without benefits, but instead facing punishment. Losing, while not life-threatening, would still lead to physical suffering. Forget it. I should help Yi Feng more in the future. After all, he is also a part of our Hinata family. With a sigh, Hinata Richa made a decision in his heart and no longer hesitated as he walked towards the ninja school. Yi Feng was unaware of Hinata Nichiji's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To Yi Feng, Hinata Hanabi was merely a clown, not worth his attention. Walking side by side with Hinata Hanabi into the ninja school, Yi Feng headed towards the classroom, while Hinata Hanabi went to handle her enrollment procedures. It was unprecedented in the history of Konoha for a member of the Hinata clan to enroll in a ninja school. After all, enrolling in the ninja school meant that after graduation, one would become a registered ninja of Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would arrange for someone to teach these ninjas how to carry out missions. During wartime, registered ninjas would have to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders and head to the battlefield, which was extremely dangerous. The Hyuga clan placed great importance on their bloodline, and the Byakugan bloodline of the Hinata clan had played a significant role in the early days of the ninja world, excelling in reconnaissance, pathfinding, and intelligence gathering. Other ninja villages were very envious of the Byakugan bloodline. In the past, only members of the branch family would be sent to the battlefield. Because of the caged bird curse, even if the enemy obtained the corpses of fallen members of the Hinata clan, they could not acquire the Byakugan, because once the opponent touched the Byakugan, the caged bird would activate, destroying the Byakugan and the brains of the Hinata clan ninjas. Now, however, the Hinata clan had suddenly sent a member of the main family to enter the ninja school, which caused quite a stir. Shortly after Yi Feng entered the classroom, their homeroom teacher, the senior chunin Kuriko Hitaki, flashed into the classroom. Today, you will welcome a new classmate. Let's give a warm welcome. At first, the applause was sparse. Many were absorbed in their own activities. However, when everyone saw Hinata Hanabi's kawaii appearance, the scattered applause turned into thunderous claps, especially from the boys, who were clapping so hard their hands turned red. Hello everyone. My name is Hinata Hanabi. My dream is to become a powerful ninja and protect my family and village. I love eating barbecue and, I want to practice with Yi Feng. I don't like hard things. I'm very happy to become everyone's classmate, and I hope to get along well in the future. Upon hearing Hinata Hanabi's introduction, everyone turned to look at Yi Feng, who was sitting by the window, gazing out at the scenery, especially the boys, who shot him fierce glares. What did their goddess just say? The goddess actually said she wanted to practice with that gloomy Byakugan boy. This shattered their hearts and sparked a hint of jealousy towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng noticed the gazes around him, and his lips twitched. Truly, beauty brings disaster. It's hard to believe that someone so young could cause such a stir among these people. It's unimaginable how things will be when Hinata Hanabi grows up. However, Yi Feng was very puzzled. Hinata Hanabi had excellent talent, a pleasing appearance, and was a princess of the main family. Why was there no mention of her in the original work? Unable to make sense of it, Yi Feng could only temporarily set aside this question, ignoring the piercing gazes and focusing on the view outside the window, while his hands hidden under the table constantly practiced the speed of hand seals. Hinata Hanabi saw that Yi Feng was not paying attention to her. Even when she clapped, he showed no reaction, which instantly made her feel a bit frustrated. After finishing her self-introduction, Hinata Hanabi sat directly next to Yi Feng. Yi Feng-kun, you're actually practicing hand seals? Are you still training in ninjutsu? Although she had been training with Yi Feng before, she had never seen him practice ninjutsu. Well, I'm from the branch family, so I can only practice gentle fist. Even though I've created a few types of taijutsu myself, my offensive methods are still somewhat lacking. Therefore, I plan to use ninjutsu to enrich my combat techniques. Hokage Yifeng heard this and did not hide it. Then, can Yifeng teach me ninjutsu? Of course, if it's inconvenient. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Hinata Hanabi looked at Yifeng with anticipation. Hanabi was also quite interested in ninjutsu, but her family had always specialized in the Gentle Fist series of taijutsu and had no collection on ninjutsu. Now, seeing Yifeng practicing ninjutsu and having taken Tsunade as his master, she naturally became interested. Chapter 19, Flying Body Technique, Ninja School Test regarding Hinata Hanabi's words. Yifeng felt a bit speechless, but seeing Hinata Hanabi's serious expression, he knew she was sincere. Thinking of this, Yifeng curiously asked, "You are the princess of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Why are you so determined to improve your strength?" Hinata Hanabi was a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. No matter where she went, there would be branch family members protecting her. Thus, Hanabi could completely become a flower in a greenhouse, enjoying the protection of the branch family, marrying and raising children in peace for the rest of her life. Because I want to change the situation of the Hyuga clan, I want the Hyuga clan to not be divided, but to work together and lead the clan to become stronger. I don't want the branch family to harbor such hatred towards the main family. We are one family, and we should work together, Hinata Hanabi said seriously as she looked at Yifeng. That day, Yifeng was punished by the elder for hitting Hinata Yunkan, and it was the first time Hinata Hanabi witnessed the terror of a caged bird. However, although she was the little princess of the main family, she had no way to deal with this situation and could only secretly pray that Yifeng would be safe. At this moment, Hinata Hanabi had such thoughts. Later, after interacting with Yifeng, Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but be attracted to him, and her resolve became even stronger. It was not only because she wanted to change the rules of the Hyuga clan, but also because of Yifeng. Yifeng stared blankly at Hinata Hanabi, not expecting that she would have such a wish. "All right, I can teach you ninjutsu, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about this, including your father." Yifeng looked at the kind girl in front of him, and his attitude towards Hinata Hanabi slightly changed. "I promise you." Hinata Hanabi smiled sweetly upon hearing this and assured Yifeng. The boys in the class, seeing Hinata Hanabi being so affectionate towards Yifeng, instantly showed signs of jealousy. Yifeng ignored the envious gazes around him. As the saying goes, if you are not envied, you are mediocre. Moreover, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, being marked as a caged bird by the Hyuga clan's domineering seal meant that even if he stood out, he wouldn't be targeted by that old rat in the gutter, Danzo, who might lure him to the root. Thus, Yifeng didn't mind gradually revealing his strength, allowing the Hyuga main family to see his potential and invest in his development. Sitting in his seat, he quietly discussed the usage of ninjutsu with Hinata Hanabi. Hinata Hanabi noticed the small interactions between Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. However, Yifeng's theoretical scores had always been excellent, and he could pass practical tests. Plus, Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi were only whispering, not disturbing others, so he let it be. Soon, when the bell rang, signaling the end of the morning class, Hinata Hanabi stopped teaching and said to everyone, "There will be a practical test in the afternoon, so I hope you can prepare well." Class is dismissed. After saying that, Hinata Hanabi disappeared in a flash. "Hanabi, may I invite you to lunch? I brought your favorite grilled meat." "Yeah, Hanabi, since you just entered the school, you must not be very familiar with the rules here. Let's eat while I tell you about the rules of the ninja school." As Hinata Hanabi left, the students in the classroom got up from their seats one by one, gathered around Hinata Hanabi, chattering excitedly with expressions full of anticipation. Yifeng looked at these sycophants and shook his head helplessly. He parted the crowd and walked out of the classroom with his lunchbox. Hinata Hanabi saw Yifeng leaving and felt anxious. Ignoring the sycophants surrounding her, she parted the crowd and rushed towards the direction where Yifeng had disappeared. The many sycophants, seeing this, became furious and secretly decided to teach Yifeng a lesson during the afternoon practical assessment. In their view, although Yifeng's strength was decent before, without activating his Byakugan, his combat power was limited. Especially those from noble families were even more confident, believing that with the physical techniques they had recently learned in their families, they could completely defeat Yifeng and show Hinata Hanabi that Hinata Yifeng was just a waste, unworthy of her affection. Yifeng was unaware of the thoughts in everyone's minds, and even if he knew, he would just smile calmly. Moreover, these people were merely engaging in futile efforts. Even without him, they would not be able to pursue Hinata Hanabi as the little princess of the main family. How could the Hyuga clan allow Hinata Hanabi to marry outside? Even if she didn't marry a genius from the Hyuga clan, they would not allow her to marry outside at all. If someone wanted to be with Hinata Hanabi, they could join the Hyuga clan to prevent the clan's bloodline from leaking out. As for Naruto later on, he was an exception. Firstly, Heihachi Hyuga mistakenly believed that Hinata Hyuga had very poor talent, so he chose to focus on training Hanabi instead. Secondly, as Naruto began to shine and his strength grew day by day, along with his identity, Heihachi finally broke this notion and allowed Hinata to marry outside. This was the effect of Naruto's protagonist halo. He did not think that any of these people possessed a protagonist halo. After all, in this generation, there were no ninjas that Yi Feng was familiar with among them. Although their talents were decent, they were far from being called geniuses. Most of these people would end up as cannon fodder after graduation, and even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would never reach the strength of AJ Nin in their lifetime. Finding a quiet corner, Yi Feng began to eat silently. Ye Fengjun, your stir-fried dishes smell so good. Can I have a taste? I bought some barbecue. I got a bit too much. Please have some. While Yi Feng was enjoying the food, Hinata Hanabi came to his side and said softly, "All right, let's make an exchange." Yi Feng looked at Hinata Hanabi's ing expression and smiled slightly. He said to Hinata Hanabi, "Hehe, thank you, Yi Feng-kun. After we finish eating, can you tell me about the rules of the ninja school? Also, what is the practical test like at the ninja school? Is it the same as the family competition?" Hinata Hanabi, seeing Yi Feng agree, immediately smiled brightly and asked him. The practical test at school is divided into several steps. First, there's the shuriken throwing technique, and then the practical test follows, where students pair up to compete against each other. The winners advance to the next round, and the final rankings are determined based on their performance. After hearing this, Yi Feng first told Hinata Hanabi about the rules of the ninja school, and then explained to her, "With your strength, Yi Feng-kun, you must have outstanding results." Hinata Hanabi nodded in understanding and then speculated. Based on Yi Feng's previous performance, even Hinata Heihachi and the next generation heir of the main family, Hinata Hisashi, who were a year above them, would not be a match for Yi Feng. Naturally, Hinata Hanabi assumed that Yi Feng could easily secure first place. Yi Feng felt a hint of embarrassment on his face upon hearing this. For the years before he obtained the system, he had been laying the groundwork, and since his Byakugan had not yet awakened, his grades were not very ideal, remaining only at a passing level. That's about right. This year, I will definitely be first. He needed to become stronger, and that meant constantly triggering achievements. Surely, obtaining first place in the class for the first time would trigger some kind of achievement and earn him rewards from the system. Seeing Yi Feng's confidence, Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but show a lovesick smile on her face. A serious and confident man is the most charming, and combined with Yi Feng's handsome features, two little hearts appeared in Hinata Hanabi's beautiful eyes. Fortunately, Yi Feng was unaware of Hinata Hanabi's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes dramatically. Chapter 20, Flying Body Technique, Ninja School Test 2. Before long, after finishing lunch, Yi Feng began his training. For him, at this moment, he couldn't afford to be the slightest bit slack. Although the Second Ninja War had not yet broken out, the entire ninja world was already stirring with undercurrents, especially Sannin, which was particularly restless. Currently, the three legendary ninjas had not yet gained widespread fame, and they were merely seen as three new geniuses from Konoha. Although Hatake Sakomo was powerful, he was not known in the ninja world and had not yet reached a level where the four great ninja villages would unconditionally abandon missions upon encountering him. Thus, from a perspective of other ninja villages, Konoha seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented state of weakness. As the saying goes, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to trouble. Konoha occupies the most prosperous territory in the ninja world, apart from Kirigakure, which is controlled by the Uchiha clan's third Mizukage, implementing the blood mist technique and sealing off the country. The other three major ninja villages all have their eyes on Konoha, especially Sannin. Sannin is located in the Wind Country's desert, where resources are scarce and missions are few. The annual funding from the Wind Country is extremely limited, making it impossible to sustain the development of such a large ninja village. At this time, although Sannin would later awaken the bloodline limit of gold sand under the control of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, due to Raza's still limited strength, they couldn't extract much gold sand. Moreover, even if they managed to extract gold sand, they would have to submit over 80% to the Wind Country. Therefore, if Sunagakure wanted to survive, starting a war was their only option. After all, once a war began, Sunagakure would have the opportunity to demand supplies from the feudal lord of the Wind Country. Even if they lost, Sunagakure would only lose a few ninjas at most. This way, they could obtain resources to develop Sunagakure and also reduce the increasing number of ninjas, concentrating resources to cultivate outstanding ninjas and minimizing the consumption of ordinary ninjas. Thus, in the event of victory in war, Sunagakure could reap substantial benefits. In defeat, they would suffer little loss. Even if they became a defeated nation, Konoha would not impose unreasonable defeat terms to avoid driving them into a death struggle. So why not? Thus, every time a ninja world war broke out, it was Sunagakure that instigated it, stirring up the clouds of the ninja world like a stirring stick. Now, calculating the time, the second ninja war should not be far away. Currently, Yifeng was a second-year student at the ninja school. Even if he did not graduate early, he would face graduation in 3 years. By then, the war would likely have broken out or even reached a heated level. Once Konoha was in a tight spot at the front lines, those graduating ninjas from the ninja school would definitely be drafted into the battlefield. Therefore, the time left for Yifeng was limited, and he had to raise his strength to a sufficient level for self-protection before going to the battlefield. The battlefield was fraught with danger, and Yifeng understood the principle of relying on oneself rather than others. Thus, for Yifeng, he had to seize every moment to improve his strength. Seeing Yifeng training so hard, Hinata Hanabi grew increasingly fond of him. She came to his side and began to train diligently alongside him. The lunch break passed quickly, and with the ringing of the class bell, Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi returned to the classroom side by side. Shortly after, Hinata Hanabi entered the classroom, counted the students, and then led everyone to the ninja school training ground. As usual, the first test was shuriken throwing. As a ninja, chakra was limited, especially on the battlefield where there was no time to recover chakra. Although there were soldier pills to replenish chakra, they were not only difficult to swallow, but also, if taken too much, would cause resistance in the body. Therefore, on the battlefield, we needed to conserve our chakra as much as possible. Thus, kunai, shuriken, and senbon were our conventional means of killing. The test begins now. Meichuan Naiku, you go first. After explaining the purpose of this test, Hinata Hanabi shouted at a perverted little chubby boy. Upon hearing this, Meichuan Naiku immediately raised his eyebrows in a sleazy manner at Hinata Hanabi. Disgusted, Hinata Hanabi quickly moved behind Yifeng to avoid being noticed. Seeing Hinata Hanabi's graceful figure disappear from his sight, Meichuan Naiku's expression darkened as he looked at Yifeng with jealousy. Glancing at Yifeng, he made a gesture across his neck with his right hand and then strutted into the field, not even looking at the target, directly throwing out the 5 shurikens in his hands. This pretentious display would have been fine for others, but on this sleazy little chubby boy, it looked rather odd. The kunai missed the target, scoring 0 points. Meichuan Naiku, your shuriken throwing technique has truly opened my eyes. After class, run 10 laps around the playground and copy the essence of shuriken throwing 100 times. You're not allowed to go home until you finish copying. With Hinata Hanabi announcing the results, the entire field was filled with boos. Originally, seeing Meichuan Naiku's confident and suave movements, everyone thought he had mastered the kunai throwing technique deeply, but it turned out he was just a show-off. Hearing Hinata Hanabi's words, Meichuan Naiku's expression turned bitter, secretly regretting that he shouldn't have acted cool. With Meichuan Naiku's blunder, the remaining students became much more cautious and dared not show off. One by one, they entered the field, seriously throwing their shurikens. Everyone was already familiar with the fixed target of shuriken throwing. As long as they didn't show off, they could all pass. Soon, it was Hinata Hanabi's turn. Having learned shuriken throwing during her time in the Hyuga clan, even without activating her Byakugan, her dynamic vision was much better than that of ordinary people. Holding 5 shurikens in her hands, she threw them out, and instantly, all 5 shurikens hit the center of the target in succession. Hinata Hanabi scored full marks. Hinata Hanabi nodded secretly upon seeing Hinata Hanabi's performance. Feeling that is expected of a member of the Hyuga main family, achieving this at such a young age was already quite impressive. Next, it's Hinata Yifeng. After announcing the results, Hinata Hanabi turned his eyes to Yifeng. Yifeng-kun, good luck. Returning to Yifeng's side, Hinata Hanabi cheered him on. Yi Feng smiled faintly, standing still in place. After taking out 5 shurikens, he casually tossed them into the air. The crowd saw Yi Feng also trying to show off. And since the shurikens weren't aimed at the target, they all wore mocking expressions. Mei Chuan and Ei Ku even mocked him out loud. However, before the crowd could continue their taunts, the 5 shurikens collided in the air a few times before falling toward the target, piercing it one after another. After witnessing this, the mocking expressions on everyone's faces froze, and they all rubbed their eyes in unison, wondering if it was an illusion. Huatian Coolwolf was equally shocked. He never expected Yi Feng's shuriken throwing skills to have reached such a level. He had only seen such incredible skill in a high-ranking Uchiha ninja. Even he couldn't achieve this, so Huatian Coolwolf felt extremely surprised. After a long while, as Yi Feng cleared his throat, Huatian Coolwolf was brought back to reality and immediately exclaimed, Hinata Yi Feng's 5 kunai all pierced through the target, and with that technique, I personally give Yi Feng an additional 2 points, making his total score 12, placing him first. Next is the practical assessment. Come draw lots with me. Chapter 21. Flying Decision. Ninja School Test 3. As each student stepped forward to draw lots, soon everyone had finished drawing, and they were divided into 15 groups. Facing off in pairs, Yi Feng drew number 1, so he will be competing against number 2. The one battling Yi Feng is a common student named Little Chicken Pecking Rice, who only knows a bit of martial arts. After Yi Feng and Little Chicken Pecks Rice formed a mark of opposition, without waiting for Little Chicken Pecks Rice to make a move, he concentrated his internal energy in his feet, moving as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng was already in front of Little Chicken Pecks Rice. With a kunai pressed against his neck, "You lost." After saying that, Yi Feng ignored the stunned Little Chicken Pecks Rice, retracted the kunai, and turned to leave the stage. The match ended so quickly that the students below were still in conversation when they realized it was over, all of them looking in shock at Yi Feng, who was calmly walking down from the ring. Huatian Coolwolf narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing Yi Feng's speed, secretly astonished. So fast. This speed is almost comparable to the body flicker technique. How'd he do it? Just now, when Yi Feng erupted, Huatian Coolwolf was also startled by his speed. This level of speed had surpassed that of an ordinary lower ninja. One had to wonder, how old is Yi Feng? Moreover, as a member of the Hyuga clan, once he awakens the Byakugan, his strength will increase significantly. This made him feel puzzled. The previous Yi Feng, although impressive during the assessment, was merely decent and far from the strength he possesses now. What exactly has Yi Feng experienced in this year? If Huatian Kalong knew that Yi Feng's explosive speed was achieved while carrying over 100 pounds of weight, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Yi Feng, you've gotten stronger again. Hinata Hanabi has been paying close attention to Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng skillfully defeat his opponent, she immediately smiled brightly at him. He. I recently gained some insights into footwork, so my speed has greatly increased. What I just demonstrated was just a small test. This footwork still has plenty of room for growth. I believe your Byakugan should be able to see through my speed and counter it. Right? Just now, he used the flying technique as one of the 9 skills of Huashan. While the flying technique may not compare to those top-tier light body techniques, it is sufficient for Yi Feng at this moment. Moreover, the flying technique has a lot of potential for development. If Yi Feng can master it, his speed could increase even more. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hanabi smiled. Although she hadn't activated her Byakugan before, she did see Yi Feng's movement trajectory. If she activated her Byakugan, even though she still wouldn't be Yi Feng's match, she wouldn't be easily defeated by him either. However, Hinata Hanabi was curious about how Yi Feng's mind works. Previously, Yi Feng developed several taijutsu techniques, and now he has developed a footwork technique for practical combat, which made her even more curious about him. However, seeing the person she admires becoming stronger also made Hinata Hanabi happy for Yi Feng. The subsequent matches were not very interesting. Yi Feng's class had no future renowned ninjas, and even those clan disciples only knew some superficial clan secret techniques or ninjutsu. The only one with somewhat stronger combat power was just a ninja from the Inuzuka clan, who had decent taijutsu skills, while the other students couldn't catch Yi Feng's eye. As time passed, Hinata Hanabi easily defeated her opponent. In the end, only Yi Feng and 2 others remained. The 3 of them had to fight each other once to determine the top 3. In the first match, Yi Feng faced Inuzuka 2. After getting on stage, Yi Feng and Inuzuka 2 established a rivalry seal, and before Yi Feng could launch an attack, Inuzuka 2 charged at him. As he got close, Inuzuka 2 threw a punch at Yi Feng's head, while the little dog on his head jumped up, its paws reaching for Yi Feng's face in midair. Yi Feng smiled faintly, performed the flying body technique, and dodged the attack from Inuzuka Tsu, arriving behind him. Instead of continuing to use martial arts, he casually threw a punch at Inuzuka Tsu's body. However, just when Yi Feng thought he could easily defeat Inuzuka Tsu, Tsu's form suddenly swapped with that of a small dog, and the dog's petite size perfectly avoided Yi Feng's punch. After seeing this, Yi Feng showed a look of astonishment on his face. Although there was a slight accident, he didn't take it to heart and continued to rely on his speed, swiftly closing in on Inuzuka Tsu. Before the opponent could perform a similar substitution technique, he kicked Inuzuka Tsu off the arena. Yi Feng wins this match. After Inuzuka Tsu was knocked off the stage, Wadi Yankelang looked at Yi Feng and announced the result. Do you need a break? No, let's finish this quickly. Yi Feng shook his head upon hearing this. He wanted to end these boring battles as soon as possible and then focus on his training. After all, his time was very tight now, and there were a lot of martial arts that he hadn't mastered yet. There were also medical ninjutsu. He needed to practice the ninjutsu that Orochimaru had given him, striving to research the nature transformation and integrate it into his martial arts to increase his combat power. Moreover, during the battle with Inuzuka Tsubaki, Yi Feng hadn't even used 30% of his strength, and his physical condition remained at its peak. So he didn't need any rest at all. Yi Feng, please show some mercy. Hinata Hanabi knew Yi Feng's strength, so she didn't hold back. She flashed to the back of the arena, formed a confrontational seal with Yi Feng, and smiled sweetly at him. The students below saw how close Hinata Hanabi was to Yi Feng and felt a twinge of jealousy. However, at that moment, Yi Feng proved his strength. When they faced Yi Feng, they couldn't withstand even a single move before being defeated by him. Therefore, at this moment, although they were jealous of Yi Feng, they didn't dare to mock him. Your strength has improved significantly recently. In fact, the potential of Gentle Fist is far from limited. As long as you keep refining Gentle Fist and find a way to integrate Empty Palm into it after you obtain it in the future, you might have unexpected gains. Thinking of the power of the 80 God Air Strike used by Otsutsuki Kagaya, which could destroy the world, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. However, his current cultivation was still too weak, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed in space on the moon. Even though Yi Feng's fighting spirit was boiling within, he couldn't experience the power of the 80 Gods Air Strike or analyze its essence. However, based on his understanding of the original work and his insights from practicing Soft Fist during this period, Yi Feng felt that the 80 Gods Air Strike was likely the chemical effect produced by the integration of Soft Fist after reaching great mastery with the Air Palm. That is why he pointed it out to Hinata Hanabi. Previously, when Hinata Hanabi wanted to learn ninjutsu from him, Yi Feng agreed, but did not want her to focus solely on ninjutsu and neglect the Soft Fist. After all, for the Hinata clan, Soft Fist was the most suitable combat technique. Practicing ninjutsu was not out of the question, but priorities must be established. Chapter 22, New Achievements Holiday. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Hinata Hanabi fell into deep thought, beginning to contemplate what he said. Upon seeing Hinata Hanar lost in thought, Yi Feng did not waste any words. After activating his Byakugan, he began to perform the Gentle Fist technique. Compared to Hinata Hanari's Gentle Fist, Yi Feng's technique was more refined. After enveloping Hinata Hanar in the Bagua formation, Yi Feng started to demonstrate the essence of the Gentle Fist up close. Seeing Yi Feng's Gentle Fist, Hinata Hanar instinctively retaliated with her own Gentle Fist, and they began to clash. In an instant, the two Bagua formations intertwined, as both used Gentle Fist against each other. With their Byakugan, they could see through each other's chakra pathways, sending chakra into each other's pathways to disrupt the flow of blood and chakra. However, compared to Yi Feng, Hinata Hanari's chakra was noticeably weaker. Soon, Hinata Hanar, unable to maintain her Bagua formation, found herself unable to control Yi Feng and was instead manipulated by his Bagua formation, unable to escape. Yi Feng saw Hinata Hanabi retreating and did not continue to attack. Instead, he kept explaining his understanding of Gentle Fist to her. With Yi Feng's analysis, Hinata Hanabi became more proficient in Gentle Fist. It's not that Yi Feng's understanding of Gentle Fist had surpassed that of the senior and elite ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Rather, compared to those senior and elite ninjas, Yi Feng knew how to break down Gentle Fist. A large pancake if you want to eat it all at once. Even if your mouth is big enough, you still need to work hard to chew it thoroughly before swallowing. However, if you crumble that large pancake and eat it bite by bite, it would naturally be much easier and more digestible. This principle was similar to how Yi Feng explained Gentle Fist. He dismantled his understanding piece by piece and shared it with Hinata Hanabi, making it easier for her to accept. Seeing Hinata Hanabi lost in thought, Yifeng smiled slightly, no longer paying attention to her. He quickly left the arena, said a word to Huatian Kalong, and then turned to walk outside the ninja school. After this test, the ninja school would be on break. Starting tomorrow, until after the new year, they wouldn't have to attend the ninja school. This period lasted a month. Just right. Yifeng could take this month to organize his various techniques. Not long after Yifeng left, Hinata Hanabi came to her senses. Huatian Kalong then had her fight Inuzuka Tsubaki for the second place. The final result was, of course, predictable, facing Hinata Hanabi, who possessed Byakugan and whose gentle fist had just been enhanced by Yifeng. Inuzuka Tsubaki regrettably lost, achieving third place. When the final test results were announced, Yifeng unsurprisingly took first place. As Huatian Kalong announced the results, a system prompt echoed in Yifeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a great success. First in class, achievement reward. 1 small healing pill, master level cooking skill. 1 recipe for jade liquid wine. Small healing pill, a secret medicine from Shaolin. Can enhance a martial artist's internal strength for 10 years. Master level cooking skill. After integrating it into oneself, it allows the host to acquire master level culinary skills. Jade liquid wine recipe. With this recipe, jade liquid wine can be brewed, requiring magnolia flowers, purple root lotus, and 5-leaf clover. Mixed in a certain proportion into the wine jar, and left to sit for a month to successfully brew jade liquid wine. Jade liquid wine. When consumed for the first time, it greatly increases a martial artist's internal strength and chakra. After 3 uses, jade liquid wine can serve as a supplement for restoring internal strength and chakra, with effects double that of soldiers' rations and no side effects. Seeing the system rewards, Yifeng's eyes lit up. This time, although the system did not reward any martial arts for Yifeng at this moment, receiving more martial arts would still require time to practice. Instead, these items could significantly enhance his strength, and a master-level culinary skill would perfectly satisfy his cravings. After all, cultivation is about balancing work and rest. Being overly eager for success could very well lead to getting nothing in the end. Yifeng had always been very obsessed with food. Previously, although his cooking skills were decent, the dishes he made could not be considered particularly delicious. Now, with master-level cooking skills, after completing his training, he could prepare a sumptuous meal and then enjoy jade liquid wine. Just thinking about this life made Yifeng feel wonderful. After claiming the rewards, Yifeng integrated the master-level cooking skill into himself. Instantly, a wealth of culinary experience flooded Yifeng's mind. The cooking methods of delicacies from all over the world were all contained within this master-level culinary skill. Wow! As expected of master-level culinary skills, just the variety of dishes alone would be enough for me to eat for over a decade without repeating. After merging the master-level culinary skill, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Suppressing the impulse to experiment with the master-level culinary skills, Yifeng adjusted his mindset and then began to consume the small healing pill. Previously, Yifeng had already swallowed 1 small healing pill, and it was with this pill that Yifeng's strength surged, quickly refining his chakra into internal strength. Now, with Yifeng's cultivation being higher and the second use of the small healing pill slightly weaker after refining the medicinal power, he barely opened a meridian before consuming all the medicinal power. Open my attribute panel. After opening his eyes, Yifeng commanded the system. Name: Hinata Yifeng. Age: 7 years old. Identity: member of the Hinata branch family. Ninja school, student strength, Genin body technique, gentle fist 8 trigrams 32 palms ninjutsu, lightning release, thunderball, healing technique. Palm sage technique skill, master level culinary art martial arts. 18 dragon subduing palms, basic sword technique, Huashan sword technique internal skill, breathing technique. Purple cloud divine skill lightness skill, flying body technique weapon. Purple weeping soft sword items, jade liquid wine recipe, 1 strength pill, 100 gold coins. Yifeng looked at his attribute panel, a smile appearing on his face. Although the attributes displayed on the panel were only at the level of a genin, in actual combat, even a chunin would find it difficult to easily overpower him. Moreover, once the Yuya wine was brewed, his strength would experience an explosive growth. With this in mind, Yifeng no longer hesitated and headed towards the woodworking market. He needed to buy the herbs for brewing Yuya wine and also pick up some ingredients to see what kind of delicious food his master-level cooking skills could produce. Hey, Where are you going? Just as Yifeng was walking towards a market, he was drawn to a pair of large assets that caught his eye. He couldn't help but greedily stare for a moment until Tsunade, feeling embarrassed, gave him a light smack on the head, bringing him back to his senses. He covered his forehead and complained, "Teacher, can you not hit my head next time? What if I become stupid? Oof. Who told you to be so lewd at such a young age? You should know I'm your teacher. Can't you show me a bit of respect?" Tsunade said, crossing her arms, making her assets appear even larger. "TCH, what's wrong with you, teacher? I'm determined to be a rebellious disciple. When I grow up, I will definitely take my revenge." Hearing this, Leaf Maple pouted and muttered softly, "What'd you say?" Tsunade saw Leaf Maple's lips moving, and although she didn't know what he was saying, she could tell from his expression that it wasn't anything good. She immediately narrowed her beautiful eyes and shouted at Leaf Maple, "Ah, it's nothing, teacher. Why do you have time to find me today?" Leaf Maple was startled awake by Tsunade's shout and hurriedly changed the subject. He feared that if Tsunade knew his earlier thoughts, she might not be able to help but beat him to death. At this moment, he certainly couldn't withstand Tsunade's monstrous strength. Chapter 23. Tsunade's Intent. Brewing wine. Little Leaf Maple, do you want to eat barbecue? Tsunade looked at Leaf Maple, and her previously displeased expression, due to his lewd gaze at her ample figure, instantly vanished, replaced by a cheerful smile as she asked. Upon hearing this, Leaf Maple swallowed hard. The last time he went to the Autumn Path barbecue restaurant, the barbecue there was indeed excellent. Not only was it tender and smooth, but paired with their secret seasoning, it was the best barbecue Leaf Maple had ever tasted. However, seeing the smile on Tsunade's pretty face made Leaf Maple shiver involuntarily. He felt that Tsunade's intentions were definitely not simple. "Teacher, what do you want to do? I'm still young, I'm just a child." Tsunade rolled her eyes at Leaf Maple's weak expression. "Little pervert, where are your thoughts going? I'm a bit tight on funds lately. If you want to eat barbecue, use your transformation technique, wear these goggles, and help me cheat with your Byakugan. Once we win some money, I'll treat you to barbecue." "Okay, I won't go. Cheating is shameless." Yifeng knew that Tsunade had bad intentions, actually teaching the children badly, wanting him to use the Byakugan to help Tsunade cheat. How could Tsunade even think of that? "Oh, little Yifeng, just help your teacher." Seeing that Yifeng didn't agree, Tsunade rubbed Yifeng's head, her tone slightly coquettish, and her large breasts, due to her bending down, kept swaying in front of Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng swallowed hard. If he weren't still young, he would have taken action against Tsunade right then and there. "No way. Not even if you beat me to death." "Teacher, as the disciple of the third Hokage, the princess of the land of fire, and a jonin of Konoha, how could you think of cheating? If this gets out, do you still want to stay in Konoha? Besides, even though I've never been to a casino, if they're daring enough to open one, they must have measures in place to guard against ninjas using jutsu. Although Byakugan is a bloodline limit, they would definitely have countermeasures. If they find out that you brought me to cheat, your reputation in the casino will be completely ruined." Tsunade was taken aback. She didn't expect Yifeng to be so mature at such a young age. However, thinking about her own gambling losses, and how she had barely managed to get some pocket money from her brother, which wasn't enough for her to have a proper gamble, she remembered that her disciple was from the Hyuga clan, which is why she sought Yifeng to discuss this matter. Now that Yifeng disagreed and made valid points, Tsunade realized that losing money was one thing, but losing her credibility would mean no one would want to gamble with her in the future. With that in mind, Tsunade frowned, a conflicted look appearing on her pretty face. "All right, teacher, today I'll make you a delicious meal that you've never had before. Let's go buy some ingredients." Yifeng saw the conflicted Tsunade and shook his head helplessly. Tsunade really had a big gambling addiction. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was truly unreliable. If it weren't for him, Tsunade wouldn't have fallen into gambling. If there is a chance in the future, he must teach him a good lesson. "No, I need to indulge myself. You go buy the materials." Tsunade was feeling restless at that moment. At this time, she couldn't even eat dragon meat. So after saying a word to Yifeng, she used body flicker technique and rushed towards the casino. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Yifeng shook his head and continued walking toward the market. Before long, Yifeng bought the materials and returned to the back mountain of Konoha. At this moment, Minato, Namikaze, and Hinata Hanabi had already arrived. "Yifeng, where have you been?" In their impression, Yifeng had always been very diligent in his training. Today, when they came here, they didn't find Yifeng, which naturally made them very curious. "Oh, I want to buy some things. How's the training with Jiraiya-sensei going, Minato?" After casually explaining a sentence, Yifeng looked at Wave Wind Water Gate and asked, "Fortunately, brother Yifeng, I have already learned a wind release technique." Wave Wind Water Gate looked at Yifeng with excitement, clearly very happy that he could master a wind release technique. Keep it up. I believe you will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Yifeng found it hard to connect the current child, Wave Wind Minato, with the future Golden Flash, the fourth Hokage, who would dominate the ninja world. Now, with his own butterfly effect, Wave Wind Minato had taken Jiraiya as his master a few years earlier, which would surely allow him to rise more quickly. Alright, cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. We won't be training today. Hanabi, you help wash the ingredients. Minato, go catch some fat fish, and I'll prepare a sumptuous meal for you. After chatting with the two for a while, he said to them, Okay. Hinata Hanabi and Wave Wind Minato naturally had no objections, and each went to do their tasks as instructed by Yifeng. Meanwhile, Yifeng began to busily prepare the ingredients for brewing. Not long after, when everyone had everything ready, Yifeng started to use his master-level culinary skills to turn these ingredients into delicious dishes. At that moment, Tsunade seemed to be drawn by the aroma. Picking up one of the dishes Yifeng had stir-fried and stuffing it into her mouth. Teacher, how much did we win? Yifeng looked at Tsunade and teased her. Tsunade, who was enjoying her food, suddenly turned her pretty face into a bitter melon face, glaring at Yifeng in annoyance. She put down the mess of food she had been ravaging and reached out to teach her unruly disciple a lesson for bringing up the wrong topic. As everyone playfully fought and enjoyed the delicious food, the meal lasted for over 2 hours before it ended. Big brother Yifeng, the dishes you made are so delicious. Minato Namikaze rubbed his belly. He had never eaten anything so tasty, especially those grilled fish, which were much better than before. Even the fish bones inside were crushed, and the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside fish meat was simply irresistible. Yeah, Yifeng-kun, I didn't expect you to have hidden talents before. In the past, Yifeng would occasionally make some food, but compared to today, those dishes were decent, but nowhere near as good. From now on, I'll leave my 3 meals a day to you. Tsunade shamelessly made such a bold statement. Yifeng rolled his eyes and ignored everyone, instead starting to brew the wine according to the recipe for Yuya liquor. Yifeng, what are you doing? Huale couldn't help but come to Yifeng's side to ask as she saw him busy again. Brewing wine, Yifeng explained without turning his head, focusing intently on strictly following the recipe proportions to put these ingredients into the steamer and start brewing the alcohol. Xiao Yifeng, how come I didn't know that brewing wine requires adding magnolia flowers, purple root lotus, and 5-leaf clover? What exactly are you brewing? As a medical master, Tsunade was naturally familiar with medicinal materials and was very curious about what Yifeng was doing with these herbs. These herbs were all used to enhance chakra and restore chakra, and many of the auxiliary materials were also ingredients for making military food pills. Hearing Yifeng say he was brewing alcohol, she immediately expressed her doubts. This is a medicinal wine I created in my spare time based on the medical books given by my teacher. As for its effects, we will only know after a month. After preparing everything, Yifeng explained while lying with his eyes wide open. Chapter 24 Basic Sword Techniques. Goodbye, Orochimaru. After hearing Yifeng's words, Tsunade didn't pay much attention. In her view, Yifeng was just doing something useless. However, she didn't stop him. As a top medical ninja, she knew that if one always adhered to the status quo, it would be impossible to make any breakthroughs in the medical field. After testing Yifeng's medical knowledge during this period, Tsunade no longer hesitated and directly disappeared. By late at night, Yifeng finally finished brewing the alcohol, placed it in a wine jar, buried it underground, and marked it. Only then did Yifeng walk alongside Hinata Hanabi towards the Hyuga ancestral home. Dinkun. How about we go to the Luiying River for a picnic tomorrow? As they were about to part ways, Hinata Hanabi looked at Yifeng with anticipation. Yifeng was stunned upon hearing this, and then looking at Hinata Hanabi's expectant expression, he shrugged and said, All right, see you tomorrow morning. Yifeng's attitude towards Hanabi, this kind-hearted girl, improved significantly. Although she belonged to the main family, she did not have the high and mighty demeanor typical of them at all. Therefore, Yifeng didn't mind getting to know Hinata Hanabi better. When Hanabi saw that Yifeng agreed, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she happily skipped back to her residence. Watching Hanabi's departing figure, Yifeng smiled slightly, then returned to his own courtyard, drew out his ZY soft sword, and began practicing the basic sword techniques. Although Yifeng had only received the basic sword techniques for a few days, he was already very familiar with them. The complete set of basic sword techniques, with 47 variations, was already second nature to him. As Yifeng began to execute the basic sword techniques, dazzling sword lights flashed. and the sharp sword light of the ZY soft sword filled the courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the basic sword techniques. Rewarding the host with a book on the ZY needle technique. Yifeng didn't know how long it had been, but he felt that he was becoming more and more fluent in the basic sword techniques, with sword lights flickering and leaving marks on the nearby walls. Just as Yifeng was immersed in the basic sword techniques, a system prompt echoed in his mind, waking him up. Claim the ZY needle technique. The ZY needle technique, fully named the ZY acupuncture method, is a top-tier traditional Chinese acupuncture technique. Its effect is to use silver needles to insert into various acupoints of the patient, utilizing internal energy to stimulate the potential within the acupoints and eliminate abnormal conditions in the body. This acupuncture technique not only could detoxify, but also treat most ailments in the world. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes treating the root cause and strengthening the foundation, so it is far superior to the medical techniques of the small days. Of course, this is only limited to medical techniques. There is still some gap compared to the medical ninjutsu of the Naruto world. At least, this acupuncture method cannot heal wounds and cannot treat injuries, such as internal organ damage. However, Yifeng was confident that as long as he researched more in the future and integrated some medical ninjutsu into the acupuncture technique, it would surely allow this acupuncture method to shine in the ninja world. After integrating the ZY needle technique, Yifeng gained a general understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. But now he didn't have any silver needles on hand, so he could only temporarily set aside the ZY formation and start practicing the Huashan sword technique. Since ancient times, Huashan has been known for its uniqueness and danger. The sword intent of the Huashan sword technique is derived from the word strange and danger associated with the Western peak Huashan. The infinite beauty of Huashan lies within these two words. Strange and danger often reflect and complement each other with elegance, making Huashan's swordsmanship remarkably exquisite, lofty, and unparalleled, with moves that embody the essence of seeking victory in the extraordinary and perilous. The complete Huashan sword technique is divided into 13 forms. White clouds emerge from the hollow. A phoenix comes with grace, heavenly ribbon upside down, white rainbow crosses the sun, cypress welcomes guests, golden goose flies across the sky, boundless falling leaves, green mountains faintly visible. Ancient cypress forests, bells and drums sound together. Xiao Shi rides the dragon. Cool breeze brings refreshment, and poetry and sword meet friends. In terms of power, the Huashan sword technique is much more powerful. Once cultivated, a trace of sword energy was born within Yifeng. This trace of sword energy was incredibly sharp, and when combined with internal energy, its power could be greatly increased. The key point is that once his understanding of the Huashan sword technique deepens, he could cultivate a sword intent of strangeness and danger. Yifeng had previously mastered the basic swordsmanship to a great extent. Although it was his first time practicing the Huashan sword technique, he felt no sense of stagnation at all and quickly grasped the fundamentals of the technique. This is one of the benefits of having mastered the basic swordsmanship. All the myriad sword techniques in the world are derived from the basic swordsmanship. As the saying goes, the myriad changes are not as good as their origin. All sword techniques contain the 47 variations found in the basic swordsmanship. As long as one has mastered the basic swordsmanship to a great extent, even divine-level sword techniques can be quickly understood. Of course, this is merely the beginning. To master those sword techniques completely, one must comprehend the essence of various sword techniques. Only then can the full power of these techniques be unleashed. Once the Huashan sword technique was unleashed, Yifeng's figure flickered around the courtyard, with sword chi surging forth, carving deep sword marks into the surrounding walls. Yifeng practiced the Huashan sword technique while imagining the breathtaking and perilous scenery of Huashan in his mind. Instantly, his swordplay became increasingly mysterious. Often, the tip of his sword was clearly on the left, but the next moment, it suddenly appeared on the right, making it impossible for anyone to tell where Yifeng's attack would land, leaving his enemies defenseless. After a long time, Yifeng finally stopped practicing the Huashan sword technique. This was because his internal energy had run low. After freshening up, Yifeng sat cross-legged on the bed, starting to practice the Zixia divine skill while also working on his seal formation speed. After some time of practice, Yifeng's speed in forming seals had greatly increased. Moreover, due to his immense spiritual power, he had also learned to form seals with one hand. Although the speed was still quite slow, Yifeng was confident that he could improve his one-handed seal formation speed in a short time. After a night without incident, early the next morning, Yifeng sensed a presence rapidly approaching his courtyard. He opened his eyes, stood up, and went outside to wait for the arrival of the visitor. Before long, the graceful figure of Hinata Hanabi appeared in Yifeng's line of sight. She came so early? Yifeng showed a look of surprise upon seeing Hinata Hanabi. This girl, is she so eager? Yes, Yifeng. Shall we go to Luiying River to watch the sunrise? I've heard that the sunrise there is very beautiful. Hinata Hanabi stood in front of Yifeng, looking forward to it. All right, wait for me a moment, it won't take long. Hearing this, Yifeng did not refuse. After washing up, he took Hinata Hanabi and rushed towards the flowing Shadow River. The flowing Shadow River is one of the two largest rivers in the Hidden Leaf Village. Connecting to the sea, surrounded by jagged rocks and high mountains, the scenery is beautiful, and many people come to this place to have fun when they have nothing to do. When Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi arrived at a cliff by the flowing Shadow River, they paused in their steps because they spotted a familiar face. Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru was in front of the cliff, practicing the dragon, subduing 18 palms. However, unlike Yifeng's dragon, subduing 18 palms, Orochimaru's version was filled with strangeness. Streams of energy that resembled neither dragon nor snake shot out from his hands, hitting the cliff and splattering countless stones. After witnessing this, Yifeng secretly admired Orochimaru's talent for being able to adapt the dragon, subduing 18 palms, to such an extent. Chapter 25. Orochimaru's Guidance. Seeing Orochimaru practicing the dragon, subduing 18 palms, a hint of emotion flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Orochimaru exchanged various ninjutsu with him for the dragon, subduing 18 palms, and not much time had passed since then. Yet in such a short time, Orochimaru had successfully mastered the dragon, subduing 18 palms, and integrated it into his snake ninjutsu. Although Orochimaru's version of the dragon, subduing 18 palms, appeared somewhat unorthodox, it must be said that its power was much greater than what Yifeng could produce. At least, with Yifeng's current cultivation level, he couldn't unleash the dragon-shaped energy. When he executed the technique, it was merely accompanied by some faint dragon roars. Moreover, the dragon subduing 18 palms is originally a very forceful technique, but in Orochimaru's hands, it seemed to embody both rigidity and flexibility. Much like how Guijing would perform the dragon subduing 18 palms after successfully mastering the 9E manual in the later stages. Furthermore, the dragon subduing 18 palms integrated into Orochimaru's snake ninjutsu could be freely controlled to attack any desired target with those forms that resembled neither dragon nor snake. The more Yifeng looked, the more surprised he became. Obviously, Orochimaru had already broken free from the confines of the dragon, subduing 18 palms, and integrated it into a ninjutsu that suited himself. This Orochimaru truly has extraordinary talent. No wonder he could rise from being an ordinary civilian to become one of the legendary Sannin who would later dominate the ninja world. It's no wonder that even after many strong individuals had died, Orochimaru could still remain active in the ninja world. It's no wonder that without any bloodline limit, he could surpass most bloodline ninjas, because Orochimaru is skilled in invention and creation, and more importantly, he dares to experiment. Coupled with his decent talent, he was able to surpass those bloodline ninjas through his own efforts and a bit of luck, becoming a top powerhouse in the early ninja world. Yifeng, what do you think of the dragon subduing 18 palms that I performed? Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi arrived here, and Orochimaru had already sensed them. After finishing a set of ninjutsu, Orochimaru stopped and appeared in front of Yifeng and the others, a faint smile appearing on his face. Looking at this period, although still cold, it was not like in the future where he resembled a true venomous snake, extremely feminine, occasionally liking to stick out his tongue and lick his lips like a snake tasting the air. Yifeng did not feel uncomfortable staying by Orochimaru's side. Senior Orochimaru truly deserves the admiration of his juniors. In such a short time, he has integrated the 18 dragon-subduing palms into his own snake ninjutsu, forming his own style, greatly enhancing the power of this ninjutsu. Yifeng was not stingy with his praise. He truly admired Orochimaru. Of course, it was merely admiration, as he was confident that he would eventually surpass Orochimaru. You flatter me, Yifeng. Your talent is also impressive, and, at such a young age, you have created such unique body techniques. Your future achievements are limitless. I wonder how your ninjutsu training has been going lately? If you need help, I can offer some guidance. Upon hearing Yifeng's compliments, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable sense of pride rising within him. This emotion was quite strange, and Orochimaru couldn't quite understand why. After suppressing his thoughts, he recalled how the dragon, subduing 18 palms, had greatly enhanced his combat abilities and enriched his offensive tactics. Thus, Orochimaru wanted to reciprocate and offer some advice to Yifeng. Is that so? Then I thank you, Senior Orochimaru. I do have many questions about ninjutsu. Yifeng did not hold back with Orochimaru and asked all the questions he had encountered while practicing ninjutsu. Orochimaru, being a skilled professor of ninjutsu under the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a master of 5 elemental ninjutsu, was extremely knowledgeable in this area. Moreover, Orochimaru was adept at teaching students, and he answered Yifeng's questions step by step, making everything clear to Yifeng. Yifeng, your talent truly surprises me. In such a short time, you've managed to improve to this level. With your current strength, I believe graduating early wouldn't be a problem for you, right? Orochimaru, through Yifeng's questions, could tell how far Yifeng had progressed in ninjutsu. It could be said that Yifeng's understanding of ninjutsu was limited only by his insufficient chakra. Otherwise, he would have suspected that given some time, Yifeng might even master the nature transformation of ninjutsu. After expressing his feelings, Orochimaru looked at the composed Yifeng and continued, your talent is indeed very good. However, in your class, apart from your little girlfriend, there isn't a single classmate who can team up with you. So, I want to kindly remind you not to think about staying in the ninja school for 5 years before graduating. Doing so would not only severely hinder your strength improvement, but also you may not find suitable teammates at that time. Ninjas are never solitary fighters. Unless one day your strength can rival that of the first Hokage, being invincible in the ninja world. During your weaker days, you not only need a good teacher to guide you, but also a teammate who can grow alongside you. Only then can you become a true expert. Orochimaru genuinely valued Yifeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to want to take Yifeng as his disciple upon their first meeting. While the dragon subduing 18 palms played a part, ultimately, it was Yifeng himself who gave Orochimaru a mysterious feeling. Now, seeing Yifeng's talent, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for talent. At this moment, Orochimaru still aimed to become Hokage, and as Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple. As long as Tsunade and that fool Jiraiya didn't compete with him for the position of Hokage, there was a high probability that the next Hokage would be him. Therefore, upon seeing a talent like Yifeng appear in the village, Orochimaru was naturally very attentive and wanted to win him over. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. I will consider this matter carefully. Hearing Orochimaru's remarks, Yifeng's expression became serious. Previously, he had been thinking about improving his strength while the Second World War had not yet broken out. However, first, experts are never trained in seclusion. Even if you have outstanding talent and have cultivated impressive skills, lacking experience can easily lead to being defeated by someone of a higher level. Secondly, Orochimaru was right. After graduating from ninja school, teams would be formed, led by a teacher to carry out missions and gain experience. During this period, teammates are very important. If you have 2 deadweights with you, not only will it severely hinder Yifeng's strength improvement, but when encountering danger, it could also drag him down, leading to losses. With this in mind, Yifeng made a secret decision. Yifeng, come look. The sunrise. It's beautiful here. While Yifeng was talking to Orochimaru, Hinata Hanabi had not participated in the conversation, and at this moment, seeing Yifeng and Orochimaru stop talking, she happily shouted at Yifeng. All right, go accompany your little girlfriend. If you have any issues in the future, you can find me at Building 36 on Flower Street. I'll be there as long as I'm not on a mission. Seeing that Yifeng took his words to heart, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, reminded Yifeng one last time, and then disappeared. As for Yifeng, he walked slowly to Hinata Hanabi's side, showing no interest in the sunrise in the sky, as he contemplated when would be the right time for him to graduate. Chapter 26. First meeting with SHU, Hinata Hanabi noticed Yifeng's lack of enthusiasm and couldn't help but look at him in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with him. Yifeng-kun, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hinata Hanabi asked with concern as she looked at Yifeng. It's nothing. I was just thinking about what kind of teammates I might encounter after graduating from ninja school. Yifeng was startled awake and casually explained, I will definitely become your teammate. Yifeng-kun, you can't leave me behind. Hearing this, Hinata Hanabi immediately pouted and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. Hinata Hanabi was a member of the main family, and once she became a ninja, it would be fine to carry out D-rank missions within the village. However, once it involved C-rank or higher missions that required leaving the village, not to mention that the Hinata clan members would not agree. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to consider many factors. After all, the Byakugan was not only the bloodline limit of the Hinata clan, but also a powerful asset for Konoha. On the battlefield, with the help of the Hinata clan's ninjas, Konoha could outperform other ninja villages in reconnaissance and tracking, with few ninjas able to escape the Byakugan of the Hinata clan. If Hinata Hanabi, the little princess of the main family, were to leave Konoha and her identity were discovered, not only would the remaining 4 major ninja villages resort to any means necessary to ambush her team, but even bounty ninjas would swarm to her. After all, the eyes of the Hinata and Uchiha clans were extremely valuable in the underground bounty market. Compared to the Uchiha clan Sharingan, the Byakugan of the Hinata clan was even harder to obtain. It wasn't that the Hinata clan was stronger than the Uchiha clan, but because the Hinata clan was divided into the main and branch families. Main family members rarely left the village, and it was nearly impossible to obtain the Byakugan in the heavily guarded Konoha. As for the branch family members marked with the caged bird seal on their foreheads, even if they killed a member of the Hinata branch family, they would not obtain the Byakugan. It was not worth the risk of offending the Hinata clan, or even Konoha, to obtain a corpse that was of no use. Therefore, in Yi Feng's view, even if Hinata Hanabi attended the Ninja Academy, it was unlikely that she would form a team after graduation to carry out missions. However, seeing the expectant look on Hinata Hanabi's face, Yi Feng did not want to say it outright, and simply smiled at her before changing the subject. After a while, when the sun was high in the sky, emitting dazzling light, Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi finally walked side by side toward the Konoha market. Wow, I'm going to be late. If I had known, I would have gone to bed earlier yesterday. Really, my grandma didn't wake me up. Just as Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi were looking for a breakfast shop, a figure with orange-yellow hair, 2 dimples on either side of his face, and around 8 or 9 years old, came rushing towards them, running with all his might while shouting. Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi reacted quickly, instantly stepping aside to clear the path in the middle. The little boy was originally running wildly ahead when he suddenly caught sight of 2 figures out of the corner of his eye. He hurriedly tried to stop, but he was moving too fast and couldn't brake in time, only hoping that the newcomers wouldn't be knocked over by him. However, the 2 people ahead reacted swiftly and cleared the middle of the road. Caught off guard, the little boy stumbled and fell to the ground, his little face making intimate contact with the surface. Yi Feng saw the little boy fall to the ground, and just hearing the dull sound made him feel immense pain. After casting a sympathetic glance at the boy, he shrugged and prepared to leave with Hinata Hanabi. Wait, aren't you going to ninja school? You're going to be late. Hurry up, come with me to ninja school, or you'll be punished for being late. Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi wanted to leave, but the little boy wouldn't let them. Seeing Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi getting ready to leave, he didn't have time to tidy up his gray clothes and grab them, pulling them back. I said, the ninja school is on vacation. Don't you really know? Didn't we have a test yesterday? That was the final exam. Yi Feng was tugged by the little boy's sleeve. Looking at the few fingerprints on his white sleeve, his expression darkened. However, upon seeing the 2 streaks of blood under the boy's nose and the twitching of his mouth, he couldn't bear to blame him and could only helplessly say, Pfft. Hinata Hanabi, who was originally a bit angry, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw the little boy like this. So beautiful. Why does it feel like you're even prettier than our class's Naizi? Hello, I'm Shouju. Nice to meet you. After seeing Hinata Hanabi's smile, Shouju stood there in a daze for a moment before reacting and bowing to introduce himself to the 2. Shouju? Yi Feng looked at the reckless little boy and originally didn't want to pay him any attention. However, after hearing his self-introduction, he was taken aback and thought to himself, isn't this Tsunade's younger brother? So he's my future brother-in-law, being so reckless. It's no wonder he got blown up by an explosive tag on the battlefield. In the ninja world, fire style, fireball jutsu, and explosive tags are known to be ineffective at killing, and nothing is as useful as a kunai. Yet Ju was killed by an explosive tag, which shows how unfortunate he was. Moreover, Ju's death triggered many changes in Konoha. Tsunade lost her brother, and after losing her lover, she was heavily impacted and developed a fear of blood, resulting in her almost disappearing during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Furthermore, Orochimaru also changed his character after Ju's death, no longer aiming to become Hokage, but instead officially embarking on his path of immortality, collaborating with Danzo to research various forbidden techniques, and eventually defecting from Konoha to become an S-rank rogue ninja. In my past life, there were many conspiracy theories claiming that Ju's death was orchestrated by Danzo, the mastermind of the ninja world. My name is Hyuga Yi Feng, and her name is Hyuga Hwale. We are students in Class A of the 2nd grade at the Ninja Academy. Well, the Ninja Academy is on break now, so you don't need to rush. If there's nothing else, we're leaving. After Yi Feng introduced the rope tree, he was ready to turn and leave. Hey, you said your name is Hinata Yi Feng? Isn't that my sister's disciple? Ahem, I am your teacher Tsunade's younger brother. So according to seniority, you should call me Shirshu. The rope tree, who was originally still immersed in Hinata's smile, was suddenly stunned by Yi Feng's introduction. He then put on an elder's demeanor and looked at Yi Feng. Hey, you little brat, I will be your brother-in-law in the future. Do you still dare to act tough with me here? Hearing this, Yi Feng paused and looked at the rope tree with ill intentions. He activated the flying body technique and instantly appeared in front of the pretentious rope tree, delivering punches to non-lethal areas all over its body. Caught off guard by Yi Feng's sudden attack, the already weaker rope tree had no ability to defend itself against the relentless assault and was soon beaten into a state resembling that of a pig's head. How dare it still claim to be my master uncle? Yi Feng looked at the rope tree, which had been beaten into a pig's head, and asked with a smile, Are you scared? I dare not, I dare not. The rope tree said, looking at Yi Feng with some fear. He didn't expect Yi Feng to be so strong, and he looked at Yi Feng with a hint of grievance. Chapter 27. Hard Training. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing the submissive rope tree, a smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. He then cast a healing spell to treat the rope tree. Feeling the cool sensation on his face, a look of comfort appeared on the rope tree's face. Thank you. How are you so powerful? Can you teach me how to train? I want to become a ninja like my granduncle and protect my sister, grandma, in Konoha village. The rope tree looked at Yi Feng with anticipation, having seen how strong he was, as he was unable to fight back. I'm not interested. You should go find your sister to teach you. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. After treating the rope tree, he turned around with Hinata Hanabi and looked for a breakfast shop. After ordering some breakfast, he began to eat leisurely. As for the rope tree, like a persistent adhesive plaster, he chattered away, trying to get Yi Feng to teach him cultivation, which annoyed Yi Feng to no end. In the end, he had no choice but to use the flying body technique and rushed towards the forest on the back mountain. Before long, they arrived at the woods, and Yi Feng once again immersed himself in cultivation. Currently, his various strengths were steadily improving. He had already trained the soft fist to the point of 32 strikes. He just needed to deepen his internal energy a few more layers to completely perfect the soft fist. Of course, this so-called perfection only referred to the soft fist techniques of the branch family. In reality, besides the 8 trigrams, 64 strikes, there was also a more powerful level of the 8 trigrams, 128 strikes. This was the highest essence of the soft fist, with immense power. Generally, as long as a high-ranking ninja fell into the 8 trigrams formation, few could escape. They could only be beaten to death by the soft fist. It was also for this reason that, even though the Hyuga clan had lost the ability to evolve the Byakugan, they could still become a prominent clan in Konoha. At least, in the early stages, without those overpowered ninjas, the high-ranking ninjas and elite ninjas of the Hyuga clan were still very formidable. Aside from a soft fist, in terms of ninjutsu, Yi Feng had already mastered several C-rank lightning release techniques, and his hand seal speed had greatly improved. He could perform 5 hand seals in 1 second with both hands and 3 in 1 second with one hand. This speed could even surpass some high-ranking ninjas' hand seal speeds. In terms of martial arts, the 18 dragon-subduing palms had already been cultivated to a very profound level by Yi Feng. He just needed a bit deeper internal energy to achieve great success. There was no need to mention the basic sword techniques, and he also had a very deep understanding of the Huashan sword technique. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and now he just needed a breakthrough in his Zixia divine skill to cultivate the Huashan sword technique to a great success state and comprehend the perilous sword intent, greatly increasing his strength. While Yi Feng was diligently cultivating in Konoha at the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright in his chair, with a crystal ball before him, holding a pipe and puffing on it, his gaze fixed tightly on the crystal ball. Diligent in his training, with outstanding talent. At such a young age, he had not only awakened to be a Byakugan, but had also cultivated the soft fist to the level of a Chunin. He even created several taijutsu and running techniques, and even his sword techniques seemed different from those in the ninja world. Truly a genius, but unfortunately, he was from the Hyuga branch family. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure practicing in the crystal ball, a flicker of appreciation and regret passing through his eyes. The person he was watching was Yi Feng. Ever since Yi Feng became Tsunade's apprentice, he had been observing him. After all, no matter what, Yi Feng was his own disciple, so he naturally had to keep an eye on his character. However, the more he watched, the the more surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen became. Yi Feng's talent was simply too strong. Whether it was talent in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or medical ninjutsu, he was exceptionally formidable. Currently, although Yi Feng was only a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, his strength had already reached the level of a genin, and ordinary chunin would hardly be his opponent. The only regret was Yi Feng's background. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, he was bound by the caged bird seal of the main family and would have to be controlled by them for his entire life. Such a background meant he could not hold significant power in Konoha. Otherwise, wouldn't the Hyuga clan be able to rely on Yi Feng to interfere in Konoha's internal affairs? However, with such talent, he could still become a backbone force for Konoha, resisting external enemies. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the crystal ball, stood up, and walked slowly towards the back mountain of Konoha. He wanted to approach Yi Feng while he was still young and brainwash him, making him a loyal supporter of the Hokage. On the other side, Yi Feng was still unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, diligently practicing martial arts, ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, Yi Feng sensait dans Orochimaru approaching. He stopped his cultivation, furrowed his brows, and looked in the direction of the aura, secretly wondering. This place is usually seldom visited. Apart from myself, Minato, and Hanabi, hardly anyone comes here. Who is this person? Just as Yi Feng was puzzled, a short, thin figure resembling a monkey, wearing a Hokage hat and a Hokage robe, appeared before his eyes. The third Hokage? What was he doing here? Seeing the approaching ninja, Yi Feng frowned, feeling suspicious in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be pleasantly surprised and bowed, saying, "Greetings, third Hokage. Was it you practicing here? I heard some noise and came out of curiosity." Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the excitement on Yi Feng's face, a look similar to that of most children in the Ninja Academy, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems I don't need to say much. This little guy seems to have a deep understanding of the will of fire. Since becoming Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had incorporated a set of brainwashing techniques into the curriculum, which included the saying that where the leaves dance, the fire also burns eternally. The reason for this was to brainwash the children when their minds were still immature, making them regard the Hokage as their faith, admire him, support him, and look up to him. Now seeing such a talented genius like Yi Feng, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also visibly excited and nodded with satisfaction at Yi Feng's performance. Yi Feng curled his lips in his heart, but respectfully replied, "Yes, third Hokage, I was training here before, and I didn't expect to have disturbed you. Please forgive me." "Haha, you're quite impressive. Just now, I sensed your aura while you were training, and I believe that ordinary genin would not be your match, right? What is your name?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yi Feng with a smile, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he felt with Yi Feng. In response to the third Hokage, "I am Hyuga Yi Feng, a member of the Hyuga branch family." Yi Feng introduced himself, while secretly guessing, "What does this old man want from me today?" "Oh, little Yi Feng, with your current strength, are you interested in graduating early?" Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared surprised, as if he had never heard Yi Feng's name before, and then looked at Yi Feng and asked, "Third Hokage, although I want to graduate early to contribute to the village, I feel that my current strength is still insufficient, so I don't have the idea of graduating early for now. I bow to you, third Hokage." Yi Feng was taken aback, then quickly realized and hurriedly declined Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal. What a joke, asking him to graduate now and work for him. This old man was being too shameless, right? Although he had some thoughts about graduating early, he wouldn't do it so soon. At least he needed to settle for another 2 years, and also see if there were any talented students in the ninja school, so that after graduation, he could team up with these people instead of teaming up with a bunch of extras that would drag him down. Chapter 28. Yuya Wine. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Yi Feng to be so mature and know what he wanted. Moreover, he didn't show any pride in response to the praise he received, which was quite rare for someone of Yi Feng's age. "Since you have a plan for your future training, then I won't persuade you anymore. Little Yi Feng, if you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me, and I will do my best to assist you." After chatting with Yi Feng for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to him and reminded him, "Thank you, third Hokage. You are truly kind. In the future, I also want to become a powerful ninja like you and protect Konoha." Hearing this, Yi Feng suppressed his nausea and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Oh, I also believe that little Yi Feng will be able to become a powerful ninja like me in the future. Work hard." Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, had a monkey-like face that smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. After praising Yi Feng, He did not hesitate and turned to leave. Yifeng watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's departing figure, his smile gradually fading. He didn't have much fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen. This wasn't to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a villain. It was just that his actions, after becoming Hokage, were truly disgraceful. Not only did he allow Danzo to eliminate dissenters and turn a blind eye to Danzo's growing power, but he also forced the true experts of Konoha to die, get injured, or leave the ninja world. It could be said that although Sarutobi Hiruzen had deep feelings for Konoha, his selfishness was also very strong. Not to mention other things, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan managed to produce thousands of ninjas. Where did these thousands of ninjas come from? It's important to know that during the Warring States period, the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Mito clan were merely second-rate families dependent on the Senju clan. Their strength was not even comparable to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, let alone other second-rate clans. However, such a family was able to produce so many ninjas during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the means were self-evident. They were merely using the guise of popularization to cultivate ninjas from their respective families with resources meant for commoners, all while ostensibly aiming to suppress the growing Uchiha clan and targeting them at every turn. The Hyuga clan had always been somewhat of a backwater, not vying for power in Konoha, and generally, they would cooperate with the orders given by the Hokage as long as they weren't excessive. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the Uchiha clan facing annihilation. Even the Hyuga clan would be wiped out by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Therefore, Yifeng had never had any good feelings towards such a hypocrite like Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, his current strength was still insufficient, so he could only feign compliance with Sarutobi Hiruzen for now. After standing in place and contemplating Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose for coming today, and recalling some of the brainwashing statements made during their conversation, Yifeng immediately realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen was here to brainwash him. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken notice of him, it was merely because he had become Tsunade's disciple, which drew Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Otherwise, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly notice a 7 or 8-year-old child like him if he hadn't displayed any extraordinary talent? However, this was also good. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had noticed his talent, he would surely increase his efforts to cultivate him, hoping to shape him into a sharp blade. After understanding Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, Yifeng stopped overthinking and continued his training. Time flew by, and nearly a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Yifeng practiced diligently every day. Although his strength progressed slowly, at least he had not hit a bottleneck, and he could clearly see his growth. Yifeng was relatively satisfied with this. One day, Yifeng was practicing in the back mountain as usual, accompanied by Hinata Hanabi, Minato Namikaze, and Shino Aburame. Ever since Shino got beaten up by Yifeng, he had been pestering Tsunade every few days, and eventually Tsunade, unable to stand it any longer, had no choice but to tell Shino where Yifeng usually trained. Since then, Shino had been coming to this place rain or shine, in a state of helplessness. Leaf Maple decided to take advantage of his free time to teach rope tree body techniques, considering Tsunade's face. As for ninjutsu, he himself had not practiced any water attribute ninjutsu, so even if he wanted to teach it, he couldn't. Moreover, water attribute ninjutsu shone brightly under the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who researched many simplified hand seals for water attribute ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama was Rope Tree's great-granduncle, and even though the Senju clan had become more common now, there must still be corresponding legacies in the Senju ancestral home. Therefore, Leaf Maple didn't need to show off his skills there. After practicing some lightning release, Leaf Maple stopped and said, "Konoha, Rope Tree, come here and help me dig a pit." "Big brother, what are we digging a pit for?" Although Rope Tree was older than Leaf Maple, he was not as strong, and Leaf Maple's mature mindset made people subconsciously overlook his age. During this time, after Leaf Maple's guidance, Rope Tree completely recognized him and often called Leaf Maple Big Brother, just like how he called Namikaze Minato. "If we dig a pit to bury you, tell me, how come your great-grandfather and granduncle were invincible in the ninja world, yet you have inherited none of their talent? I seriously doubt whether you are truly their descendant. You weren't adopted, were you?" Yifeng rolled his eyes and looked at Shang Shu teasingly. This Shang Shu, although his talent is decent, his brain, sigh, too much to say, brings tears. Teaching Shang Shu body techniques, he often learns the latter part, but forgets the earlier part. It took him more than 10 tries to barely learn a simple Konoha-style body technique. Even so, when it comes to using it, Yifeng believes he could defeat Shang Shu with just a finger. "Dude, You're too much. I'm not just some random pickup. Shang Shu glared at Yi Feng angrily after hearing his words. However, he couldn't beat Yi Feng, and even though he was furious inside, he didn't dare to lay a hand on him. Forget about fighting. He didn't even dare to argue. All right, there's no time to waste with you. Hurry up and dig the pit. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at the silly behavior of Shang Shu, no longer paying attention to him, and focused on digging the pit. Before long, several wine jars were dug out by Yi Feng and his companions. Big brother, what is this? Shang Shu curiously looked at the wine jars and questioned Yi Feng with confusion. This is the wine I brewed. As Yi Feng spoke, he uncovered the seal, and suddenly, a rich aroma of wine wafted out from the wine jar. Sensing the fragrance in the air, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He flipped his hand to take out a cup and carefully poured a glass of wine. Looking at the cup, clear as jade and with a transparent green liquid that revealed the bottom, Yi Feng swallowed hard. Wow, big brother, the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, have you forgotten? We're still young and can't drink alcohol. Just as Yi Feng was about to gulp down the wine in the cup, Shang Shu suddenly shouted loudly, startling Yi Feng and causing him to tremble, almost spilling the wine. Yi Feng looked at Shang Shu with a murderous gaze, causing Shang Shu to feel uneasy and immediately cover his mouth, not daring to speak further. Big brother, can this wine be drunk? Be careful, don't let anything happen. Yeah, Lord Yi Feng, maybe it's better not to drink it. This wine was brewed by Yi Feng, and although the aroma of the wine filled the air, they still had no idea how it actually was, and they looked at Yi Feng with concern. It's fine, I know how this wine is, just watch me. With that, Yi Feng no longer hesitated and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Chapter 29. Strength increases. Changes in the white eyes as the jade liquid wine entered his mouth. A spicy flavor exploded in Yi Feng's mouth. However, before Yi Feng could frown, the spiciness transformed into sweetness, flowing down his throat and spreading throughout his limbs. At this moment, every cell and pore in Yi Feng's body opened up, and his heart began to vibrate as if it were cheering. The medicinal power continuously nourished Yi Feng's meridians, making him feel as if he were floating in the air. Yi Feng couldn't enjoy this ambience and hurriedly sat cross-legged, operating the Uchiha divine technique to refine the medicinal power entering his body. As his internal energy surged from the dantian, enveloping that medicinal power, it continuously circulated through Yi Feng's meridians according to the route of the Uchiha divine technique. With each circulation, Yi Feng's meridians became a bit tougher, and his internal energy grew stronger. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Feng instinctively directed his internal energy towards his foot-tying lung meridian. With a loud rumble, Yi Feng's foot-tying lung meridian was instantly breached. Outside, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the world, and the surrounding spiritual energy visibly rushed towards Yi Feng, continually drilling into his Baihui acupoint, merging with that medicinal power inside him. At this moment, a hint of purple appeared on Yi Feng's face as his internal energy circulated rapidly, continuously refining the medicinal power and spiritual energy within him. With his mind divided, Yi Feng seized the opportunity to attack other meridians again. To advance to the innate realm of a martial artist, one must open up all meridians, allowing the body to connect with the outside world, enabling one to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance their attacks. Similarly, ninjutsu works in the same way. Through hand seals, one mobilizes their chakra, transforming it into unique ninjutsu attacks through specific meridians. The stronger the capacity of the meridians, the greater the power of the ninjutsu displayed. Just like Uchiha Madara, when he merely used the Great Fireball technique, its power could only be barely resisted by a water-style ninja army using water release. This effect occurs because the meridians within Uchiha Madara are stronger than those of ordinary ninjas, allowing him to withstand more chakra flow. The same goes for Senju Hashirama. With a clap of his hands, whatever he called forth would manifest, and the power of the ninjutsu he performed was equally cataclysmic. Yi Feng speculated that Senju Hashirama's meridians were naturally opened, so he didn't need to guide chakra through hand seals to perform corresponding ninjutsu. Moreover, the ninjutsu they performed could also channel some of the forces of heaven and earth, which is why even when using ordinary ninjutsu, regular ninjas could never compete. Of course, all of this is Yi Feng's speculation based on his training during this time, because his foot-tying lung meridian and several other meridians have been opened, and ninjutsu that needed to pass through these meridians would have an exceptionally fast flow of internal energy whenever Yi Feng performed hand seals. In contrast, The flow of internal energy in the other unbroken meridians was significantly slower. Thus, Yifeng had such speculation. As for whether it was correct, he would naturally know once he opened all his meridians. As time passed, a rich purple hue appeared on Yifeng's face, rapidly refining the spiritual energy and medicinal power entering his body. After an unknown amount of time, when the purple hue on Yifeng's face dissipated and returned to its original color, the spiritual energy and medicinal power that had surged into Yifeng's body flooded into his eyes like a tide. Instantly, the dense lines around his eyes were significantly dispersed by this spiritual energy and medicinal power. Yifeng only felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and involuntarily opened his Byakugan. Suddenly, a gray-white world appeared before him. Compared to before, now that Yifeng had activated his Byakugan, he could see farther and was incredibly sensitive to his surroundings, even perceiving the minute chakra fluctuations beneath the ground clearly. In this ninja world, everything possessed chakra. Even the cells of ordinary people contained some chakra. They just couldn't develop it. In the past, Yifeng was unable to observe these things, but now he could see them clearly. Moreover, due to the seal of the caged bird, there were some defects in his 360-degree Byakugan vision, particularly in the area behind him, which he couldn't observe. However, with the influx of spiritual energy and medicinal power, this defect was completely remedied. At this moment, although Yifeng's caged bird seal had not been completely broken, many of his own deficiencies had been compensated, and most importantly, Yifeng felt that his Byakugan seemed to be undergoing some inexplicable change. Thinking of this, Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he silently shouted, "Pressure!" Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes shone brightly, and an invisible wave shot towards his field of vision. Instantly, a tree about the thickness of an adult's thigh, approximately 200 meters ahead, was bent by the mysterious wave. Just as expected, Yifeng saw this scene and understood in his heart, although this fluctuation was still relatively weak. As his Byakugan continued to become purer, the power of this eye technique would surely strengthen. After coming to this conclusion, Yifeng felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected that the Byakugan could awaken eye techniques even before evolving into the Rinnegan or the Jaegon. However, thinking back to when the Tsutsuki clan invaded the ninja world, it seemed that many of the Tsutsuki ninjas used the Byakugan to activate their eye techniques. With that thought, Yifeng no longer had any doubts. Yifeng-kun, your Byakugan seems to have changed. Earlier, when Yifeng unleashed the eye technique's pressure, Hinata Hanabi seemed to sense some different fluctuations. Faced with Yifeng's Byakugan, Hinata Hanabi actually felt a sense of primal fear, as if it were a bloodline suppression, making her not dare to meet Yifeng's gaze. Otherwise, if Hinata Hanabi had continued to observe Yifeng, she might have been able to see the eye technique he just used. I've made some breakthroughs. My application of the Byakugan has reached a new level. You'll be able to do it too in the future. Yifeng casually found an excuse to skip the matter, then looked at Minato, Namikaze, and Shikamaru. Do you two want to have a drink? Yes. Upon hearing this, Minato, Namikaze, and Shikamaru couldn't care less about the ninja's 3 prohibitions. Previously, after Yifeng had a drink, the violent aura that surrounded him made them envious. They also wanted to quickly improve their strength. Yifeng saw the eager expressions of the two, and even Hinata Hanabi was the same. Without hesitation, he took out 3 wine glasses again, poured a cup for each of them, and reminded them of the precautions before providing protection for them. The 3 followed Yifeng's instructions, drank the wine, and began to operate their chakra refining technique to refine the medicinal power in the wine. However, compared to Yifeng's use of the purple mist divine skill to refine the medicinal power, their chakra refining technique was significantly inferior, resulting in a lot of wasted medicinal power. Nevertheless, their chakra had increased considerably, especially SH Moku, whose chakra amount was already quite large, far surpassing that of a lower ninja, and even an average middle ninja could not compare to SH Moku in terms of chakra amount. At this moment, with such a large chakra amount, the refined medicinal power was naturally more than that of Minato, Namikaze and Hinata Hanabi. After the 3 of them regained their senses, they looked at the several jars of wine on the ground with sparkling eyes, as if they had seen a stunning beauty, wishing they could gulp down all the wine in one go. Seeing their expressions, Yifeng quickly said, "This wine is effective for a maximum of 3 times. After 3 times, your body will develop resistance, and the medicinal power will no longer help you increase your chakra amount. So, wait until you stabilize before drinking it. Don't waste it." After saying this, Yifeng carefully took out a scroll, pretended to form hand seals, and stored the wine jars in the scroll. In reality, he was putting the wine jars into the system space. After doing all this, Yifeng did not continue to cultivate, but instead took the three of them for a picnic. After all, the start of ninja school was not far off, and after a month of continuous training, Yifeng felt a bit fatigued and thought it would be better to have a good rest. Chapter 30, Blood Red Chili Pepper with Master-Level Cooking Skills. Yifeng basically took on the role of chef for every picnic gathering, while Minato Namikaze, Hinata Hanabi, and SH Moku spent their efforts hunting, fishing, and buying various materials. Soon, a large table of Chinese delicacies was prepared by Yifeng, filling the air with a rich aroma. At that moment, Tsunade arrived with a cute little girl with red hair, a stubborn expression on her pretty face. Around 6 years old, beside everyone, Yifeng was taken aback by the appearance of the little girl and immediately guessed her identity. Uzumaki Kushina, the future mother of Naruto Uzumaki, the main character of Naruto, Shippuden. Xiao Yifeng, why is there such a strong aroma of wine lingering here? As soon as Tsunade arrived, she noticed the lingering scent of wine in the air. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and without having time to introduce Kushina to everyone, she quickly moved to Yifeng's side, gently placing her hand on his head and playfully asked, "Teacher, with a man's head and a woman's waist, does this mean you like your disciple and plan to marry them when they grow up?" Yifeng was pressed down by Tsunade, feeling a wave of shame. However, he couldn't defeat Tsunade at the moment, so he could only glare at her defiantly. Bang! As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Tsunade gave him a sharp knock on the head. "At such a young age, you're already so lewd. How could I possibly accept you as my disciple? Tell me, have you been secretly drinking? Hurry up and take out the alcohol. Haven't you forgotten the 3 prohibitions of ninjas? Drinking at such a young age is audacious. TCH, teacher, if you want to drink, just say so. Why come up with such a lame excuse? Come on, teacher, try the jade liquid wine I brewed." Yifeng pouted and pretended to form a seal, taking out a jar of jade liquid wine and pouring a bowl for Tsunade. Upon seeing the jade liquid wine, Tsunade's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Without waiting for Yifeng to speak, she eagerly picked up the bowl and tilted her head to drink it down. After finishing the bowl of wine, a charming blush appeared on Tsunade's fair face, making Yifeng almost unable to resist the urge to bite her. Tsunade noticed Yifeng staring at her with a lecherous look and was about to say something, but the next moment, her expression changed, and she looked at Yifeng in shock. "What are you standing there for? Teacher, hurry up and circulate your chakra to refine the medicinal properties." Yifeng was stunned when he saw Tsunade helplessly rubbing his forehead. Although the Yuya wine had a mild medicinal property, if allowed to rampage within the body, it would still damage the meridians. Tsunade, awakened by Yifeng, hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, operating the chakra refining technique, mobilizing her chakra to envelop the medicinal power and began to rapidly refine it. Before long, Tsunade felt her chakra within her body surge by 20%. Looking at Yifeng in disbelief, "Is this the medicinal wine you brewed last time?" Previously, when Yifeng was brewing the wine, Tsunade was also present, but at that time, she didn't pay much attention. In her eyes, Yifeng had just begun to learn medical knowledge. Even if he memorized the medical theories perfectly, without practical experience, he wouldn't understand pharmacology too well. So, Tsunade thought Yifeng was merely experimenting with some pharmacological concepts. However, after personally drinking a bowl today and feeling the surge of chakra within her, Tsunade realized that Yifeng's last brew of medicinal wine had actually succeeded, and the effect was surprisingly good. "Well, teacher, this is called Yuya wine. The first 3 times you drink it, it can increase the amount of chakra. After 3 times, this wine can only be regarded as a supplement for chakra. However, even so, according to my estimation, its effect is much better than the soldier pills. With no side effects." Yifeng smiled slightly and revealed the effects of the drink. The more Tsunade listened, the brighter her beautiful eyes became, and the image of little money bags started to appear in her mind. "Little Yifeng, how about you give the recipe for this jade liquid wine to your teacher?" Tsunade approached Yifeng with a cheeky grin and asked cheerfully, "Teacher, what do you want to do?" Yifeng looked at Tsunade suspiciously, not knowing what she was planning to do. Such a great thing should definitely be put on the market, allowing my Konoha ninjas to become even stronger, don't you think? Tsunade smiled at Yifeng. Hearing this, Yifeng looked at Tsunade with suspicion. There is no doubt that Tsunade has a deep affection for Konoha village. But Yifeng does not believe that Tsunade would truly be so selfless. He recalled the time not long ago when Tsunade found him and asked him to use the Byakugan to help her cheat, and he suddenly understood. "Teacher, You want to sell this wine for money, right? Ahem, making money is secondary. The main thing is that you want to enhance the strength of Konoha ninjas, right? Seeing that Yifeng had figured out her intentions, Tsunade awkwardly smiled and forced an explanation. If the teacher wants the recipe for the Yuya wine, that's fine, but Yifeng smiled inwardly at Tsunade's appearance. He knew that his current strength was weak, and once the news about the Yuya wine spread, he wouldn't be able to protect the recipe. He would either be cleverly robbed by the Hyuga clan or be coerced by that old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to hand over the recipe for the greater good. Rather than that, it would be better to cooperate with Tsunade. At least with her around, no one would dare to covet the Yuya wine recipe. As for money, Yifeng certainly wouldn't mind having more, especially since he was in a period of rapid growth and his burden was getting a bit heavy. All these things required money to purchase. Therefore, he had no objections to Tsunade wanting to make money from the Yuya wine recipe. What do you want? Just say it. Or how about this, I'll provide the manpower, and we split the profits 50-50. Tsunade remembered that while the medicinal materials used for the Yuya wine were decent, they weren't particularly precious, and the profits were astonishing. Moreover, once this wine was released, who would still want to eat that awful military food pill? Well, okay. Since my teacher is so sincere, then I agree. Yifeng smiled slightly at Tsunade's eager expression and agreed. Smack! Tsunade, seeing Yifeng's agreement, excitedly hugged his head and gave him a hard kiss. She loved gambling. 80% of the bounty she earned from missions was spent in casinos. However, she had no luck in gambling, and every time she gambled, regardless of what it was, she always lost. Although the Senju family had a vast fortune, she couldn't inherit it as long as the Uzumaki clan was still around. Moreover, she knew her own nature. Although she loved to gamble, she wouldn't recklessly bet the family fortune. Therefore, Tsunade was usually quite poor and often set her sights on Suk, who couldn't stand up to her and was simple-minded. So every time she wanted to know where he hid his money, she would easily get out of him. Now, with the Yuya wine, a golden goose, Tsunade would be able to enjoy gambling freely for a long time. All right, this is Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, this is my disciple Hinata Yifeng and his girlfriend Hinata Hanabi. This is Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya's disciple. You all should get to know each other. After kissing Yifeng, Tsunade pulled Kushina over and introduced her to everyone before diving into the food. As for the Yuya wine, after hearing Yifeng explain its effects, Tsunade didn't rush to drink it. After all, it could only enhance chakra for the first 3 times, and she naturally wanted to make the most of these opportunities. Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. After school starts, I'll be a transfer student in the first year of the ninja school. Please take care of me. Upon hearing this, Kushina bowed to everyone. Yifeng looked at Kushina, the little girl who had lost her home and was living alone in a strange environment, and smiled slightly. Nice to meet you. We'll be friends from now on. You don't have to be so restrained. This is the food I made. Give it a try. As he spoke, Yifeng introduced various dishes to Kushina, easing her nervousness, and everyone began to enjoy the meal. Chapter 31. Uzumaki Mito under the kindness of everyone. Kushina gradually relaxed and showed her lively side, especially towards Hinata Hanabi. Perhaps because they were both girls and of similar ages, they quickly became familiar with each other. Sister Hanabi, just now, Sister Tsunade said you're Yifeng-kun's little girlfriend. Are you two together now? What do you usually do? The little girl had a longing for love. In the world of Naruto, these kids mature very early, naturally yearning for romantic matters. Hinata Hanabi, hearing Kushina's voice, blushed and secretly glanced at Yifeng. Seeing that Yifeng hadn't noticed, she sighed in relief and then explained her relationship with Yifeng to Kushina. Kushina, seeing Yifeng being so clueless, shot him a fierce glare, leaving Yifeng confused, not understanding why she was suddenly looking at him with gritted teeth after everything seemed fine just a moment ago. Unable to comprehend, Yifeng decided not to think too much and focused on enjoying the delicious food in front of him. As for Shoju and Minato, they were both distracted, each captivated by Hanabi and Kushina. The meal ended in this strange atmosphere, and after tidying up, everyone decided not to continue training but headed towards the Konoha market. After a day of fun, everyone finally parted ways and returned to their respective homes. Senju ancestral home, a woman in her 30s, with hair the same color as Kushina's, looked at Kushina, who had returned with Tsunade and Shoju. At this moment, Kushina was beaming with joy, completely different from when she first arrived in Konoha. She smiled slightly. It seems that Kushina is very happy today. Tell Grandma what you did today. Grandma Mito. Today, Sister Tsunade took me to meet some good friends, a delicate boy a beautiful sister from the Hyuga clan, and a big brother who can cook delicious food and is very strong. They're all very nice to me. Kushina bounced over to Uzumaki Mito, recounting everyone's situation. The delicate boy referred to Minato. Minato, gentle and always wearing a warm smile, with his golden hair, resembled a little son. However, combined with his appearance, that gentle smile gave off a somewhat delicate impression. It's a good thing Minato didn't know Kushina's evaluation of him. Otherwise, he might have wanted to find a piece of tofu to smash his head against out of frustration. The beautiful sister from the Hyuga clan was, of course, referring to Hanabi, and the remaining person needed no further explanation. Naturally, it was Yefeng. Oh, Kushina said that big brother is very strong. How strong is he? Uzumaki Mito asked, a smile appearing on her face. Although she was asking Kushina, her gaze was actually directed at Tsunade. She had long known that Tsunade had taken on a disciple. But at first, Mito didn't care. Now that she heard Kushina's words, Mito became interested. Kushina's identity was special. Everyone who appeared before her would attract Mito's attention. At this moment, seeing Kushina's evaluation of Yefeng, Mito understood that Kushina had accepted Yefeng as a friend. Grandma, Yefeng has great talent. If he is carefully nurtured, I feel he will be even stronger than Hinata Tenrin. Tsunade noticed Mito's gaze and explained, oh, it seems that this little Yefeng is really not simple. Tell Grandma more about this Hinata Yefeng. Upon hearing Tsunade's evaluation of Yefeng, a hint of surprise flashed in Mito's eyes. Tsunade usually appeared carefree, but in reality, she was a very proud girl. Now, Tsunade's evaluation of Yefeng proved that Yefeng had completely gained her recognition and was definitely not viewed as an ordinary disciple. After all, Hinata Tenrin was not a simple character. Hinata Tenrin was a figure from the same era as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. As a member of the branch family, Hinata Tenrin surpassed the main family with his talent, becoming the strongest force in the Hinata clan. During the Warring States period, he even competed with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Before the establishment of Konoha, the first Hokage had coveted the Byakugan of the Hinata clan, scheming to capture members of the main family to seize the Byakugan bloodline. After all, the A clan excelled in body techniques, and if they obtained the Byakugan, which combines insight, enhancement, and perspective, their body techniques would greatly increase in power. At that time, when it seemed that the first Hokage was about to succeed, Hinata Tenrin emerged, slashing at the first Hokage. A's lightning-release chakra mode had no resistance against Hinata Tenrin, and the so-called strongest defense, the lightning armor, was shattered by Hinata Tenrin. Moreover, in that battle, Hinata Tenrin also showcased the unique ocular techniques of the Byakugan. The observing Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara both sensed this scene, and it was at that moment they acknowledged the fact that the Hinata clan was on par with them. After the establishment of Konoha, the first A established the village hidden in the clouds, but shortly thereafter, he suffered severe injuries from that battle and soon passed away, passing the Hokage position to the second A. This shows how powerful Hinata Tenrin was at that time. He was someone recognized by two abnormal beings. Now, Tsunade said that Yefeng has the potential to surpass Hinata Tenrin's talent, which left Uzumaki Mito astonished. Seeing her grandmother's curiosity about Yefeng, Tsunade explained why she took Yefeng as a disciple and recounted the surprising things Yefeng had done. The more Mito listened, the more surprised she became. At such a young age, he created body techniques that even Orochimaru envied, and in a short time, he also developed a running technique and swordsmanship, along with decent talent in ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. This simply could not be described as genius. As fellow members of the branch family, both have been sealed with the cage bird seal since childhood. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling that things were definitely not as simple as coincidence. As a clan renowned for sealing techniques, Uzumaki Mito was the princess of the Uzumaki clan and had a deep understanding of sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan had once attempted to study the cage bird seal, but ended up with nothing. However, now that Mito heard Tsunade recount Yefeng's story, she felt a renewed interest in researching the caged bird seal. Her intuition told her that the caged bird seal was definitely not just a means for the main family to control the branch family. During the Warring States period, battles were fought on a family basis. At that time, family honor was above all, and although there were struggles for power among families, they would still unite against external enemies, with few traitors appearing in each family. Thus, The Hinata clan had no need to specifically research this sealing technique to control the branch family. In order to prevent the Byakugan from being leaked, please. As one of the three great clans of the Warring States period, the Hyuga clan was at its peak in the ninja world at that time. Who would dare to seize the bloodline of the Hyuga clan? Only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had such thoughts, and in the end, he was bisected. Protecting the Byakugan bloodline from being leaked is an excuse that simply cannot convince Uzumaki Mido. Now, the Hyuga clan has produced a Hyuga Tenjin, and now another extraordinary Hyuga leaf, Maple, has appeared. How can Uzumaki Mido not ponder this deeply? Chapter 32. Crazy Hyuga Yunkong after making a decision. Uzumaki Mido looked at Tsunade. Tsunade, find some time to bring little leaf Maple over for a meal. Grandma wants to see what the genius you mentioned looks like. Tsunade was taken aback upon hearing this, and looked at her grandmother in surprise. Since Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju went to the Pure Land, Uzumaki Mido has rarely appeared in Konoha village. Every day, she either tended to flowers and plants in the ancestral home, or practiced sealing techniques to suppress the nine tails within her. Recently, Uzumaki village has been attacked by a Wagakure, Kirigakure, and Kyumogakure, while Konoha has taken no action. Although there are signs of Suna's frequent movements indicating an impending attack on Konoha, Konoha has not sent troops to rescue Uzumaki village. Regardless, as the princess of Uzumaki village, which is a steadfast ally of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions have left Uzumaki Mido feeling cold. Therefore, Uzumaki Mido has basically stopped concerning herself with Konoha's affairs. Now, however, Uzumaki Mido has suddenly become interested in leaf maple, which makes Tsunade feel very surprised. I understand, Grandma. Although Tsunade did not understand in her heart, she did not say much and agreed. Uzumaki Mido saw the confusion in Tsunade's eyes, but did not explain anything, her weathered eyes looking outside the ancestral home, seemingly lost in thought. On the other side, Leaf Maple was still unaware that he had entered the plans of the hidden big boss of Konoha village. After returning home, Leaf Maple, for once, did not train. After washing up, he went to bed. Tomorrow is the start of school, but for Leaf Maple, it makes no difference, as he has already learned most of the theoretical knowledge from ninja school. Even when school starts, he can still practice his hand sealing speed during class time. Currently, his overall strength has reached a bottleneck. To comprehend the profound sword intent of the Huashan sword technique, he needs years of continuous understanding of its essence to fully master it. The flying body technique has already been cultivated to a perfect state during this period. The same goes for the 18 dragon subduing palms. The only progress that is a bit slow is in ninjutsu, due to the limitations of his inner strength. Leaf Maple cannot perform those B-rank attribute ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and can only simulate them repeatedly in his mind. For these, Leaf Maple has not shown any urgency. His mindset has always been very stable. After a quiet night, the next morning, Leaf Maple stretched a bit, prepared lunch, and headed towards the ninja school with his lunchbox. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, Hyuga Yunkong arrived at his doorstep with some lackeys. Yifeng frowned and said, "Is something wrong?" Hinata Yifeng. Know your place. Some people are not someone you can covet. If you are smart, keep your distance from her. Ever since being defeated by Yifeng, Hinata Yunkong had been training like crazy, and his strength had improved significantly. Originally, after a long period of practice, Hinata Yunkong wanted to relax a bit. But as soon as he came out, he heard his lackey report that Hinata Huale was getting very close to Yifeng. For the sake of Yifeng, Hinata Huale even went to the ninja school to study. The two had been inseparable during this time. Hinata Yunkong already had feelings for Hinata Huale, and upon hearing this news, he was furious. Now, in a fit of rage, Hinata Yunkong couldn't wait to find Yifeng with his lackey. Idiot! After hearing Hinata Yunkong's words, Yifeng expressionlessly said something to him and continued to walk forward slowly. You want to die? Do you really think I'm the same person I was a few months ago? Today I'll let you know my strength. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams palm. Hinata Yunkong, seeing Yifeng ignore him like this, could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He activated his chakra and charged towards Yifeng. As always, garbage. As a member of the main family, you can't even understand the soft fist. Truly useless. Fine, let me show you what the soft fist really is. Yifeng noticed that Hinata Yunkong's speed of attack was somewhat faster than before, which could be considered an improvement. However, this level of progress was not even comparable to Hinata Huale. After shaking his head in disdain, Yifeng calmly put away the food box into the sealing scroll, then mobilized his internal energy, spread his hands in a stance, and launched an attack on Hinata Hanabi. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 2 palms, for palms, 8 palms. 16 palms, 32 palms. Although Yi Feng acted later, he quickly covered Hinata Hanabi's Bagua Ray with his own Bagua Ray, trapping Hinata Hanabi within it and launching a series of attacks. Each strike landed on Hinata Hanabi's chakra conduits, severing his control over chakra. You brought this on yourself. Hinata Hanabi glared at Yi Feng with a twisted expression as he began to form hand seals. In the next moment, a special mental force invaded Yi Feng's mind, triggering the core of the caged bird seal within his brain. Hinata Hanabi actually intended to kill himself by destroying the core of the caged bird seal. Yi Feng felt the surge of a special mental power, and his brows furrowed. A thunderous dragon roar erupted as Yi Feng unleashed a powerful strike. The Kong Long Yu Hui, hitting Hinata Hanabi and sending him flying. After doing all this, Yi Feng didn't even glance at Hinata Hanabi. He hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, enduring the explosive pain in his head, and fully mobilized his mental power to resist the caged bird. As his mind sank into his brain, Yi Feng watched the rapidly collapsing lines of the caged bird, and the ceiling lines near his Byakugan trembled violently along with his nerves. Once the lines collapsed, the nerves around his eyes would likely be completely severed. Yi Feng knew well what the consequences of a retinal nerve rupture would be. Damn Hinata Hanabi, as long as I don't die, I will repay today's grudge 100-fold. Yi Feng was extremely angry. He had never been so close to death before. Fortunately, Hinata Hanabi's strength was not strong and his mental power was shallow. Otherwise, he might not even have had time to react. As the ceiling lines collapsed, the core of the caged bird trembled wildly, and the nerves connected to the retina sensed sharp pains, causing Yi Feng's pure white eyes to be filled with bloodshot veins. Damn it, if I don't stabilize the caged bird soon, I'm really done for. Yi Feng was anxious, his mind racing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Without hesitation, he began to circulate the Zixia divine skill, channeling his internal energy to impact his own meridians. As long as he could break through one meridian and draw in natural spiritual energy, he could then guide that energy into his white eyes. Not only could he resolve this crisis, but perhaps he could also turn misfortune into fortune. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng quickly mobilized his internal energy towards his hand's three-legged yang meridian. Under the vision of his white eyes, he frantically struck the hand's three-legged yang meridian. The continuous impacts consumed a lot of internal energy, but the hand's three-legged yang meridian had only broken through halfway. Damn it, I can't break through. The purity and quantity of my internal energy are insufficient. Is there any other way? That's right, the jade liquid wine. Yi Feng felt anxious and suddenly remembered the jade liquid wine. He hurriedly took out the wine jar and drank it wildly. As the jade liquid wine entered his body, it instantly transformed into waves of medicinal power. Yi Feng fully operated the purple mist divine skill and began to refine the medicinal power. However, what Yi Feng did not know was that the dragon subduing 18 palms he had unleashed earlier had already alarmed the Hyuga clan leader and others. And many people were gathering here now. When the Hyuga clan leader saw Yi Feng frantically channeling chakra to impact his meridians, he was taken aback. After seeing the effects of the jade liquid wine, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. What on earth was Yi Feng doing? What had just happened? The Hyuga clan leader furrowed his brow, looking at the collapsed and weak Hyuga Hanabi, the flustered subordinates around him, and Yi Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with veins bulging around his eyes. The Hyuga clan leader's expression was extremely grim. As for the Hyuga elder, he looked at Yi Feng with eyes filled with murderous intent. Previously, Yi Feng's furious strike had completely shattered several of Hyuga Hanabi's meridians, and his internal organs had also been affected, requiring a lot of time to recover. Such an injury made the Hyuga elder furious, wishing he could kill Yi Feng immediately. Chapter 33. Fortunate Misfortune. Byakugan Advancement. The Hyuga elder examined Hyuga Hanabi's injuries, and then turned his eyes filled with astonishing killing intent towards Yi Feng. He began to form complex hand seals, preparing to unleash the caged bird technique with full force to completely kill Yi Feng. Moreover, with the Hyuga elder's strength, it would not be difficult to instantly kill Yi Feng. However, the reason he was activating the caged bird technique was that he wanted Yi Feng to endure inhumane torture before dying. Only then could he quell the anger in his heart. Just as the Hyuga elder was forming the seals, the Hyuga clan leader suddenly flashed to his side. That's enough. Clan leader, this brat has severely injured my son. He has no respect for the main family, and keeping him alive will only be a disaster. The Hyuga elder looked at the Hyuga clan leader who was blocking him, his expression darkening. Do you not know why this is happening? If Hyuga Yunkong hadn't provoked Yi Feng wouldn't have taken the initiative to find trouble with him, would he? Also, you actually taught the caged bird seal to Hyuga Yunkong. What are you trying to do? Don't forget, the branch family is also part of the Hyuga clan, not servants of the main family. Are you planning to split the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan leader saw the varied expressions of the branch family members around. Even his second son Hyuga Nichi had a change in expression. He knew in his heart that if this matter was not handled properly, it could very likely ignite the dissatisfaction of the branch family members towards the main family. After all, everyone present knew the truth of the matter. Although they had not witnessed the events, this was the branch family stronghold. It was not far from Yi Feng's residence. What was Hyuga Yunkong doing here? It was clearly to find trouble with Yi Feng. After being unable to defeat Yi Feng, he actually went mad and activated the caged bird technique, and with full force aimed to destroy the sealing core of the caged bird and kill Yi Feng. Even though they were not familiar with Yi Feng, seeing his miserable state inevitably stirred feelings of sympathy. Moreover, although the main family controlled the means to activate the caged bird seal since its creation, this technique was limited to the current clan leader and the elders. Even the main family disciples did not qualify to learn it before becoming clan leaders or elders. This was to prevent the young from impulsively activating the caged bird and excessively oppressing the branch family. But now, the elder was breaking this rule by teaching this technique to the 9-year-old Hyuga Yunkong. If the elder publicly activated the caged bird and killed Yi Feng, what would the branch family members think? They would feel that they were not even as good as a servant. At least servants had more freedom and could find opportunities to escape control. And what about them? They could only be like birds in a cage, subjected to the main family's arbitrary humiliation and oppression. If that were the case, it would be better to rise up in rebellion, kill one to break even, kill two to make a profit. After all, there were fewer people from the main family than from the branch family. Even if the main family activated the caged bird, how many could they control instantly? If such a thing happened, it would not only be a disaster for the main family, but also for the Hyuga clan. How could a Hyuga clan leader allow such a thing to happen? I admit that I mishandled this matter, but that is not a reason for Yi Feng to beat Yunkong indiscriminately and seriously injure him. A death sentence can be avoided, but a living crime is hard to spare. He seriously injured a member of the main family and must endure 500 lashes, after which he is not allowed to leave the family area to warn others. Upon hearing this, the Hyuga elder's expression changed unpredictably. He then snorted coldly, glanced around, and spoke to everyone. On the other side, Yi Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was fully operating the purple mist divine skill, refining the medicinal power while impacting his meridians. After an unknown amount of time, at the moment his meridians broke through, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings, and waves of natural spiritual energy poured into Yi Feng's Bai point, which he then controlled to push into his eyes. The core of the caged bird, which was originally on the brink of collapse, gradually stabilized with the influx of natural spiritual energy, and the nerve lines near the retina began to calm down and no longer fluctuate. Yi Feng's pair of greedy eyes absorbed the natural spiritual energy, and gradually, a series of rhythmic breaths began to pulse in Yi Feng's eyes. Fetal movement. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy upon sensing this. Fetal movement. This is a sign of the evolution of the Byakugan. Once the fetal movement ends, his Byakugan will rise to a new level. In order for the Byakugan to evolve into the Rinnegan, the prerequisite is to have a pair of pure Byakugan. Only with sufficiently pure Byakugan, combined with the chakra or cells of the Otsutsuki clan, can the Byakugan evolve into the Rinnegan. Of course, there's another method. To extract a large amount of Byakugan genes, inject these genes into one's own body, complete the deficient gene sequence, and ultimately break through one's own shackles to evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan. The Otsutsuki Shin in the moon and that giant Rinnegan used this method. However, Yi Feng did not understand how to extract gene sequences, which is a complex process, so he could only use the first method. And what is the essence of Otsutsuki chakra? Yi Feng speculated that the essence of Otsutsuki chakra is natural energy and life essence. Their source of power all comes from the fruit of the divine tree. The flowering and fruiting of the divine tree is the result of absorbing the natural energy from the planet and the life essence from living beings. Only in this way can it bloom and bear fruit. After the Otsutsuki clan consumes the divine tree's fruit, their lives undergo a leap, not to mention immortality. they can at least live for a long time. Therefore, now that Yi Feng's Byakugan has absorbed a large amount of natural energy, it has undergone a qualitative change. In the future, if he can obtain rich life essence, evolving his Byakugan into the Rinnegan should be relatively easy, with a clear path for his Byakugan's future. Yi Feng initially wanted to test the various abilities of his current Byakugan. However, at the moment he became aware, he sensed that many people had gathered around him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the elder Hyuga announcing his punishment. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng scoffed. "Oh, I wonder what basis the elder has for punishing me. Is the main family intentionally looking for trouble, as if the branch family can't fight back? If you want to punish me, fine, but what about the elder's violation of the family's rules passed down for thousands of years? Privately teaching the caged bird technique to Hyuga Yinkong? What punishment should the elder receive for that? According to family rules, even if the Byakugan is not taken away and the branch family is not expelled from the Hyuga clan, the elder should step down in shame and let capable elders from the main family take over, right? I'm sharp-toned. Does this old man need a junior like you to comment on how I do things?" Hearing Yi Feng's words, the elder Hyuga trembled with anger. "I may indeed be a junior, but my teacher is Tsunade. If the family handles matters unfairly, I will have to seek out my teacher to seek justice for me. Moreover, coincidentally, I have also met Lord Hokage, and I believe Lord Hokage will handle this fairly." Yi Feng sneered. This was indeed a matter of the Hyuga clan, but the Hyuga clan was also in Konoha village. To a certain extent, although the Hokage could not interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja clans, the Hokage's word still carried some weight among the other ninja clans, except for the Uchiha clan. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to openly defy him. Moreover, who was Tsunade? Although the Senju clan had already fallen, let's not forget that there was still a hidden big boss, Uzumaki Mito, in the Senju ancestral home. Even though Uzumaki Mito had retired and rarely came out of the Senju ancestral home, her name alone was enough to make anyone take notice. Coupled with Tsunade's special identity as a princess of a land of fire, what would happen once she learned that her only disciple was being treated so unjustly? Chapter 34. The aftermath of the incident, Yi Feng's killing intent. As soon as Yi Feng said this, the members of the Hyuga clan around him, including the clan leader and the elders, were taken aback. They didn't expect that Yi Feng had actually become a disciple of Tsunade. When did this happen? Becoming Tsunade's disciple meant that Yi Feng had joined the direct line of the Hokage. Moreover, Tsunade was not only the disciple of the third Hokage, but also the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and a princess of the Land of Fire. Yi Feng becoming Tsunade's disciple would be greatly beneficial for the future development of the Hyuga clan. After all, in name, they as ninja clans had to follow the leadership of the Hokage, regardless of whether Yi Feng would have the opportunity to become Hokage in the future. As a member of the Hokage's direct line under Tsunade, or if someone of the same generation as Yi Feng became Hokage, at the very least, Yi Feng could become an elder, right? And as a member of the Hyuga clan, it was only natural that Yi Feng would take care of the Hyuga clan and seek benefits for them. Just look at how rapidly the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, the Mito clan, and the Shimura clan developed after Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, Mito Kiyomi, and Shimura Danzo became Hokage and elders. Others may not know, but how could they, as one of the top ninja clans in Konoha, be unaware? Plus, with Yi Feng's astonishing talent and perseverance far exceeding that of ordinary people, once Yi Feng grew up, he would become the pillar of the Hyuga clan. The Grand Elder thought it best to let today's matter rest. Yi Feng did nothing wrong and should not be punished. The Hyuga clan leader's mind was racing, but he maintained a stern expression as he looked at the Grand Elder. Yes, although we are the main family, that does not give us the right to look down upon others. The essence of the caged bird is to prevent the bloodline of the Hyuga clan from being leaked, not to allow the main family to oppress and pressure the branch family while enjoying the protection and resources provided selflessly. After all, they are members of the Hyuga clan, just like us. As soon as the Hyuga clan leader finished speaking, the third elder of the Hyuga clan, who was also Hyuga Hanabi's father, spoke up on behalf of Yi Feng under Hanabi's urging. In fact, when they first arrived, Hanabi had been anxiously watching Yi Feng, wanting her father to step in and save him. However, at that moment, the situation was unclear, and he couldn't stabilize Yi Feng's caged bird core. So he didn't take action. Now that the situation was clear and Yi Feng had backing, if the third elder didn't speak up, he would truly be a fool. After all, compared to the genius Yi Feng, that useless Hyuga Yinkong was hardly worth mentioning, especially since even if his meridians were reconnected after being severely injured by Yi Feng, his future achievements would still be limited. The third elder couldn't possibly fail to see this. As two significant figures in the Hyuga clan spoke up, the remaining elders from the branch families also voiced their support. Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder shot a gloomy glance at Yi Feng, unable to suppress the killing intent in his eyes. However, with no one supporting him, he couldn't do anything to Yi Feng and could only suppress his killing intent, snorting coldly as he left with Hyuga Yunkan. Yi Feng watched the departing figure of Elder Hyuga, his eyes dark as water. How could he easily let go of a grudge that almost cost him his life? Today, he had already established a deep hatred with the entire Hyuga family, and it was bound to be a matter of life and death. Given the opportunity, Elder Hyuga would not hesitate to eliminate him. But this was exactly what Yi Feng was thinking. As long as he found the chance, Yi Feng would go to any lengths to kill Elder Hyuga and Hyuga Yunkan. He couldn't feel at ease until these two were dead. After all, while it's easy to dodge a direct attack, it's hard to guard against a hidden one. Moreover, these two were from the clan and controlled the caged bird's secret technique. If they suddenly activated the caged bird technique while he was fighting someone, wouldn't he fall into danger once again? Therefore, his killing intent towards them had already reached its peak. However, on one hand, his current strength was not enough to defeat Elder Hyuga, and on the other hand, in Konoha village, unless he wanted to become a rogue ninja, it was impossible to openly kill the entire Hyuga family. Thus, Yi Feng could only forcibly suppress his killing intent. With a blank expression, he saluted the Hyuga clan leader and several elders before turning to walk towards the ninja school. Yi Feng-kun, are you alright? Hyuga Huale hurriedly followed him, her face filled with concern as she asked. I'm fine. Yi Feng saw Hinata Hanabi looking at him with concern, and he forced a smile before shaking his head and falling silent. Yi Feng-kun, I will practice hard from now on and will never let today's incident happen again. Hinata Hanabi felt very uncomfortable seeing Yi Feng, who seemed more indifferent than usual, and after making a silent decision in her heart, she quietly followed him towards the ninja school. Before long, upon arriving at the ninja school, Yi Feng and Hinata Hanabi entered the classroom side by side, ignoring the teacher's lecture on stage, and began practicing his hand seal speed in silence. Yi Feng never wanted to experience the feeling of being on the brink of death, where life and death were beyond his control again. In fact, he was even considering graduating early. An invincible strong person is never trained in a greenhouse. Just like the ninja gods of this world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who were forced to join the brutal battlefield at a young age and fought against various enemies. It was through one dangerous situation after another that they continuously stimulated their potential, enabling them to grow stronger step by step, ultimately becoming unmatched in the ninja world. Of course, staying at the ninja school now provides a relatively safe environment for growth. However, if that's the case, it would be impossible for him to become stronger quickly. With this thought, Yi Feng felt a sense of determination rise within him. He would apply for early graduation by the end of this semester. At least, graduating now means that World War II has not yet broken out. Even if there are undercurrents, it is still relatively stable compared to the battlefield. Time gradually passed, and during class, Yi Feng practiced his hand seal speed. After class, he didn't waste a moment, quickly finishing his meal before diving back into intense training. Soon, it was time for school to end in the afternoon. Yi Feng originally planned to head to the back mountain to continue training, but Tsunade suddenly approached him. Little Yi Feng, what's wrong? As soon as Tsunade arrived, she noticed that Yi Feng was different from usual. Normally, he would occasionally show some smiles, but today, as soon as she got close to him, Tsunade sensed the coldness emanating from him. This situation took her by surprise, and she then asked in confusion, is everything all right? Teacher, did you come to find me for something? Hearing this, Yi Feng didn't tell Tsunade about what happened today, but instead looked at her with confusion, not knowing why she came to find him today. Grandma wants to see you, so come home with me for dinner today. Tsunade frowned, but seeing Yi Feng didn't want to say much, she could only suppress her curiosity and said to Yi Feng, Grandma, Uzumaki Mito. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's heart stirred as he recalled the deeds of Uzumaki Mito. In the original work, Uzumaki Mito is rarely mentioned. Yi Feng only knows that she is an incredibly powerful ninja. As the host of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito is the only one who can suppress the Nine Tails with her own strength and can freely manipulate the Nine Tails chakra to assist her in battle. This shows how unimaginable her strength is. Why would such a big figure want to meet him? Is it just because he is Tsunade's disciple? Soon, Yi Feng shook his head. It couldn't be that simple. He was Tsunade's disciple, not her husband. So why would Uzumaki Mito, who has seen countless geniuses, want to meet a little kid like him? For someone like Uzumaki Mito, she must have encountered numerous talents. Before becoming a strong person, a genius is merely a genius. While they may attract attention, they won't be taken too seriously. After all, even geniuses face various dangers during their growth, which can lead to their untimely demise before they fully develop. With many thoughts swirling in his mind, Yifeng nodded and said, "All right, I'm very curious about my teacher's grandmother too." Chapter 35. First meeting with Uzumaki Mido. Seeing that Yifeng had agreed, Tsunade didn't waste any more words. She led Ju and Kushina, greeted Hinata Hanabi, and headed toward the Senju ancestral home. The Senju ancestral home is vast. As one of the 3 great ninja clans of Konoha, it has produced 2 Hokage and is one of the strongest clans in Konoha. However, at present, the Senju clan has declined because Senju Tobarama integrated the clan into the common people, even discarding the Senju surname. Later, Senju Tobarama died in battle against the rogue ninja army of Kumobikure, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed as the 3rd Hokage in a time of crisis. At that time, the ninja world was in turmoil, preparing to attack Konoha, while Konoha itself was unstable. Thus, after becoming the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Danzo, prepared to restart the project of the cells of Hashirama, hoping to artificially create a ninja god again. They then mobilized the remaining elites of the Senju clan to implant them with the cells of Hashirama. Unfortunately, the erosion power of the cells of Hashirama was too strong. Without exception, both the strong members of the Senju clan and those ninja who volunteered for the experiment turned into decayed trees. Their life energy completely eroded by the cells of Hashirama. From then on, the Senju clan completely declined. Not long ago, the Uzumaki village was attacked by the 3 great ninja villages. The remaining members of the Senju clan, hidden among the common people, saw that Konoha did not come to the rescue of Uzumaki village, so they gathered again and chose to rescue Uzumaki village on their own. The outcome was inevitable. All the gathered members of the Senju clan perished, leaving only one who barely managed to bring Kushina back to the village before dying. Since then, the Senju clan has completely declined in Konoha. Now, only Tsunade and Ju remain of the direct bloodline among the remaining common people. Even if they are members of the Senju clan's bloodline, they are merely distant relatives and cannot restore the glory of the Senju clan's peak period. Following Tsunade, they arrived at the largest courtyard of the Senju ancestral home, where a red-haired young woman was trimming the flowers and plants. Yifeng looked at the young woman, secretly amazed. As expected of the Uzumaki family, even in an older age, her life energy was still so abundant. And this was with a significant portion of her chakra used to suppress the 9 tails. Otherwise, this Uzumaki could probably live even longer. The reason why the Uzumaki can still look so youthful at an old age is due to their unique sealing technique, the In sealing. The effect of In sealing allows one to store chakra within. As long as the chakra is not completely consumed, the person can maintain their youth. Tsunade also knows this In sealing and later combines it with her medical ninjutsu to create various forbidden techniques, the most representative being the 100 healings technique. This medical forbidden technique is created by combining In sealing, and once activated, even if severely injured, one can instantly heal and return to peak condition. Paired with a slug, even if the body is split in half, as long as there is still breath, one can recover completely. This demonstrates the power of In sealing. I have seen Lord Mido. After seeing the woman, Yifeng immediately bowed to Uzumaki Mido. "Get up. You must be Tsunade and Kushina's Yifeng, whom SHT has been mentioning lately. From now on, just like them, call me Grandma." Uzumaki Mido turned around. Her weathered eyes assessed Yifeng, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Yes, Grandma." Hearing this, Yifeng was not polite and called out to Uzumaki Mizuto, looking at him with a puzzled expression, questioning what he wanted him to come for. "He, today Grandma asked you to come. First to see what kind of person the so-called genius is, and second, she also wants to see your cage bird seal. I wonder if you are willing?" Uzumaki Mizuto explained with a faint smile upon seeing Yifeng's confused expression. Hearing this, Yifeng hesitated for a moment. His cage bird was no longer complete. On the surface, the sealing lines caused by the cage bird seal on his forehead were still there. But in reality, as his Byakugan continued to advance, the core had been touched before, and the sealing lines had diminished significantly. Even members of the Hyuga clan could not perceive the specific situation as long as no spiritual entity invaded his mind. But who was Uzumaki Shueihu? She was the current master of sealing techniques in the ninja world. Once she saw it, his secret would undoubtedly be exposed to Uzumaki Shueihu. This was his biggest secret apart from the system. At least, before his cage bird was completely broken, he had to keep this secret safe. Otherwise, if the Hyuga main family found out that he had a way to break the cage bird seal, they would definitely go to any lengths to kill him. And the members of the Hyuga branch family would tirelessly search for him, seeking a way to break the caged bird. After all, from the moment they were marked with the caged bird seal, they were constantly thinking about how to escape this bondage. At that time, he would definitely be in big trouble. This was also the main reason for Yi Feng's hesitation. Oh, it seems you're in a difficult position. Forget it. Since you are unwilling, I won't force you. Let's go, it's time to eat. Uzumaki Shueihu glanced deeply at Yi Feng, recalling the words of the Nine Tails just now. She was shocked in her heart, but maintained a calm demeanor as she invited Yi Feng to dinner. Thank you, Grandma. Yi Feng sighed with relief upon hearing this. Some secrets are only considered secrets when known to one person. When Yi Feng first met Uzumaki Mito, he naturally did not trust her, even if she was Tsunade's grandmother. An old person who had survived various battlefields had thoughts that Yi Feng could not possibly guess. The Nine Tails, are you saying he has already started breaking free from his cage, and his Byakugan has begun to change? Although the Nine Tails was suppressed within Uzumaki Mito, they often bantered back and forth. Perhaps the Nine Tails had a masochistic tendency, or maybe it had simply gotten used to being in Uzumaki Mito's body. After all, it could not resist. Mito's Vajra seal was too restrictive for it, and even if it wanted to fight back, it couldn't. As a creature created by the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Tsutsuki, using the power of Yin and Yang to split the Ten Tails. The Nine Tails was somewhat familiar with another powerful figure from that era. Now it sensed an inexplicable change in Yi Feng's Byakugan, as if this change had reached an ancestral state. Therefore, when Uzumaki Mito learned that Yi Feng's Byakugan was beginning to evolve and that the cage bird had been mostly broken, she did not continue to inquire further. As someone who had been through it, she understood what Yi Feng was concerned about. Moreover, her judgment of people was quite accurate. Upon first meeting Yi Feng, he left her with a good impression, and there was no opposition from Kushina and Tsunade regarding SH-10's contact with Yi Feng. Perhaps, once Yi Feng became stronger, he could help Kushina better suppress the Nine Tails. Don't be fooled by how docile the Nine Tails seemed in her body. Once it found an opportunity, it would undoubtedly come out without hesitation to kill the Jinchuriki, thus destroying everything in front of it. Therefore, when Uzumaki Mito learned of the changes in Yi Feng's Byakugan, she prepared to invest in him. After all, the Byakugan was a legendary eye on par with the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and the Sharingan could restrain the Nine Tails. The changed Byakugan might also be capable, especially since she had detected a hint of fear in the Nine Tails tone earlier, though it was slight. It at least proved that the Nine Tails had developed a sense of wariness toward Yi Feng. That was enough. Chapter 36. Half a year, Yi Feng speculated that Uzumaki Mizuho had seen through his intentions, but he still nodded gratefully at Uzumaki Mizuho and followed Tsunade, Kushina, and SHJ to take a seat and start enjoying the delicious food. The meal lasted a full hour before it ended, and Uzumaki Mizuho did not ask Yi Feng any questions, but her attitude towards him became even better. Just before leaving, Uzumaki Mizuho suddenly looked at Yi Feng and said, "Little Yi Feng, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to come find Grandma. I can still say a few words in Konoha." Yi Feng paused for a moment, then turned to look at the serious-looking Uzumaki Su. "Got it, Grandma. If there's anything I need, I'll let you know." Grandma, teacher, Kushina, SH Suk goodbye. After waving to everyone, Yi Feng didn't hesitate and walked towards the Hyuga ancestral home, while pondering Uzumaki Suru's intentions. Previously, Yi Feng didn't understand why Uzumaki Suru wanted to see him. When they first met, Uzumaki Suru said he wanted to study caged birds. And at that time, Yi Feng thought Uzumaki Suru wanted to help him break the seal of the caged bird. However, it seems that wasn't the case. From Uzumaki Suru's last sentence, it appeared that he knew some secrets of a Hyuga clan, which is why he wanted to recruit him. Since Yi Feng had been a disciple of Tsunade for a long time, if Uzumaki Suru wanted to see him, he would have said so long ago and not waited until now. Therefore, Uzumaki Suru's attention to him was not because he was Tsunade's disciple, but because of Kushina. Thinking about Kushina's identity, Yi Feng suddenly understood. As the inheritor of Uzumaki Suru's will and the second-generation Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, Kushina's status was very special. Anyone who appeared around Kushina would attract the attention of Uzumaki Suru and even Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, if someone with ill intentions approached Kushina, Konoha would likely face the same consequences as other ninja villages, suffering from tailed beast rampages at any moment. And the Nine Tails was the strongest of the tailed beasts. If the Uzumaki clan members who suppressed the Nine Tails were lost, the chaos caused by the Nine Tails would bring tremendous losses to Konoha. Therefore, Kushina was crucial to Konoha, and these people could not afford to be careless. Uzumaki Suru, knowing some past secrets of the Hyuga clan, likely indicated that he recognized Yi Feng's potential and wanted to recruit him to help Kushina suppress the Nine Tails after she became the Jinchuriki. That's fine. As long as I demonstrate my value, I will be safer, and it won't be so easy for the Hyuga main family to control me. After Yi Feng understood the purpose of Vortex Mizuhito, the frustration he felt from today's events dissipated significantly. In a relaxed mood, he returned to the courtyard to begin practicing his internal martial arts. Time flew by, and nearly half a year had passed since he last saw Vortex Mizuhito. Now, it was already time for the final exams of this semester. During these 6 months, Yi Feng's strength progressed slowly. He had only mastered the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the flying body technique to perfection. And in terms of ninjutsu, he had only become proficient in C-rank wind, thunder, and water elemental ninjutsu. He was still not strong enough to practice B-rank ninjutsu. However, he had already mastered the art of controlling the elements. Now, Yi Feng's overall strength was comparable to a Chunin. Perhaps this level of strength was acceptable for others. After all, he was just a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. But for Yi Feng, it was far from enough. Therefore, his desire to graduate early grew stronger. Teacher Cool Wolf, I want to apply for early graduation. One day, when Hanatani Cool Wolf had just arrived in the classroom to prepare a summary for the semester, Yi Feng suddenly stood up and said to him, Ure Binkun. Hinata Hanabi, sitting next to Yi Feng, was taken aback by his words. She was never informed about Yi Feng's intention to graduate early, so she looked at him with surprise. Have you really thought this through? Yi Feng-kun, you need to know that graduating early means your future days will not be so peaceful. Once you become a ninja, it won't be like the ninja games you usually play, where you can restart if you lose. You will be a third-year student next year, and you can still have a calm 3 years at the ninja school. Are you really sure you want to choose early graduation? Hanatani Cool Wolf said meaningfully after hearing Yi Feng's words. Regarding Yi Feng's performance over the past 6 months, it had become increasingly remarkable. In both theoretical exams and practical drills, Yi Feng ranked first in all subjects. Even he himself might not be able to defeat Yi Feng, so he was not surprised at all by Yi Feng's application for early graduation. However, what he did not expect was that he thought Yi Feng would choose to take a year to settle down before graduating. But Yi Feng had submitted this application a year early. Yes, this is my choice, and I believe I can quickly adapt to life as a ninja. Please approve my request, Cool Wolf Sensei. Yi Feng's expression remained as firm as ever. During the past 6 months, his strength had increased slowly, which began to make him anxious. Although the elder Hinata and Hinata Yunkong had not come to trouble him again during this time, the hidden snakes lurking in the dark were far more dangerous than the exposed tigers. If this continued, he might encounter a life-and-death crisis again at any moment. He needed to increase his strength at all costs, and life-and-death combat was the best way to stimulate his potential. Just like Kakashi, who had not yet been born, graduated at 6, became a CH Nin at 7, and AJ Nin at 11. Such dazzling achievements were forged through countless life-and-death trials. Otherwise, if Kakashi had followed the usual path of the ninja school, his accomplishments might not have been so remarkable. All right, since you agree, tomorrow you will participate in the graduation assessment with this batch of graduates. I accept your application, and I will submit your information to Lord Hokage afterward. Huatian Kalong saw Yi Feng's determined look, clearly having thought it through, so he stopped persuading him and directly agreed. Teacher, I also want to apply for early graduation. Hinata Hualai, seeing Huatian Kalong agree to Yi Feng's early graduation application, immediately stood up and looked at Huatian Kalong. Huatian Kalong showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Hinata Hualai had a special identity, being a member of the Hinata clan, and such a person was not something he, as a mere CH Nin teacher, could decide. Hualai, you don't need to do this. You should know that with your status, even if you graduate early, you can't be assigned to my class. Moreover, I'm only graduating early, not leaving Konoha. In my spare time, I will still be training at the old place, and you can come over then. Yi Feng saw Hinata Hanabi stand up to apply for early graduation, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his face. After spending time together, Yi Feng had already recognized Hinata Hanabi as a stubborn and kind girl. So he naturally did not want her to face the cruel ninja world prematurely. Moreover, as he mentioned before, aside from Hinata Hanabi's clan identity, the formation of teams in Konoha considers the overall strength and cooperation ability of the team. Just like how the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Hyuga clan often team up, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not place two ninjas from the Hyuga clan in the same team. Therefore, even if Hinata Hanabi graduated early, she would not be in the same team as him. But there's really nothing to say. What you should be doing right now is to focus on training. Your strength is still lacking a lot. Graduating early would only become a burden to others. And I don't want to be distracted by taking care of you while facing enemies on the battlefield. Ye Feng Koldi interrupted Hinata Hanabi, who still wanted to say something. He then bowed to Huitian Kulong and turned to leave the classroom alone. As for Hinata Hanabi, her eyes were filled with tears, and she struggled not to let them fall. She understood that Yi Feng's cold words were meant to discourage her from the idea of graduating early. Therefore, she didn't blame Yi Feng but blamed herself for the widening gap in strength between her and Yi Feng. With this in mind, Hinata Hanabi secretly resolved to work hard on her training in the future. She wanted to leave the ninja school, but not to graduate early. Instead, she aimed to return to her family to receive the main family's inheritance early. Only in this way could she catch up with Yi Feng in a short time. Chapter 37. Thousand Birds. Thunder Dragon. Yi Feng did not know Hinata Hanabi's thoughts. After leaving the ninja school, Yi Feng came alone to his usual training place. Standing by the river, Yi Feng circulated his internal energy. Lightning release. Lightning ball. As Yi Feng formed the hand seals, a layer of violent blue lightning ball suddenly enveloped his right hand. The moment the lightning ball condensed, Yi Feng threw it into the river. With a loud explosion, the river water was splashed high, and a huge water splash rose and then fell. The lightning attribute represents explosion, division, paralysis, and so on. If I continuously compress the lightning attribute within me, can I amplify a certain property of the lightning attribute? During this time, Yi Feng has also been contemplating how to combine ninjutsu and martial arts. However, the effect has not been significant. Even though Yi Feng has lived 2 lives and possesses the ability to multitask, it is still very difficult to perform martial arts while simultaneously integrating ninjutsu into martial arts to enhance its power. After all, martial arts and ninjutsu are 2 different paths of cultivation. The cultivation method emphasizes unblocking the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels within the body. Most martial arts are practiced within these meridians and then expressed through specific methods. Ninjutsu, on the other hand, requires forming hand seals to mobilize chakra or internal energy, moving through the meridians of the body, and then being executed through the mouth or hands. The 2 have inherent differences. Unless Yi Feng can cultivate ninjutsu to alter its properties, changing its original form, and integrate these ninjutsu into his martial arts, and then release them through martial arts. To achieve this, Yi Feng needs to spend a lot of time practicing, while constantly thinking about how to first cultivate the property change of the lightning attribute. He continued to perform various C-rank lightning release techniques, experiencing the effects of different lightning releases. No, relying solely on C-rank lightning release makes it hard for me to grasp the true changes of lightning release. After a long time, when his internal energy was exhausted, Yi Feng furrowed his brows and stopped this meaningless practice. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to contemplate another method. Chidori. A flash of inspiration struck Yi Feng's mind as he recalled the future Kiki 55. In his youth, he had created a type of A-rank lightning release, which was unique to Kakashi's lightning nature transformation. The effect was to stimulate the body cells, concentrating a large amount of chakra in his hand to form a high-intensity electric current that surged forward to pierce through enemies, possessing great penetrating power. Although this technique had significant flaws, it was the most suitable for Yi Feng at this moment. With this thought, Yi Feng no longer hesitated. After restoring his inner strength, he stood up and began to recall the techniques Kakashi used when performing the Chidori and teaching Uchiha Sasuke. He slowly circulated his inner strength, converting a large amount into lightning nature and condensing it in his right hand. Initially, his inner strength was not stable enough, but fortunately, with Tsunade's help, Yi Feng had reached a profound level of control over his inner strength, allowing him to precisely manage every bit of his power. Under Yi Feng's diligent manipulation, his right hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue electric light, crackling and flashing as currents collided, resembling countless birds screeching on Yi Feng's right hand. Yi Feng raised his right hand, looking at the flashing electric light above, feeling the cells in his body being stimulated by the current. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed as he controlled his right hand to rush towards a large tree that could be embraced by 5 people, located 100 meters ahead. In an instant, Yi Feng seemed to teleport, covering the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. His right hand completely pierced through the tree, creating a pitch-black hole in its trunk before he stopped. Beside him, Roke Tree and Namikaze Minato, who had come hand in hand with Hinata Hanabi after hearing that Yi Feng had graduated early, were left with their mouths agape. Looking at Yi Feng in disbelief as he unleashed such a powerful ninjutsu, Hinata Hanabi felt the same way. She didn't expect Yi Feng to have become even stronger. That speed, just now, was such that even with her Byakugan activated, she might not have been able to see it clearly. For a moment, her expression grew more complex. On one hand, she was happy for Yi Feng, as he had created such a powerful ninjutsu, greatly enhancing his survival ability after graduation. On the other hand, she felt a lot of pressure. Yi Feng had become so strong, which meant that she was now even further away from him. Yi Feng did not know what everyone was thinking. After piercing through the big tree, he did not feel happy about it. Just now, it seemed that he successfully executed the 1,000 birds technique, but the flaws were too significant. Firstly, the preparation time was too long. He needed over 10 seconds to mobilize his internal energy to execute 1,000 birds, otherwise it wouldn't work. Secondly, while using 1,000 birds, although his speed would greatly increase, the cells in his body were subtly stimulated by electric currents, causing a faint pain. Once or twice was fine, but after multiple times, his body would inevitably not be able to handle it. Thirdly, 1,000 birds consumed too much internal energy with his current strength. He could at most execute 1,000 birds 3 times. After 3 times, his internal energy would be exhausted, and if he hadn't killed the enemy by then, he would be at their mercy. Thinking of this, Yi Feng sat on the ground, constantly pondering ways to improve 1,000 birds. The flashy ninjutsu of Hatake Kakashi could not have so many flaws. The only flaw was the excessive speed. If one's dynamic vision couldn't keep up, it would be easily countered. However, he possessed the Byakugan, which had undergone multiple evolutions, making his dynamic vision extraordinary. Even without activating the Byakugan, his dynamic vision was sufficient to keep up with the speed of 1,000 birds, ensuring that he could see the people or objects on the route while executing it. Therefore, the flaws he experienced were not flaws of 1,000 birds itself, but rather a lack of understanding of 1,000 birds on his part. Yi Feng was not disappointed, after all. It took Kikimu Wowukai several years to create this ninjutsu, and although he had the theory, it was unrealistic to expect to succeed in training it instantly. After recovering his inner strength, Yi Feng continued to practice Chidori, understanding its shortcomings and making improvements. As time passed, Yi Feng tirelessly executed Chidori repeatedly, his speed increasing while the burden on his cells decreased. The entire back mountain echoed with the screeching sound of Chidori, with bolts of lightning flashing continuously. It wasn't until midnight that Yi Feng finally stopped his training. Chidori had been successfully mastered, and now the dragon subduing 18 palms, Haya. As he successfully executed Chidori, a smile finally appeared on Yi Feng's face as he tried to integrate the lightning nature of Chidori into the dragon, subduing 18 palms. Suddenly, as Yi Feng struck, a massive blue dragon swirled and shot out from his hand, the thunderous roar of the dragon particularly piercing in the quiet night. Boom! With a loud bang, a deep pit was blasted out in front, within which bolts of lightning flickered. Anyone entering would probably be instantly paralyzed by the electricity. Ha! Finally succeeded in training. Yi Feng laughed heartily after seeing the power of the lightning dragon, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Big brother, have you fused ninjutsu into your self-created taijutsu, forming a unique nin taijutsu? Shuntan, Bluffing Minato, and Hinata Hanabi had been silently guarding Yi Feng while he practiced. But now seeing him stop and the power of the lightning dragon exceeding their expectations, they quickly approached Yi Feng to ask, "That's right, let's go. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm treating you all to a big meal." Hearing this, Yi Feng's face broke into a smile, and the gloom that had been hanging over him for days dissipated significantly. He said something to the 3 of them, and then led the way towards the Konoha street market. Chapter 38. Graduation Assessment. Walking through the Konoha street market. Even though it was already midnight, many izakayas were still open, and some ramen shops were still in business. After all, many ninjas returning to the village after completing their missions found it was already late at night. After submitting their tasks, they would certainly choose to drink and eat to relax. After everyone's vote, Yifeng took everyone to a ramen shop. Looking at the appearance of the ramen shop, Yifeng couldn't help but think of a joke from his previous life, which said that even if the ninja world were to be destroyed, Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha would never go out of business. Some even joked that this Ichiraku was Otsutsuki Ichiraku, and that he was the king of the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, this was just a joke. At least for now, Konoha didn't have an Ichiraku Ramen, and Otsutsuki Ichiraku was still apprenticing in a ramen shop called Irmu Ramen. This ramen shop was also the most famous ramen shop in Konoha. However, the owner of this ramen shop was a bit greedy. Seeing that the business was good, he continuously raised the prices, only to lower them for promotions when the business became mediocre. Nevertheless, the ramen made by his shop was the best in all of Konoha. And even if everyone had grievances, they could only hold their noses and accept it. After everyone ordered a bowl of ramen, while waiting for their ramen, Shengshu couldn't help but look at Yifeng and said, "Big brother, I heard from HouseAwakens that you applied for early graduation today." As soon as Shengshu said this, Hinata HouseAwakens' expression darkened, and Bluffing Shuimin also stared intently at Yifeng. "Yes, my strength has reached a bottleneck. Relying solely on cultivation is no longer helpful. So, I need to step into the outside world, where the competition is more intense, to accelerate my cultivation speed." Upon hearing this, Yifeng didn't hide anything and expressed his true feelings. "Then I want to graduate early too. I want to team up with you, big brother." Shengtai immediately jumped up, looking at Yifeng with a face full of passion, which made Yifeng feel a headache. "All right, I graduated early because I reached a bottleneck. You all still have a lot of room for improvement. It's not too late to graduate when you're fully prepared, especially you, Mizukage. You still have a lot of room for progress, so make sure to practice well with Jiraiya-senpai." Leaf Maple helplessly glanced at Rope Tree, forcibly made him sit down, and then seriously said to the others, I understand. I will take my time to settle down." Wave Wind Minato naturally knew that Leaf Maple was doing this for their good. Not everyone is suitable for early graduation. The ninja world is different from the ninja academy, and a slight mistake can be fatal. His parents were also killed during a mission, so he has understood this principle since childhood. "So, big brother FE graduate, who will you team up with? I haven't heard that there are ninjas from the Inuzuka clan and the Aburame clan among this batch of graduates. Generally, ninjas from the Hyuga clan team up with ninjas from the Inuzuka clan and the Aburame clan after graduation. After all, these three clans are skilled in tracking. Combined with one that excels in long-range support, one that excels in direct assault, and the Hyuga clan's gentle fist defense, it forms a relatively perfect small team. I don't know. No matter who I team up with, as long as it doesn't affect my training, it's fine. If it really doesn't work, I can apply to the Hokage to form a team alone." Yifeng shrugged and said casually, when preparing to graduate early. Yifeng had observed the ninjas graduating this time, and there were no familiar figures among them. Yifeng plans to form a team by himself after graduation, and there is a high probability of success. After all, among those graduating this time, as long as they pass the assessment smoothly, they are basically in groups of 3, totaling 39 people, leaving him as the only one left out. As long as there are no missing members in the lower ninja teams from Konoha, his chances of forming a team alone are quite high. "All right, let's hurry and eat ramen, and after we finish, let's go back early so you can come to my graduation ceremony tomorrow." Yifeng looked at the absent-minded expressions of the crowd, smiled at them, and began to eat the ramen heartily. Seeing this, everyone could only suppress their reluctance. After all, since Yifeng had said so, if they tried to persuade him not to graduate early, it would hinder his cultivation. They naturally couldn't do that. After finishing the ramen, everyone went their separate ways, while Yifeng walked side by side with Hinata Hanabi towards the Hinata ancestral home. "Hey, I was a bit harsh today, please don't take it to heart." Seeing Hinata Hanabi fall silent and no longer lively, Yifeng apologized helplessly. "It's okay, Yifeng-kun, you're right. With my current strength, graduating early would indeed be a burden. I'm not blaming you, Yifeng-kun. I will work hard to cultivate and strive to reach a level of strength that you recognize so that I can fight alongside you." Hinata Hanabi raised her head, a bright smile appearing on her face as she spoke to Yifeng. "Hee, that's good. I look forward to the day when your strength becomes formidable, and then we can change the current Hinata family together." Yifeng saw that Hinata Hanabi was fine and smiled in return. After waving to her, he walked towards his residence. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Hinata Hanabi's previously repressed feelings instantly dissipated because Yifeng acknowledged her dream, and that was enough for her. Everything else was unimportant. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi became even more determined than before. She wanted to train diligently to enhance her strength, and then work with Yifeng to change the current Hinata family, eliminating the barriers between the main and branch families. After a night of silence, the next morning, Yifeng took Hinata Hanabi to the ninja school. When they arrived at the assessment location, a large group of students was already waiting there. Graduating from the ninja school now was different from the class of Uzumaki Naruto. In their class, students only needed to master one of the 3 body techniques to graduate smoothly. However, now, to graduate, not only was a theoretical exam required, but also a practical assessment, and the difficulty of the early graduation assessment was even greater, requiring students to withstand 10 attacks from Chunin. However, all of this was not a challenge for Yifeng. After greeting Hinata Hanabi and Kushina, Minato, and SHG, who had come to cheer him on, Yifeng stepped into the examination room alone. He didn't take the theoretical assessments seriously at all. Back in his first year at the ninja school, Yifeng had already memorized the 5 years of theoretical knowledge thoroughly. The moment the exam papers were distributed, Yifeng picked up his pen and began to write rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, while others were still scratching their heads, Yifeng had already completed the entire exam paper. "Teacher, I'm done. May I start the practical assessment early?" A middle-aged ninja supervising the exam glanced at Yifeng deeply and said, "Yes, you know the assessment conditions. Now go to the 8th exam room. Someone is already waiting there, and the Hokage is also present. I hope you perform well." "Thank you, teacher." After bowing to the middle-aged ninja, Yifeng submitted his exam paper and, under the envious gazes of the other examinees, directly headed towards the 8th examination room. The 8th examination room is specifically designated for students who have applied for early graduation. In a ninja school, this examination room is rarely opened, and each time it signifies the birth of a genius ninja. Chapter 39 Graduation Assessment. Yifeng ignored the thoughts of the many candidates in the examination room and walked straight towards the 8th examination room after leaving the theoretical exam. When Yifeng pushed open the door to the 8th examination room, he immediately saw a large crowd gathered on the 2nd floor, with the center being Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was wearing the Hokage hat and robe. Standing next to Hiruzen Sarutobi was a ninja with his right eye wrapped in white cloth, a gloomy expression, and several scars on his face. Seeing this person's attire, Yifeng knew without thinking that this person was Danzo Shimura, a rat living in the sewers of Konoha. Besides Danzo, there was also a middle-aged woman and a middle-aged ninja standing beside them. These two should be Tsunade and Mito Gate, who are now part of Konoha's F4. In addition to these 4, there were also some Umbu ninjas guarding the surroundings. Yifeng scanned the surroundings and, without looking sideways, walked into the examination room. Arriving at the center of the examination room, he bowed and said, "Candidate Yifeng is here to take the practical assessment." Swish! As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, 2 ninjas appeared in the arena. One of them wore an eagle-headed mask, dressed in dark ninja attire, with a short blade hanging at his waist. The other was in a green ninja outfit, wearing a Konoha ninja headband on his forehead, and he was the Chunin who would be your opponent this time. If you can withstand 10 moves from him, you will pass this practical assessment and successfully graduate. After the Umbu ninja finished explaining the assessment rules to Yifeng, he quickly retreated, leaving the center of the arena to Yifeng and the Chunin. "Hello, my name is Sarutobi Shino, a Konoha Chunin, and I am your opponent for this assessment. Are you ready?" After the Umbu ninja left, Sarutobi Shino smiled gently at Yifeng. Yifeng was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Sarutobi Shinji, a ninja who exists in memories from the original work, is depicted in the recollections of the Wind Chronicles as a genius ninja from Konoha, exceptionally talented, and the eldest son of Sarutobi Hizashi. He was powerful and ultimately met his demise during an intelligence-gathering mission, ambushed by ninja from Iwagakure. This person is one of the legendary ninjas known as Konoha's 8 colors, skilled in earth release and fire release, and naturally inherited many of Sarutobi Hizashi's ninjutsu techniques, making him incredibly strong. "Hizashi, I didn't expect you to choose your son as a candidate for this assessment. It seems you hold this Hyuga Yifeng in high regard." Danzo's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Sarutobi Shinji, and he meaningfully looked at Sarutobi Hizashi, saying, "You should know that although Sarutobi Shinji is only a CH Nin, his strength has already reached the level of AJ Nin. As long as he meets the task requirements, he could be promoted to J Nin in no time." Sending such a ninja to assess a student from a ninja school made Danzo think twice. Danzo, little Yifeng is my disciple's grandson, of course. I need to evaluate him properly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged after hearing Danzo's words, indicating to Danzo that Hyuga Yifeng is his disciple's grandson. And no matter how talented he is, you shouldn't have any designs on him. Danzo grew up alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, having the same teacher and completing missions together for many years, so he naturally understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. After a cold snort, Danzo fell silent, his solitary left eye flickering as he watched Yifeng, curious about what special qualities Yifeng possessed that made this old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pay such attention to him. Also, if Yifeng is Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson, then who did Yifeng take as his teacher? He speculated in his heart while calmly watching Yifeng and Sarutobi Shinji below, who had already started forming hand seals. On the other side, Yifeng, although aware that he was facing a future legendary ninja, one of Konoha's 8 colors, showed no signs of fear on his face. He nodded calmly at Sarutobi Shinji and then formed his own hand seals in opposition. Just as the opposing seals were completed, Sarutobi Shinji swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, palm wind wave. Instantly, a strong palm wind rushed towards Yifeng, and not only that, after completing one earth release, Sarutobi Shinji continued to form seals, preparing for the next ninjutsu attack. Yifeng faced Sarutobi Shino's earth release technique, his pupils slightly constricting. He quickly performed a leap to evade the opponent's ninjutsu, and was just about to counterattack when he soon felt something was off. He hurriedly used the body replacement technique to distance himself from his previous position. Sure enough, after Yifeng left, Sarutobi Shino emerged from the ground, dragging a wooden substitute that had transformed into his likeness. This was the earth release, heart decapitation technique. Such speed, truly worthy of a legendary ninja to come. But defeating me so easily is not that simple. With my Byakugan activated, gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm. After Yifeng sighed in his heart, he quickly approached Sarutobi Shino, activated his Byakugan, and saw through the chakra flow of Sarutobi Shino, unleashing his gentle fist. Sarutobi Shino's expression changed as he saw Yifeng closing in. He was well aware of the power of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands hidden behind him while continuously dodging Yifeng's attacks. Earth style, earth clone, earth style, mudslide, fire style, dragon fire technique. Combined ninjutsu, fire mud swamp explosion technique. Soon, Sarutobi Shino instantly used earth clone and simultaneously unleashed a powerful combined ninjutsu that enveloped the entire area, causing a violent explosion that interrupted Yifeng's gentle fist. The Thousand Birds' gentle fist was interrupted, and the surroundings were filled with terrifying explosions. Yifeng's expression changed, and without hesitation, he used Thousand Birds to rush out of the explosion range. As the area, shrouded in smoke and dust, echoed with the cries of birds, a flash of lightning flickered within the dust. Upon seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikumu, Mito Gate Flame, and Danzo all showed expressions of shock. What kind of lightning release is this? It actually contains a hint of nature transformation. This is already considered a rank ninjutsu, truly a genius. Indeed, it's hard to imagine that he is just a ninja school student and can create a rank lightning release. It's unimaginable how far he will go in the future. It's just a pity that he is from the Hyuga branch family. Otherwise, it would be possible. Hiruzen, hand him over to me. As long as he joins Root, we can ignore his branch family status. And with the curse mark of tongue destruction, Hyuga Yifeng can shine for Konoha to the greatest extent. When they saw Yifeng perform Thousand Birds and rush out of the explosion range, Konoha's A4 group widened their eyes in astonishment, not expecting Yifeng to be such a genius, creating a lightning release comparable to A-rank ninjutsu while still in ninja school. Danzo looked at Yifeng with greed, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Don't even think about it. Danzo, I've said before, he is my disciple. Don't get any ideas about him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Danzo's words, immediately refused without hesitation. What a joke. How could he not know Danzo's intentions? Yifeng is such a genius. Handing Yifeng over to Danzo might turn him into a dagger aimed at his heart in the future. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen make such a foolish decision? Hiruzen, you should know that Yifeng is from the Hyuga branch family. He has the caged bird seal. Are you planning to allow the Hyuga clan to use Yifeng to infiltrate the upper echelons of Konoha? I have my own plans. Hiruzen, enough, Danzo. Don't forget, I am the Hokage of Konoha. You, Hiruzen, will regret this. Danzo's face flushed with anger upon hearing Hiruzen's declaration of being Hokage. He wanted to storm off, but was also curious to see how Yifeng would perform next. He could only endure his disgust, standing there with a pained expression, contemplating how to win Yifeng over. Chapter 40. Ninja Martial Arts. Becoming a ninja below, Yifeng was unaware of the thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others above. After breaking through the explosion range with the Chidori, his body crackled with electricity. Ninja Martial Arts Lightning Release 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. With Yifeng's lightning-fast hand seals, the 18 dragon subduing palms were instantly unleashed, and a lightning dragon surged towards Sarutobi Shino. Seeing Yifeng's ninjutsu, Sarutobi Shino's eyes flashed with a serious expression. He used body flicker technique to dodge the lightning dragon strike, then quickly formed hand seals. Earth Release Earthquake Wave, Earth Release Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire Release Fire Dragon Bullet Technique, Combination Ninjutsu, 2 Release Great Dragon Bullet Technique. Ninja Martial Arts Lightning Release Twin Dragons Seizing the Pearl. Faced with the 2 intertwined Great Dragon Bullets, Yifeng narrowed his eyes and unleashed the twin dragons, seizing the pearl from the 18 dragon subduing palms, causing 2 lightning dragons to charge towards the Great Dragon Bullet. At the moment the 4 giant dragons collided, a violent explosion erupted, sending dust and debris into the air, enveloping Sarutobi Shino and Yifeng in the midst of it. Body Flicker Technique. Earth Release Cracking Earth Palm. At that moment, taking advantage of Yifeng's brief pause, Sarutobi Shino used Body Flicker Technique to appear beside Yifeng and unleashed Earth Release, sending a massive shadow of a hand crashing towards Yifeng. After seeing this, Yifeng's Ziwei Soft Sword instantly came out, and in the next moment, the Huashan Sword Technique was unleashed, a sharp sword energy dispersing the shadow of the palm. However, at that moment, Sarutobi Shinizuke had somehow appeared behind Yifeng, a kunai resting against Yifeng's neck. You lost. Hearing Sarutobi Shinizuke's words, Yifeng could only shake his head helplessly. The gap between him and Sarutobi Shinizuke was still too great. The key point was that although the power of ninjutsu was immense, it consumed a significant amount of inner strength. The brief exchange just now had already drained over half of his inner strength. Thus, facing Sarutobi Shinizuke's earth escape, Yifeng could only resort to his sword technique to defend, giving Sarutobi Shinizuke the opportunity to get behind him. Although he saw Sarutobi Shinizuke coming behind him, his body had no time to react, and he could only watch helplessly as Sarutobi Shinizuke placed the kunai against his neck. I lost. Although he lost to Sarutobi Shinizuke, Yifeng was not discouraged. After all, the age difference between him and Sarutobi Shinizuke was significant, and moreover, he had not yet become a ninja and had never fought for his life, so his combat experience was vastly different from Sarutobi Shinizuke's. Therefore, losing was nothing to be ashamed of. Through this battle, Yifeng realized his shortcomings, primarily that he lacked inner strength, which severely affected his combat effectiveness. The Purple Mist Divine skill was indeed good, but it was a Taoist technique, and he had only practiced it for a short time. Although the spiritual energy in this world was abundant, the time difference was not so easily made up for. If he wanted to significantly increase his inner strength, he would either need to acquire some precious materials or switch to a more effective internal cultivation method. Secondly, he had very little combat experience and needed to constantly fight to gain experience. Only then could he avoid being at a disadvantage against other enemies due to lack of combat experience. Finally, there was still much room for improvement in ninjutsu. If he could find a way to reduce the consumption of inner strength, it would greatly enhance his combat ability. Clap, clap, clap. After Yifeng admitted defeat, Sarutobi Hizashi above took the lead in applauding. Haha, little Yifeng, you truly have impressed me. Although you lost this match, you have proven yourself. Your talent is indeed admirable. I announce that you have passed the assessment and can become a formal ninja. The assessment was not about winning or losing, but to see if Yifeng could withstand 10 moves from Sarutobi Shinizuke. The previous battle was extremely intense, and Yifeng's performance had already surpassed that of an average chunin. If a normal chunin had fought Yifeng, he would have won long ago. Thus, losing to Sarutobi Shinizuke did not mean Yifeng lost his qualification to become a ninja. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will continue to work hard in the future. Hearing this, Yifeng bowed and thanked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming a formal ninja, achieving the rank of genin, and receiving a reward of 1 copy of the 9-Yang Divine Skill, 1 Great Recovery Pill, and 1 set of Jade Shao Sword Technique. Upon hearing the system notification, Yifeng was delighted. Just as he was thinking about his insufficient inner strength, the system rewarded him with a 9-yang divine skill, a technique with extremely fast recovery speed. Coupled with the Great Recovery Pill, it might allow him to instantly master the 9-yang divine skill. The Jade Xiao Sword technique is also impressive. It is one of the 4 masters, the signature skill of the Eastern Evil, Huang Lao Xie. Once he digests these items, his combat power could increase significantly. Dan saw Yi Feng being so respectful to Sarutobi Hiruzen, snorted coldly, and left with a flick of his sleeve, secretly calculating how to win Yi Feng over. If he couldn't win him over, he would find a way to eliminate Yi Feng to prevent him from becoming an obstacle to his future ambitions of becoming Hokage. After Dan's left, Sarutobi Hiruzen, knowing what Dan's was thinking, ignored it and personally brought a headband to Yi Feng. Lil Yi Feng, congratulations on becoming a formal genin of Konoha. I hope you will continue to work hard and contribute your strength to our village. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will strive to practice and protect the village from harm by other ninja villages. Yi Feng pretended to enthusiastically take the ninja headband and said something that made him feel disgusted. Although the words were incredibly nauseating, Sarutobi Hiruzen found them immensely enjoyable, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. All right, today is a great day for you to become a ninja. Go celebrate with your friends. And remember to return to the ninja school tomorrow for class assignments. Seeing Yi Feng's firm will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and gently said to Yi Feng, Lord Hokage, during the theoretical exam, I noticed that the number of candidates was just enough for 11 teams. Since there is one more person than needed, I was wondering, if there aren't any suitable teams, can I form a team by myself? After hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Yi Feng hesitated for a moment and looked at Sarutobi Hizashi, asking him. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi began to think quietly in his heart. Since ancient times, people have gathered in groups and things have clustered together. The world of Hokage is no exception. A genius like Yi Feng would naturally grow faster than ordinary people. If you were to find 2 ordinary ninjas as teammates for Yi Feng, it would not only be detrimental to Yi Feng's growth, but also to those 2 ordinary ninjas. After all, their education is different. For instance, Yi Feng can take on C-level or higher missions after completing just a few D-level tasks to hone himself. But can those ordinary ninjas do the same? Even if they graduated, they still need to accumulate experience by doing D-level tasks and continue to improve their strength under the guidance of their instructors. Therefore, what Yi Feng said is also a problem that he felt troubled about before. I will think this matter over carefully, and after I return, I will check the current situation of each squad and try my best to find a suitable class for you. You may leave for now. After being silent for a while, Sarutobi Hizashi said to Yi Feng, Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Yi Feng didn't insist. For him, as long as he wasn't teamed up with ordinary ninjas, it didn't matter much who he teamed up with or if he went solo. After leaving the 8th examination venue and arriving at the playground, Hinata Hanabi, Minato Namikaze, and Shoshin were already waiting there. Upon seeing Yi Feng come out first, they hurriedly jogged over to his side. Big brother, how did it go? Idiot, didn't you see the ninja headband on Yi Fengkuen's arm? Yi Fengkuen, you're amazing. Congratulations. Big brother. As they reached Yi Feng's side, Shoshin and the others chattered excitedly to him. Chapter 41. Class teacher, perfect team after Yi Feng left. Sarutobi Hizashi took Tsunade Kaharu, Mito Gate-un, and the Umbu ninjas away from the 8th examination venue and returned to the Hokage building. Sitting in the main seat, Sarutobi Hizashi lit a water pipe and took a few puffs in silence. After a long pause, he looked at Tsunade Kaharu and Mito Gate-un and asked, What do you think is the most suitable team for Hinata Yi Feng? Regarding Yi Feng's suggestion of going solo, Sarutobi Hizashi didn't think too much about it. Given the increasingly complex situation in the ninja world today, the limitations of going solo were indeed too great, making it impossible for many ninja missions to be completed. Yi Feng's strength is formidable, and his talent is exceptional. However, Yi Feng is not omnipotent. Even if a powerful ninja is assigned as his instructor, during the execution of a mission, if the instructor gets held up by someone, can Yi Feng alone resolve the crisis? If such a situation occurs, without the cooperation of teammates, Yi Feng could very well be in life-threatening danger. Yi Feng is indeed a genius, but even geniuses need time to grow. Considering the strength Yi Feng exhibited today, it's clear that the rookie team is not suitable for him. This means he can only choose from the established teams. If I remember correctly, Shino's team lost a teammate during their mission, right? Why not arrange him in Shino's team? After pondering for a moment, Kurai Nakatsu looked at Sarutobi Hizashi and suggested, Not appropriate. Shino is about to become a J-nin. As long as he completes a few more missions and passes the J-Nin assessment, he will become a J-Nin. Although Hinata Hanabi is strong, he still doesn't qualify for a J-Nin team. After all, the missions J-Nin teams undertake are not something Hinata Hanabi can handle at the moment. Before Hisashi could respond, Mitarashi already shook his head in disapproval. J-Nin teams generally handle B-rank missions or higher, which significantly increases the probability of encountering ninja. And they often face bounty ninjas. Currently, Hanabi has just graduated and is not suitable to become a member of this team. Hisashi, put Hinata Hanabi into my route. You should know that with Hanabi's current strength, the rookie team will slow down his growth speed, and the established teams are not suitable for him to join. Therefore, my route is the most appropriate choice. Just as the three fell silent, troubled over arranging Hanabi, Danzo suddenly entered the office, leaning on his cane. He looked at the three who were silent and immediately spoke again. Upon seeing Hanabi's talent, especially when Hanabi demonstrated ninjutsu, which they regarded as ninjutsu techniques, Danzo's desire to possess Hanabi peaked. A genius like this must be under his control. Only then would it greatly aid his future bid for the position of Hokage. Danzo, I've told you, don't harbor such delusions. Hinata Hanabi can never be handed over to your route. Hinata Hanabi possesses a firm will of fire. He is not suitable to be hidden in the darkness of route. Sarutobi Hisashi frowned upon seeing Danzo appear before him again and said displeasedly, Hisashi, although route is hidden in the dark, there is no doubt that it contributes to Konoha's development. Hinata Hanabi has immense talent, and since he is from the Hinata branch family, he is naturally under the control of the main family. Only by having him join route and setting the curse mark of route can we fully exploit Hanabi's potential. Danzo still did not want to give up and spoke loudly to Sarutobi Hisashi. Danzo, what are you scheming? Don't think I don't know. I will handle Hinata Hanabi's matters myself. Don't harbor such delusions. Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hisashi disdainfully glanced at the pompous Danzo and repeated that classic line. Hisashi, you will regret this. Seeing that Sarutobi Hisashi was so unreasonable, Danzo became furious and trembling, said something resentful to Sarutobi Hisashi before turning and leaving the Hokage office. Upon reaching the door, still not satisfied, he slammed the office door shut. Bang! Hearing the dull sound and seeing the door with a crack, Karai Nakatsu and Mitarashi exchanged helpless glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They were clearly familiar with this scene, instructing the Umbu to fix the office door before discussing Hanabi's matters again. How about this? I remember that the Akimichi clan and the Nara clan currently have two Chunin who also lost a teammate. Why not replace that lower ninja with Hanabi? In that case, we can arrange for an experienced instructor. This should work, right? After pondering for a long time, Mitarashi suddenly looked at Sarutobi Hisashi and suggested, the Akimichi clan is one of the three clans of Konoha, known for their powerful close combat abilities, and they have successfully cultivated the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan. This generation has an extra member, so this Akimichi ninja is separated out. The Nara clan, on the other hand, is known for their Jinjutsu in Konoha. Although this Nara ninja did not inherit the clan's bloodline limit, his Jinjutsu should not be underestimated. Coupled with Hanabi's talents in long-range reconnaissance, close protection, long-range attacks, and even medical ninjutsu, this team might be capable of unleashing formidable combat power. Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes lit up upon hearing Mitarashi's suggestion, clearly in agreement with what he said. Now that the team issue was resolved, who would be the instructor for this class? This team consists of geniuses from their respective families, especially Hanabi, who is the brightest talent Konoha has seen in recent years. Therefore, choosing an instructor is very important. Originally, Tsunade was the best choice, but she needs to form a J-Nin team with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. If Tsunade becomes the instructor, then Orochimaru and Jiraiya would be left without anything to do, right? We can't have them lead a regular ninja team, can we? How about this? Let Uzumaki Shizen temporarily step down from the Umbu and lead this class instead. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hisashi decided on Mizuke's Shizen, who is strong and currently the vice captain of the Umbu, to lead Hanabi's class. Mizuke's Shizen is powerful and proficient in both wind and lightning techniques, and she also dabbles in Jinjutsu and Taijutsu. Having Mizuke's Shizen lead Hanabi's class is very suitable. Moreover, Mizuke's Shizen is experienced enough to teach these three some basic knowledge. As for their training, All three have family legacies, so there's no need for Mizuke's Shizen to worry. She just needs to guide them during their training. Who will take over as the vice captain of the Umbu? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Kurai Nakatsu and Mitarashi were surprised. They did not expect Sarutobi Hizashi to value Yefeng so highly that he would pull Mizuke's Shizen from the position of vice captain of the Umbu to become Yefeng's instructor. However, this would leave a vacancy in the vice captain position, which could potentially cause problems for the operation of the Umbu. Let the original squad leader, Takeda Shiro, be promoted to the position of vice captain of the Umbu. As for the vacant squad leader position, Shino's strength has also reached a certain level. After Shino becomes a Jonin, he will be transferred to the Umbu for some training, so the squad leader position can remain vacant for now. After hesitating for a moment, Sarutobi Hizashi laid out his arrangements. Hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's arrangements, Kurai Nakatsu and Mitarashi exchanged glances, both knowing in their hearts that Sarutobi Hizashi was preparing to pave the way for Sarutobi Shino. The vacant squad leader position was clearly meant for Sarutobi Shino. However, even if they guessed Sarutobi Hizashi's intentions, they did not oppose it. After all, they were not Danzo and did not have such grand ambitions. For them, being in this elder position and gaining benefits for their families was enough. Good. Chapter 42. Instructor. Perfect team. 2 Kurai Nakatsu and Mitarashi both knew the reason behind Sarutobi Hizashi's arrangements, but they did not voice any objections. They certainly did not have Danzo's ambitions. Furthermore, as elders of Konoha, many times even Sarutobi Hizashi had to listen to their words, so whether or not he became Hokage didn't matter. By not opposing Sarutobi Hizashi's arrangements this time, when they had their own plans in the future, Sarutobi Hizashi would not refuse either. This way, it could be mutually beneficial, and they naturally would not oppose. Since that's the case, let's make this decision. And after you go down, you will convey my decision and also arrange for the class teacher for this batch of graduating ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing that his 2 old comrades were considerate and did not oppose his opinion, nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Mito Gate Yen. Yes, Mito Gate Yen responded and went to prepare. On the other side, Yifeng was still unaware that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were arguing because of him, and that they were going to great lengths to find suitable ninja teams and class teachers. After leaving the ninja school, he recounted the exam content in front of Hinata Hanabi, Namikaze Minato, and SH Dai, who looked at him with envy, while the 3 of them looked extremely grim. If the advanced application for the graduation assessment had a combat strength like Sarutobi Shinji, with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to last even 10 moves. Don't worry, Sarutobi Shinji Senpai should just be an exception. Other CHNs shouldn't be this strong. Alright, come with me to take a photo, then we'll go buy some ingredients. Today, I'll cook for you and prepare a lavish meal. Let's relax a bit. Yifeng saw the worried expressions of the 3 and comforted them before heading towards the Konoha market. The reason he needed a photo was that although he had already obtained his forehead protector, his ninja ID was not ready yet. The ninja ID is similar to an ID card in his previous life, serving to prove one's identity. Moreover, without a ninja ID, he could not record the missions he had completed after becoming a ninja. To advance to Chunin, Jonin, or even Elite Jonin, he needed to meet the required number of missions recorded on his ninja ID before he could apply for the Chunin or Jonin exams. Therefore, the ninja ID is an indispensable item for ninjas. Before long, after arriving at a photography studio, Yifeng quickly took his photo and, holding it, followed Hinata Hanabi and the others to buy some ingredients before heading to the back mountain of Konoha to have a picnic. The 4 of them chatted and ate until late at night before returning home. The next morning, Yifeng woke up early and went to the ninja school, sitting quietly in the classroom waiting for his homeroom teacher to arrive. He also began to anticipate whether Sarutobi Hizashi would allow him to form a team by himself. Time gradually passed, and as teams of ninjas were formed under the announcement of the Chunin exams, when it was Yifeng's turn, the announcement suddenly stopped. Just when Yifeng was confused, a young ninja in a tight black outfit, draped in a gray cloak, with casual black hair and a cold expression entered the classroom. After surveying the room, his gaze locked onto Yifeng. Hinata Yifeng, come with me. After speaking, without waiting for Yifeng to respond, the young ninja turned and left. Yifeng was taken aback by the other person's appearance, but then quickly reacted and hurriedly got up to follow the young ninja as they raced towards the ninja school exit. Seeing Yifeng catch up, the young ninja increased his speed, leaning forward with his hands behind him, covering great distances with each stride. Yifeng, upon seeing the other's speed, hurriedly circulated his internal energy and fully unleashed the flying body technique, just managing to keep up with the other's pace. The young ninja ran ahead while secretly paying attention to Yifeng, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes at Yifeng's speed. Remembering what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said earlier, the young man no longer resisted the idea of becoming Yifeng's instructor. Soon, Yifeng and the young ninja arrived at Hokage Rock, where there was also a big fat guy and a skinny bamboo pole present. Yifeng noticed the obvious physical features of the two and twitched the corner of his mouth. Goodness, could they be my teammates? This must be from the Akimichi clan, right? As for this skinny one, there's nothing particularly special about his features, but judging by his frail body, his taijutsu should be very weak. I wonder which clan he belongs to. Alright, let me introduce myself. My name is Yushirai Zishiao, an elite jonin from Konoha. I specialize in wind and lightning jutsu, and I have some knowledge of taijutsu and jinjutsu as well. By the orders of Lord Hokage, I will be your instructor. I like to eat sweets and dislike bitter food. My dream is to protect the peace of Konoha. Yushirai Zishiao crossed his arms and briefly introduced his identity. My name is Akimichi Dingwei. I specialize in the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan and am a chunin from Konoha. I love to eat barbecue and dislike when others eat the last piece of barbecue or call me fat. My dream is to taste all the delicious food in the world. Yifeng twitched the corner of his mouth after hearing Chiyo Dao Dingwei's words. This introduction was indeed very Chiyo Dao. My name is Ahmad Songyun. I specialize in illusion techniques, and I am a chunin from Konoha. I don't have any particular likes or dislikes, and my dream is to restore the glory of the Amma clan. Ahmad Songyun said as soon as Chiyo Dao Dingwei finished speaking. My name is Hinata Yifeng. I specialize in the gentle fist of the Hinata clan and shinobi body techniques. I just graduated. I like to eat delicious food. I dislike eating things that taste bad. And my dream is to live a lazy life like a salted fish. As soon as Yifeng said this, the three people present twitched their lips in unison. Well, dreaming of living like a salted fish, why did you enter ninja school and even apply for graduation in advance? Isn't it better for a salted fish to stay in ninja school and play ninja games? If Yifeng knew what the three were thinking, he would definitely retort. Wanting to become a qualified salted fish is not that simple. Alright, since we know each other now, I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Let's meet at the mission building tomorrow morning. We will start our first mission. Dismissed. After Uchiha Zishiao took a deep look at Yifeng and did not engage in those ninja games like grabbing bells. After all, Chiyo Dao Dingwei and Ahmad Songyun were already chunin and had played this game before, while Rijiang Yifeng looked quite mature, making this test useless for him. Instead of wasting energy, it was better to directly take them to do tasks. So, after taking Yifeng's photo, he reminded the three and swiftly left. Really, Teacher Zishiao is so stingy. It's our first meeting, and he didn't even treat us to a meal. Hehe, Ure Dinkun. Nice to meet you. For our first meeting, I'll treat you and Song Yinkoin to a meal so we can get to know each other better. What do you say? Chiyo Dao Dingwei pouted when he saw Uchiha Zishiao's departing back, and after complaining, he looked at Yifeng and asked, Alright then, thank you. Dingwei-kun. Yifeng pondered for a moment after hearing this and did not refuse. After all, they would be teammates in the future, and he wanted to get to know the two better to avoid any lack of coordination during battles. As for Ahmad Songyun, he cast a curious glance at Yifeng but remained silent, clearly also agreeing to the idea. Chapter 43. Sparring. After the three of them made their decision, they headed towards the Chiyo Dao barbecue restaurant under the guidance of Chiyo Dao Dingwei. After all, compared to other delicacies, the Chiyo Dao clan had a special fondness for their family-s barbecue. Whenever there was a gathering, as long as there were ninjas from the Chiyo Dao clan present, they would basically go to the Chiyo Dao barbecue restaurant. Hey, Dingwei is here. Is this your new teammate? Hello, little brother. You seem to be the genius of the Hyuga clan in this generation. The staff at the Chiyo Dao barbecue restaurant greeted them with smiles when they saw Chiyo Dao Dingwei arriving with the two. When their gaze fell on Yifeng, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. Yifeng's age is really too young. They didn't expect that he would be assigned to the middle ninja team led by Chiyo Dao Dingwei. Clearly a genius. They couldn't help but take a few more glances at Yifeng. Uncle Fu Run, this is Hinata Yifeng, my new teammate. I'm bringing them for a gathering today. Please arrange it well. These staff members are either members of the Chiyo Dao clan who have no ninja talent or those who have retired for various reasons. So they are very familiar with Chiyo Dao Dingwei. Don't worry, Dingwei, I'll make the arrangements. I guarantee you all will enjoy your meal today. After hearing this, Xiao Dao Fu Run cheerfully promised and led the three to their seats before going down to prepare the barbecue materials. Not long after, Xiao Dao Fu Run returned with several staff members from the Xiao Dao clan, pushing several large carts in front of the three. Looking at the large amount of barbecue, Yifeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, his appetite had been growing day by day. But compared to the people of the Xiao Dao clan, his appetite was simply insignificant. No wonder Yashitai Zishao didn't take the initiative to treat them after getting to know them. It was probably because there was Xiao Dao Dingwei in his team, right? Thinking about how hard he worked on missions, earning bounties that were less than what one meal cost for the Xiao Dao clan, no one would be happy about that. It was no longer just a matter of being stingy. Don't be polite, come on, eat freely, this is just the appetizer. Seeing the barbecue arrive, Xiao Dao Dingwei rubbed his hands excitedly, called out, and quickly grabbed the barbecue with both hands, skillfully starting to grill it. Yifeng looked at the appearance of a kimchi Dingwei and couldn't help but show a strange expression. As for Ahmad Songyun, he was already accustomed to all of this, calmly holding the grilled meat and eating it leisurely. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours before it finally ended. Of course, a large part of that time was spent grilling the meat, as each batch of grilled meat took a few minutes, which was not enough for a kimchi Dingwei to take a single bite. All right, Yifeng, since we've become teammates, we naturally need to get to know each other. How about we spar a bit? A kimchi Dingwei said, patting his round belly in satisfaction while looking at Yifeng. Sure. I also want to see the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan and the illusion techniques of the Amma family. Yifeng did not refuse. Since they had become teammates, they needed to quickly familiarize themselves with each other. Only by doing so could they cultivate their tacit understanding, ensuring that they wouldn't fall apart like loose sand when facing enemies, allowing the enemy to defeat them one by one. After leaving the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the three of them arrived at the Konoha training ground. This is the site for training Konoha ninjas, but of course this venue is not free to use. A certain amount of money must be paid to use it. The entire training ground is very large, featuring various terrains that can meet most ninjas' training needs. After paying the venue fee, Yifeng, Akimichi Dingwei, and Onma stood facing each other. Who wants to go first? Looking at the two of them, a flash of battle intent appeared in Yifeng's eyes. Both of their strengths were at the Chunin level, comparable to his own, and they each had their family's secret techniques. Compared to ordinary Chunins, their strength was clearly stronger. Although first, I've been wanting to try the Hyuga family's gentle fist. Akimichi Dingwei couldn't hold back and quickly formed a hand seal against Yifeng, channeling his chakra, ninjutsu, multiplication technique. Yifeng saw the growing body of Xiao Dao Dingwei, and a tremendous pressure bore down on him. He immediately took it seriously, performing the flying body technique and swiftly moving to the side of Xiao Dao Dingwei to launch an attack. With a powerful strike from the dragon, subduing 18 palms, a dragon-shaped energy surged toward Xiao Dao Dingwei's massive body with a resounding dragon's roar. Xiao Dao Dingwei, however, paid no heed to Yifeng's attack, ignoring the dragon-shaped energy as he charged directly at Yifeng. Ninja art, partial multiplication technique. In an instant, Xiao Dao Dingwei's right hand swelled up even larger, and he struck down at Yifeng with a palm. At the same time, the dragon-shaped energy hit Xiao Dao Dingwei's enormous body, but was absorbed by the fat on his body, inflicting no damage whatsoever. While Yifeng found himself beneath Xiao Dao Dingwei's gigantic palm. After seeing this, Yifeng secretly admired it, but his hands did not stop as he continued to perform the flying body technique, swiftly dodging the massive palm attack from Xiao Dao Dingwei. Boom! A cloud of dust rose as Xiao Dao Dingwei's palm struck the ground, causing the surrounding ground to tremble faintly. One can imagine how powerful Xiao Dao Dingwei's strike was. Feeling the force behind Xiao Dao Dingwei's attack, Yifeng became even more cautious, quickly distancing himself from Xiao Dao Dingwei and forming seals with his hands. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. With the sharp cries of birds, countless bolts of lightning rapidly coiled around Yifeng's right hand. Originally far from Xiao Dao Dingwei, Yifeng transformed into a streak of lightning, charging swiftly towards Xiao Dao Dingwei. Upon seeing Yifeng's ninjutsu, Xiao Dao Dingwei's pupils constricted, not daring to be careless, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Ninjutsu, meat tank. As the ninjutsu was performed, Xiao Dao Dingwei curled his body into a ball and rolled quickly on the ground, evading Yifeng's attack path and charging rapidly towards Yifeng's landing point. Byakugan activated, gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 32 palms. Yifeng noticed that Xiao Dao Dingwei avoided his attack and charged at him again. But he remained calm because everything was within his expectations. Activating his Byakugan, a Bagua diagram quickly appeared beneath his feet, channeling his inner power to slow down Xiao Dao Dingwei's speed. He then continuously struck various points around Xiao Dao Dingwei, sending waves of inner power into his meridians, cutting off the flow of chakra. Xiao Dao Dingwei curled up into a ball, found his chakra flow interrupted, and with his blood and energy circulation hindered, his body gradually stiffened and slumped within the Bagua diagram. You lost. Yifeng saw that Xiao Dao Dingwei had lost his fighting capability, smiled slightly, and walked to Xiao Dao Dingwei's side to retract the inner strength that had been injected into his meridians. Yifeng, I really can't imagine that you are so powerful. I lost. Your Hyuga clan really has a way to restrain us ninjas who excel in taijutsu, Xiao Dao Dingwei said as he stood up and looked at Yifeng. Your Xiao Dao clan is not bad either. If you were to unleash your true secret techniques, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your match. Yifeng similit humebedi. The butterfly transformation technique of the Xiao Dao clan is very powerful. If Xiao Dao Dingwei had just used the butterfly transformation, he would have to use ninja martial arts to barely engage with the opponent. And this is just the basic level of butterfly transformation. If it were a higher level, Yifeng would not be a match. Moreover, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is only effective against ordinary taijutsu ninjas. For those who specialize in taijutsu, like Might Guy and his son, his inner power cannot block their meridians at all. Chapter 44. Breaking the Illusion. Yifeng has a clear understanding of his own strength. He neither overestimates nor underestimates himself. At present, with all his abilities unleashed, he should be able to match a Jonin evenly. A Chunin of this level is most likely not his opponent. Of course, if there is a Chunin with a bloodline limit, he might only be able to achieve a draw with him, and the outcome would depend on their condition and the battlefield. Therefore, regarding Akido Dingwei's words, Yifeng just smiled and did not take them seriously, then turned his attention to the silently standing Kuruma Konyun. The Kuruma clan's Jinjutsu is second only to the Sharingan Jinjutsu. During the Warring States period and the First Great Ninja War, the Kuruma clan once had its glory, supplying many Jonin and Chunin to Konoha and achieving numerous military exploits on the battlefield. However, with the end of the First Great Ninja War, coupled with the difficulty of awakening the Kuruma clan's bloodline limit, the clan gradually declined. Nonetheless, this does not mean that the Kuruma clan is weak. Their family's Jinjutsu abilities are extremely formidable, even surpassing those of the Wai clan in terms of Jinjutsu. Yifeng also wanted to see the illusion techniques of the Anma family. After all, fighting against different types of ninjas would help him gain experience, as he might encounter various ninjas on the battlefield in the future, and illusion techniques are a common skill among many ninjas. If he didn't understand illusions, he could easily suffer when facing illusionist ninjas. Illusions target the enemy's 5 senses, trapping them in a hallucination. Skilled illusion users can even manipulate the flow of chakra in the enemy's brain nerves at will, making it a combat method that requires extremely high intelligence and combat skills. The Anma clan's ninjas are particularly adept in this area, so Yifeng was very interested in battling Anma Songyun. Seeing Yifeng looking at him, Anma Songyun did not hesitate. Previously, he had been observing Yifeng's fighting style. It could be said that from the very beginning until later, Xiao Dao Dingwei had always been under Yifeng's calculations. Clearly, Yifeng possessed not only powerful strength, but also a high combat IQ. Faced with Yifeng, Anma Songyun was not confident. However, even so, Anma Songyun had no intention of avoiding the battle. He had his own pride. If he didn't even dare to spar, how could he restore the glory of the Anma family? Without hesitation, Anma Songyun approached Yifeng, formed a confrontation seal, and quickly retreated. Most ninjas from the Anma family have very weak bodies and haven't practiced advanced body techniques. If Anma Songyun didn't create distance from Yifeng, who is skilled in body techniques, he would be defeated in an instant. While creating distance, Anma Songyun formed seals, ninja art, illusion technique, shadow clone. With a swish, 2 Anma Kanjians separated from the original, spinning continuously to disrupt Yifeng's line of sight before rushing in different directions. Illusion technique, 5 senses deprivation. After the clones separated, Anma Songyun once again manipulated the clones, forming seals together to cast the illusion technique, aiming to deprive Yifeng of his 5 senses. Yifeng saw the skilled movements of Onma, Songyun, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. He activated his Byakugan and closely observed the three Onma Kanjians, trying to find the real one among them. However, the three Onma Kanjians were indistinguishable in terms of aura, chakra fluctuations, and expressions, just like shadow clones, making it impossible for Yifeng to locate the real Onma, Songyun. At that moment, a strange wave entered Yifeng's mind. In an instant, Yifeng felt as if a layer of black mist covered his Byakugan. He could not sense any aura with his nose, hear any sounds with his ears, and even his control over his own body seemed to be fading away. Trapped in such a peculiar environment, it felt as if everything was nothingness. Yifeng felt a moment of panic, but he quickly regained his composure and realized that he had fallen into Onma Songyun's illusion. Immediately, he used his consciousness to manipulate his internal energy to collide randomly, hoping to break the illusion. However, no matter how he stirred his internal energy, he could not break the illusion, which made Yifeng feel a bit serious. Outside, Onma Songyun saw that Yifeng had fallen into his illusion and immediately controlled his illusionary clone to rush towards the dazed Yifeng with a kunai, wanting to quickly end the battle. However, at that moment, Yifeng's white eyes suddenly emitted a faint white light, and in the next moment his five senses returned. Before Yifeng could react to what was happening, he saw Onma Songyun charging towards him with a kunai. Yifeng didn't have time to think carefully and immediately channeled his inner strength, launching a dragon, subduing 18-palm strike at Ma Songyun. Just at that moment, a burst of white light emanated from Yifeng's eyes again. In his vision, the Ma Songyun charging towards him was merely a phantom formed by spiritual energy, and the original entity had completely vanished. Seeing this scene, although Yifeng felt confused, he still understood that the Inma Songyun before him was just an illusionary clone. However, this illusionary clone was much more solid than those created by the clone technique, making it harder to detect. Although Yifeng didn't understand why he could see through this, it didn't hinder his joy. After scanning the surroundings, Yifeng confirmed the location of Inma Songyun's real body and swiftly rushed towards it using the flying body technique. Inma Songyun, seeing that Yifeng not only cracked the illusion but was also rushing towards his real body, was immediately shaken and hurriedly formed a seal. Illusion technique. Phantom maze. Instantly, as Inma Songyun combined his spiritual energy with chakra, an illusory city enveloped him. Unfortunately, if it had been the previous Yifeng, this illusion might have confused him, but Yifeng's Byakugan seemed able to see through everything. Clearly perceiving the direction of Inma Songyun's real body moving within the illusory city, Yifeng pretended to be nonchalant as he wandered around, but in reality, every move was bringing him closer to Inma Songyun. Before long, when Yifeng felt it was about time, he suddenly charged towards Inma Songyun's main body. The ZY soft sword in his hand erupted with a sharp sword energy, and Yifeng arrived in front of Inma Songyun like lightning, the ZY soft sword sweeping across Inma Songyun's neck. You lost. How did you do it? Inma Songyun looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression, not understanding how Yifeng managed to break his illusion. Although the Byakugan had a certain ability to counter illusions, it wasn't a reason for Yifeng to break the illusion so quickly. Was it? Perhaps my mental strength is relatively strong. Yifeng did not provide a detailed explanation. After all, Inma Songyun is his teammate, but they are not familiar with each other, and there is no talk of trust. His Byakugan seems to possess the ability to see through illusions. When he was first attacked by an illusion, Yifeng did not react in time. Deprived of his five senses, he was unable to move. However, the Byakugan seemed to have a restraining effect on this state, instantly breaking the intrusion into his mind and the control over his five senses, allowing him to regain his ability to act. After that, whether it was the illusion clone or the large-scale illusion of the phantom maze, they could not hide from Yifeng's eyes, which was also the main reason why he could defeat Inma Songyun in an instant. Chapter 45. The first mission after the pressure came, Yifeng discovered another ability of the Byakugan, seeing through illusions. Although it is merely a passive ability, it is incredibly useful. In a ninja world, there are many ninjas skilled in illusions, and each ninja village has a group of people who specialize in training in illusions. The Uchiha clan of Konoha, with their Sharingan illusions, is particularly renowned in the ninja world. Moreover, the Uchiha clan later produced several powerful ninjas with Manjiki Sharingan. Although Yifeng does not know the limits of his Byakugan's ability to see through illusions, it still makes him very happy. Because even if his Byakugan cannot currently see through Manjiki illusions, as his strength continues to improve, his Byakugan can also continue to evolve, making it not impossible for him to eventually see through Manjiki illusions. After the sparring ended, I had some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. See you tomorrow. Yi Feng was thinking to himself, but on the surface, he said a few words to Qiu Dao Dingwei and Ma Songyun before using the flying body technique to leave the training ground. After returning to his own courtyard, Yi Feng casually washed up and then excitedly sat cross-legged on the bed. After extracting the 9-yang divine skill, Yi Feng began to practice it. Compared to the purple mist divine skill, which is easy to learn but hard to master and accumulates internal energy very slowly, the 9-yang divine skill is much better, as a martial arts technique that is as renowned as the 9-yin true classic in Jin Da's martial arts world. One is broad, and the other is profound. Once the 9-yang divine skill is successfully cultivated, it will not only help him in his martial arts practice, but also allow for a very fast recovery of energy during combat. As long as he doesn't exhaust his internal energy in an instant, he can quickly recover his internal energy thanks to the recovery speed, basically not having to worry about running out of internal energy during battles. Furthermore, once the 9-yang divine skill reaches great success, it can form a unique 9-yang chi, which has a certain ability to offset the enemy's attacks. There is also the healing ability of the 9-yang divine skill, etc. In short, the 9-yang divine skill is far better than the slow and time-consuming cultivation of the purple mist divine skill. He is strong as he pleases. The gentle breeze brushes the mountain ridge. He is reckless as he pleases. The bright moon shines over the great river. He is ruthless and evil as he pleases. I alone possess a full breath of true energy. As Yi Feng practiced the 9-yang divine skill, its essence emerged in his mind, and Yi Feng repeatedly transformed his internal energy into 9-yang internal energy. Gradually, wisps of golden red internal energy appeared in Yi Feng's dantian. Feeling the purity of the golden red internal energy, Yi Feng was overjoyed. It is no exaggeration to say that this golden red internal energy is at least several times purer than the internal energy of the purple mist divine skill. After all, Yi Feng had not yet cultivated the purple mist divine skill to great success. Perhaps a fully mastered purple mist divine skill could slightly rival the 9-yang divine skill. But the internal energy of the merely initially practiced purple mist divine skill is simply worlds apart from the 9-yang divine skill. At this moment, although Yi Feng's cultivation level had not yet increased, his combat power was already more than 10% higher than before. Moreover, after switching to the 9-yang divine skill, Yi Feng felt that his cultivation speed was also getting faster. When all the internal energy was transformed into 9-yang internal energy, Yi Feng finally paused for a moment. Clenching his fists, a smile appeared on Yi Feng's face, and then he checked the remaining rewards in the system. Great Recovery Pill, a secret product of Shaolin. It can increase a warrior's hard training for a century and has certain healing functions. A century, 60 years of time. Of course, the 60 years here is just a rough estimate. After all, different cultivation techniques will lead to different amounts of internal energy gained. For example, the breathing technique Yi Feng practiced before, after taking the Great Recovery Pill, might increase Yi Feng's internal energy for 60 years. But when converted to the 9-yang divine skill, an increase of 10 years of internal energy would be considered quite good. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Feng was very happy. Without hesitation, he directly took the Great Recovery Pill, and suddenly, a vast medicinal power erupted within Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng did not dare to be careless, and quickly activated the Jiang divine art, mobilizing the Jiang internal energy to envelop the medicinal power and rapidly refine it. As time gradually passed, by midnight, the medicinal power of the Great Huan Dan was completely refined. At this moment, the Jiang internal energy within Yi Feng was like a surging river, flowing endlessly in his body. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng did not hesitate and immediately controlled the Jiang internal energy to impact the meridians within his body. In an instant, the remaining 12 main meridians in Yi Feng's body were instantly broken through by the Jiang internal energy, and even the 8 extraordinary meridians were mostly broken through, leaving only the Ren and Du meridians still blocked. It was not that Yi Feng did not want to open these 2 meridians. It was that they were too resilient, and with Yi Feng's current cultivation level, he could not break through them. However, despite this, Yi Feng did not feel disappointed. After nourishing all the spiritual energy entering his body to his white eyes, he did not continue to cultivate. After calming his mind, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yifeng woke up early. After greeting Hinata Hanabi, he quickly headed towards the mission building. Today was his first day as a ninja, and it was also the day he would undertake his first mission. Naturally, Yifeng felt extremely excited and secretly pondered what his first mission would be. Just as Yifeng entered the mission building, looking for Yusho Washi Zixiao and Tsudao Dingwei, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming a ninja. You are about to begin accepting ninja missions. The system issues a series of tasks. Task 1. Complete 100 C-rank missions. Task reward. Randomly upgrade one martial art to the perfect realm. Hearing the system announce the task, Yifeng was taken aback. Ever since obtaining the system, it had never issued any tasks, and Yifeng thought there were no tasks left. He did not expect that after becoming a ninja, a series of tasks would actually be issued. Moreover, the reward for the first task left Yifeng with no reason to refuse. Yifeng, what are you thinking? Teacher Zixiao is calling you. Just as Yifeng was feeling delighted, the voice of Tsudao Dingwei reached his ears. Yifeng looked up and realized that he didn't know when, but Yusho Washi Zixiao had brought Tsudao Dingwei and Anma from the clouds to the mission building. Oh, it's nothing, Teacher Zixiao. What mission are we doing today? After Yifeng casually responded to Tsudao Dingwei, he looked at Yusho Washi Zixiao and asked, logically speaking, your team's strength no longer requires you to do D-rank missions. However, since Yifeng has just graduated from the ninja school and is not yet familiar with the details of ninja missions, I have decided to start with D-rank missions. Once Yifeng gains some experience, we can consider taking on higher-level missions. What do you all think? Yusho Washi Zixiao was not surprised by Yifeng's excitement, as newbies fresh out of ninja school often show such expressions. Yusho Washi Zixiao had experienced that phase too. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Tsudao Dingwei and Ma Songyan. Both of them were already chunin, and doing these D-rank missions wouldn't provide them with any growth. So he naturally needed to consider their opinions. No problem. We believe Yifeng Kuan will quickly adapt to D-rank missions, and during this time, we can also improve our teamwork. Tsudao Dingwei and Ma Songyun had no objections upon hearing this. After yesterday's sparring, they had already recognized Yifeng, so they didn't mind spending some time on D-rank missions. Thank you. I will familiarize myself with the mission process as soon as possible. After thanking the three people, Yifeng followed Yushoshi Zixiao, who looked pleased to see them getting along well, to take on a D-level task. Chapter 46. The first mission 2 under Yushoshi Zixiao's guidance. After receiving a weeding task and a beast expulsion task at the mission building, Yushoshi Zixiao led Yifeng and the others towards the task location. While walking, Yushoshi Zixiao introduced some details about executing the tasks to Yifeng. Firstly, although the weeding task seems simple, if you want to complete it quickly, you must precisely control your chakra. Only then can you remove the weeds without damaging the seedlings. Otherwise, you would have to pull out the weeds growing near the seedlings by hand like an ordinary person, which is extremely time-consuming. Therefore, some villagers, for convenience, entrust this task to ninjas. With these ninjas helping them clear the weeds, they can relax and attend to other matters. Yifeng carefully noted down the words of Yusho Washi Zixiao. Upon arriving at the task location, Yifeng began to use the ninjutsu techniques taught by Yusho Washi Zixiao to clear the weeds around the seedlings. With Yifeng's current control over his internal energy, it was not difficult for him to precisely manipulate his internal energy to cut through the weeds. Yusho Washi Zixiao, Tsudao Dingwei, and Anma Songyun all nodded in agreement as they observed Yifeng's deep mastery of chakra. Although Yifeng was the only one doing this task, his precise control over internal energy allowed him to complete the task quickly. All right, let's head to the next task location. After completing this task, you can go to the training ground and work on your teamwork skills. Yusho Washi Zixiao nodded in satisfaction after seeing Yifeng's control over internal energy, and began to ponder where to start in teaching Yifeng. As the class instructor, they could receive 70% of the task reward, and correspondingly, aside from ensuring the safety of these students, they naturally also needed to be responsible for teaching them how to become stronger and passing on their own experiences. Yifeng's various abilities are very strong, and he watched the battle with Sarutobi Shino during his graduation assessment through a recording. Currently, there isn't much he can teach Yifeng, aside from sharing mission experience and instructing him in ninjutsu. It can be said that Yifeng is quite unique. While other members of the Hyuga clan are diligently researching their family's gentle fist technique, Yifeng seems to have dabbled in everything. Not only has he trained the Hyuga family's gentle fist very well, but he has also created his own set of steel fist martial arts. And his ninjutsu training is quite impressive as well. In addition to these, he also practices swordsmanship, medical ninjutsu, and more. One could say that Yifeng is a versatile ninja, equally suited for close combat, long-range battles, support healing, reconnaissance, and so on. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to manage all these areas. However, Yifeng seems to possess exceptional talent in all aspects, training faster than most in every field. He couldn't help but feel emotional inside, but on the surface, he reminded Yifeng earnestly. Yes. After hearing this, Yifeng nodded and looked towards the next task. This task was to drive away wild beasts. In this world, flowers, plants, trees, and even the bodies of ordinary people contain chakra. Naturally, those wild beasts are no exception. It is also because of this chakra that these beasts are stronger in various aspects than ordinary beasts. Although they haven't reached the level of summoned beasts, they are not something ordinary people can handle. Some wild beasts often invade the villagers' fields or orchards, eating their crops and fruits. Therefore, these villagers can only regularly issue tasks for ninjas to come and eliminate or drive away these beasts. After reviewing the task details, Yifeng did not hesitate and directly rushed to the task location. Upon arriving at the task location, a huge orchard, and not finding any wild beasts, Yifeng began to search for traces on the ground based on the theoretical knowledge he learned at the ninja school. Following the traces, he quickly tracked down the wild beast den. Yifeng unleashed a lightning technique into the den. Suddenly, a roar reached Yifeng's ears. The next moment, a huge brown bear appeared before Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes lit up when he saw the enormous brown bear, especially its 4 massive paws, which made him salivate. Swallowing hard, Yifeng greedily gazed at the bear. In his previous life, such animals were protected and could not be hunted, but in this world, there are no such rules. Thinking of the rumored deliciousness of bear paws, Yifeng's eyes sparkled as he watched the roaring bear charge at him. Instead of using ninjutsu, he drew his long sword from his waist and engaged the bear in combat using the Huashan sword technique. The brown bear was massive, and its powerful paws swiped at Yifeng. However, Yifeng's agile movements, enhanced by his inner strength, allowed him to evade the bear's attacks without suffering any injuries. Instead, the bear's body was cut and bleeding from the sword, energy emanating from Yifeng's Ziwei soft sword. The pain made the bear even more furious, and it attacked Yifeng wildly. Yet, Yifeng showed no fear, continuously executing the Huashan sword technique. Even the thick-skinned bear couldn't withstand the sharp sword energy. Before long, Yifeng struck down the bear's head with a single blow, and its massive body fell backward. Beside him, Yushin Washi Zixiao, Chiodao Dingwei, and Anmata saw Yifeng unleash a sword technique they had never witnessed before. They stared at him in astonishment, inwardly lamenting. Is Yifeng too monstrous? First, he created a set of body techniques and an A-level lightning release, and now he's developed a sword technique. Yifeng, well done. The bear's body was perfectly preserved. Aside from some damage to its fur, it hadn't been eroded by chakra, so it must be very delicious. After a moment of shock, Chiodao Dingwei snapped back to reality and jogged over to the bear's corpse. Looking at it, images of cooking the bear flashed through his mind, almost making him drool. For a foodie, nothing could distract him from thoughts of delicious food. The bear paw is mine. The rest is up to you. Yifeng was equally looking forward to it. He possessed master-level cooking skills, and if he could make a honey dish, how delicious would that bear paw feast be? Yifeng, what kind of sword technique is this? At this moment, Mitsurashi Zixiao interrupted their fantasies and looked at Yifeng, asking, This is my original creation. Is there a problem, Teacher Zixiao? Yifeng did not expect Yushitai Zixiao to ask this question. After a moment of surprise, he inquired, This set of sword techniques is quite good. If you can comprehend the transformation of wind attribute properties and combine it with this sword technique, it would be comparable to some A-level secret arts. I heard that you possess wind attribute talent. Are you interested in learning Wind Escape with me? Yushitai Zixiao looked at Yifeng, and in her heart, she had a renewed understanding of Yifeng's talent. It is my honor that Teacher Zixiao is willing to guide me. Thank you, Teacher Zixiao. Hearing this, Yifeng smiled slightly. He naturally knew the identity of Yetsubaki Zixiao, the legendary ninja of Konoha, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, the purple Zixiao, and also the father of Yetsubaki Hondo. With such a powerful ninja voluntarily teaching him wind release, how could Yifeng possibly refuse? Chapter 47. The outbreak of the Second War. After Yifeng heard the words of Yeshitai Zixiao, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Now, his lightning release had already achieved a change in nature through the training of Chidori, initially reaching a level where it could be integrated into his own martial arts. As long as he continued to practice and developed Chidori in a Chidori flow, and even created unique changes in nature and form, its power would naturally increase. However, these were all slow processes, and for the time being, Yifeng simply couldn't succeed in a short period. To enhance his combat power, Yifeng would naturally need to rely on other methods. Wind release was the best choice. With a wind release master like Yeshitai Zixiao around, it would be much easier for him to quickly cultivate the Rasengan series of ninjutsu. After agreeing with Yeshitai Zixiao to practice wind release, Yifeng cut off the two large bear paws and placed them into a sealing scroll. Chiodao Dingwei then eagerly carried the body that had lost its bear paws on his back, secretly pondering how to prepare the bear meat afterward. Should it be steamed or braised? Only children make choices. With such a large bear, he naturally wanted to try everything. He could even slice off some meat for barbecuing, adding it to the secret sauce of their Chiodao clan, which made Chiodao Dingwei drool just thinking about it. After seeing the appearance of a kimchi Dingwei, Yefeng and the others could only smile wryly and shake their heads, ignoring the food lover and heading to the mission building to submit their tasks. After a hasty lunch, Mitokado Suerin arranged for the three of them to do coordination training. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had arranged for Yefeng to join this Chunin team to serve as a central support, protecting Arima from Yun while he cast illusions and targeting the mission objectives, using his Byakugan to scout the way. However, Mitokado Suerin, seeing Yefeng's strength, specifically swapped Yefeng and Akimichi Dingwei's positions, placing Yefeng at the front to scout, while Akimichi Dingwei protected Arima from Yun. After all, with Yefeng's combat power, even if the enemy was strong, he could hold them off for a moment, buying time for his teammates behind. Yefeng naturally had no objections to Mitokado Suerin's arrangement, and spent the entire afternoon continuously honing their coordination with the two. Yifeng's progress was very fast. Many things didn't need Uchiha Zixiao to explain a second time. In just one afternoon, he achieved results better than half a month of regular team training. As evening approached, Uchiha Zixiao stopped Yifeng and the other two, explaining their respective strengths and weaknesses. After asking Yifeng about his understanding of wind release, he sent the three of them home while he returned alone, reporting Yifeng's performance to Sarutobi Hiruzen and thinking about how to teach Yifeng to practice wind release based on his situation. As for Yifeng, after Uchiha Zixiao left, he politely declined Akimichi Dingwei's invitation to eat bear meat and went to the training ground on the back mountain. At this moment, Hinata Hanabi, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, and Kushina were already practicing hard in this place. Nowadays, this place had almost become their exclusive training ground. Whenever they had time, they would practice here. Upon seeing Yifeng arrive, the four of them brightened up. Yifeng, big brother, is it fun to become a ninja? Well, becoming a ninja is pretty much the same as being at the ninja school. It's just that learning has turned into executing missions. I just became a ninja, took 2 D-rank missions in the morning, and spent the afternoon training teamwork with my 2 teammates under teacher Zixiao's guidance. Yifeng was bothered by the incessant questions from the 4, causing his head to throb. He hurriedly stopped their inquiries, briefly recounted today's itinerary to satisfy their curiosity, and continued, "Today I brought back something good." With that, Yifeng took out 4 bear paws and instructed the 4 members of the Namikaze clan to prepare the necessary auxiliary materials. He then drew his Z-Wei soft sword and skillfully began to peel the bear paws. After cleaning them, he used his inner strength to shatter the veins and bones within the bear paws. Once all this was done, Yifeng began to prepare the bear paw meat using his master-level culinary skills. Before long, a large pot of fragrant bear paw meat was ready, and everyone began to feast heartily. "Big brother, I overheard a conversation between sister and grandma today. It seems sister is about to go to the battlefield." After the meal, Hinata Hanabi and Kushina went to wash the dishes, while Yifeng, Suk, and Namikaze Minato leaned against a tree to digest. At that moment, Suk suddenly spoke up. "Is that so?" In the original story, the exact time of the Second Shinobi World War isn't mentioned. It seems to have ended after Tsunade and the others received the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. I can't remember the exact timing. Now it's the 31st year of Konoha. I vaguely remember that at this time, Sunagakure, under the leadership of the 3rd Kazekage, gathered their forces and attacked the unsuspecting ninjas on the front lines. After Konoha received the news, They hurriedly assembled their ninja army to repel the Sunigakure ninjas. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a major battle in the Land of Rain, causing turmoil throughout the entire ninja world. Don't worry, Sensei is strong. Even if she goes to the battlefield, nothing will happen to her. Don't forget, she's also a medical ninja, and even on the battlefield, she mostly stays in the rear to treat the wounded. After hearing Nawaki's words, Yifeng's heart tightened. It wasn't because he was worried about Tsunade's safety, but because once the war broke out, newly graduated ninjas like them, or even those still in the ninja academy, could be drafted into the battlefield. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi kept saying that veterans like him were only there to protect the growth of Konoha's new generation, the old man had never personally set foot on the battlefield during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Even after the Third War, when the Nine Tails wreaked havoc, he was still a step too late. Sure, his feelings for Konoha might run deep, but it was undeniable that Hiruzen Sarutobi was highly self-interested, at least compared to the first two Hokages and the man standing before him, Minato Namikaze, who were far more selfless. So, if the war escalated and Konoha's regular ninja forces became insufficient, while recruiting elite ninjas for major clans would come at steep cost, that old fox Hiruzen Sarutobi might very well turn his attention to rookies like them. Even if their combat strength wasn't formidable, they could at least assist some jonin in escorting supplies to the front lines. Thus, Yifeng felt a sense of urgency. After calming Nawaki down, he didn't hesitate. He bid farewell to the others, returned home, and threw himself into rigorous training. After taking the previously acquired Great Revitalizing Pill, Yifeng's Nine-Yang Divine Art hadn't yet reached full mastery, but he wasn't far off. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could set his sights on rookie ninjas like them, Yifeng was determined to push the Nine-Yang Divine Art to its peak. Only then would he have the strength to protect himself on the battlefield. As he trained, Yifeng opened his attribute panel. Name, Hyuga Yifeng. Age, 9 years old. Identity, member of the Hyuga branch family. Konoha Jinin Kekkei Genkai. Byakugan, 67. Eye techniques, illusion detection, reconnaissance, pressure, perception of meridians, and chakra flow, combat strength. Comparable to a special Jonin Taijutsu, gentle fist, 32 palms ninjutsu, lightning release, lightning ball, wind release, breakthrough, water release, water bullet technique, Chidori, healing technique, mystical palm technique skills, master level culinary arts, martial arts, 18 dragons subduing palms, basic swordplay, Mount Hua swordplay, jade flute swordplay, internal energy cultivation, breathing technique, purple mist divine art, Nine-Yang divine art lightfoot skill, soaring steps weapon, violet mist soft sword items, jade nectar wine recipe, 1 strength pill, 100 gold coins. Chapter 48. C-rank mission. Looking at his attribute panel, Yifeng wasn't entirely satisfied, but for his age, his current stats were quite decent. Moreover, this time, the panel had added a section for Kekkei Genkai and eye techniques. Noticing the 67 progress bar next to Byakugan under the Kekkei Genkai section, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. He guessed that the 67 represented his current level of Byakugan development. Once it reached 100, his Byakugan might undergo some mysterious transformation. With this attribute panel, Yifeng could now track his growth more intuitively, identify his shortcomings, and focus on improving them. Putting aside further thoughts, Yifeng concentrated on circulating the Nine-Yang divine art, accumulating his internal energy in hopes of soon breaking through the final run and do meridians to achieve full mastery. Now that the Second Great Ninja War had erupted, there was no telling when he might be drafted into the battlefield, even if it was just for supply transport. That didn't mean it would be without danger. In any world, war was fought over resources. If Konoha's frontline supplies ran short, the hidden sand village could gain the upper hand and secure greater advantages. Thus, even supply convoys would frequently encounter elite enemy ninjas sent to disrupt and destroy them. If he encountered such foes while the Jonin and elite Jonin were tied up in battle, he would have to rely on himself for survival. Before the Nine-Yang divine art reached full mastery, excessive consumption of internal energy would lead to depletion. Although the Nine-Yang divine art allowed for rapid energy recovery, it still wouldn't sustain him through multiple uses of ninja martial arts. This was the technique's greatest flaw. Therefore, to unleash his full combat potential, Yifeng had to achieve full mastery of the Nine-Yang divine art as soon as possible. The night passed without incident. At dawn next day, Yifeng opened his eyes, sensing the flow of internal energy in his dantian. Smiling slightly, he got up, washed up, stretched a bit, and then headed for the mission assignment building. Perhaps due to the outbreak of the Second War, Konoha village was now under strict martial law. Ambu operatives in dark attire and various masks could be seen patrolling the streets. Overhead, messenger hawks circled intermittently, relaying information. Yifeng did not pay much attention to all of this and quietly waited at the agreed location with Mitakashi Zixiao. Soon, Chodao Dingwei and Onma, with serious expressions, arrived at the mission building. Upon seeing Yifeng, they stood beside him with a lackluster demeanor, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing this, Yifeng had a faint speculation in his heart, but he didn't say much. Noticing the two were in low spirits, he simply nodded as a greeting and continued to wait in place for Yashuxi Zixiao's arrival. Originally, Yashuxi Zixiao had been very punctual yesterday, but for some reason, she arrived much later today. It wasn't until Yifeng and the others had waited for over an hour that she finally showed up. Looking at Yifeng and the others, Yashuxi Zixiao smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I was delayed by some matters. Let's take on a mission. Jingwei, Gongjun. It's still the early stages of war, and your families are strong enough not to be in danger. Moreover, your current strength is still too weak, so focus on improving yourselves." Upon hearing Yashuxi Zixiao's words, Chodao Dingwei and Onma Songyun, although still not fully recovered, showed even more determination in their eyes than before. The group took on several D-rank missions and then left the mission building. For these D-rank missions, whether it was weeding, sweeping, driving away beasts, babysitting, or finding cats, Yifeng had no issues at all. Even with the babysitting task, Onma Songyun and Chodao Dingwei, despite not knowing what they had gone through, handled it with remarkable skill. After a week of various D-rank missions, Yifeng gradually became familiar with the process of the tasks. Moreover, after a week of cooperative training, the tacit understanding among the three had initially met the requirements. One day, after reuniting with Yifeng and the others, Yashuxi Zixiao looked at the three of them, especially Yifeng, and said, "I believe you all know about the current invasion of the Sand Ninja Village into the Land of Fire. As a ninja village of the Land of Fire, we, Konoha Village, must keep the Sand Ninja Village out of the Land of Fire. Currently, a large number of ninjas from Konoha Village have been dispatched to the battlefield, which has led to many tasks piling up in the village. Therefore, you no longer have the time to grow at a steady pace. Although you don't need to go to the battlefield, as ninjas of Konoha, it is our duty to contribute to Konoha, and what you can do now is to complete those backlog tasks. Do you have any questions?" Although this was directed at Yifeng and the others, Yashuxi Zixiao's gaze was fixed on Yifeng. Although Yifeng is exceptionally talented and learns things very quickly, including the wind release that he was taught, he also quickly absorbs and digests it. However, Yifeng is still young and lacks sufficient mission experience. So Mitsuhashi Zixiao is worried that Yifeng might encounter problems during his first blood missions. Just as he said, there isn't much time left for Yifeng and the others to grow. As an elite jonin of Konoha, he understands the brutality of war. If Yifeng doesn't adapt to bloodshed and killing in advance, then once the war escalates and they are forced to go to the battlefield, Yifeng will become even more dangerous. Therefore, he has to do this. No problem. The moment I became a ninja, I knew I wouldn't be able to study and train peacefully like in ninja school anymore. So don't worry, Teacher Zixiao, I'm fine. Yifeng understood the meaning behind Mitaishi Zixiao's words, so although he felt a bit nervous, he still looked steadfastly at Mitaishi Zixiao. As for Chodao Dingwei and Onma Songyun, naturally, they were no exception. They were already chunin and had executed several missions outside the village before having seen blood, so they wouldn't feel afraid of this. Very well. Now you have half an hour to prepare the items for leaving the village. This time, I have taken a C-rank mission for you. Mission details. Escort a merchant convoy to the Land of Rivers. Because the journey is long, Dingwei and Songyun, you need to tell Yifeng what items you will need to prepare for the mission. We will gather at the village entrance in half an hour. Dingwei Songyun. Yifeng, remember, although this is a C-rank mission, you are aware of the current situation. So this C-rank mission could easily turn into a B-rank or even an A-rank mission at any moment. So do not be careless. The Land of Rivers is very close to the Land of Rain, and it is almost near the battlefield. Escorting the merchant convoy to the Land of Rivers carries a high probability of encountering elite teams from Sunagakure that may attack Konoha's logistics from rear. Yifeng did not expect that the first mission would be such a dangerous one. However, since he had already accepted the task, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. After bowing to Yusho Washi Zixiao, he followed Chiu Dao Dingwei and Amat Songyun, rushing towards the ninja tool shop on horseback. On the way, Chiu Dao Dingwei and Onma Songyun informed Yifeng about the items needed to leave the village, which Yifeng carefully noted down. This mission was a long-term task. requiring him to exchange his ninja tools, kunai, shuriken, and sunban for sharpened ones, and then replenish the food pills needed for chakra and physical sustenance. Although Yifeng had jade liquid wine, it could only restore internal strength and couldn't satisfy hunger. Besides these items, Yifeng took the opportunity to go back and say goodbye to his friends, temporarily parting ways with Xiao Dao Dingwei and Onmat Songyan. He went to a ramen shop and a barbecue restaurant to prepare some hot food, and, after finding a concealed spot, he stored these items in the system space for future use. Generally, it was not allowed to start a fire outside, and Yifeng didn't want to eat too many food pills that were not beneficial to his health, so he had to do it this way. After completing all this, Yifeng rushed towards the entrance of Konoha village. Chapter 49. Escorting the merchant caravan. The Land of Rivers, also known as the Land of Chuan, is located at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, with some routes being essential paths to the Land of Rain. This time, the mission was to escort a merchant caravan to the Land of Rivers, in Sakura Red City. Although this road was not an essential route to the Land of Rain and was completely different from the material transport route, it could not be ruled out that some ninjas from Sunagakure might use this path to bypass the Konoha ninjas, cleaning up the rear and delve deeper into the Land of Fire. Therefore, although this mission was classified as a C-rank task, the nature of missions was not fixed, as long as the merchant caravan agreed to unexpected variables, such as increasing the task reward. Then, after accepting the mission, they had to complete it. Generally speaking, C-rank missions would not encounter ninjas. Only B-rank and above missions would face wandering ninjas or even rogue ninjas and ninjas for various villages. Yifeng paid considerable attention to this task. After preparing everything, he still felt insufficient and spent all his remaining money to buy a few explosive tags before heading towards the entrance of Konoha village. It can be said that Yifeng was very afraid of death. He believed that no one could experience death once and not fear it again, unless they had an extremely firm belief, like Yifeng's previous life in Huaxia. This time, reborn into the ninja world, Yifeng would not risk his life for a mission or even for Konoha village. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he would charge forward recklessly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if they encountered danger during the mission and Yusho Washizi was blocked and unable to rescue them, Yifeng would unhesitatingly abandon the mission, abandon Xiao Dao Dingwei and Onmat Songyun, and then escape alone, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja. These explosive tags were prepared by Yifeng just in case. Before long, upon reaching the village entrance, Yusho Washizi said no more and instructed Yifeng to scout ahead in front of the caravan. Xiao Dao Dingwei and Onma Songyun stayed in the middle, while he himself took the rear. After arranging the tactics, he presented the village exit order, and the two gatekeepers began to form seals, opening the sealed gate and allowing the caravan to slowly exit Konoha village. As Yifeng left the Hidden Leaf village for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited, standing at the front of the convoy to clear the way. Surrounding the Hidden Leaf village was a lush green forest, which was said to have been created by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, using his wood release techniques. This demonstrates the immense power of the first Hokage. It is no exaggeration to say that Senju Hashirama's strength reached the pinnacle. Even if he hadn't reached the Sage of Six Paths level, he was still significantly stronger than the Kage level. This led to jokes later on that the first Hokage conquered the world with wood release while Yamato focused on greening it, highlighting the vast difference in their wood release abilities. As the convoy slowly moved through the forest, the presence of the convoy caused everyone to progress at a very slow pace. With nothing else to do, Yifeng practiced his hand seals while walking, training his seal speed. Ever since his seal speed broke through to 3 seals per second with one hand and 5 seals per second with both hands, he hadn't been able to improve further. However, Yifeng wasn't in a hurry, as his current seal speed was already comparable to some Jonin, and even some elite Jonin couldn't match his speed. Even the future Sea King, Uchiha Itachi, only reached 6 seals per second, but he was using one hand, making his speed twice as fast as Yifeng's one-handed seals. Young man, take a break. Just as Yifeng was focused on practicing his seal speed, the convoy leader, an elderly man named Sato Nisa, called out to him leisurely. Hearing this, Yifeng looked up and immediately darkened his expression. No, it was still early for lunch. They had only walked for at most 2 hours, and they were going to rest. At this speed, when would they reach their mission destination? Thinking of his 100 sea level tasks, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. All right, Yifeng, they're just ordinary people. Let's do as he says. I'll keep watch, and you all take a break to maintain peak combat effectiveness. Seeing Yifeng's speechless expression, Yashuxi Zixiao immediately knew what he was thinking. She stepped forward, gave Yifeng a command, took over his position, and began to keep watch. Yifeng saw that Yashitai Zixiao had agreed. So he no longer hesitated and directly sat cross-legged beside Yashitai Zixiao, practicing the 9 Yang divine skill while practicing hand seals. Young man, you're working so hard. How old are you this year? Sato Nisa was surprised to see such a young person working so diligently and looked at Yifeng to ask, is there something you need? Although you are the employer, it seems we're not very familiar with each other, right? Yifeng furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and looked at the old man with a smile on his face. For some reason, he felt that the old man's smile was extremely insincere, and even his demeanor seemed somewhat out of place. Doubt crept into his heart, and he discreetly glanced at the vigilant Yashirashi Zixiao, who was still on high alert, watching the surroundings for any hidden enemies that might suddenly attack the convoy. Although they were in the land of fire and very close to Konoha village, it did not mean that this place was without danger. Mountain bandits, wandering ninjas, and even enemy ninjas coming to the land of fire to cause destruction could appear nearby. So necessary vigilance was still required. Seeing Yashirashi Zixiao like this, Yifeng couldn't help but think, could it be that I'm being overly suspicious? This old man is not a problem. Yashirashi Zixiao was a legendary ninja, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, with rich experience. The doubts that Yifeng could see, Yashirashi Zixiao would surely not miss. So Yifeng thought it was just his paranoia. After dismissing the old man, he suppressed his doubts and continued his training. However, compared to before, Yifeng was now much more alert. Not long after, everyone took a half-hour break and then continued on their journey. When the convoy reached a canyon, Yifeng's inner alarm bells rang loudly, and he quickly activated his Byakugan, looking around. He immediately saw grayish-white figures hiding on both sides, holding something in their hands. After seeing this, Yifeng shouted loudly, "Stop! There's an ambush ahead! Attack!" Just as Yifeng's words fell, huge stones and thick wooden stakes were suddenly pushed down from both sides of the canyon. Yifeng, determined to eliminate the enemies without leaving a single one behind, worked with the illusions while Qiu Dao Dingwei protected the convoy, intercepting the giant stones and wooden stakes that were crashing towards them. It seemed that Yashirashi Zixiao at the back of the convoy had only just reacted, issuing orders to Yifeng and the others. After hearing the command, Yifeng and the others did not hesitate, and each took on their responsibilities. Yifeng used his flying technique and rushed towards both sides of the canyon. Before he even got close, Yifeng quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Boom! Soon, a lightning ball shot towards the canyon, shattering the rocks above and causing screams to reach Yifeng's ears. Yifeng did not hesitate, swiftly arriving above the canyon, drawing out the Ziwei soft sword. With his left hand, he executed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and with his right hand, he employed the Huashan sword technique, continuously taking down the fleeing bandits. In an instant, the entire canyon was filled with blood flowing everywhere, severed limbs and broken arms scattered around, and the rich smell of blood made Yifeng want to vomit. Chapter 50. Test. Although Yifeng, who was killing for the first time, felt his stomach churning from the overwhelming stench of blood surrounding him, he did not stop his killing spree. Ding! At that moment, it seemed that a system notification sound echoed in Yifeng's mind, but he had no time to pay attention to it. After finishing off the bandits on the left side of the canyon, Yifeng quickly rushed towards the bandits controlled by Enma from the clouds on the left. Soon, after eliminating these bandits, the feeling of danger in Yifeng's mind had not dissipated. Instead, an even more intense sense of danger surged into his consciousness. Yifeng's expression was grim as he scanned the surroundings, but he did not spot any enemies in his line of sight. Just at that moment, Qiu Dao Dingwei and Enma Songyun, who had originally been guarding beside the convoy, suddenly emerged from behind the clouds with a katana and swung it towards Qiu Dao Dingwei and Enma Songyun. Yifeng noticed this, and his expression changed dramatically. Dingwei, Songyun, watch your back. Qiu Dao Dingwei and Enma Songyun heard Yifeng shout, and at the same time, their own senses of danger also detected the threat behind them. Without thinking much, the two hurriedly moved away from their positions. At that moment, Mitsurashi Zixiao shouted, "Mission change. There are spies lurking in my Konoha. Eliminate the ninjas in the convoy." Saying this, Mitsurashi Zixiao charged towards Sato Ursha. "When did you discover me?" Sato Ursha, seeing the favorable situation ruined by Yifeng and Mitsurashi Zixiao, immediately revealed his true colors and darkly questioned Mitsurashi Zixiao. Oomph. Do you think my Konoha is easy to deal with? You've been looking for excuses to leave the post for days, wandering around my Konoha, and even dare to infiltrate the Hokage's office to steal the frontline defense map of my Konoha. You really don't know what you're getting into. The only reason I've kept you around until now was to test my subordinates. Mitsurashi Zhixiao sneered and said this to Sato Ursha before quickly forming hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning strike tornado. Wind release. Great breakthrough. In an instant, two powerful A-rank ninjutsu were unleashed by Mitsurashi Zhixiao. At the same time, he brandished a kunai, swiftly charging towards Sato Ursha. On the other side, Yifeng, seeing the scene unfold, didn't have time to ponder what ability the enemy was using to block his Byakugan. He quickly executed the flying body technique. Arriving beside Chiu Dao Ding Wei and Ma Song Yun, working together with them to eliminate the unknown ninjas hidden in the convoy. The ordinary people around were terrified by the scene before them, quickly scattering and running madly in all directions. Ding Wei, you use the Chiu Dao secret technique to protect Song Yun. I'll handle the rest. Ninja martial arts. Chidori, dragon descending 18 palms. Yifeng quickly assessed the situation and charged towards three powerful but still inferior ninjas. He struck with a flash of lightning, sending several lightning dragons toward the three ninjas. Then he executed the flying body technique to swiftly close the distance, drawing his Ziwei soft sword from his waist. In a flash, he left a bloody mark across the neck of one of the Nin. After this, Yifeng did not pause, but moved toward the remaining two who had just reacted. The Ziwei soft sword sliced through their kunai as easily as cutting tofu, and then a dense sword aura erupted, the sword glowing brilliantly. Before the sword even reached them, waves of sword energy continuously cut into their bodies. The two didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies drenched in blood, eyes wide open in disbelief as they looked at Yifeng. They struggled to raise their hands and pointed at Yifeng, then fell to the ground, unwilling to accept their fate. It seemed to question why Yifeng, clearly just a genin and so young, possessed such powerful combat strength. Yifeng ignored the three he had killed. He swung the Ziwei soft sword, shaking off the bloodstains, and after sheathing the sword at his waist, he dashed towards the area where explosions were continuously occurring without hesitation. As for the remaining lower ninjas, with Akiyama Dingwei and Onma Songyin working together, they posed no threat. Upon reaching the vicinity of the explosions, Yifeng hid in the shadows, his eyes gleaming as he watched the intense battle between two elite Nin. Yifeng had never witnessed a battle of this level before, and he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to observe. In the arena, Yuta Washi Zhixiao's long black hair flowed in the wind, and a sharp aura emanated from the kunai in his hand. Using the body flicker technique in quick succession, he evaded the opponent's earth release attack and appeared in front of Sato Nishida, aiming the kunai at his neck. However, Sato Nishida was also an elite Nin, reacting with incredible speed. He drew his kunai and clashed with Yuta Washi Zhixiao, using the recoil to propel himself backward. In midair, he quickly formed hand seals, earth release, earth dragon bullet technique, lightning release, lightning needle 1000. Yuta Washi Zhixiao showed no fear, using lightning release to counter the incoming earth dragon, and at the same time, he changed his hand seals and used body flicker technique to distance himself from his previous position, launching a wind release attack at the spot where he had just stood. At that moment, the previously empty ground suddenly cracked open, and Sato Nishida emerged from beneath the surface. However, he did not see Yuta Washi Zhixiao, but instead noticed a wind release technique heading straight for him. Cursing under his breath, Sato Nishida quickly formed hand seals, earth release, earth flow wall. This was the end. Just as Sato Nishida was about to defend against the wind release, Yuta Washi Zhixiao unexpectedly appeared behind him, with his kunai glowing with lightning. A dagger sliced through Sato Nishida's neck. When did this happen? Sato Nishida felt a sharp pain in his neck, and in shock, turned his head to see the cold expression of Yuta Washi Zhixiao. After uttering a reluctant sentence, his body slumped to the ground. Yifeng, who was hiding nearby to observe, along with Akiyama Dingwei and Onma Songyun, looked at Yuta Washi Zhixiao with astonishment. Previously, Yuta Washi Zhixiao had erupted with speed like lightning, and the lightning release he used was clearly not ordinary. It was a purple-hued lightning. They only saw a purple figure swiftly cutting through space, appearing behind Sato Nishida in the blink of an eye. Even Yifeng, who had activated his Byakugan, could only catch a glimpse of Yuta Washi Zhixiao's figure. If Yuta Washi Zhixiao had targeted him, Even if he detected the attack, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. Each of these elite J-nin possessed their unique skills. Even if their combat power didn't reach the level of a Kage, being careless could still lead to being killed by an elite J-nin. They would have to be even more cautious in the future. Clearly, Yuta Washi Zishao had utilized his ultimate technique to instantaneously slay Sato Nishida. Their combat awareness was constantly predicting the enemy's movements. At the moment, not to mention dealing with Yuta Washi Zishao, even Sato Nishida was beyond their ability to handle. This time, they performed well, especially Yi Feng, who did exceptionally. However, when you noticed Sato Nishida, why didn't you trust your instincts? Remember, sometimes your feelings are more reliable than anyone else's words. Although I am your instructor and have reached the level of an elite J-nin, that doesn't mean I won't make mistakes. If this mission were not a test, but a real battlefield, and I failed to notice the enemy's anomalies while you recognized them, but doubted your own discovery as an illusion, if the enemy suddenly attacked, would you still be so lucky? Yuta Washi Zishao first praised everyone's performance, and then looked at Yi Feng and reminded him. Chapter 51. The flaw of Byakugan. After hearing Yushirai Zishao's words, Yi Feng and the others had different expressions. Previously, Yi Feng had noticed that Sato Ursha was acting strangely, and surprisingly, the other party was able to block his Byakugan perception. It is known that Byakugan can see through a ninja's chakra, yet throughout this journey, even without deliberately paying attention to Sato Ursha and the others, Yi Feng would still occasionally activate his Byakugan to scout the situation. The Byakugan has a 360-degree field of vision, even though Yi Feng couldn't see some areas behind him due to being in a cage. Sato Ursha and the others were still under his Byakugan's gaze. If it were just Sato Ursha, it would be one thing. But even the other lower-ranked ninjas went completely unnoticed by Yi Feng, which left him in shock. Are you feeling confused as to why, despite being ninjas, your Byakugan didn't detect their chakra flow? Yushirai Zishao noticed the confusion on Yi Feng's face and knew without a doubt what he was thinking. Yi Feng saw that Mitsurashi Zishao had guessed his doubts and did not hide it. He nodded and looked at Mitsurashi Zishao with confusion. The Byakugan can indeed see through a ninja's chakra flow. However, the Hyuga clan has been a prominent family in the ninja world since the Warring States period, and the abilities of the Byakugan have naturally been researched by others. Moreover, during the First Ninja World War, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan were the backbone of Konoha, which meant that Konoha's Byakugan made it impossible for other ninja villages to set ambushes against Konoha's ninja army. But do you think such a situation will last forever? Any ninjutsu, secret technique, or bloodline limit that poses a threat to the major ninja villages will be researched by them, and Konoha is no exception. Mitsurashi Zishao looked at Yi Feng and detailed the advantages and disadvantages of the Byakugan. After a pause, Mitsurashi Zishao continued. Although the various abilities of the Byakugan have not been completely deciphered by the major ninja villages, some temporary methods to shield the Byakugan have been found, namely sealing techniques. As long as one sets up a sealing technique on themselves in advance, sealing their chakra within their body, they can block the Byakugan's perception. Similarly, on the battlefield, each village will set up sealing techniques in places where supplies are stored, preventing the Byakugan from locating the supplies. Otherwise, if Konoha learns of the storage location, they only need to mobilize their elite forces to directly destroy the supply storage of the major ninja villages, making it easy to end the war. Therefore, little Yi Feng, never overestimate your own abilities, as it will only lead to your downfall. It is undeniable that ninjas with bloodline limits naturally have stronger abilities than ordinary ninjas, but that does not mean that ordinary ninjas cannot surpass bloodline ninjas. After hearing the words of Yusho Washi Zishao, Yi Feng's whole body shook. Although what Yusho Washi Zishao said was not comprehensive, it was at least very applicable for the moment. For instance, people like Hatake Tsukumo, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in the future, Minato Namikaze Kakashi, and Might Guy were all ninjas without bloodline limits. However, before the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan awakened their respective ultimate powers, who could dare to say they could match them? Take the Uchiha clan, for example. Even if they opened the Manjiki Sharingan or even the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, could they completely defeat Hatake Tsukumo and the others? Any ninjutsu or secret technique, or any abilities that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans exhibited, would be studied as soon as they appeared in order to find a way to counter them. Unless you could evolve the Sharingan or Byakugan into the Rinnegan or the Rebirth Eye, otherwise, if you were careless and underestimated your opponent, you could be defeated or even killed by a ninja without a bloodline limit. Just like this time, if Yi Feng had been too confident in his Byakugan, and Sato Ursha had launched a sudden attack, would he still have had a chance to survive? Realizing this, Yi Feng nodded solemnly. No matter how powerful the eye techniques, ninjutsu, or secret techniques were, none of them were invincible. What truly made one invincible was the ninja's control over themselves. Just like would release and Flying Thunder God. Were these two ninjutsu invincible? One earned the title of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and the other made Minato Namikaze the Yellow Flash, reigning supreme as the fourth Hokage. But if others mastered would release or Flying Thunder God, could they use them as skillfully as Senju Hashirama and Minato Namikaze? Everything depended on who was using these techniques. Thank you, Teacher Zixiao. I will pay attention in the future. After coming to this understanding, Ye Feng solemnly tankit yusu washi zikyo. No need to thank me. You are my subordinate, and also the future of Konoha, so I naturally have the obligation to guide you. Besides, you are so smart. Even without me, you would quickly understand this issue. Seeing that Yi Feng had come to a realization, Yusho Washi Zixiao waved his hand and smiled with satisfaction. All right, let's clean up the battlefield and head back to the village. Although you had many flaws this time, overall, it was still quite good. Since an elite Nin intervened this time, the mission has been upgraded to an A-ranked mission. This mission will be recorded in your history. Thank you, Teacher Zixiao. Akiyama D, I, and Kurama Shun's eyes lit up at the mention of an A-ranked mission. This was not something that could be easily accomplished under normal circumstances. They hadn't expected that this seemingly testing mission could actually reach A rank, which made Akiyama D, I, and Kurama Shun feel slightly excited. Having this A-ranked mission on their records would be immensely beneficial for their future promotion to J-Nin. As for Yi Feng, after Yusho Washi Zixiao announced the mission change, he instinctively glanced at his attribute panel and immediately noticed that the task progress bar, which was originally 0-100, had turned into 10,100. Clearly, completing this upgraded A-ranked mission was equivalent to completing 10 C-ranked missions, and Yi Feng was naturally overjoyed. He quickly helped Akiyama D, I, and Kurama Shun clean up the battlefield, gathering the supplies from the convoy together and finding the scattered laborers. The group then pressed on with the supplies towards Konoha. As for why they didn't use sealing scrolls to pack all the supplies, it was simply because sealing scrolls were incredibly precious, and the space inside them was small, making it impossible to fit so many supplies. Although Yi Feng had system space, this kind of thing was not easy to reveal, so they could only use this clumsy method. After 3 days of travel, the group finally returned to Konoha village. After bidding farewell to Yusho Washi Zixiao, the three returned to their homes to rest. Although this outing was brief, the changes on the road and the fatigue from traveling still left everyone very exhausted. As for Yusho Washi Zixiao, he headed to the Hokage building to submit the mission report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 52, The Unreliable Tsunade, Dice Technique Upon Returning Home. Yi Feng did not practice ninjutsu or martial arts. After washing off the dust from his body, he checked the achievements for killing bandits and for his first kill. These two achievements rewarded Yi Feng with a set of sky-falling hidden weapon techniques and a sound wave technique called Ghostly Wind. After claiming the rewards and familiarizing himself with them a bit, Yi Feng temporarily set them aside, planning to delve deeper into them once he had mastered the 9 Yang Divine skill and reached a bottleneck in his various martial arts and ninjutsu. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to operate the 9 Yang Divine skill to accumulate internal energy. Now, his 9 Yang Divine skill was nearly at completion. He just needed to open the run and do meridians and break through the numerous barriers in his body while accepting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the moment of breakthrough. Only then could the 9 Yang Divine skill be fully perfected. Of course, besides this method, there was another way: to purchase the Chinkuan 1 Chi bag in the system shop and practice the 9 Yang Divine skill inside it. By utilizing the characteristics of the Chinkuan 1 Chi bag, he could first perfect the 9 Yang Divine skill and then open the run and do meridians. The objectives of both methods were the same, and it was hard to say which was better. However, currently, Yi Feng was financially strapped and simply couldn't afford the Chinkuan 1 Chi bag, so he could only use this clumsy method for cultivation. As time gradually passed, it was only in the evening that Yi Feng finally opened his eyes, patted his stomach, and walked out of his room. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi suddenly rushed into the courtyard in a hurry. Upon seeing Yi Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up, and without saying a word, she grabbed Yi Feng and ran out towards the Hinata ancestral home. Yi Feng looked at Hinata Hanar with a confused expression. It wasn't until they left the Hinata ancestral home that he reacted and hurriedly asked, Hanar, what happened? Where are you taking me? Thinkun. Luckily, you returned from your mission. Sister Tsunade is leading a team to the front lines in the land of rain tomorrow, so we are preparing to gather with her. Also, Sister Tsunade has something for you. Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier. I thought something serious had happened. Yi Feng nodded in understanding. Earlier, he found it strange that as Tsunade's only disciple, she wouldn't even inform him before heading to the battlefield. It seems that Tsunade hasn't left yet. Not long after, following Hinata Hanabi to the back mountain, Yi Feng saw Tsunade and others chattering about something, with a pile of ingredients laid out in the center. Yi Feng's expression darkened. So he came here just to be the chef. Little Yi Feng, you finally arrived. I thought I wouldn't have time to say goodbye to you, but I didn't expect you to come back from your mission today. How was your first C-rank mission? How did it feel? Tsunade asked with a smile. Crossing her arms over her ample chest, Yi Feng pouted and said, speaking of which, during my first kill I felt a bit nauseous at the time, but I suppressed that feeling during the battle. After that, the mission changed and I had no time to think about it, so by the time the fight was over, I had already pushed those feelings aside. Now, looking at the pile of ingredients, which includes the blood of various animals, combined with Tsunade's questioning, isn't she just trying to see me make a fool of myself? By the way, Sensei, a few days ago, I heard Shoshin say that Sunagakure had already mobilized a large force, so why haven't you left yet? Yi Feng looked at Tsunade curiously. Little guy, do you really want me to leave? Tsunade fiercely ruffled Yi Feng's hair, making it a mess, and then brought her pretty face closer to Yi Feng, asking him. Yi Feng, feeling desolate and helpless, was being tormented by Tsunade. He silently vowed that when he grew up, he would definitely pin Tsunade to the ground and rub her fiercely. However, he forced a smile on his face and said, no, how about you don't go to the battlefield, teacher? TSK, that's not sincere. The Sand Village has indeed launched its ninja army to invade the Land of Fire. Senior SHM and those two guys, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, have already led the Konoha ninjas to the front lines to resist the invasion of the Sand Village. As for me, I've been busy preparing supplies for the frontline battle and gathering medical ninjas these past few days, so I'm a bit late. Hurry up and bring out that jade liquor. I'm dying to have some. After explaining to Yi Feng, she urged him to hurry. Yi Feng nodded in understanding and said, by the way, didn't I already give a recipe for the Hyuga wine to the teacher? Where's the money? Earlier, Tsunade saw the value of the Hyuga wine and discussed with me about collaborating to make some profit. Now, seeing Tsunade's situation, it's obvious she hasn't had the Hyuga wine for a long time, and she immediately looked at Tsunade suspiciously. This is still in preparation. Tsunade was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled awkwardly, her beautiful eyes darting away, unable to meet Yi Feng's gaze. Teacher, you didn't use the recipe for the Hyuga wine to gamble, did you? Seeing Tsunade like this, Yi Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead, while a bad premonition arose in his heart. Huh, do you think I'm that unreliable? Tsunade hit Yi Feng lightly on the head. The Hyuga wine is extremely important. It can only circulate within Konoha. Otherwise, what advantages would Konoha have in the future? Then what is the situation? After hearing Tsunade's words, Yi Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the formula didn't leak out, it would be fine. Well, I just lost the 3-year revenue of the jade liquid wine. Tsunade suddenly looked at Yi Feng shyly, lowering her head, like a girl who had made a mistake and was ready to accept her parents' scolding. What the heck? This woman is really too wasteful. The store has just opened, and she already lost 3 years' worth of revenue. If this goes on, who knows whose jade liquid wine it will be in the future. Yi Feng stared blankly at Tsunade, his mind racing with complaints, while secretly questioning whether he really wanted to take Tsunade in when he grew up. Although Tsunade was beautiful, the title of Big Fat Sheep was not something that just any man could afford to support. At this moment, Yi Feng seriously doubted whether Tsunade looked down on Jiraiya in the original work because Jiraiya didn't have money. Teacher, let's go. I'll take you to win it back. Such a large sum of money cannot be lost to Tsunade just like that. Moreover, he needed to keep a close eye on the Hyuga liquor afterwards. Otherwise, this woman Tsunade would eventually squander it all. Grabbing Tsunade's delicate hand, he ran wildly towards the direction of the casino, ignoring Shinjuro and the others. Hey, wait. Let's finish eating first. Besides, do you know how to gamble? Tsunade hurriedly stopped Yi Feng, instructing him to cook quickly while looking at him suspiciously. All right, but after we finish eating, we must go in back the 3 years' worth of revenue from Hyuga liquor. From now on, I'll manage Hyuga liquor, and I'll give you a share every month. Teacher, Yifeng rolled his eyes, but wouldn't say the same when it comes to gambling. Today, he would show Tsunade what it means to be a gambling god. He quickly prepared the ingredients, hastily finished his meal, and then pulled Tsunade towards the casino. Although Yifeng didn't know much about gambling techniques or cheating, his ability to listen was extraordinary. As long as the other party didn't cheat, he was confident. So, he followed Tsunade, letting her place the bets while he acted as her behind-the-scenes strategist. In no time, the initial 10,000 Ryo had turned into 500,000 Ryo. At this moment, the dealer was sweating profusely, cautiously glancing at Yifeng. Noticing that Yifeng hadn't activated his Byakugan for insight, and that the equipment for detecting ninjutsu didn't react either, he had no choice but to continue shaking the dice cup under the urging of the gamblers. Teacher, all in on a leopard. Yifeng listened carefully for a while, then whispered to Tsunade, all right. Upon hearing this, Tsunade excitedly placed the entire winnings of 500,000 taels of silver on the leopard bet. 3 ones, leopard. As the dealer opened the cup, 3 ones appeared on the dice. Little brother, you have good skills. I wonder if you're interested in gambling with me? At this moment, the dealer could no longer hold back and called their boss. All right, the stakes? The 3-year revenue of the Yuya liquor. 1 round to determine the winner. If you win, you take the 500,000 taels and 10 times the leopard money. If you lose, you return the 3-year revenue of the Yuya liquor to us. And you are not allowed to use anything related to Yuya liquor to gamble with your teacher in the future. Upon hearing this, Yifeng did not hesitate and directly stated his purpose. Chapter 53. Tsunade leaves. The casino owner narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing Yifeng's words. Okay, but in the high-low game, I'll be the banker. Whoever rolls the smaller number wins. Yifeng's ability to listen to the dice has already been demonstrated. But understanding how to listen to the dice does not mean he knows how to shake them. Moreover, he has bought insurance for himself. As long as he rolls something, then as the dealer, even if he rolls just a little, it means he wins. All right, Yifeng similed confidently. So let's get started. The casino boss, seeing Yifeng agree, immediately slammed the table, and the dice cup flew out. He grabbed the dice cup, put the dice from the table into it, and then shook the cup wildly. The surrounding gamblers were amazed at the casino boss's shaking technique, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Even Tsunade watched the casino boss nervously, her expression resembling that of a little girl just stepping onto the battlefield, tense all over, feeling anxious inside. With such a huge gamble at stake, Tsunade also felt a bit nervous, her delicate hand tightly gripping Yifeng's. Yifeng saw Tsunade's nervous expression, shook his head with a smile, pinched her soft palm, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Tsunade seemed to feel Yifeng's confidence, and her tense mood gradually calmed down. On the other side, the casino owner flamboyantly shook the dice cup. As Yifeng grew increasingly impatient, with a loud slap, the casino owner finally slammed the dice cup onto the betting table. The surrounding gamblers, including Tsunade, fixed their gazes tightly on the dice cup. Seeing the attention around him, the casino owner revealed a confident smile on his face and slowly lifted the dice cup. Inside, the dice were neatly stacked together, and the one on top clearly showed a 1. The surrounding gamblers gasped at this scene, and even Tsunade's face showed a hint of disappointment. Clearly in this round, the casino owner had won. The casino owner, without even asking Yifeng, directly reached out to collect the money on the table. However, just as he was about to touch the money, Yifeng grabbed his hand. What's this? Sir, you do understand the principle of willing to gamble means willing to lose, right? The casino owner frowned at Yifeng's grip, looking at him with an unfriendly expression. I certainly understand the principle of willing to gamble means willing to lose. But I haven't even rolled the dice yet, and you think you've already won? Yifeng smiled faintly, looking at the casino boss without any fear. I rolled a 1. I'm the dealer. Even if you roll a 1 too, it's still my win. Forget it. Just give up. Roll your dice. It's just a matter of time. The casino boss shrugged at his words, broke free from Yifeng's grasp, and made a gesture inviting Yifeng to proceed. Yifeng smiled slightly, picked up the dice cup, and threw the dice into it one by one. Compared to the flashy techniques of the casino owner, Yifeng appeared like a novice, causing the surrounding gamblers to shake their heads and sigh in dismay. Yifeng ignored the gazes around him, slowly shook the dice cup casually a couple of times, and then slammed it onto the gambling table. He made a gesture to the casino owner, signaling him to reveal the dice. The casino owner pouted and casually lifted the dice cup, but the next moment his eyes widened, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the table. At that moment, there were no dice left on the table, only a pile of white powder. Your skills are impressive. I lost, and I accept my defeat. I will not take the 3-year revenue from the jade liquor. The contract is here, and you can handle it as you wish. Furthermore, my casino will no longer accept jade liquor as a bet. Additionally, here are 5,500,000 taels. Please accept it." The casino owner was stunned for a moment, then asked the dealer if Yifeng had used any special abilities. The answer was obvious, so he immediately accepted his defeat, took out the contract, and handed over the money Yifeng had won from betting on the leopard. "Thank you, teacher. Let's go." Hearing this, Yifeng nodded, tore the contract into pieces, and pulled Tsunade's delicate hand as they walked out of the casino. "Wow, little Yifeng, I didn't expect you to have such skills. Come on, teach me." Tsunade, feeling a bit dazed, was pulled out of the casino by Yifeng. After a long while, she reacted, looking at Yifeng with excitement like a little girl discovering something new. "Master, this thing takes time and a lot of practice to learn. Let's talk about it when you come back from the battlefield." Yifeng watched as Tsunade was excited like a little girl, helplessly shook his head, and said to her, "From now on, teacher, you mustn't take the Yuya wine out to pawn. As for business matters, just leave them to me. You only need to collect the money every month." Upon hearing this, Tsunade pouted and nodded in agreement. At that moment, their roles seemed to have reversed, with Yifeng as a strict teacher and Tsunade as a little girl who had made a mistake. "That's good, teacher. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. I'll come to see you again tomorrow morning." Although Tsunade was quite unreliable this time, fortunately, the outcome was still quite good. Not only did she get back the Yuya wine recipe, but she also made a profit of 5 million taels, enough to upgrade her weight equipment. The weight equipment needed to be made from special materials so that it could be worn daily. As a time traveler, Yifeng naturally knows that the human body is a vast treasure. Therefore, he has been very focused on exercising his body since he was young. Every day, he wears weighted gear, and he has never taken it off even during training and battles. Previously, he used the hidden strength of his body to shatter the dice in the dice cup, which is why the devices that detect a ninja's special abilities did not respond at all. After parting ways with Tsunade, Yifeng did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to the market to buy some materials. After customizing a weighted device that weighs between 300 to 500 pounds, he returned home and began to use his master-level cooking skills to prepare some rations. Tsunade's hobbies, aside from gambling, are enjoying delicious food and fine wine. Now that she is about to go to the battlefield, where the food is typically served in large pots, and during missions, they cannot start a fire to avoid revealing their location. They can only eat the unappetizing soldiers' rations. Since Yifeng was ready to challenge his master and reverse the teacher-student relationship, he naturally needed to charm Tsunade well. Therefore, Yifeng was preparing delicious food for her. The night passed quickly, and when the sky turned light, Yifeng stretched, yawned, and stored a large amount of food into the sealing scroll before quickly arriving at the entrance of Konoha village. At this moment, a large pile of supplies was placed on the cart, and some ninjas preparing to go to the battlefield were bidding farewell to their families. Tsunade was naturally among them. "Master, here, this is a farewell gift I prepared for you. Don't be too moved." Yifeng found Tsunade and handed her the sealing scroll in his arms, jokingly saying, "Here you go." Tsunade was taken aback upon hearing this, and then saw a hint of fatigue on Yifeng's face, clearly indicating that he hadn't slept all night just to prepare a gift for her. Tsunade's heart warmed, and she opened the sealing scroll, immediately noticing a large amount of enticingly fragrant food inside. She felt even more moved and said, "Thank you. Do your tasks well, and wait for me to come back to Konoha. Remember, don't forget your medical ninjutsu. If I find out you've slacked off on it when I return, you'll be in for it." As she spoke, Tsunade bent down, presenting a large expanse of pure white before Yifeng, allowing him to feast his eyes. Tsunade noticed Yifeng's gaze and shot him a look, then pouted her red lips and kissed him on the forehead before confidently shouting, "Let's go." With Tsunade's command, the ninja escorting the supplies bid farewell to their loved ones, and the supply convoy slowly exited Konoha village. Chapter 54. The Great Sale of Yuya Wine. After sending Tsunade off, Yifeng headed towards the Konoha marketplace. Yesterday, Tsunade had already informed him about the situation of the Yuya wine shop. Although Yuya wine was a good product, neither Tsunade nor the person responsible for selling it had taken any action, which led to most ninjas in Konoha still being unaware that Yuya wine could enhance chakra. Therefore, while the business situation of Yuya wine was decent for now, it was far from Yifeng's expectations. Now that Yifeng had taken over the management of Yuya wine, he naturally couldn't let it continue like this. Although he didn't care much about money, training required substantial resources. Don't be fooled by the original timeline where Naruto and the others had everything they wanted. That was because they had a good teacher. Moreover, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had a golden reputation for his flying thunder god technique, which he honed with a lot of money spent on sealing scrolls to practice the technique, eventually developing the second and third stages of it. Additionally, to maintain the flying thunder god mark on kunai for the long term, chakra metal was required. Only kunai infused with chakra metal could preserve the flying thunder god kunai for an extended period. All these things required a significant amount of time and money to achieve. Yifeng was unsure if his Byakugan would evolve into a space-time ninjutsu in the future, but even if it did, he had no idea when the Byakugan would actually evolve. Therefore, Yifeng was very interested in the flying thunder god technique. To practice the flying thunder god, one needed a deep understanding of sealing techniques, so money was very important to Yifeng. Additionally, the weight-bearing device he usually wore, based on Yifeng's own estimation. The newly customized set of adjustable weight equipment ranging from 300 to 500 pounds could only sustain his training for a year. After a year, once he adapted to this weight, he would inevitably need to add new weight equipment. Furthermore, if he were to obtain some kind of body refinement technique in the future, money would also be required to support his training to reach mastery. The saying poor in culture, rich in martial arts could not be more fitting. As he walked, Yifeng pondered some marketing strategies he had seen in his previous life. Although Yifeng was just a student in his past life, living in a world of information explosion, he still had some understanding of marketing techniques. By the time he arrived at the store, Yifeng had already made up his mind. Looking inside the shop, he saw a few salespeople idly dozing off, and his expression darkened. After entering, he cleared his throat, startling the salespeople awake. This little brother, this is a liquor store. Did you walk into the wrong place? One of the salespeople, awakened by Yifeng, frowned and said lightly, "Didn't Tsunade-sensei tell you yesterday that starting today, the Yuya liquor is under my management?" Hearing this, Yifeng looked at the salesperson with a calm expression. "So you're Tsunade-sama's disciple. Tsunade-sama has already told me that you are here to check today's sales figures?" After hearing Yifeng's words, the salesperson instantly changed their demeanor, with a business-like smile on their face. While speaking, they took out a ledger and handed it to Yifeng, saying, "Don't be fooled by the lack of customers right now. The Yuya wine is actually selling very well. Today's earnings have reached 80,000 taels." Yifeng took the account book and casually flipped through it before looking at the salespeople and saying, "Well, I'm going to say next. You just need to remember and follow my instructions. First, you will promote the Yuya wine along the street in batches, and make sure that the information about how Yuya wine can enhance chakra is announced to the point where everyone knows it. Second, after attracting attention, there will definitely be some people who are curious. You can randomly select a few people to taste it in public, which will naturally dispel their doubts. Finally, send some people to the major ninja clans in Konoha village to negotiate orders for Yuya wine. My bottom line is a 10 discount off the original price. As for whether you can negotiate a 5 discount, any additional profit above that 0.5 or more is yours to keep. I want to interfere. It's what you deserve." The salespeople looked at each other in confusion. They had never heard of such a marketing method. However, since Tsunade had personally come to remind them yesterday, they didn't voice their doubts even though they were skeptical. After all, Tsunade was one of the last 2 direct descendants of the Senju clan, and as ordinary members of the Senju clan, they naturally wouldn't go against her orders. Even though they had already dropped the Senju surname, it was the same. Is the person brewing Yuya wine reliable? Yifeng watched as everyone prepared to go down, and quickly stopped the first salesperson who spoke to him, asking curiously, "Lord Yifeng, don't worry. Those people were once from the Senju clan. Although the Senju clan has been disbanded, we will not let the Senju surname be shamed. Without your and Lady Tsunade's orders, we will not tell anyone the formula." Although the salesperson was an ordinary person, a hint of pride appeared on his face when he mentioned the Senju name. "That's good. I'll leave this matter to you to prepare. Also, after finishing these tasks, let them increase production. The Yuya wine will be very popular for a while, and after some time, it will improve a lot. During this period, you all will have to work hard." Hearing this, Yifeng finally felt a bit relieved. "All right, Lord Yifeng, if there are no other instructions, we will go down and prepare." The salesperson responded and then asked Yifeng, "It's fine. You guys can go down and prepare. Just leave one person here to watch the store." Yifeng waved his hand and then walked out of the Yuya liquor shop, returning home to continue his training. The next day, Yifeng got up early and immediately discovered that the entire Konoha was buzzing about the Yuya liquor. Clearly, After a whole day of publicity yesterday, Konoha was shaken. Ordinary ninjas had to slowly and painstakingly enhance their chakra. But this UL liquor could increase a ninja's chakra by 10 to 30. Moreover, after 3 uses, it also had a recovery effect similar to the soldier pill. Compared to the soldier pill, UL liquor naturally tasted much better. So the ninjas in Konoha rushed to the UL liquor shop, fearing that if they arrived late, it would be sold out. Not only the ordinary ninjas, but the ninja clans were also the same, placing large orders for UL liquor while secretly inquiring about who owned the UL liquor. Clearly, they also wanted to get a piece of the pie. Upon learning that it was Tsunade and Yi Feng's business, the ninja clans began to have ideas. With Tsunade not in the village, Yi Feng was the only one responsible for UL liquor, which made them think of schemes. However, considering Tsunade's personality, they could only suppress their ill intentions and honestly discuss ordering UL liquor with the salesman. Chapter 55. UL liquor sold out. Yi Feng saw that the UL wine shop was surrounded and bustling with people. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had anticipated the situation and did not enter the shop, but instead continued his training in the back mountains of Konoha. A day quickly passed, and when Yi Feng returned to the Hyuga ancestral home, ready to focus on practicing the 9-Yang divine art, he was informed by the surrounding members of the Hyuga clan that the clan leader and the elder were waiting for him in the meeting hall. Yi Feng did not feel confused by this scene. He had already considered this possibility when Yuya wine was selling so well, and he calmly walked towards the meeting hall. Yi Feng of the Hyuga clan, as a member of our clan, why do you possess such a good thing as Yuya wine without prioritizing its supply to the Hyuga clan? Be smart and hurry up and hand over the Yuya wine formula. The elder of the Hyuga clan, who was not on good terms with Yi Feng, was the first to put a big hat on Yi Feng as soon as he entered the meeting hall. Hearing this, Yi Feng showed a cold smile on his face. Elder, when did the Hyuga clan stipulate that clan members must give their own research to the clan for free? Moreover, this is not even my research. I am merely managing this Yuya wine temporarily on behalf of Teacher Tsunade. What? Does the elder want to steal Teacher Tsunade's research results? Although I, Hyuga Yi Feng, am just a trivial member of the branch family, I still have my principles. Since I promised Teacher Tsunade to manage the Yuya wine well, I will naturally keep my word and will not casually disclose the formula to others. What? Does the elder want to continue using the cage bird technique to force me to reveal it? Then you can certainly try, but I hope the elder won't regret it when the time comes. The Hyuga elder, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, became so enraged that he trembled, pointing at Yi Feng. Chakra circulating, ready to use the cage bird technique to teach Yi Feng a lesson. That's enough. Elder, you've gone too far. Don't forget, I'm the clan leader, and I haven't even spoken yet. Why are you so eager to speak? Without waiting for the Hyuga elder to use the cage bird technique, the Hyuga clan leader shouted sternly, looking seriously at the Hyuga elder. Yi Feng's temperament is extremely resilient. Unless the cage bird seal technique is used to kill him outright, merely employing the technique alone would never make him yield. On the contrary, it would completely disillusion him with the Hyuga clan. Yi Feng is not only a genius among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan, but he is also the link between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage. Regardless of what Tsunade would do upon learning of Yi Feng's death, the value that Yi Feng holds for the future of the Hyuga clan is not something they can casually discard. That is why the Hyuga clan leader is so protective of Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, the Hyuga elder's expression darkened, especially at the words, "I am the clan leader," which made him even more furious. After a cold snort, the elder turned his head away and stopped speaking. Yi Feng, the reason I called you here today is to ask if the Yuya liquor can be sold to the clan at a lower price. After all, you know that the Hyuga clan's resources are relatively scarce, and most clan members earn resources through clan missions. I hope you can provide some convenience for the clan. Seeing that he had subdued the Hyuga elder, the clan leader changed his demeanor and gently looked at Yi Feng to inquire. I wonder what price they discussed with the clan leader. Yi Feng was someone who preferred a gentle approach over a harsh one. Upon hearing the gentle words of the Hyuga clan leader, his originally cold expression softened. 95 off. The Hyuga clan leader said, without hesitation upon hearing this. Is that so? Then I could decide to lower the price to 80 of the original price. This is the best I can do, and I hope the clan leader won't put me in a difficult position. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then looked at the Hyuga clan leader and said calmly, "Thank you." The head of the Hyuga clan felt a surge of joy. A 20 discount was already a significant concession, given the vast scale of the Hyuga family's operations. Their daily expenses were enormous. With so many members in the clan, not to mention the later expenses, Just the initial 3 stages of chakra enhancement alone would incur enormous costs. Now, with a 20 discount, this is already the best possible outcome for the Hyuga clan. If the patriarch and the elders have nothing else, I will go down to cultivate. Seeing that the Hyuga clan leader did not push his luck, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and said to everyone, Yifeng, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of my daughter, Huale, from now on. If you're free in the future, feel free to visit my residence more often. Huale's mother is an excellent cook, and you should definitely try her dishes when you get the chance. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, the third elder of the Hyuga clan looked at him with the gaze of father-in-law appraising his son-in-law, making Yifeng extremely uncomfortable. He hastily bowed to the Hyuga clan leader and then hurriedly retreated from the meeting hall. Everyone in the hall, except for the Hyuga Grand Elder, burst into laughter at the sight of the usually composed Yifeng becoming so flustered. Yifeng was unaware of the conversations that followed among the crowd. Upon returning to his residence, he had no time to rest for a moment before invitations from various families began to arrive at his courtyard. Yifeng helplessly opened the invitation, skipping over the smaller families and focusing his gaze on the Uchiha clan, the family behind Konoha's F4, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. After pondering for a moment, he replied to these families with a letter, offering a uniform discount of 10 on the price of Yuya liquor. After arranging for the letter to be delivered to each family's leader, Yifeng no longer paid attention to these matters and instead began to concentrate on his training. The heads of the various families saw Yifeng's recovery. Although they felt helpless, they knew this was Yifeng's final bottom line, so they could only lower their flags and cease their actions. Only Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were still harboring some ulterior motives, but currently, there was no suitable opportunity. And besides, Tsunade was involved with the Yuya liquor. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very aware of Tsunade's character as a disciple. She was indeed fierce enough to even dare to demolish the Hokage's office, rivaling Danzo. Therefore, without clarifying the details of the Yuya liquor, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to force Yifeng to hand over the recipe. As for Danzo, he wanted both the recipe and Yifeng himself. So for the time being, he also refrained from using strong-arm tactics to pressure Yifeng. After 2 consecutive days, the storm surrounding the Yuya liquor finally calmed down. Yifeng also began to return to a normal ninja life. Aside from necessary training, he followed Yashirashi Zishiao to complete missions. Meanwhile, the first phase of the system's continuous mission, consisting of 100 C-rank missions, was being completed rapidly in an orderly manner. Chapter 56. Shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen. Time flew by. It had been a full 6 months since Tsunade left Konoha. During these 6 months, aside from his usual training, Yifeng had been crazily completing missions under Yashirashi Zishiao's guidance. After all, many ninjas from Konoha had been dispatched to the battlefield, and several other major ninja villages also needed essential defensive forces, leading to a large backlog of missions in Konoha. During this period, Yifeng transformed into a mission machine, completing a significant number of tasks. Recently, under Yashirashi Zishiao's leadership, he completed a B-rank mission. After finishing this B-rank mission, Yifeng was only 1 C-rank mission away from completing the first phase of the continuous mission, having already completed 99 C-rank missions. However, they had just finished the B-rank mission, and Akimichi Dingwei and Kamizuki from Cloud were extremely exhausted. Therefore, even though Yifeng was eager to complete the first phase mission, claim his rewards, and start the second phase, he suppressed his feelings and headed to the Konoha market to buy a large number of balloons and rubber balls before going to the back mountain of Konoha. During this time, aside from completing missions, Yifeng's own cultivation had not fallen behind. Rather, due to the constant consumption and recovery of his internal energy, Yifeng's strength had been refined. Although he still hadn't broken through the 9-yang divine skill, his combat experience had significantly increased, especially his understanding of wind release. Under Yashirashi Zishiao's guidance, Yifeng not only could skillfully use C-rank wind release, but had also mastered a few B-rank wind release techniques. He bought these balloons and rubber balls to create the Rasengan, and then, based on the Rasengan, to develop a wind release. Rasen Shuriken infused with wind nature transformation. According to his memories from the original work, Yifeng held a water-filled balloon in his hand, continuously channeling his internal energy into the balloon. As the internal energy was infused, the balloon in Yifeng's hand began to move irregularly. After a long time, when the balloon and rubber ball were nearly depleted, Yifeng finally succeeded in condensing a rapidly rotating white sphere formed from internal energy in his hand. Within this sphere emanated a terrifying aura. Yi Feng looked at the chakra sphere in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He manipulated the sphere with his right hand and forcefully pressed it toward the large tree ahead. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the tree was blasted open by Yi Feng's chakra sphere, leaving behind a massive hole. Moreover, unlike the original Rasengan, which had no elemental attributes, Yi Feng's version, formed from 9 suns chakra, contained a unique corrosive force. Once it struck an enemy, even if it didn't die immediately, their wounds would struggle to heal. Ordinary medical ninjutsu would have little effect against this corrosive power. Cuckoo! Just as Yi Feng was reveling in his success, a ninja hawk suddenly swooped down from the sky, circling relentlessly above his head. Yi Feng immediately recognized the ninja hawk, as during this time, Mitachi Zixiao often used this ninja hawk to deliver intelligence while on missions. Sure enough, when Yi Feng looked at it, the ninja hawk released its claws. Through the scroll of information it was holding to Yi Feng, then circled around and flew towards the direction of Mitachi Zixiao. Yi Feng curiously took the intel and opened it, his gaze immediately sharpening. A-rank mission, report to the Hokage's office immediately. During this time, although they had completed many missions, they hadn't undertaken any A-rank missions since their first one, and this time, they had just returned to the village after completing a B-rank mission for only half a day, planning to rest for a week as previously agreed. However, in just half a day's time, Yeshitai Zixiao had sent a ninja hawk to notify him. Clearly, this mission was very urgent. While thinking this, Yi Feng did not hesitate on the surface, using the body flicker technique to rush towards the Hokage's office. Soon after, when Yi Feng arrived at the Hokage's office, he looked around and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Why were Akimichi Dingwei and Kurama from Yun not present? While pondering this, he respectfully greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others before quietly standing next to Yeshitai Zixiao. Little Yi Feng, long time no see. I know what you've been doing during this time. You've helped Konoha alleviate a lot of pressure. Well done. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Yi Feng, who was surprisingly composed for his age. Thank you for the praise, Hokage-sama. This is what I should do. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Yi Feng's words and pretended to be happy as he thanked him. But secretly he was complaining. I knew you would say that. Since you think it's good, why don't you offer some rewards? He, I've noticed your strong will of fire for a long time. I heard from Zixiao that your medical ninjutsu is very proficient. There are a large number of injured soldiers about to be sent back to Konoha, and Konoha's medical ninjas are in short supply. I wonder if you would be willing to sacrifice some time to help the medical ninjas treat these injured soldiers? Of course, as compensation, this task will be rated as an A-rank mission, and after completing this task, I can promote you to Chunin. What do you think? Seeing Yi Feng so humble and polite, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more satisfied with him and said to Yi Feng. Hearing this, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to send him to the front lines, but now he learned that it was just to treat the injured. His previously tense heart instantly relaxed. Of course, no problem. I'm more than happy to do this. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After completing this task, he would be able to finish the first phase of his mission, and Yi Feng had no reason to refuse. Moreover, during this time, he could also strengthen his abilities in various aspects to prepare for future training. Great! Your injured will return to Konoha tomorrow morning, and you can go directly to the Konoha hospital then. Seeing Yi Feng agree so readily, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew even more pronounced. Understood, Hokage-sama. If there's nothing else, I need to go prepare. Yi Feng responded and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, wait, there's one more thing. I heard that the recently popular Yuya liquor was invented by you, right? At that moment, Danzo, who had been sitting on the bench without saying a word, suddenly coughed. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood and immediately smiled as he looked at Yi Feng and asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately became alert, internally cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo for their shamelessness in trying to take his Yuya liquor for free. However, he pretended to be in a difficult position and said, yes, Lord Hokage, but to say that I created it all by myself is a bit of an exaggeration. This Yuya liquor was developed together with my teacher. I am just temporarily managing it on his behalf. So, although I would love to hand over this formula to the village, without my teacher's orders, I can't directly give it to the village. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Little Yi Feng, you misunderstand my intention. As Hokage, how could I do something like forcibly take a villager's property? What I mean is, I would like to collaborate with you, little Yi Feng. Recently, due to the war, Konoha has consumed a lot of resources, so I would like to send a batch of Yuya liquor to the front lines first, and after the war is over, I will pay you together. How does that sound? Chapter 57. Flying Thunder God Technique. Yifeng heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and secretly cursed him for being shameless. It sounded nice when he said he would give the money later, but once he trusted Sarutobi Hiruzen, this batch of Yuya wine might just go down the drain. Although he didn't know how much Yuya wine Sarutobi wanted, he could guess with his head that it definitely wouldn't be a small amount. Thoughts swirling in his mind. He forced a bitter smile at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, I am a Konoha ninja. Since you have said so, I can't refuse. However, I'm only managing the Yuya wine on behalf of my teacher, so it would be better for you to ask Tsunade-sama. Hinata Yifeng continued. Tsunade is treating the injured on the front lines, and asking her would take too much time, since she entrusted the management of the Yuya wine to you. It means she trusts you. Moreover, I also heard that the 3-year revenue from the Yuya wine was lost to the casino, but you want it back afterward. So, you must have a lot of autonomy, right? What? Are you unwilling to contribute to the village? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Danzo was watching Yifeng with a faint gaze. What did Lord Danzo mean by that? The Hokage had said it was just a temporary credit for the Yuya wine, but hearing it from Danzo made it sound like the Hokage wanted to take the Yuya wine for free. Was the so-called credit just an excuse? Moreover, I indeed do not have the authority to make decisions and need to ask Tsunade. If Lord Danzo thinks that would waste time, I can go to Granny Mito and have her use her summoning slug to convey the message. That way, it shouldn't take too much time, right? After hearing Danzo's words, Yifeng felt extremely displeased. No wonder this old guy can't become Hokage. Not only is he dark-minded, but he also doesn't know how to speak. Danzo was momentarily speechless by Yifeng's words, his face turning red with anger. But what could he say? Should he say, I just want to take your precious Yuya wine for free? What are you going to do about it? Come on, Danzo still has some dignity left. If he said that, once the news spread, the ninja clans in Konoha wouldn't let it go easily. After all, even though they weren't familiar with Yifeng, they still felt the sentiment of a rabbit grieving for a fox. Today, you can openly threaten Yifeng, but tomorrow, if you covet something from their family, wouldn't you threaten them too? What? Is Konoha just for your Sarutobi and Shimura clans? If that's the case, fine, Konoha can be given to you, Sarutobi and Shimura clans. You can play there, and they can move out of Konoha. If such a thing happens, it would be hard to resolve. Little Yifeng, don't mind that Danzo can't speak. His original intention wasn't like this. However, the village is indeed in a difficult situation now. How about this? I will use the forbidden techniques recorded in the sealing book as a condition to exchange for some Yuya wine. How does that sound? Hizashi, are you crazy? You know how important the forbidden techniques recorded in the sealing book are, right? Now you want to teach it to a child? Danzo was taken aback by Sarutobi Hizashi's decision, looking at him in confusion. This wasn't part of their earlier plan. Hizashi, I've already made my decision. You don't need to say more. Danzo, I disagree. Hizashi, your disagreement doesn't matter. Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Hizashi, you will regret this. Danzo's face turned purple with anger as he pointed tremblingly at Sarutobi Hizashi, snorted coldly, and turned to walk out of the Hokage office. When he reached the door, he slammed it shut with a bang. Yifeng heard this classic quote nearby. His face flushed and the corners of his mouth raised. If it weren't for Yifeng's strong mental fortitude, he might have burst out laughing. Well then, Lord Hokage, I'll go find Granny Mito and have her summon the slug to ask Lady Tsunade. She also loves the village, and I believe Lady Tsunade will agree to your proposal. He managed to suppress his laughter and pretended to be troubled while looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had long been interested in the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, and now that he had the chance to access it, Yifeng naturally wouldn't let it slip away, especially the Flying Thunder God technique that created Minato Namikaze. It may not be used for killing enemies, but it is definitely a great choice for long-distance travel. Yifeng naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. However, he had already stated that he could not make decisions on his own. He couldn't just agree after receiving benefits from Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? So, he could only explain it this way to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alright, Yifeng is indeed a good kid. No wonder Tsunade values you so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the stark difference in Yifeng's attitude towards him compared to Danzo, and nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll take my leave. Hokage-sama, please wait a moment. Also, please let me know the quantity of Yuya liquor you will need, and I will have someone expedite the production. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen told Yifeng the quantity of Yuya liquor needed. Even with preparation, Yi Feng was shocked by the amount Sarutobi Hiruzen requested and hurriedly negotiated with him. In the end, they settled on a deal of supplying the village with 1,500 jars of Yi liquor each month in exchange for one opportunity to view the Book of Seals. With a time limit of 1 year, after obtaining what he wanted, Yi Feng rushed towards the Senju ancestral home. Of course, Yi Feng was just going through the motions. After letting the summon slug of the Uzumaki clan inform Tsunade about his deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he returned to the Hokage's office to relay Tsunade's decision to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved and then took out a catalog that recorded the names and effects of various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. But there were no details on hand seals at all. Yi Feng cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen for being cunning. He had originally planned to secretly memorize the forbidden techniques and ninjutsu from the Book of Seals using his strong spiritual power. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of taking out the Book of Seals for him to see. Pouting, Yi Feng looked at the catalog. Dark Arts, Impure World Reincarnation. Mutual Exploding Tags, Water Release. Water Break Wave would release, True Thousand Hands. Yi Feng looked at the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques recorded above, almost drooling. After a difficult decision in his heart, Yi Feng still firmly decided to pursue his initial idea. Although other ninjutsu and forbidden techniques were also very good, especially the water release techniques, which simplify the hand seals, he himself possessed water affinity, and obtaining these would greatly enhance his combat power. However, under the condition of only being able to choose one, Yi Feng chose the most practical flying thunder god technique. As for the others, he could only wait for Tsunade to help negotiate later, and he would earn them through his military merit. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Yi Feng's decision, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought Yi Feng would choose water release, as he already knew that Yi Feng had water affinity. However, he didn't expect that Yi Feng would choose to practice the extremely difficult flying thunder god technique. Have you made up your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yi Feng seriously. Yes, this is my decision. All right, remember, without permission, this ninjutsu cannot be taught to anyone, even if you do not succeed in practicing it. Seeing Yi Feng confirm his choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart, hoping that Yi Feng could once again showcase the brilliance of the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 58, Flying Thunder God Technique 2. The Flying Thunder God Technique is a space-time ninjutsu created by Senju Tobarama during the Warring States period, specifically designed to counter the Sharingan. During the Warring States period, Senju Tobarama relied on this space-time ninjutsu, along with the Thunder God sword forged by the best blacksmiths of the Land of Crafts, to severely injure Uchiha Izuna, who had activated the Manjiki Sharingan, leading to Uchiha Izuna's death, and before dying, entrusted his eyes to Uchiha Madara. It was because of this that Uchiha Madara discovered the method for upgrading to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama used the Flying Thunder God technique to end the First Shinobi World War. This event made the shinobi world aware of the power of the Flying Thunder God. And even the fastest shinobi at that time, the second Raikage of the Cloud Village, could not compare to Senju Tobarama's speed. This shows how powerful the Flying Thunder God technique is. If, after the First Shinobi World War, Senju Tobarama had gone to the Cloud Village to sign a peace treaty and encountered the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, he could have completely escaped back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique and ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. However, as Hokage, Senju Tobarama did not make this choice. Instead, he chose to hold the rear alone and ultimately used explosive tags to drag Kinkaku and Ginkaku down to the underworld with him. As a result, Konoha lost Senju Tobarama, and no one could successfully practice the Flying Thunder God technique anymore. Once, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kurama Shikaku, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Yen, and Akimichi Torafu, the disciples of Senju Tobarama, all attempted to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, but in the end, none succeeded. At that time, Uchiha Kagami, the most talented disciple of Senju Tobarama, was unable to access the Flying Thunder God technique due to the jealousy of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others because he was from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, perhaps Uchiha Kagami would not have died so early. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Yi Feng choose the Flying Thunder God technique and naturally felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. He hoped that Yi Feng could once again showcase the might of the Flying Thunder God. Yi Feng has an astonishing talent. Whether it's ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, or the family S, he excels rapidly and at a young age, he has already created various body techniques. It can be said that Ye Feng's talent far exceeds Sarutobi Hiruzen's imagination. If anyone has the most hope of successfully mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, it must be Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. After receiving the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique, he thanked Sarutobi Hiruzen and hurried back home. He then spread out the scroll and carefully noted down the training methods for the Flying Thunder God technique. To successfully practice the Flying Thunder God technique, the first step is for the practitioner to sense the tiny wormholes that exist in space through a special method of operation. These wormholes are invisible to the naked eye, and only those with special sensory abilities can perceive their existence. The Flying Thunder God technique connects these wormholes through its formula. And where the formula passes, the wormholes are linked together, allowing the practitioner to instantly travel from one place to where the formula is located. After Ye Feng recorded the training method of the Flying Thunder God technique, he began to close his eyes and sense the location of the spatial wormholes according to the special method of the technique. It was unclear whether it was Ye Feng's exceptional talent or if he was particularly suited for training space ninjutsu. But in any case, he quickly sensed the densely packed spatial wormholes existing in the space. Upon perceiving these, Ye Feng's expression filled with joy. Although he had not yet successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he had already met one of the conditions for training in it, which was the first step that stumped many ninjas. After this, as long as he deepened his understanding of sealing techniques and completely inscribed the formula, Ye Feng would naturally be able to master the Flying Thunder God technique, and then, following the method of the original work by Minato Namikaze, create the second, third, and even fourth and fifth stages of the Flying Thunder God technique. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng did not hesitate, spread out the basic sealing techniques he had asked from the Uzumaki clan, and began to study them carefully. The Uzumaki clan is one of the most skilled races in sealing techniques in the ninja world, and their sealing techniques are incredibly powerful, especially in suppressing tailed beasts. The foundational training methods of this clan's sealing techniques were certainly not simple. Even though Ye Feng had strong mental power, it would still take a considerable amount of time to memorize and comprehend all the knowledge points of the sealing techniques in a short period. However, Ye Feng did not rush. He understood the importance of a solid foundation. Although he was very eager for the Flying Thunder God technique, he did not seek quick success, but instead began to learn the basics of sealing techniques step by step. A night passed quickly, and Ye Feng stretched, even though he hadn't slept all night. Apart from a hint of fatigue on his face, he didn't feel extremely tired. After washing up briefly, Ye Feng hastily finished his breakfast and headed straight to the ninja hospital. He had not forgotten that he had taken on an A-rank mission to treat the injured. After completing this task, he would also be able to complete the first link of the chain task issued by the system. Soon, after arriving at the ninja hospital, Ye Feng showed his ninja ID, changed into a white coat, and followed the nurse to the gathering place of the wounded returning to Konoha. Even though Ye Feng was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but narrow his pupils when he saw the wounded lying outdoors at the ninja hospital. So many injured individuals, some with shattered internal organs, covered in numerous wounds, lying on the hospital beds and groaning weakly, made Ye Feng's heart clench. This was still a war that had not escalated. He couldn't even imagine how brutal the battlefield would be once the war escalated, especially after Wagakure and Kyomogakure got involved. Ye Feng-kun, please, you must do your best to save them. The nurse glanced at the gathering place of the wounded with compassion and said to Ye Feng with a bow, I will do my best. Ye Feng stabilized his mind and instructed the nurses to arrange the injured according to the severity of their wounds, then began to prioritize the treatment of the more seriously injured ninjas. By now, Ye Feng was already very skilled in using the palm healing technique, and with the effect of the Juyang inner power to replenish energy, he was treating those injured faster than the combined efforts of several medical ninjas currently in the ninja hospital. Although the palm healing technique carries the risk of shortening the lifespan of those ninjas, it was unavoidable. After all, without using the palm healing technique, mere healing techniques would not be able to quickly restore these ninjas' injuries. Moreover, these people had no connection to Ye Feng, and he would not care too much about whether their lifespans would be affected. What he could do was to ensure their lives as much as possible and complete the task. What happened afterward was none of his concern. One after another, he treated the injured, and even though the Juyang inner power had an astonishing recovery speed, the recovery could not keep up with the consumption. After all, the palm healing technique was a B-rank ninjutsu, and was a continuous healing ninjutsu. consuming a tremendous amount of inner energy. Additionally, since Yefeng had not mastered the Juyong inner power completely, once the consumption exceeded 80 of his inner energy, there was a risk of energy leakage. Therefore, he had to stop to recover his inner energy when it was being consumed heavily. Even so, the number of injured Yefeng treated alone was still the sum of those medical ninjas combined. Such exquisite medical ninjutsu made these ninjas begin to recognize Yefeng as a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Chapter 59. Treating the Injured. Yefeng's reputation rises despite the praise from those around him. Yefeng did not feel proud. Activating his Byakugan, he carefully observed the wounds of the ninjas as they healed rapidly under the palm healing technique. From Yefeng's Byakugan perspective, he could clearly see the cells rapidly dividing under the stimulation of the palm healing technique, allowing the original wounds to heal quickly. Moreover, after the cell division, the potential that should have been consumed was greatly reduced under the nourishment of the Juyong inner power. For example, when an ordinary ninja uses the palm healing technique to treat an injured person, the successful treatment would typically cost that injured person's lifespan by 3 years. However, when Yefeng used his inner power to activate the palm healing technique on a similarly injured person, although that person would still lose lifespan, it would only be 3 months. There was a difference of over 10 times in between. Upon discovering this, Yefeng observed even more carefully. One after another, he treated the injured, and under the grateful gazes of those he helped, Yefeng quickly moved on to the next severely injured person, continuing to use the Juyong inner power to perform the palm healing technique. This time, being prepared, Yefeng intentionally slowed down the healing speed of the palm healing technique to observe the changes in the technique and the recovery situation after the cell division more clearly. From the perspective of Yefeng's Byakugan, it was like a precision microscope, continuously analyzing the effects after cell division. The human body has 40 to 60 trillion cells, but not all of these cells can be utilized. To become a ninja, the first step is to refine chakra, which come from cells. However, the energy in cells is limited, and the potential of each person's cells varies, resulting in different amounts of chakra within ninjas. Some top clans have more effective methods for refining chakra from the energy within cells, just like the chakra refining method Yefeng taught Namikaze Minato from the Hyuga clan, which greatly reduces the consumption of energy in Minato's cells. Once injured, using the palm healing technique stimulates the energy within the cells to achieve rapid cell division and quickly heal wounds. If this method is overused, it can damage a ninja's lifespan, and since chakra is extracted from cells, the potential of the cells rapidly diminishes. Therefore, in a ninja world, the average lifespan is only under 50 years. Inner energy, on the other hand, while it can also be derived from the body's cells, does not rely on them as heavily. Inner energy primarily comes from the practitioner inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus generating a sense of energy within the body. Then, according to various cultivation methods, it consumes the energy from the meridian's flesh and cells while being nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish the losses. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth contains a large amount of life energy, which has tremendous benefits for the human body. This is also why practitioners of inner energy find that the higher their cultivation level, the longer their lifespan. Through careful observation, Yefeng discovered that it was precisely because the inner energy contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that it minimized the damage of the palm healing technique to the lifespans of these ninjas. Moreover, if Yefeng had enough patience to control the healing effect of the palm healing technique and slowly stimulate the cell division of the injured, he could restore the injured without any damage using the recovery effect of the Juyong inner power. Of course, Yefeng did not have that patience. After discovering the differences between inner energy and chakra, he focused on speeding up the treatment of the injured. After all, whether these ninjas would lose lifespan had nothing to do with Yefeng. What he cared about was only the speed of completing the task. The faster the task was completed, the faster his strength would increase, and he could also unlock the second ring of the task to prepare for future system rewards. As time passed, a day quickly went by. During this day, Yefeng treated over a dozen seriously injured ninjas and more than 20 lightly injured ninjas, making those medical ninjas feel ashamed. While Yefeng was treating the injured at the front lines of the land of Rain Battlefield. At this moment, the Konoha Ninja Army had already engaged in battle with the Wind Country Ninja Army, with dazzling ninjutsu clashing all around. Substitution jutsu and body flicker technique were continuously used, dodging enemy attacks and quickly forming seals to counterattack with ninjutsu. However, more ninjas were using taijutsu and shuriken as attacking methods, fighting fiercely against the enemy. Although these taijutsu attacks seemed ordinary, they were actually filled with deadly intent, and the danger was even more intense than battling with ninjutsu. Moreover, in this chaotic battlefield, not only did they have to face enemy attacks, but sometimes, with just a moment's negligence, they could also be harmed by their own allies, even to the point of dying at their hands. After all, in the chaos of battle, often when attacking towards the enemy, after the enemy dodges, that spot could suddenly be occupied by one's own people. Thus, on such a battlefield, a person's observation ability and sense of danger are put to the test. On the front lines at this moment, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were also doing their best to fend off the elite Jonin from the Sand Ninja village. The leader, wielding a short knife, donned a green Jonin uniform of Konoha, and a silver-haired ninja exuded a tremendous aura as he fought alone against the three powerful ninjas. The third Kazekage of the Sand Ninja village, Elder Chiyo, and Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Kikizakumo, Plepalatudi. The third Kazekage flew in the air, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, unleashing a rain of iron sand upon Kikisakumo. Chiyo stood at a distance, controlling her 10 puppets, sealing off all the escape routes for Kikisakumo. Chiyo's son, Karatsuchi, along with his wife, Karui, collaborated outside the puppets, unleashing their unique poison, shooting countless poison senbon towards Kikisakumo. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would certainly be doomed. However, who was Kikisakumo? He was a legendary ninja of Konoha, known as the White Fang of Konoha, possessing astonishing skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Kikisakumo faced the pouring iron sand from the sky without a glance, forming a hand seal with one hand. A sharp aura emerged from the short blade in his right hand, and a massive blade of energy sliced the iron sand in half. Then, using the body flicker technique, he rapidly approached Chiyo, the blade's light flickering as the countless poison needles were repelled back. At the same time, Kikisakumo slashed vertically with his blade, shattering the 2 female puppets and the blue-faced puppet core that were coming at him, and darted towards Chiyo at high speed. Along the way, gusts of wind swirled around Kikisakumo, transforming him into a whirlwind as he swiftly closed in on Chiyo. "Mother, be careful." Tokisaki and Karui, seeing how powerful Kikisakumo was, immediately changed their expressions and rushed towards Chiyo in a frenzy. However, this was exactly what Kikisakumo wanted. As the third Kazekage in the sky and Chiyo herself focused their attention over here, Kikisakumo's figure suddenly shifted, disappearing from his original spot. He used the body flicker technique to appear behind the Tokisaki, supporting Chiyo, a sharp glint flashing on his short blade. In an instant, Tokisaki's head shot up into the sky accompanied by a spray of blood. Chapter 60, Treating the Wounded, Sakumo's Fame 2. Tokisaki. Chiyo shouted in grief upon seeing her son die tragically, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Kikisakumo, looking as if she wished to devour him whole. However, Kikisakumo's attack did not stop. He turned his body, and in the next moment, reappeared behind Karui, showing no mercy, swinging his blade to cleave her in half. Just at this critical moment, the third Kazekage in the sky suddenly formed seals. Magnet release. Iron sand wing. With a whoosh, countless iron sands gathered behind the unprepared Karui, lifting her into the air just before Kikisakumo's blade could strike her. At the same time, the third Kazekage formed seals again. Magnet release. Iron sand 1,000 blades. Rustling sounds echoed as the gathered iron sands surrounded the area, leaving Kikisakumo with no way to evade. Kikisakumo let out a cold laugh, circulating his chakra, and swung his short blade, creating a whirlwind around him that blew away all the surrounding iron sand blades. Then, without even looking back, he turned and slashed behind him. Sure enough, in the next moment, 3 puppets, controlled by Chiyo, rapidly dodged, spreading out in 3 directions and charging at Kikisakumo. 3 treasures collapse. Facing Chiyo's wide-range attack, Kikisakumo showed no fear. He wielded his short blade with precision, the gusts of wind surrounding him blocking all incoming attacks. He formed seals, activated the body flicker technique, and appeared in front of Chiyo, slashing towards her. However, this strike was blocked by the Minotaur puppet guarding Chiyo. Missing his strike, Kikisakumo did not linger and used the body flicker technique to escape his previous position. Indeed, just as he left, a massive iron sand pillar slammed down where he had been fighting. The third Kazekage, seeing Kikaki Tsukumo's slippery movements. Quickly formed seals with a grave expression, magnet release, iron sand barrier technique. Instantly, the iron sand formed a large barrier with long spikes in the air, launching piercing attacks towards Kikaki Tsukumo, while the third Kazekage significantly increased his speed within the barrier, quickly competing with Kikaki Tsukumo in taijutsu. Trapped in the barrier, Kikaki Tsukumo remained calm, continuously using the body flicker technique while combining it with wind-release body techniques, maintaining his speed unaffected by the barrier. The blade light flickered repeatedly as his blade energy swept through the barrier, grinding the iron sand to powder. The third Kazekage's expression turned grim. Although he had cast this barrier, it consumed a lot of his chakra. Realizing this, the third Kazekage began to back down. Chiyo, retreat. Zuki, order withdrawal. Saying this, the third Kazekage quickly gathered the iron sand wing and flew into the sky. However, at that moment, Kikaki Tsukumo suddenly flickered, a blade light flashing past. In the next moment, the third Kazekage, flying in the sky, sensed a deadly crisis and hurriedly dodged, accompanied by a flash of blood. Kikaki Tsukumo's blade severed the third Kazekage's left arm. This wasn't over. Kikaki Tsukumo did not kill the third Kazekage with that blow. After landing, he did not continue attacking him. Instead, taking advantage of the third Kazekage's moment of distraction, he slashed through the air, brutally striking Karui, who had been lifted by the iron sand wing. Karui, already grieving for her husband's death, seeing Kikaki Tsukumo attack her, did not dodge. Filled with rage, she activated her chakra, unleashing her poisonous thousand blades towards Kikaki Tsukumo. However, how could she possibly match Kikaki Tsukumo? The poisonous thousand blades were all blocked by Kikaki Tsukumo, and instead, Karui was cleaved in half by his blade, dying with her eyes wide open. Karui! Chiyo shouted in grief and fury, about to charge at Kikaki Tsukumo. The third Kazekage, just having recovered his arm, saw another person from his side die, and Chiyo crazily rushing towards Kikaki Tsukumo, seemingly ready to fight to the death. Frightened the third Kazekage into quickly blocking Chiyo and forcibly activating the iron sand to carry her and the puppets up into the sky. At the same time, Zuki, witnessing this ambush where they gained no advantage and lost two people to Kikaki Tsukumo, had a grim expression and issued the order to retreat. The surrounding sand ninja, upon hearing the order, broke away from their opponents and retreated like a tide. Seeing this, Kikaki Tsukumo did not order a pursuit but shouted to Tsunade and the others, "Clean up the battlefield." Yes, Tsunade and the others responded and began to perform their duties. Tsunade was responsible for leading the medical ninjas to treat the wounded, especially those poison ninjas, needing her to extract the poison blood and research an antidote. Meanwhile, Jiraiya led the ninjas to clean up the battlefield, and Orochimaru took people to guard against the Sand Ninja village coming back. As for Kikaki Tsukumo, he returned to the camp alone, looking at the map, beginning to ponder the next step of his plan. However, what Kikaki Tsukumo did not know was that this battle would be his last in this war. With this battle against the sudden attack from the Sand Ninja village, Kikaki Tsukumo commanded with precision, not only repelling the ambush, but also delivering a counterattack that quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Especially the news that Kikaki Tsukumo fought against the four great masters of the Sand Ninja village, coming out unscathed while killing two of them, made the title of Konoha's White Fang resonate throughout the ninja world. After returning to the camp, the third Kazekage looked grim. He did not expect Kikaki Tsukumo to be so powerful. Originally, his plan was to take advantage of the ambush to eliminate the frontline commander of Konoha and then tear apart Konoha's frontline defenses to raid the Land of Fire. However, Kikaki Tsukumo's strength exceeded his expectations, causing his plan to fall apart and resulting in the loss of two major experts on his side. If Kikaki Tsukumo continued to lead the frontline army, what hope would the Sand Ninja village have? After some thought, a sinister glint flashed in the third Kazekage's eyes. "Come here, issue an order downwards. From now on, those from the Sand Ninja village who see Konoha's White Fang can unconditionally abandon their mission." Yes, the Umbu ninja, hearing this, showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. However, since the third Kazekage was the highest leader of the Sand Ninja village with the authority to make decisions, even with doubts in his heart, the Umbu ninja did not inquire further and responded before going to arrange for scouts to spread the news. Meanwhile, after a period of fermentation, the name of Hatake Tsukumo became even more resounding. The third Tsuchikage of Awagakure, Noki, and the third Reikage of Kumogakure, upon hearing the news released by the third Kazekage, simultaneously issued a command that anyone who encounters Konoha's white fan can unconditionally abandon their mission. For a time, the entire shinobi world was in an uproar, and the strength of Konoha's white fan penetrated deeply into the hearts of shinobi across the land. In the capital of the Land of Fire, the city of Weiyang, the daimyo of the Land of Fire's eyes flickered upon receiving the transmitted message. He had always wanted to have Konoha under his control. However, the successive Hokages of Konoha had always been very cunning, maintaining a cooperative relationship. Although everything was led by the Land of Fire, this still made the daimyo very displeased. At this moment, upon hearing the name of Hatake Tsukumo, the daimyo of the Land of Fire began to formulate a plan to send envoys to the frontline camp, announcing that Hatake Tsukumo would come to the city of Weiyang to accept my conferment. Chapter 61. Hokage Half-Sleeve in the Land of Rain. At the frontline camp of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo was originally discussing the next plan with Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, when suddenly a ninja entered the tent. Report, Lord Tsukumo. The daimyo has sent envoys to the camp. How does Lord Tsukumo wish to arrange this? Envoys from the daimyo? Hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya frowned, knowing that the daimyo and Konoha were mutually beneficial. The daimyo relied on Konoha's ninjas to fend off ninjas from other countries while recruiting Konoha ninjas to complete various tasks in the Land of Fire. Konoha, in turn, relied on completing missions and defending against ninjas from other countries to request various rare resources from the daimyo. Moreover, although the daimyo had the right to vote for the Hokage, he had no right to interfere in Konoha's internal affairs. So, in reality, there was no real connection between them. Even Tsunade, as a princess of a Land of Fire, rarely met with the daimyo privately. If the daimyo had any decisions to make, he should consult Sarutobi Hiruzen, so why come to the frontline camp? However, since the envoys were from the daimyo, despite their doubts, they still had to give some face to the envoy. With this in mind, Hatake Tsukumo put away the strategic map on the table and said to the ninja below, "Please let them in." Yes. The ninja responded and bowed out of the tent to let the daimyo's envoys enter. Not long after, the envoys entered the tent, smiled slightly at Hatake Tsukumo, and then looked at Tsunade, saying, "Your Highness, the daimyo misses you dearly. When you have leisure time, your Highness should visit Weiyang City more often." "I understand, but what is the daimyo's purpose in sending you here?" Tsunade pouted and casually asked straightforwardly. It was currently wartime. There was no time to entertain envoys. They just wanted to send the envoy away quickly and continue discussing the plan to fend off Sunagakure. After all, although Sunagakure was resource poor, it was still one of the 5 great ninja villages, and given the harsh living conditions, their Ch-Nin and J-Nin had very strong individual combat capabilities. Moreover, Konoha could not concentrate its forces to deal with Sunagakure. They needed to be on guard against the other great ninja villages potentially launching a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, while Konoha was embroiled in battle with Sunagakure. Therefore, for the time being, it was impossible to quickly repel Sunagakure. He, the princess, still has such a fiery temperament. The envoy, seeing Tsunade's impatient expression, did not mind. After easing the awkwardness with a smile, he looked at Hatake Tsukumo. The daimyo has heard that Tsukumo fought alone against the 4 masters of Sunagakure, not only winning but also killing 2 of them, prompting the 3 great ninja villages to issue a decree that anyone who encounters Konoha's white fang can unconditionally abandon their mission. Therefore, the daimyo wishes to reward Tsukumo with the title of Hokage Half-Sleeve and invite him to Weiyang City to accept the daimyo's conferment. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression became extremely peculiar as he looked meaningfully at the envoy. Jiraiya, on the other hand, wore an envious expression. Hokage Half-Sleeve, what does that represent? It signifies that Hatake Tsukumo, who was once an elite J-Nin like them, had leaped to become a decision-maker surpassing the 3 great elders of Konoha. Second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. This made it impossible for Jiraiya not to feel envious. It wasn't that Jiraiya placed great importance on power. He valued the reputation that came with the title of Hokage Half-Sleeve. As for Tsunade, she had a nonchalant expression. For Tsunade, reputation was not the most important thing. What mattered was how much money she could obtain, how long she could gamble. Hatake Tsukumo was also stunned by this huge title. However, he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly said, "The daimyo has overpraised me, but it is currently wartime, and as the commander here, I cannot leave easily." "No problem. With Tsukumo's speed, it won't take long to get to Weiyang City from here, and besides, Tsukumo is not the only one here. Your Highness and these two are also powerful ninjas, so it should be no problem to hold out for a few days. Tsukumo, this is the first time the daimyo has praised and conferred a ninja like this. You wouldn't want to refuse, would you? The envoy looked at Hatake Tsukumo meaningfully. This. Fine, I will go with you. Orochimaru, after I leave, I'll leave things here to you for the time being. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you two cooperate with Orochimaru. Hatake Tsukumo hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Firstly, the daimyo was after all Konoha's benefactor, and refusing hastily might lead to the daimyo developing some negative thoughts about Konoha. Secondly, the Hatake family was a samurai clan, and what was most important for samurai? Naturally, it was reputation. The title of Hokage half-sleeve was the greatest recognition for him, and Hatake Tsukumo certainly did not want to give it up. Of course, Hatake Tsukumo had no ambition to become Hokage. He simply wanted to obtain this great honor. It can be said that although Hatake Tsukumo was powerful, his political acumen was indeed very poor. At least, if it were Orochimaru, he would never easily accept such a title. Even if he did not return to Konoha, he would send someone to Konoha to obtain Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent before accepting the daimyo's conferment. After all, no matter what, the Hokage was still the Hokage, and their direct leader was Sarutobi Hiruzen, not the daimyo. However, Hatake Tsukumo did not consider this point and directly set off towards the capital of the Land of Fire with the daimyo's envoy after arranging the camp affairs. Orochimaru watched Hatake Tsukumo's departing back, opened his mouth, and finally shook his head with a sigh, not voicing his thoughts. After all, such matters are not easy to say, and if not handled well, people might think he was envious of Hatake Tsukumo's reputation and wanted to sabotage it. Moreover, the envoy was also present. If he spoke out to stop Hatake Tsukumo, it would surely reach the daimyo's ears and could affect the relationship between the daimyo and Konoha. In Konoha Village, Konoha Ninja Hospital. At this moment, most of the severely injured ninjas in the Konoha Hospital had already been treated by Yifong, leaving only some lightly injured ninjas, which a few medical nin could easily handle. Therefore, Yifong was also feeling relaxed at this time, having a large amount of time each day to study sealing techniques, and occasionally going to the Senju ancestral home to discuss sealing techniques with Uzumaki Mito. Regarding the reputation of Hatake Tsukumo, Leaf Maple had learned about it during this time. However, he had no interaction with Hatake Tsukumo for the moment, so he didn't pay much attention to it. One day, while he was learning sealing techniques with Uzumaki Mito, a ninja dressed in umbu attire and wearing a cat mask suddenly appeared at the Senju ancestral home. After bowing to Uzumaki Mito, he looked at Leaf Maple and said, "Leaf Maple, come with me." Yifong frowned. What happened? A ninja has been poisoned with a deadly toxin, and those medical ninjas can't perform the extraction technique. The existing serum is also ineffective in detoxifying it. Lord Hokage sent me to find you to see if you have a solution. The umbu ninja quickly recounted the events to Yifong. Chapter 62. Acupuncture and Detoxification. After hearing the words of the Dark Ninja, Yifong nodded in understanding and said to Uzumaki Mito, "Grandma Mito, I'm going to the ninja hospital now." Go ahead." Uzumaki Mito kindly nodded at Yifong. Watching him leave, her eyes gradually filled with anticipation. During this time, she had witnessed Yifeng's rapid comprehension of various sealing techniques from scratch. It was hard to imagine that heaven would be so generous to one person. Yifeng's talent in physical techniques, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques is exceptionally strong. Moreover, during her interactions with Yifong, she sensed that the chakra within Yifong is completely different from that of ordinary ninjas. Although Yifong tries hard to hide it, under her immense perception ability, Uzumaki Mito still noticed some clues. She is now very eager to see Yifeng's future growth. Yifong did not know the thoughts of Vortex Minato. After following the umbu ninja to Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately approached. "Yifong, you have been apprenticed to Tsunade for a long time. Have you learned the extraction technique?" "Hokage-sama, I haven't had the chance to learn the extraction technique yet." Hearing this, Yifong shook his head. Although Tsunade had given him a lot of medical books and some knowledge about medical ninjutsu before, the extraction technique for minor illnesses was an A-rank medical ninjutsu, which was more difficult to master than the healing technique. He had trained in too many things, too varied, and hadn't had time to learn the extraction technique for minor illnesses at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, shook his head in disappointment. Currently, all of Konoha's medical nin had been dispatched to various frontline camps. Moreover, the toxin inside that ninja was extremely potent, and he had already fallen into a coma. To wake him up, the only option was to detoxify him. Otherwise, they would have to let the Yamanaka clan use their secret technique to invade the ninja's mind and probe for the intelligence he possessed. However, this method would cause significant harm to the ninja and was generally only used on enemy spies. With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious, and he prepared to have the Umbu take the poison ninja to the Umbu. He was ready to let the Yamanaka clan perform their secret technique. After all, this poison ninja carried very important intelligence that he needed to know. However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Ye Feng continued. Although I can't perform the extraction technique for minor illnesses, I have researched a method that might be able to detoxify him. Hokage-sama, I can give a try. This was the last task in his first ring mission, and he did not want to fail, which is why he took the initiative to volunteer. Ye Feng, are you confident? This ninja is extremely important. If you're not sure, it's better not to try. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious as he looked at Ye Feng. Although the Yamanaka clan's secret technique could extract some fragments of consciousness from a ninja's corpse even after death, this method was not reliable. So Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to take the risk. Well, I can't say I'm 100% sure, but at least I have over 80% confidence. Besides, even if I can't completely cure him, I can at least save his life and help him regain consciousness. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and didn't speak too confidently. After all, he had never tried the meridian needle technique himself, so he wasn't sure how effective it was. Moreover, since obtaining this technique, Ye Feng had only studied it briefly. However, the system's introduction to the meridian needle technique gave Ye Feng some assurance. All right, since that's the case, you go handle it. As long as you can cure this ninja, you will have completed this A-rank mission, and I will promote you to CH Nin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said after seeing Ye Feng's confident expression and thinking for a moment. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Ye Feng saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, thanked him, and followed the Umbu ninja to the sick room of the poison ninja. Looking at the person's cyan-purple complexion and pitch-black lips, it was evident that the poison in this ninja was extremely potent. If it weren't for the fact that this ninja had taken a few regular antidotes after being poisoned and received treatment from someone, he might have been dead by now. After carefully examining the condition of this ninja, Ye Feng did not dare to be careless. He immediately took off the ninja's shirt, had someone support him, and then took out a large number of senbon from his ninja tool pouch. After using his internal energy to disinfect them, he used them as silver needles, quickly channeling his internal energy to insert the senbon into the major acupoints of the ninja's body like lightning. Outside the sick room, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu ninja to notify the ninjas of the Yamashiro clan to come over in case Ye Feng's treatment failed, so that the Yamashiro clan ninjas could promptly use their secret techniques to gather information. Meanwhile, he stood outside the sick room, watching Ye Feng's treatment through the window. When he saw Ye Feng take out the senbon and insert them into the ninja's body, a look of doubt flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Moreover, he sensed a special power from those senbon. What kind of medical method had Ye Feng created? If this method could really greatly restrain toxins, it would be much better than the extraction technique. After all, the extraction technique was an A-rank medical ninjutsu that ordinary medical ninjas could not master. While from the fluctuations sensed during Ye Feng's treatment, even a chunin could completely perform it. In this way, even if this treatment method was not as effective as the extraction technique, it would still be of significant value to Konoha. Thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his intense gaze on Ye Feng as he treated the poison ninja. Inside the sick room, Ye Feng was unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts about his meridian needle technique outside. He channeled his Juyong internal energy, inserting the senbon into the ninja's major acupoints, and then quickly twisted the senbon with both hands, vibrating them to activate the potential in the acupoints and force the toxins out of the ninja's body. From Ye Feng's perspective with the Byakugan, the toxins clinging to the blood vessels in the ninja's body were perfectly presented before him. As the senbon were inserted, those toxins quickly congregated. Upon sensing that there were no excess toxins in the ninja's body, Ye Feng swiftly pierced the ninja's 10 fingers, channeling his internal energy to push the accumulated toxins toward the ninja's fingertips. Quick, get a container to catch this toxic blood. Got it. The Umbu ninja, hearing Ye Feng's shout, immediately did not hesitate and found a basin in the sick room, placing it under the ninja's 10 fingers. Instantly, 10 streams of foul-smelling toxic blood shot out from the ninja's fingertips. Once the blood turned a normal red color, Yifeng immediately performed a healing technique to close the wounds on the ninja's fingers, then pulled out the senbon and carefully checked the functions of various parts of the ninja's body. Yifeng then let out a sigh of relief. All right, he's fine now. He should wake up in less than 10 minutes. Yifeng, looking exhausted, was supporting the ninja lying on the hospital bed and spoke to the Umbu ninja. Yifeng, is he really all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was outside the ward, immediately opened the door and entered, asking curiously. Yes, all the toxins in his body have been expelled with the blood. As long as we replenish his vital energy and blood, there shouldn't be any other issues. Yifeng nodded and informed Sarutobi Hiruzen about the situation with the poison ninja. Chapter 63. The completion of Juyong, the caged bird's mutation. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that the poison ninja's complexion had returned to normal and immediately felt relieved. Well done, Yifeng. I will reward you properly later. This is what I should do, Hokage-sama. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Yifeng humbly said a few words, and upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi's anxious expression, he understood that he was prepared to gather intelligence the moment the poison ninja woke up, so he tactfully took his leave. You could go out first. Later, I will have someone record this A-level mission in your resume, and additionally, I will promote you to Chunin. Sarutobi Hizashi was even more satisfied seeing Yifeng's understanding. Thank you, Lord Hokage. As soon as Sarutobi Hizashi finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Yifeng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the chain task. The host will randomly receive a complete technique. The host can collect it at any time after preparation, given that the host completed 2 A-level missions during the task period. An additional reward of a random divine weapon will be granted for this B-level task. The first stage of the chain task has been completed, and the second stage of the task has begun. Task details: shine brightly. Obtain a Ninja World exclusive title. Task rewards: 1 copy of the Deathly 13 Swords, 1 copy of the Lingbo Weibu, 1 copy of Taiji Quan, and the third stage of the task has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to Chunin, triggering the Chunin achievement, and rewarding the host with the Dugun 9 Swords technique. Hearing the system prompt, Yifeng was overjoyed and couldn't wait to take his leave, even losing interest in studying the bowl of poisonous blood. At this moment, Yifeng was only thinking about collecting the task rewards. After exiting the Konoha hospital, Yifeng went to the back mountain of Konoha, where he usually practiced, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to close his eyes to receive the system rewards. Ding! Randomly a complete technique, random extraction in progress. Randomly obtaining a divine weapon, random extraction in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have drawn the completed Juyong divine skill, system importation in progress. Please pay attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the divine weapon Jade Flute, stored in the system space. As the system prompt fell, Yifeng's body shook, and a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to condense within Yifeng's body. The Juyong inner strength operated on its own, quickly devouring the spiritual energy entering the body, refining it into pure Juyong inner strength, and then continuously impacting the Ren and Du meridians. Not knowing how long it had been, when the Juyong inner strength within Yifeng's body formed a raging river, the Ren and Du meridians simultaneously began to loosen. And with the impact of the Juyong inner strength, the Ren and Du meridians were rapidly opened. At the same time, an even more massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was wildly gathering outside, enveloping a 100-meter radius around Yifeng. Yifeng tirelessly continued to operate the 9-yang divine skill. Gradually, the 9-yang internal energy within his body increased in quantity and density, until it became as hard as iron. At that moment, Yifeng's whole body shook, and strands of terrifying energy, finer than a hair, appeared within him. This was the innate true energy that could only be possessed after advancing to the innate stage. With the emergence of true energy, it triggered a chain reaction, and the originally iron-hard 9-yang internal energy rapidly evolved into 9-yang true energy. The vast river of energy continuously diminished, transforming into a stream-like true energy river that flowed freely through Yifeng's meridians. At the same time, the excess spiritual energy from heaven and earth in Yifeng's body also flowed towards his white eyes. With a wave, all the dense ceiling lines around his eyes shattered, and the purity of his white eyes suddenly surged. Yifeng only felt a cool sensation radiating from his white eyes throughout his body, making him feel incredibly refreshed. After a long while, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been fully absorbed by Yifeng, he stood up, opened his eyes, and the brilliance in his gaze flowed as he looked around at the surroundings with remarkable clarity. Yifeng's expression filled with joy. Byakugan. As Yifeng activated the Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged, and a perfect 360-degree view, without blind spots, was presented before him. Yifeng took off the ninja forehead protector from his forehead, pulled out a kunai, and used the reflection to look at his forehead. Immediately, he discovered that the original ceiling lines had completely disappeared. That damned caged bird had finally been eliminated. Initially, Yifeng had no particular feelings about the caged bird, treating it merely as something to sharpen his Byakugan. However, now it was different. After being punished twice by others using the caged bird, and nearly dying at its hands once, Yifeng naturally wanted to break free from it as soon as possible. After all, he didn't want his life to be constantly in the hands of others. Now that the caged bird had been broken, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, when facing the Elder and Hyuga Yunkong, he wouldn't have to be overly cautious. Moreover, breaking the caged bird also meant he could confidently start his revenge plan, with the first step being to kill Hyuga Yunkong. Yifeng has always been someone who seeks revenge for the smallest grievances. Previously, due to the constraints of the caged bird, Yifeng felt somewhat restricted. Now that the caged bird has been broken, he naturally has no more worries. However, just as Yifeng was pondering his revenge plan, a change occurred in his mind once again. The previously collapsed core of the seal quickly condensed, and the ceiling lines reappeared around the white-eyed nerve lines of Yifeng, with the caged bird mark on his forehead perfectly manifesting again. What on earth is happening? Yifeng's expression was grim as he sensed the caged bird near his white eyes. Does the caged bird only escape through death? If that is truly the case, what is the point of him being alive? To become the number one in the ninja world? Even if he became the number one, so what? Anyone who masters the caged bird technique can put him to death, and he would be controlled for life. The emergence of this caged bird nearly drove Yifeng to madness. The freedom he longed for, the invincibility he sought, has completely shattered with the appearance of this caged bird. How could Yifeng accept this? Yifeng's face twisted in agony as he used his spiritual power to touch the core of the caged bird. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and the excruciating pain from the depths of his soul made his expression even more distorted. If he could never escape the caged bird for his entire life, he might as well be dead. However, just as Yifeng was about to recklessly destroy the core of the caged bird, suddenly, the Byakugan underwent a strange rebirth. As the core of the caged bird was activated, Yifeng's Byakugan rapidly stirred. A series of special rhythms flowed into Yifeng's mind, and he was taken aback. Could this be not the caged bird, but a sealing technique at a higher level than the caged bird? Realizing this, Yifeng hurriedly stopped touching the core of the caged bird, picked up a kunai, and carefully examined the sealing lines on his forehead. He indeed discovered that it contained a sealing technique more complex than the caged bird. Moreover, his Byakugan was not obscured in its vision of the back of his head by this newly appeared caged bird. Feeling this, Yifeng finally felt relieved. It seemed that this was the true secret of the evolution of the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Yifeng once again experimented with the various abilities of the Byakugan, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and he vaguely guessed the secrets of the Byakugan's evolution. Chapter 64. New ability of the Byakugan, Dugu Jiujien. Sensing the changes in his caged bird, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to experiment with the changes in his Byakugan. First of all, although his Byakugan was recontrolled by the caged bird, it had no flaws. The 360-degree all-around vision allowed Yifeng to see any attacks from any direction. Even if the enemy attacked him from behind, he could see clearly and counter it. Secondly, the basic ability of the Byakugan, reconnaissance. It turned out that Yifeng's Byakugan had a reconnaissance range of only 500 meters. However, after the caged bird version 0.1 shattered, Yifeng's Byakugan evolved, increasing the reconnaissance range from 500 meters to 1,500 meters, tripling the distance, and allowing Yifeng to detect hidden enemies earlier. Feeling the changes in the Byakugan, Yifeng was slightly pleased and hurried to experiment with the next ability. This ability was the ocular technique that appeared when Yifeng's Byakugan first evolved. Pressure. Once this ocular technique was activated, a void space would form around, continuously compressing the enemy and greatly suppressing their strength. Of course, this ocular technique had little effect before. Now, With the changes in the Byakugan, Yifeng naturally wanted to see how much stronger the pressure had become. With that thought, Yifeng did not hesitate and directly began to use pressure. Byakugan pressure. In the next moment, as Yifeng's ocular power rapidly surged into the Byakugan, an invisible shockwave spread out 360 degrees centered on Yifeng. Suddenly, a rich aura erupted, and everything around was continuously compressed by this aura, with 3 large trees close to Yifeng being crushed and broken in the middle by this force. After feeling the power of the pressure, Yifeng's eyes lit up. This power is already no less than a B-level ninjutsu, and it's a 360-degree indiscriminate large-scale ninjutsu. If my Byakugan were to advance again, the power of this ocular technique might greatly increase. With this in mind, Yifeng was about to deactivate his Byakugan. After all, although the Byakugan still has the ability to see through illusions, no one is currently casting illusions on him, so he can't test how resistant the new Byakugan would be to illusions. However, at that moment, Yifeng inadvertently noticed some lines appearing in the sky. At first, Yifeng thought it was just an illusion, but when he observed closely, he suddenly realized that there were indeed numerous lines appearing in the sky. What is this? Could it be the ceiling barrier of Konoha Village? Yifeng carefully observed the lines in the sky above Konoha Village and found that these lines seemed very similar to the sealing techniques he had studied from the Uzumaki clan. Could this be a new skill of my Byakugan? The sealing barrier is a combination sealing technique made up of various sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. And if anyone attacks Konoha, the sealing barrier is the first line of defense. Ordinary people, if they do not understand the hand signs to activate the sealing barrier, cannot enter Konoha. Of course, this does not apply to Kuro and Shiro. After all, Kuro has existed for 1,000 years and has witnessed the growth of the Senju clan, Uzumaki clan, and Uchiha clan over the years, while Shiro, under Kuro's guidance, can naturally come and go freely in Konoha. When Yifeng saw the sealing lines in the sky, he felt a surge of joy. In the ninja world, if one were to ask what is the most powerful, some might think it is Hashirama Senju's wood release. Others might think it is Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan. Some might even consider the Otsutsuki clan or the pure I that would later appear on Boruto Uzumaki. But Yifeng believes that the most powerful technique in the ninja world is sealing techniques. After all, even Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed in the God Tree for 1,000 years, right? Now that his Byakugan has evolved to break seals, he will no longer fear those ninjas skilled in sealing techniques. Even if he accidentally gets sealed, he can use his Byakugan to decipher the sealing techniques and escape. Moreover, having this ability will greatly benefit Yifeng's future training in sealing techniques. The difficulty of sealing techniques lies in those complex sealing lines. To successfully execute a sealing technique, one needs to use chakra or true energy to form the sealing lines. Only by having the sealing lines move in a specific way can the corresponding sealing technique be fully executed. Although Yifeng possessed a vast amount of mental power, it would still take a long time to analyze and memorize the sealing lines in the sealing technique within a short period. Now it was different. He could clearly see the operational methods of the sealing lines. After that, he just needed to forcibly memorize the operation of the sealing lines to successfully cast the corresponding sealing technique. After familiarizing himself with the various abilities of the Byakugan and finding no new abilities, Yifeng closed the Byakugan and took out the divine weapon, the Jade Flute, which was a reward from the system. He saw a jade flute about 80 centimeters long, with 8 holes, appearing crystal clear in his hand. Looking at the Jade Flute, Yifeng's eyes brightened slightly. Previously, he had obtained the Jade Flute sword technique. This Jade Flute sword technique was a special sword technique. Once activated, it could not only release sword energy but also emit strange sound wave attacks, making it difficult for enemies to defend against. It was the famous skill of the Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoshi in the... Although this sword technique could also be performed with a long sword, its power would inevitably be less than when using the Jade Flute. After all, the essence of the Jade Flute sword technique lay in the sound wave attacks that were hard to guard against. Without these, the Jade Flute sword technique would merely be a decent sword technique. Now that he had obtained this Jade Flute, the Jade Flute sword technique had a place to be used. After playing with the Jade Flute for a while, Yifeng did not rush to start practicing the Jade Flute sword technique. Instead, he claimed the reward for advancing to the Ch-Nin, the Dugun 9 swords. As Yifeng claimed the Dugun 9 swords, a proud-looking middle-aged man appeared in his mind. The middle-aged man stood atop a mountain, holding a soft sword that gleamed with cold light. The essence of the Dugan swords lies in seeing the flaws in the opponent's moves at a glance, then taking advantage of the opening, arriving first, and winning with a single strike. The complete sword technique has 360 variations. Each variation is further divided into 360 evolutions, with endless moves and continuous sword intent. The overall principle of the Dugan swords emphasizes comprehension. Remembering all the variations of the Dugan swords is the entry stage. Forgetting half is the minor achievement. Completely forgetting is the major achievement. And activating the sword intent is the perfection stage. The breaking sword technique can break all sword techniques, the breaking blade technique. The middle-aged man stood atop the mountain, his voice like thunder, while waving the soft sword and explaining the essence of the various techniques of the Dugan swords. Making Yi Feng listen intently, subconsciously drawing out the ZY soft sword and following the middle-aged man to begin practicing the Dugan swords. Accompanied by flickering sword lights, Yi Feng's figure moved swiftly in the back mountains of Konoha, the sharp sword light cutting deep marks into the surrounding trees. Yi Feng was so immersed in the practice of the Dugan swords that he didn't even notice the figure of the middle-aged swordsman in his mind had vanished. The Dugan swords had minimal requirements for true chi, and with the mastery of the Juyang divine skill, Yi Feng's recovery speed was astonishing. He tirelessly practiced the Dugan swords on the back mountain of Mai. From initial clumsiness, he became agile, and from agility, he became ethereal. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Feng no longer stuck to the transitions between techniques, occasionally performing the breaking sword style, and at times the breaking whip style. In the midst of his swift movements, he seamlessly executed the Huashan sword technique and the Yuxiao sword technique, with no hint of awkwardness in the transitions. Chapter 65. Supreme Sword Intent. Low martial arts focus on technique, while high martial arts focus on intent. Although the low martial world is lacking in spiritual energy, preventing martial artists from unleashing earth-shattering, world-destroying powers, it is precisely for this reason that the prodigies in the low martial world continuously refine their techniques to hone their strength. The Dugan swords can be said to be the pinnacle of martial arts in the low martial world, not restricted by transitions between techniques, able to execute freely, attacking the enemy's weaknesses with every move. Yi Feng tirelessly practiced the Dugan swords over and over again. Whenever he felt inspired, he would even form hand seals with one hand and, during the pauses in his swordplay, unleash various ninja techniques. For a moment, the sword light flickered on the back mountain of Konoha, thunder roared, and strong winds stirred up chaos all around. However, at this moment, Yi Feng was immersed in his sword training, his body acting purely on instinct, completely oblivious to everything around him. Unless someone attacked him, he was entirely unaware of the external world. Therefore, even with Yi Feng's abnormal perception ability, he did not notice that two young men were secretly watching him in astonishment. Zixiao, you are indeed lucky to have such a talented subordinate. His strength has already formed its own style. There is nothing more I can teach him. One of them, a young man dressed in a green Nin uniform, with half of a Hokage cloak draped over his left shoulder and a short sword hanging at his waist, stood on a tree, looking down at Yi Feng practicing with his sword, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect this either. I was about to head to the battlefield to take over the frontline command, and was thinking of having you teach little Yi Feng well. After all, his fighting style is very similar to yours. But I didn't expect that in such a short time, he has grown to this level. Moreover, I heard from Lord Hokage that little Yi Feng has recently been studying the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. I wonder how his research is going." The black-haired ninja, standing beside the silver-haired one, who is also Yi Feng's class instructor, Yueying Zixiao, expressed his thoughts as he observed Yi Feng below. In just over a month, Yi Feng's combat power has actually increased to this level. The intricacy of his sword techniques is worlds apart from the grand and open Konoha-style swordsmanship. It's hard to imagine that this set of sword techniques was created by a 10-year-old child. Furthermore, the transition between his ninjutsu and taijutsu is seamless. Yi Feng's fighting style has already formed its own school. Nowadays, even an average Nin would definitely not be Yi Feng's opponent. Such a genius. Even the accomplished Yueying Zixiao felt a bit envious. Moreover, Yi Feng is still training the Flying Thunder God technique. Once he masters it, considering Yi Feng's various abnormal taijutsu combined with that bizarre insight, once paired with the peculiar speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, one can only imagine to what extent Yi Feng's strength will reach. Yueying Zixiao simply couldn't fathom it. What is this power? Just as Yueying Zixiao was pondering Yi Feng's future achievements, the usually calm, silver-haired ninja suddenly exclaimed, startling the contemplative Yueying Zixiao. Yueying Zixiao looked down and saw that Yi Feng had already stopped practicing his sword. His aura began to rise, and at the same time, it seemed that some power within Yi Feng was rapidly awakening. Even in this semi-awakening state, the power was enough to make the two of them feel alarmed. They sensed that once this power fully erupted, its might would be terrifying. At the very least, they had no confidence in being able to stop it. After all, who are they? One is the legendary Konoha figure, Yueying Zixiao, a master of wind and lightning ninjutsu, coupled with corresponding taijutsu. Even a Kage-level expert would find it hard to defeat him easily. The other is the legendary Konoha figure, Hatake Sakumo, whose combat strength needs no elaboration. He remained unscathed while being besieged by 4 powerful ninjas, including the 3rd Kazekage and Elder Chiyo along with her son and daughter-in-law. Severing the arm of the 3rd Kazekage and killing Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. He was so powerful that all 3 ninja villages issued a statement that any ninja who encountered Konoha's white fang could unconditionally abandon their mission. At this moment, the rising aura emanating from Yi Feng made them feel extremely alarmed. What kind of power is this? In the arena, Yi Feng was unaware that Yueying Zixiao and Hatake Sakumo were watching him. Earlier, all 360 variations of the Dugan 9 swords had been forgotten by Yi Feng, leading to a significant improvement in his understanding of martial arts. When he struck, he no longer thought about which technique to use. He merely relied on his intuition to perform the most suitable technique for the current situation to confront his enemies. It was at this moment that the Dugan 9 swords reached complete mastery. Yi Feng had stopped wielding the ZY soft sword, standing still with it in hand. His eyes closed as he immersed himself in the insights gained from just practicing the Dugan 9 swords. Why the sword? The sword is the ancestor of close combat weapons, a tool for close combat, entering the realm of mystery through profound artistry. The sword is a weapon of slaughter, a divine weapon for self-protection. A swordsman moves forward bravely. Even when faced with great difficulties, I will cut through them with a sword. The sword intent is the will of the swordsman condensed, Dogu Chiobai. Having defeated all the masters in the world, comprehended the invincible sword intent. In his later years, he befriended a sculpture, and his sword intent deepened even further, gradually advancing to a realm where having no sword is better than having one, shattering with sword intent and departing. The nameless sword god of wind and cloud, who was once infatuated with the sword in his early years, went mad for the sword in his youth, killing the masters of the 8 major sects, leading to Fuso's divine troops invading the mainland without any masters to stop them, allowing people from a small island to rampage across the continent. This situation made the Nameless suddenly realize, standing alone with the hero's sword, to block Fuso's masters outside the continent, and in his later years, he comprehended the realm of the heavenly sword, his sword intent flourishing. The sword Saint Dugu Jian, with his Holy Spirit sword technique, was invincible, with limitless sharpness. Defeated by the Nameless, diligently comprehending the 23 sword techniques of destruction, gaining the ultimate holy sword intent. All these swordsmanship masters understood that the sword intent was nothing but the condensation of their own will. What is my will? My will is freedom. With me, I am invincible, constantly climbing to new heights. If heaven deceives me, I will cut it down with a sword. If the earth betrays me, I will level it with a sword. If man obstructs me, I will kill him with a sword. Having lived a second life, one can either blend in with the masses or walk the path of invincibility. And I naturally choose the path of invincibility. The more he thought, the clearer Yi Feng's mind became. When he opened his eyes, a beam of sword light shot out from them. Yi Feng let out a long roar, his aura soaring, and the ZY soft sword in his hand trembled, sending waves of sword energy splashing out. Yi Feng once again wielded the ZY soft sword, but this time, unlike before. The original sword light formed a sharp and domineering sword energy, with the sword intent flowing amid the accompaniment of wind and thunder. At this moment, Yi Feng was surrounded by fierce winds and lightning, with sword energies swirling wildly in the area, cutting down trees one after another. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Feng gradually came to a stop, his expression filled with joy. At this moment, Yi Feng resembled an unparalleled divine sword that had been tempered through countless trials. Exceptionally sharp, with such strength, he had the power to protect himself. Next, I should embark on my invincible path. Only in this way can I continue to improve. A smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. Having comprehended the essence of the sword, he successfully integrated lightning release and wind release into his own combat power. Thanks to the insight he had just gained, now, Yi Feng wouldn't dare to claim he was invincible in the ninja world, but at the very least, ordinary elite J-Nin wouldn't be able to kill him. Even against shadow-level experts, although he wasn't their match, they wouldn't be able to kill him either. Chapter 66. The first meeting with Hitaki Tsukumo. After a moment of joy, Yi Feng activated the communication system and opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name: Hyuga Yi Feng. Age: 10 years. Identity: member of the Hyuga branch family, Konoha Chunin bloodline limit. Pure white eyes 0. 02. Dojutsu: Jinjutsu breaking, insight pressure. Seal breaking technique strength. Jonin: combat power fluctuates greatly. Taijutsu: gentle fist 8 trigrams 32 palms ninjutsu. C-rank lightning release, C-rank wind release. Chidori: Rasengan: healing technique, palm sage technique. Flying thunder god technique 30. Body flicker technique, basic sealing technique. Skills: master level cooking, meridian acupuncture, method martial arts. 18. Dragon subduing palms, basic swordsmanship, Huashan sword technique, Duga 9 swords. Uchiha sword technique, internal skills, breathing technique, purple mist divine skill, Nine-yang divine skill, lightness skill. Flying technique weapon, Jiwei soft sword items, jade liquid wine recipe. 1 strength pill, 200 gold coins. After checking his attribute panel, Yi Feng gained a certain understanding of his strength and future training direction. Compared to the previous attribute panel, this time the progress of the white eyes showed a change. The progress reset to 0, and the words pure were added to the white eyes. This also means that his current white eyes have reached their limit, and after the progress bar is completed, his white eyes will undergo another change, possibly evolving into the Rinnegan or another form of white eyes. Next, seeing the training progress of the Flying Thunder God technique, Yi Feng had some thoughts. He would primarily focus on successfully training this technique. This way, even if he was summoned to the battlefield, he would have enough strength to deal with any enemy. Moreover, the second great ninja war spanned a long time, lasting several years. Yi Feng vaguely remembered that at the end of the war, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru fought against Hanzo of the Salamander, and ultimately received the title of the 3 legendary ninjas from him. Therefore, as of now, the war would not end so quickly. Furthermore, even if Yi Feng wanted to go to the battlefield, he would need to receive orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, even though Yi Feng was eager, he could only calm himself and focus on self-improvement. With this in mind, Yi Feng was just about to head towards the Senju ancestral home. However, at that moment, Yi Feng frowned, and the Jiwei soft sword was drawn again. Who goes there? Little Yi Feng, your perception is truly remarkable. We only revealed a hint of our aura, and you sensed us. As soon as Yi Feng's voice fell, Yusho Shirazumi and Chimu Tsukumo jumped down from the tree and quickly appeared in front of Yi Feng, smiling and saying, Teacher Shirazumi, who is this? When Yi Feng saw Kakashi Hitaki next to Yoshitai Zixiao, he immediately had a guess. Kakashi was too easy to recognize, with his white hair, a short sword hanging at his waist, and that Hokage half-sleeve. All these things prove that this ninja was Kakashi Hitaki. After all, there is currently only one Hokage half-sleeve in Konoha, and that is Kakashi Hitaki. This is the legendary ninja who has recently gained fame on the battlefield, Kakashi Hitaki, and he will be your class instructor next. Yoshitai Zixiao smiled and introduced him to Yi Feng. So is Lord Kakashi. Hello, Lord Kakashi. Yi Feng pretended to understand and nodded, greeting Hitaki Tsukumo. Hello, Yi Feng. What was that technique you just used? Of course, it's fine if you don't want to share. Generally speaking, prying into a ninja's unique techniques is a major taboo in the ninja world, but Hitaki Tsukumo was too curious. He had a feeling that if he could figure out what Yi Feng had done, his combat power would skyrocket. Well, how should I put it? This thing is a manifestation of my will. In fact, I don't really know how it came about. Earlier, while I was practicing my sword techniques, I suddenly entered a wonderful state, and then I focused on wanting to become as powerful as the first Hokage, and that's when it appeared. Sword intent is such a high-level concept that it doesn't exist in this little world. Even what they call sage here is just a frog, a snake, and a slug. Therefore, Yi Feng didn't know how to explain sword intent and could only vaguely describe the process of its formation. Manifestation of will. Upon hearing this, Hitaki Tsukumo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the air around him filled with a sharp aura, subtly gathering strength. Yi Feng widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise upon seeing Kakashi's appearance. Wow, is this Kakashi? So extraordinary? He wouldn't have comprehended the intention of the sword from my casual words, would he? Beside him, Yashitai Zixiao also sensed a power rising from Kakashi that was very similar to what Yifeng had when he practiced swordsmanship earlier. And he couldn't help but look at Kakashi with envy. Previously, the power Yifeng displayed had made him feel a sense of fear, and that was when Yifeng's strength was still relatively weak. If Yifeng were to become stronger, he felt that under that power, he would face a crushing defeat. Now, seeing Kakashi gain insight from just one of Yifeng's words filled Yashitai Zixiao with envy, but also with self-doubt. He graduated alongside Kakashi, became a ninja together, and joined the Umbu, but he didn't know when his strength began to lag further and further behind Kakashi. Now, witnessing Kakashi gaining insight from Yifeng's words while he had not grasped even a hint of it, naturally, he felt some jealousy. Fortunately, Kakashi wasn't so against the heavens that he could successfully condense the sword intent just from Yifeng's words, just as the sword energy was about to fully coalesce. For some unknown reason, Kakashi's sword energy suddenly dissipated. A trace of regret flashed in Kakashi's eyes. But he was confident that if he took the time to practice his swordsmanship, he would be able to successfully condense that power. After stroking the white short blade at his waist, Kakashi opened his eyes and looked at Yifeng, bowing slightly. "Thank you, little Yifeng. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I will definitely help you with all my might." It's nothing. I was just saying it casually. It's not a big deal." Yifeng was awakened by the voice of Shimura Danzo and waved his hand, signaling Danzo not to do that. Seeing Danzo's extraordinary talent, Yifeng had a vague decision in his heart, which was to change Danzo's original fate. After all, it would be too regrettable for such a powerful ninja like Danzo to die at the hands of his own people. He knew that there was a Kagaya Otsutsuki who was determined to split the planet to save his mother. The descendants of Otsutsuki from the moon who wanted to destroy the ninja world, and the Otsutsuki clan from outer space. With so many enemies around, he didn't want to handle everything by himself. It would be exhausting and annoying. It's not that Yifeng had the idea of saving the world, but as he became stronger, these people would notice him and eventually come after him. So, if he had some experts to help him, it would be much easier, right? Of course, to save Danzo, he needed to take it step by step, and the first priority was to deal with that foul rat. Danzo, just as Yifeng was thinking about that foul rat, a ninja exuding a cold aura and wearing a ghost mask swiftly appeared in front of the three. Without even glancing at Yashiwashi and Danzo, he directly said to Yifeng in a calm tone, "Hyuga Yifeng, Lord Danzo wants to see you. Come with me." Chapter 67. Shimura Danzo Yifeng was taken aback when he saw the ninja wearing a ghost mask and exuding a chilling aura. He thought to himself, one really shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. As soon as I mentioned Danzo, he sent someone. What does Lord Danzo want with me? As Yifeng's instructor, Minato Hamura naturally had the duty to protect Yifeng's safety. Why does Danzo, as the leader of Root and an elder of Konoha, want to see Yifeng at this time? Since Root was established, although initially no one knew of its existence, over time, its methods have been completely different from those of the Umbu. While both organizations gather intelligence on the enemy and carry out assassinations, the ninjas of Root and Umbu are fundamentally different. At least one thing is clear. Umbu ninjas support each other during missions, and even in desperate situations. They will eagerly cover for one another. When they encounter fellow village ninjas in danger, Umbu ninjas will help as long as it doesn't interfere with their mission. But Root ninjas are different. Their only concern is following Danzo's orders. Even if Danzo commands them to attack fellow village ninjas, Root ninjas will draw their weapons without hesitation. When executing missions, if they encounter fellow village ninjas, these Root ninjas will divert the enemy's attention to their own village ninjas and flee without looking back. Such despicable behavior has naturally caused dissatisfaction among those who know of Root's existence. However, Danzo, being a childhood friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, attended ninja school with him, trained under Senju Tobarama together, and shared many years of missions, has a deep bond with him. When faced with complaints from ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen always brushes them off, turning a blind eye. Over time, those ninjas have realized that complaining about Danzo is futile. Nevertheless, when they are on missions and see Root ninjas, they will tacitly avoid them. Even if the Root ninjas find themselves in dire situations, they will not intervene. Now, upon hearing that Danzo wanted to see Yifeng, Minato Hamura felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. She stood in front of Yifeng and said to the Root ninja indifferently, You don't have the right to know. Are you going to disobey Lord Danzo's orders? The root ninja showed no change in tone upon hearing Midokado Hamura's words. Although he couldn't defeat her, with Danzo backing him, the root ninja wasn't afraid of her. You, Hamura-sensei, it's fine. I'll go with him. I believe Lord Danzo wouldn't make things difficult for a newly graduated ninja. And besides, this is Konoha. The Hokage is still in charge. Yifeng saw that Uchiha Zishiao was extremely annoyed by the root ninja. He shrugged helplessly, stepped out from behind Uchiha Zishiao, and said meaningfully to her. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Uchiha Zishiao was taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Hatake Sakumo, both showing expressions of surprise. Yifeng's meaning just now was to tell them to notify Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Danzo has great power on the surface in Konoha, he still has to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of this, the two no longer stopped Yifeng from leaving. Yifeng noticed that Mitarashi Zishiao and Hatake Sakumo understood his intentions. A smile appeared on his face. And then he looked at the root ninja without fear. Lead the way. Upon hearing this, the root ninja slightly furrowed his brows hidden beneath the mask, let out a cold snort, turned around, and led the way for Yifeng. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and, after bidding farewell to Yutaka and Kiki, did not hesitate to use the body flicker technique, closely following the root ninja. After a series of twists and turns, the root ninja brought Yifeng to a hidden place, forming intricate hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, the originally empty space rippled, and in the next moment, a pitch-black opening appeared before the two. Danzo is inside. Don't even think about escaping. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The root ninja said to Yifeng. Oh, what consequences? This is Konoha. Do you dare to kill me? Yifeng felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing the calm words of the root ninja. He coldly stared at the root ninja, a hint of sword intent appearing in his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing directly into the root ninja's eyes. The root ninja's heart trembled, and he instinctively looked away, not daring to meet Yifeng's gaze. Seeing this, Yifeng sneered and no longer paid attention to the root ninja, heading straight towards the dark passage. Although he knew that Danzo wouldn't openly do anything to him. This was Root's territory, so Yifeng still didn't dare to be careless. He was extremely tense and activated his Byakugan. Looking at the densely packed ceiling lines around him made Yifeng's scalp tingle. Moreover, with the traps and mechanisms in the passage, it was fortunate that they were in a deactivated state. Otherwise, Yifeng really wouldn't have dared to venture deeper. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng's eyes brightened as he found himself in a dimly lit secret chamber. There was only one table in the chamber, and sitting at the table was a one-eyed ninja, none other than Danzo. I've met Lord Danzo. I wonder why you called me here? Yifeng saw Danzo and pretended to bow respectfully, saying, I am Hinata Yifeng, a member of the Hinata branch family. I graduated at 9 and became a chunin at 10. I excel in physical techniques, wind and lightning release, swordsmanship, and medical ninjutsu. Your praise is truly flattering, Lord Danzo. I just happened to be lucky and became a disciple of Lady Tsunade, who has also taken great care of me. Danzo, upon seeing Yifeng's arrival, did not immediately state his purpose for seeking him out, but instead complimented Yifeng. After hearing Danzo's words, Yifeng understood that Danzo was trying to recruit him. So, he immediately brought up Tsunade's name. The implication was that Tsunade was his teacher and treated him well, so he could never betray her and join Danzo's camp. Ha! A genius is indeed a genius, so wise. Since you are so clever, you should know that in this world, where there is light, there is also darkness, just like the alternation of day and night. The Hokage represents the light of Konoha, but without darkness, Konoha cannot develop. At this time, a dark side is needed to assist the light. Only in this way can Konoha become stronger. And Root represents the dark side. Since its establishment, Root has made indelible contributions to Konoha's development. Yifeng, are you willing to become the root beneath the big tree, providing nourishment for the tree? Danzo fervently recounted the various achievements of Root to Yifeng, looking like a devout follower brainwashed by a pyramid scheme, making Yifeng feel a chill. Sorry, Lord Danzo. I do not like this dark environment. Compared to darkness, I prefer to live in the sunlight, completing missions every day and training with my friends. That is enough for me. Yifeng hurriedly interrupted Tuanzang's self-talk and said, Chapter 68. Shimura Tuanzang, 2. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Shimura Tuanzang's expression darkened slightly. However, he did not give up. Instead, he continued, Little Yifeng, you are from the Hyuga branch family. And you must have already been marked as a caged bird by the Hyuga main family. Don't you want to break free from the constraints of being a caged bird? Anyone would want to avoid being controlled, unable to control their own life and death, especially a genius like Yi Feng. So he was certain that after hearing this condition, Yi Feng would never miss the opportunity to break the caged bird seal. Hearing this, Yi Feng pouted, feeling that Danzo was really persistent. With a mind full of thoughts, Yi Feng had to pretend to be excited in order to maintain his persona as he looked at Danzo. Danzo-sama, what are you saying? Do you really have a way to help me break free from the cage bird? Danzo, seeing Yi Feng's excitement, smiled slightly. Yes. As long as you are willing to join the route, I can help you unlock the cage bird technique. Is that so? Then I wonder if Danzo-sama could tell me the method to break the cage bird? Yi Feng looked at the confident Danzo, feeling a surge of curiosity in his heart. Is there really another way to break the caged bird seal, which has been a part of the Hyuga clan's legacy for thousands of years? If there is, why haven't other ninja villages figured it out? It's important to note that before those abnormalities emerged, the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan was still very enticing, and other ninja villages were certainly not immune to its allure. Unfortunately, members of the main branch of the Hyuga clan rarely left Konoha, and those from the branch family were marked with the caged bird seal. Even in death, if anyone touches the Byakugan, the caged bird seal would activate and completely destroy the Byakugan. Therefore, over the years, while those ninja villages yearned for the Byakugan bloodline, they all ended in failure. Only the Mist village managed to acquire a Byakugan through some unknown method, while others, including the Cloud village, only obtained the corpse of Hyuga Hayashi in the end. Thus, Yi Feng was very curious. Does Danzo really have a way to break the cage bird seal? Of course, the cage bird is a powerful sealing technique. I once researched the cage bird, and the method is to use another powerful sealing technique to envelop the caged bird. Coincidentally, I happen to know this sealing technique, which is called tongue disaster eradication. As long as you join the route, I will inscribe tongue disaster eradication for you, and then your cage bird will be covered. Danzo was spouting nonsense seriously, trying to deceive Yi Feng. After hearing Toanzo's words, Yi Feng suddenly widened his eyes and thought, damn, this shameless old bastard really can speak nonsense with a straight face. Does he really think I'm a fool? Toanzo, seeing Yi Feng's shocked expression, couldn't help but smirk. In Toanzo's eyes, Yi Feng's expression was one of excitement and eagerness. After all, Toanzo believed that apart from some high-level Konoha officials and elite jonin, others were unaware of the effectiveness of the route's tongue curse being eradicated. Naturally, Yi Feng had no reason to know this. As long as he laid down the tongue curse on Yi Feng, even if he couldn't break the cage bird, Yi Feng would still be unable to escape his control. Indeed, Toanzo's earlier words were meant to deceive Yi Feng. In reality, if the cage bird that had been passed down for 1,000 years could be so easily broken, then the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit wouldn't have remained undisclosed until now. How about it, little Yi Feng? As long as you join route, I'll immediately break the caged bird for you. Toanzo smiled slightly, pretending to be gentle as he asked Yi Feng. Toanzo, do you have nothing better to do than to fool children? Just as Yi Feng was pondering how to refuse Toanzo, Sarutobi Hizashi's voice suddenly reached their ears. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief. After all, Danzo had already spoken to this extent, and he couldn't show that he was very familiar with the taboo of the tongue. So, naturally, he couldn't directly refuse Danzo. Now that Hiruzen had arrived, he no longer needed to find excuses to deceive Danzo. Hiruzen? What brings you here? Danzo frowned upon hearing Hiruzen's voice, just when he was about to succeed. Hiruzen had come so quickly. Moreover, Hiruzen was able to easily enter this place through the sealing barrier, which made Danzo feel uncomfortable and secretly determined that this base could no longer be used, and the ninjas within needed to be replaced. If I hadn't come, wouldn't little Yi Feng have been deceived by you? Little Yi Feng, don't listen to what Danzo says. The cage bird, as a means for the Hyuga clan to ensure the bloodline limit doesn't leak, naturally won't be so easily broken. Otherwise, given your relationship with Lady Mito, how could she possibly not help you break the cage bird? Although I can't help you break the cage bird, if you encounter any unfair treatment in the Hyuga clan, I will stand up for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced disdainfully at Danzo, then walked to Yi Feng's side and spoke earnestly to him. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. I still aspire to a bright life, so I'm sorry I cannot join route. I hope you can understand. After Yi Feng pretended to be happy and thanked Sarutobi Hiruzen, he looked at Danzo, who was bowing. Danzo's expression turned ugly as he secretly cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen for being a troublemaker. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have already tricked Yi Feng into joining the Umbu. Danzo was very envious of Yi Feng, not only for the jade liquid wine formula, but also for Yi Feng's talent. Recently, Yi Feng even independently created a medical ninjutsu for Danzo, who had been dedicated to researching the cells of Hashirama and other medical experiments. Yi Feng was the perfect target for him to recruit. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Sarutobi Hiruzen. All right, little Yi Feng, you can go practice first. If you need anything later, you can come find me anytime. Sarutobi Hiruzen said gently to Yi Feng before turning his sharp gaze towards Danzo. Danzo, I warn you, don't set your sights on Yi Feng. He is a genius with a firm will of fire, destined to shine for Konoha. But he is from the Hyuga branch family. Once he becomes strong, the Hyuga clan will use him to interfere in Konoha's internal affairs. What will happen then? Hiruzen, don't forget the teacher's plan. Even the Senju clan has been democratized, which shows the teacher's will in life. Do you really want to go against the teacher's wishes? Enough. Yi Feng is a good kid, and his will is strong. He won't be easily influenced by the Hyuga main family. This matter is up to me, and besides, the Hyuga clan doesn't have such great ambitions as the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, that's enough, Danzo. I've already made a decision on this matter. I warn you, if you dare to use despicable means to target Yi Feng in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. Don't forget, I am a Hokage. You. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo's face turned red with anger upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration of being Hokage again. He trembled as he pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned to leave, slamming the door behind him. The familiar action was so practiced that it made people feel a bit sympathetic towards Danzo. However, just as he turned around, Danzo's expression darkened. I lost my temper. This is my territory. Seeing Danzo's demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a smug smile, provocatively glancing at Danzo before ignoring him and turning to leave the root base. Chapter 69. Uchiha Fugaka. Fortunately, Yi Feng did not see Danzo's familiar actions. Otherwise, he might have laughed his head off. After leaving the root base, Yi Feng glanced at the root ninjas hiding in the shadows, not paying much attention to these pitiful figures, and used his body technique to rush towards the back mountains of Konoha. Mitsuki Shizuka took over the command of the front lines from Kakashi, so their small team would definitely need to make corresponding changes. Previously, Mitsuki Shizuka seemed to have been preparing to inform him, but she was interrupted by the root ninjas. Now that he had come out of the root, and since he had nothing urgent to do here, he naturally needed to understand the situation. Before long, upon reaching the back mountains of Konoha, he found that Mitsuki Shizuka and Kakashi were indeed still waiting there. Yi Feng, are you alright? Mitsuki Shizuka asked with concern as she saw Yi Feng arrive. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Lord Hokage arrived just in time. I'm fine. Don't worry, Teacher Zixiao. That's good, Yi Feng. In the future, when you encounter root ninjas, you must be extra careful, no matter the situation. Even within the village, don't pay too much attention to them. Yusho Washi Zixiao saw that Yi Feng indeed had no abnormalities and sighed in relief, then seriously advised him. Understood, Teacher Zixiao. By the way, you mentioned before that you're heading to the battlefield. What about the three of us? Even if Yusho Washi Zixiao didn't say it, Yi Feng knew the nature of those root ninjas. However, since this was a kind gesture from Yusho Washi Zixiao, Yi Feng naturally would not refuse. After assuring Yusho Washi Zixiao, he curiously inquired, originally, as my subordinates, you should accompany me to the battlefield. However, considering your lack of experience, I declined this proposal like Lord Hokage did. Now, after I leave, Shumo will be your new instructor. From now on, you will follow Shumo's arrangements. Yusho Washi Zixiao said as he patted Yi Feng's shoulder, informing him of the arrangements after his departure. Yi Feng nodded in understanding. Then Teacher Zixiao should be careful on the battlefield. Also, please help me send my regards to Teacher Tsunade. This is Yuya wine. Consider it a farewell gift. After Yushuxi Zixiao became his homeroom teacher, she had been very helpful to him, and since Yushuxi Zixiao cared for him so much, Yi Feng naturally needed to reciprocate. Although he wouldn't give Yushuxi Zixiao the martial arts rewards from the system, Yuya wine could be considered a token of his appreciation. After all, Yuya wine is currently in high demand, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen needs 1,500 jars of it every month, along with the reservations from various ninja clans, leading to a skyrocketing price in the market. Of course, this is for other ordinary ninjas. Yi Feng, who knows the recipe for Yuya wine, is not included. Thank you. Yi Feng, let's go. Today the teacher is treating. Consider it a farewell gathering. Seeing Yi Feng's sincere eyes, Yushuxi Zixiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the sealing scroll, saying to Yifeng, "All right." Hearing this, Yifeng nodded. Since he had nothing to do today and had just made a significant breakthrough, he needed to relax a bit. After the group made their decision, they found Qiu Dao Dingwei and Ma Song Yun, who were practicing at home, and headed towards the barbecue restaurant. However, just as everyone was preparing to indulge in a feast, a young boy dressed in Uchiha attire approached them. He looked surprised at Shimu Sakumo and then focused his gaze on Yifeng. "Hyuga Yifeng, is there something you need?" Yifeng looked at the Uchiha clan boy in front of him, feeling puzzled. Aside from the connection with the Uchiha clan regarding the Yuya wine, he didn't know any other members of the Uchiha clan, not even any of the Uchiha clan members from his own generation. He wondered what this boy wanted from him. "I want to challenge you." "Not interested." Hearing this, Yifeng pouted. What a joke. He just wanted to relax, and he had no interest in accepting a boring challenge. After all, winning would bring no benefits and losing. Of course, Yifeng didn't think he would lose, even if the opponent was from the Uchiha clan. Looking at the boy, he didn't seem much older than him. He was probably just a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. Even if this person had activated the Sharingan, Yifeng was not afraid. "Are you a coward?" The boy's face flushed with anger upon hearing Yifeng's refusal. Recently, he had often heard Yifeng's name in the family. Even the person he admired was very curious about Yifeng, and his classmate, the fool Shunshu, would shout about finding his big brother Yifeng to take revenge every time he was defeated. This naturally made the boy curious about Yifeng. "Say what you want, but please leave now and don't disturb me while I'm trying to eat." Yifeng shrugged, bypassed the young man, and continued walking forward. "Damn it. Fire release. Great fireball technique." The young man, seeing Yifeng's arrogant demeanor, immediately became fierce, quickly forming hand seals with both hands and attacking Yifeng ahead. "Are you giving me face?" Yifeng originally didn't want to pay attention to this boring young man, but when the boy unexpectedly launched a sneak attack from behind, it annoyed Yifeng. In an instant, the Ziwei soft sword at his waist was drawn, and with a single strike, he dispersed the fireball, activating the flying body technique. He surrounded himself with wind and thunder, approaching the boy at lightning speed. A sharp azure-purple sword aura emerged from the Ziwei soft sword in his hand. Seeing Yifeng's incredible speed and the dense wind and thunder attributes surrounding the sword aura, the boy's pupils shrank. His originally clearly defined black and white eyes quickly turned blood red, with two spinning hooked jewels in each eye. As he discerned Yifeng's attack, the boy quickly pulled out a large number of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Fire release. Poppy flower claw red. With the boy's hand seals, a flurry of fiery shuriken shot towards Yifeng. Yifeng scoffed and swiftly changed his stance. Dugu Jiujien, arrow breaking style. In an instant, the ZY soft sword pierced through the shuriken, the sword energy dispersing the flames above. Before the young man could continue his attack, Yifeng dashed in front of him like lightning, the ZY soft sword resting across Uchiha Fugaku's neck. "You lost. I warn you, don't attack me again, or while I may not be able to kill you, I can definitely cripple you." After saying this, Yifeng sheathed the ZY soft sword at his waist and calmly continued walking forward. "Hinata Yifeng, remember, my name is Uchiha Fugaku. Although I lost to you today, I will train hard and win next time." Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly, staring at Yifeng's indifferent back as he spoke. Hearing this, Yifeng paused, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that the one challenging him was actually Uchiha Fugaku, the father of the second pillar. "I'll wait for you to challenge me." After pondering for a moment, Yifeng grinned at Uchiha Fugaku, showing a smile he considered gentle. However, to Uchiha Fugaku, Yifeng's smile was a blatant provocation, making his double Tomo Sharingan spin furiously, almost on the verge of activating the Manjiki. Chapter 70. Rookie Graduation. Uchiha Fugaku watched Yifeng's carefree, retreating figure, his double Tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. He was the genius of the current Uchiha clan and the heir of the next generation. However, confident Uchiha Fugaku was completely dominated and beaten by Yifeng. This greatly impacted the proud Uchiha Fugaku, who clenched his fists and silently vowed that when he returned to the clan, he would practice even harder and challenge Yifeng again in the future to wash away today's defeat. On the other side, Yifeng was unaware of Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts. After defeating Uchiha Fugaku, he secretly contemplated Uchiha Fugaku's situation. Uchiha Fugaku, the future clan leader of the Uchiha clan, was rumored to have already activated the Manjiki Sharingan, but refrained from using it publicly to prevent the radical Uchiha clan from starting a rebellion. It could be said that Uchiha Fugaku was a very contradictory person, caught between the hawkish and dovish factions within the Uchiha clan, neither supporting the hawks nor the doves. Even knowing that the Hokage lineage was at odds with the Uchiha clan and was suppressing them, he still allowed Uchiha Shursui, the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, to get close to the Hokage lineage. As if that weren't enough, later on, when Uchiha Shursui was clearly brainwashed by the Hokage lineage, he still allowed his own son, Uchiha Itachi, to associate closely with Uchiha Shursui, ultimately sending Uchiha Itachi into the Umbu, hoping his son could gather intelligence from the Hokage lineage. The final outcome was obvious. What Yifeng found most perplexing was why Uchiha Fugaku did not resist at all during the Uchiha massacre. When Uchiha Itachi killed his way to him, he committed suicide with his wife. Was it just to help Uchiha Itachi activate the Manjiki? If Yifeng were in Uchiha Fugaku's position, even if he didn't support the Hawks in starting a rebellion, he would firmly bind the clan's genius to the family. In that case, with 3 pairs of Manjiki in the Uchiha clan after the Third Great Ninja War, with Minato Namikaze dead in the Nine Tails incident, Orochimaru defecting, and Kakashi Hitaki already having committed suicide, Tsunade suffering from hemophobia and leaving Konoha, even if Jiraiya was summoned back by Hiruzen Sarutobi, could Jiraiya still deal with 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan? Of course, Uchiha Fugaku's situation had little to do with Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng cast Uchiha Fugaku aside and chatted with Kakashi Hitaki, Uzumaki Kushina, and others. Arriving at the Nikki ramen shop after a hearty meal, Uzumaki Kushina touched her pocket with a pained expression. There was no helping it. Akimichi Choji was just too gluttonous, almost bankrupting Uzumaki Kushina. Don't be fooled by Uzumaki Kushina being an elite jonin of Konoha. Whether it was taking Umbu missions or A rank and above tasks, the rewards were substantial. But Uzumaki Kushina also needed to train, and the expenses for various training materials were much higher than for Genin and CH Nin. So, although Uzumaki Kushina earned a lot, she also spent a lot, leaving her with basically no savings. Plus, since Uzumaki Kushina wasn't from a big family and had no assets, she was still living quite frugally. After paying the bill, Uzumaki Kushina secretly decided to earn more military achievements on the battlefield in the future. If she could encounter a few ninjas from the underground bounty stations, that would be even better. Not only could she gain military achievements, but she could also earn the bounties from the underground bounty stations. After playing around for a while, the group finally parted ways. Back in his clan, Yifeng adjusted his state and then began to unfold the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. After activating his Byakugan, the hand signs and sealing techniques recorded above were perfectly presented before Yifeng's eyes. After seeing this, Yifeng was extremely surprised, even though he had been mentally prepared. He frantically memorized the basic sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan in his mind. Following the knowledge he had acquired, he quickly mobilized his true energy to perform the corresponding sealing techniques. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Yifeng did not leave his house and was even too preoccupied to eat. After memorizing all the basic sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Yifeng finally walked out of his room with a fatigued expression. As he stepped into the yard, the glaring sunlight made him squint his eyes. "Tinkun, do you have some time?" Just as Yifeng was about to go order some shuriken made of chakra metal, Hinata Hanabi suddenly appeared outside Yifeng's yard, hand behind her back, looking at Yifeng and asking, "Hanabi, is there something you need?" Since Yifeng graduated and started taking on missions, Hinata Hanabi had also stopped attending the ninja school and returned to the Hyuga clan to learn the clan's secret techniques. Therefore, for the past year and a half, Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi had hardly seen each other. It's like this: Shino and Minato have graduated, and today is their first mission. They received their bounty. So I thought it would be nice for everyone to gather, Hinata Hanabi said to Yifeng with anticipation. Having not seen Yifeng for a long time, she also wanted to spend more time with him and asked for his guidance. Is that so? Sure. Wait a moment. Let me get ready. Yifeng nodded upon hearing this and did not refuse. After saying a few words to Hinata Hanar, he turned around, changed into a new set of clothes, and walked out of the Hinata ancestral house alongside Hinata Hanar. Yifeng, how have your missions been recently? Have you encountered any dangers? Hinata Hanar asked curiously, gazing at Yifeng like a love-struck girl. It's been all right. Generally speaking, I've just run into some wandering ninjas. Their combat abilities vary greatly, and they have very few jutsu, so they're not hard to deal with. Yifeng casually recounted his experience of leaving the village to complete a mission. Hinata Hanabi listened intently, her eyes filled with longing. She was from the Hyuga clan, and under normal circumstances, unless one's strength reached a certain level. They would only execute family missions under the guidance of elite jonin from the clan. It was nearly impossible to leave the village otherwise. After all, in the ninja world, there were many who coveted the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan. In fact, the price for the Byakugan had skyrocketed to 5 times the bounty of a suma in underground bounty markets. Once a member of the Hyuga clan stepped out of Konoha village, if the news leaked, not only would ninjas from other villages send people to seize them, but even bounty ninjas would swarm in. Currently, Hinata Hanabi's strength was only comparable to a chunin at most, and her family would not allow her to leave Konoha village freely. Yifeng noticed the longing in Hinata Hanabi's eyes, but he didn't say much. After all, with his current strength, he could only protect himself, and he was still far from being able to protect others. He knew that the ninja world was not as peaceful as it seemed. After briefly skipping the previous topic, Yifeng began to discuss training with Hinata Hanabi. Before long, the two met up with Ju and the others, and Kushina was also with them. However, at that moment, Kushina appeared somewhat listless. Clearly, Ju and Minato had been able to graduate early, but she, due to her special status, had her application for early graduation directly rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 71, The Powerful Orange Water. Long time no see, everyone. Yifeng saw these old friends, and a smile appeared on his face as he greeted everyone. Brother Yifeng, you're here. Long time no see. Yeah, we didn't know what you were busy with during this time. We've tried to find you several times, but we couldn't see you. After seeing Yifeng and Hinata Hanabi arrive, Namikaze Minato, SH10, and Kushina immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, I've been busy with missions. I've only just had some free time." Yifeng smiled at everyone and explained, then continued, "I heard for Wale that you guys have graduated. How is it? Who is your homeroom teacher?" I've been assigned to the same class as Watergate, and there's also a ninja from the Inuzuka clan named Inuzuka Takaru. Our homeroom teacher is Teacher Chungshui." Before Bofone Watergate could say anything, Shunshu eagerly shared the information about his class. Yifeng was taken aback by the words, then furrowed his brows tightly. How did Shunshu get involved with Wave Wind Watergate? In the original story, Wave Wind Watergate had no connection with Shunshu, and his teammates were not Shunshu and the Inuzuka clan ninjas, but rather a ninja from the Akimichi clan and a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, and the team instructor seemed to be Jiraiya. Although Yifeng couldn't remember who Shinshu's teammates were, wasn't Shinshu's instructor Orochimaru? If we follow the original timeline, Shinshu would at least graduate from the 5-year ninja school next year, and Wave Wind Watergate wouldn't graduate until 2 years later, but now, because of his own reasons, they both graduated early. Also, who is that Chungshui? A trace of doubt flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Teacher Chungshui? Who is he? He is my cousin. He used to work in the dark department, and I haven't seen him for a long time. Hearing this, Shunshu revealed a proud smile on his face and said to Yifeng, "Cousin?" Yifeng's face showed a hint of confusion. When did Shunshu get a cousin? Since he is Shinshu's cousin, doesn't that make him Tsunade's cousin as well? The direct bloodline of the Senju clan only consists of Tsunade and Shunshu, right? When did an orange water appear? It seems you're very curious about me. Yifeng. Just as Yifeng was feeling puzzled, a gentle voice reached his ears, causing his pupils to shrink as he suddenly turned around. When? His perception ability was quite extraordinary. Even if Yushiresu and Tsukumo Hatake leaked a bit of their aura or stared at him for too long, he would be able to sense it. But this person had somehow approached him silently, without him noticing. This left Yifeng both shocked and on high alert, as his internal energy began to circulate rapidly. He turned around cautiously, watching as a figure gradually materialize from the flowing water. "Don't be afraid. I am the orange water you are curious about. And I am also Shinshu's cousin and their class instructor. Yifeng, it's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing Yifeng's wary expression, Orange Water revealed a sunny smile. With his long white hair and bright eyes, this person reminded Yifeng so much of the young Hashirama Senju. "Hello, my name is Hyuga Yifeng." Yifeng saw the rope tree confirming the identity of the visitor, relaxed his vigilance, and looked at Chungshui with confusion, as if asking what exactly Chengshui's identity was. Chungshui noticed Yifeng's gaze, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his face. "My grandfather is Senju Tobarama, which makes me one of the direct descendants of the Senju clan. I have been serving in the Umbu for a long time, so very few people in Konoha know of my existence." "I see." After hearing Chengshui's introduction, a look of realization appeared in Yifeng's eyes. He finally remembered who Chengshui was. Chengshui like Kakashi Hatake and Mito Uzumaki, is one of Konoha's legendary 8 colors. Proficient in water style, it is rumored that Shuei perfectly inherited Senju Tobarama's water style, mastering water ninjutsu that surpasses even that of the Mist Village. Among Konoha's 8 colors, he is second only to Kakashi Hatake and Waihai Kurenai, as well as Might Guy in the 8-Gate state, making him one of the strongest ninjas in early Konoha. However, what Yefeng couldn't understand was why such a powerful ninja did not appear in the original work and was only mentioned in passing. Considering that the other party had been executing Umbu missions for years, and knowing how thoroughly the Root organization had infiltrated the Umbu, Shuei being in that place was practically inviting Danzo to take advantage. In fact, Yefeng even suspected that Shuei's early emergence from the Umbu was orchestrated by that old silver coin, Danzo. It was all designed to target Shuei and the Rope Tree, both of whom were direct descendants of the Senju clan. Thinking of this, Yefeng's eyes narrowed slightly. That old guy Danzo still had his greedy ambitions. As Yefeng grew stronger and, being Tsunade's disciple, he would inevitably have to deal with Danzo sooner or later. Thus, Yefeng naturally couldn't allow Danzo's schemes to succeed. Moreover, Rope Tree and Minato are his friends, and he didn't want either of them to die under the machinations of their own people, especially Minato. If this future 4th Hokage were to die on the battlefield due to his butterfly effect, preventing the future savior Naruto from being born, then his sins would be great. Yefeng-kun, Senior Shuei, is calling you. Just as Yefeng was lost in thought, Hinata Hanabi shook Yefeng's hand and said to him with a playful tone, "Huh? Oh, is there something, Senior Shuei?" Shuei looked at the bewildered Yefeng with helplessness. It was clear that Yefeng hadn't heard a word of what he just said. He shrugged his shoulders and repeated, "Yefeng-kun, I heard from Zixiao and Shuahao that your strength is very impressive. I wonder if you'd be interested in sparring with me?" He, along with Kakashi Hatake and Mito Uzumaki, was one of Konoha's 8 colors and had fought alongside in the Umbu. Apart from Kakashi, their strengths were comparable, and they were naturally very familiar with each other. Moreover, since Yefeng was Tsunade's disciple, Shuei couldn't help but observe Yefeng secretly. A few days ago, when Mito Uzumaki said goodbye to him, she mentioned Yefeng by chance, and even Kakashi praised Yefeng highly, which made Shuei very curious about Yefeng's strength. As a fellow genius, he also wanted to see what level Yefeng's strength had reached. Is that so? I also want to see how strong the elite ninja from the Umbu is. Senior Shuei, please. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent upon hearing Shuei's words. There were not many opponents of Shuei's level, and having Shui as a sparring partner would allow Yifeng to have a clearer understanding of his own strength. Naturally, he would not refuse. After forming a seal of opposition with Shui, Yifeng instantly activated his Byakugan, then drew out the ZY soft sword from his waist. With his true chi circulating, a layer of raging wind quickly wrapped around him, and lightning flowed within the wind, stimulating every cell in Yifeng's body, greatly increasing his speed. Combined with the flying body technique, Yifeng transformed into a streak of azure-purple lightning, and before he even arrived, the sword chi shot towards Shui. Chapter 72. The powerful Shui, too, seeing Yifeng's attack, a serious look flashed in Shui's eyes. Previously, he had only heard Yoshiashi Zixiao and Chimu Sakumo talk about sword intent. However, when he personally felt the sword chi infused with wind and thunder attributes that Yifeng unleashed, he sensed a faint feeling of threat from it. And this was just Yifeng having recently comprehended sword intent, with his grasp of it still not deep. Facing the incoming sword chi, Shui swiftly formed seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Splash. Instantly, droplets of water wildly gathered around, forming a gigantic water dragon in the sky, shattering the incoming sword chi, and then charging towards the rapidly approaching Yifeng. Yifeng saw that Shui had only formed 2 seals to unleash this B-rank water release technique, and his eyes flashed, dragon subduing 18 palms dragon battle in the wild. With a roar, a massive azure dragon burst through the air, colliding with the incoming water dragon. Violent winds filled the area, water flowed fiercely, and a series of explosive sounds echoed around, with countless streams of water raining down from the sky. Water release, water breakwave. Swish! In the next moment, Shui rapidly spat out a high-pressure straight water column, breaking through the center of the explosion and shooting towards Yifeng at high speed. Before the water column reached Yifeng, he already felt a sharp aura rushing towards him. causing a tingling sensation on his skin. Sensing this, Yifeng's expression grew serious, his white eyes emitting a hazy glow, Duga 9 swords breaking blade style. The ZY soft sword trembled as Yifeng executed the flying body technique, wind swirling around him, lightning flashing, and he thrust his sword towards the center of the water column. Boom! When the tip of the ZY soft sword made contact with the center of the water column, Yifeng felt a tremendous force surge into his body from the sword tip. Yifeng's expression was serious as he fully activated his true energy to suppress the immense force surging into his body. At the same time, sword intent flowed through him, and the ZY soft sword suddenly emanated a sharp sword aura. With a loud bang, the water column was completely shattered by Yifeng, and countless water droplets poured down from the sky. However, just as Yifeng was about to penetrate the spray of water and approach the orange water, he sensed a feeling of danger in the next moment. He immediately crossed his sword in defense. Bang! A loud explosion sounded as Yifeng was hit hard by a water bullet, sending his entire body flying backward. Before Yifeng could land, the orange water once again performed the instant body technique, arriving at the spot where Yifeng was about to land and swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique. Instantly, a series of water bullets shot towards the descending Yifeng. However, Yifeng seemed to have no means of resistance, heading directly towards the water bullets. Just when the onlookers, including the rope tree, thought Yifeng was about to be defeated, with a bang, Yifeng's body disappeared, leaving only a replacement wooden figure in its place. It turned out that at the moment Yifeng was struck by the orange water, he realized he was about to fall into orange water's technique, and without hesitation, he used the replacement technique to swiftly evade the upcoming attack from orange water. Everyone present, including orange water, scanned the area for Yifeng's figure, and in the next moment, a chorus of screeches erupted from the water spray, followed by a blue lightning bolt shooting out from the water. Accompanying the blue lightning was a crimson sphere. Thousand Birds spiral sphere. Yifeng used Chidori in his right hand and Rasengan in his left, with his feet performing the flying thunder technique. Combining the speed of Chidori, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly charged towards Cheng Shui. Cheng Shui was startled by Yifeng's keen combat awareness and hurriedly formed hand signs. Water release, water body replacement. Whoosh! Yifeng's body passed through the water clone of Cheng Shui. In the next moment, Cheng Shui quickly made hand signs. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. Splash! As Yifeng's body came to a stop, a giant dragon behind him opened its massive mouth and lunged at him. Facing this attack, Yifeng swiftly turned, drawing his Jiwei soft sword once again, and executed the Dugu 9 swords technique. After breaking through the water dragon, without giving Yifeng a moment to catch his breath, Cheng Shui descended from above with a kunai in hand. Water release, water blade slash. The kunai was infused with razor-sharp water flow. If this strike hit, even if Yifeng didn't die, he would be severely injured. In the face of such a dire situation, Yifeng remained completely calm. The Jiwei soft sword trembled, and his eyes glimmered with a hazy white light. Byakugan, pressure, Duga 9 swords, breaking blade style. Bang! In midair, Cheng Shui wore a confident smile, believing he could defeat Yifeng with this blow. However, at that moment, Cheng Shui sensed a compressive force from all around, and the water flow that was originally concentrated on the kunai began to dissipate. With no time to think, facing Yifeng's upward sword strike, Cheng Shui knew he couldn't T-block it and immediately used body flicker technique to distance himself from Yifeng. Arriving behind Yifeng, a serious expression flashed in Cheng Shui's eyes. Water release, great waterfall technique, water release, wave surge strike. Cheng Shui truly lived up to the title of perfectly inheriting the water release talent of Senju Tobarama, executing 2 consecutive water release techniques, and doing so in such a waterless environment, launching such a massive water release attack that kept Yifeng on his toes. Before Cheng Shui could get close, Yifeng quickly removed the heavy burdens on him, throwing them into the water, causing a splash. After that, Yifeng didn't even look back. He felt as if shedding the weight made him so light that he could float. Facing Cheng Shui underwater, Yifeng's feet were enveloped with true energy as he stomped hard on the water surface, propelling himself into the sky. 18 dragon subduing palms, flying dragon in the sky. Yifeng was surrounded by a blue giant dragon, descending from the sky, and with a powerful palm, he struck towards the orange water that had just surfaced. As soon as the orange water appeared, It sensed a ninjutsu containing lightning attributes in the sky, and its pupils slightly shrank. In a flash, it formed seals, water-style, water-clone jutsu. The next moment, the orange water left its original position and used body flicker technique to appear beside the falling Yifeng, water-style. Heavenly cry. Instantly, a barrage of water needles shot towards Yifeng. Yifeng tried his best to dodge, but being in the air made it impossible to gain leverage. He had not yet mastered the instant body technique, and numerous water needles shot into him, causing him immense pain. If it weren't for the completion of the 9-yang divine skill, generating protective energy within him, he might have lost his fighting ability with that blow. After finally reaching the water surface, Yifeng barely had time to catch his breath when 4 orange water entities appeared in his line of sight. Yifeng thought to himself that this was bad, and he unleashed his 9-yang true chi, pushing the Dugun 9 sword to its limits. The next moment, 4 water dragons charged towards Yifeng. However, that was not the end. Just as Yifeng was fully defending against the 4 water dragons, the orange water entity emerged from the water beneath him, dragging Yifeng down, with a kunai pressed against his neck. At the same time, the Ziwei soft sword was also poised against the heart of the orange water entity. It turned out that while defending against the 4 water dragons, Yifeng sensed that the orange water entity still had intentions to attack. Immediately, he mobilized a large amount of true chi to guard against the orange water. Sensing that the orange water was below the surface, Yifeng decided to use that to his advantage and was dragged into the depths of the water. Originally, Yifeng intended to quickly defeat the orange water entity with his sword technique. However, he underestimated the orange water entity. Before he could execute his sword technique, the kunai was already pressed against his neck, while Yifeng's Ziwei soft sword tip was against the orange water's heart. If it were a life-and-death duel at this moment, both of them would have been severely injured. It could be said that in this battle, neither side gained an advantage. Chapter 73. The Conspiracy Begins. The rookie sets out the orange water entity, originally confident while holding the kunai to Yifeng's neck, was about to speak when a sharp sensation from its heart made it instinctively look down, only to see Yifeng's Ziwei soft sword pressed against its heart. If Yifeng applied even a little force, its heart would be pierced. However, at that moment, Yifeng's figure suddenly vanished from in front of the orange water entity. The next moment, the previously stalemated outcome was instantly reversed. Senior Orange Water, you lost. The orange water entity had already been extremely surprised by Yifeng's combat power. However, at this moment, Yifeng suddenly disappearing from in front of it, and then appearing behind it left the orange water entity in shock. Originally, reaching a stalemate with Yifeng made the orange water entity feel a hint of disappointment. It considered itself a genius, older than Yifeng by a year, and had spent many years executing missions in the dark department. But what about Yifeng? At only 10 years old, his combat power and experience were comparable to its own, especially that terrifying combat awareness. Although Yifeng was once pressure in the fight, he quickly adapted to the fighting style and found a way to break the deadlock. The same fighting style would definitely not stump Yifeng a second time. Now, with Yifeng suddenly disappearing from in front of it, the orange water entity's pupils slightly contracted. What kind of technique is this? Could it be? Yes, this is the Flying Thunder God technique I just learned. Earlier, I had inscribed a sealing technique on Senior Orange Water, and it was thanks to this technique that I was able to reverse the previous situation. Yifeng smiled slightly. Earlier, when he was dragged into the water by Cheng Shui, he had intended to use his sword techniques to defeat Cheng Shui. However, Cheng Shui's speed was simply too fast, and he didn't have time to execute his sword techniques. He had to change his strategy, turning the Ziwei soft sword against Cheng Shui's heart, while simultaneously using a distraction to leave a Flying Thunder God mark on Cheng Shui when he wasn't paying attention. It was thanks to this mark that Yifeng was able to instantly escape Cheng Shui's control and counterattack. Of course, this was just a sparring match. In a real battle, Yifeng would likely not have been able to escape Cheng Shui so easily and would probably have ended up in a mutually destructive situation. Therefore, even though he defeated Cheng Shui in this spar, Yifeng did not feel proud and gained a deeper understanding of his own combat strength. I lost. I really didn't expect this. I thought I had given you enough respect, but in the end, I still underestimated you. Yifeng, your talent makes me feel ashamed. Cheng Shui looked at Yifeng with a complex expression. He didn't expect Yifeng to learn the Flying Thunder God technique so quickly and apply it in actual combat. It was just luck, Senior Cheng Shui, you were too modest. Yifeng smiled humbly, sheathing the Ziwei soft sword at his waist, his expression not overly proud. Wow, big brother, You're amazing. You even defeated teacher Chang Shui? Yeah. Big brother, what technique did you just use? Why is it so powerful? Sheng Tong and Bluffing Shui men watched the battle between Yi Feng and Cheng Shui, truly enjoying the spectacle, especially with the constant reversals in the battle. Yi Feng relied on his combat awareness to completely neutralize Cheng Shui's attacks, and in the end, he countered Cheng Shui instantly with an unknown technique, winning the fight, which made Bluffing Shui's eyes shine. His combat talent is also quite impressive. After apprenticing with Jiraiya in advance, Bluffing Shuimen lacks neither resources nor ninjutsu. Although Jiraiya is a bit lecherous, it must be said that his teaching ability in the Naruto world is second only to Orochimaru. Therefore, under Jiraiya's guidance, Bluffing Shuimen has grown significantly. During the observation just now, Bluffing Shuimen learned a lot from Yi Feng, especially the two formless ninjutsu and the flying thunder god technique he used at the end, which greatly interested Bluffing Shuimen. If he could learn these ninjutsu, his combat power would skyrocket. He, Shuimen, that is a space-time ninjutsu created by my second granduncle, called the Flying Thunder God technique. It's even more powerful than the body flicker technique. Big brother is really impressive. Ever since my granduncle died, no one in Konoha has been able to use this ninjutsu. I didn't expect Big brother to have successfully learned it. Before Yi Feng had a chance to speak, Shungtree looked proudly at Wave Wind Watergate and explained with an expression that made one think he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, Wave Wind Watergate was intrigued. He was very interested in this Flying Thunder God technique. He had a feeling that he could also learn this technique. Yi Feng saw the eager expression on Minato Namikaze's face and smiled slightly. Minato, if you're interested in the Flying Thunder God technique, you can ask Jiraiya Sensei to help you learn it. I believe you can definitely master this space-time ninjutsu. Additionally, although I can't teach you the Flying Thunder God technique due to rules, I've created two types of ninjutsu without hand signs, one of which is called a Rasengan. And this technique is perfect for you. If you're interested, I can teach it to you. Minato Namikaze's talent is incredibly strong, especially after meeting Jiraiya early on, which has developed his potential ahead of time. If he can learn the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique, and given enough time, Yi Feng is very excited about Minato's future growth. Moreover, his subsequent variations of the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique were learned from the original story of Minato, so passing them on to him now is a way of reciprocating. Thank you, big brother. I will definitely work hard in the future. Minato Namikaze's eyes lit up upon hearing Yi Feng's words, and he thanked him. Wow, big brother, that's not fair. Why do you teach Minato and not me? Ju shouted out in envy and jealousy. Because you're too stupid. Yi Feng saw the ruckus caused by the rope tree, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. Upon seeing Yi Feng's expression and the commotion from the rope tree, everyone burst into laughter, and for a moment, the back mountain of Konoha was filled with cheerful voices. However, just as everyone was enjoying themselves, a ninja hawk flew in from the sky, constantly circling above. After seeing this, the crowd stopped their discussions, and Cheng Shui's expression became serious. Team 7 has a special mission. Watergate, go find Inazuka Kiba and then head to the Hokage's office. Rope Tree, come with me to understand the details of the mission. Yes. Upon hearing this, Rope Tree and Namikaze Minato immediately responded and bid farewell to Yi Feng, Hinata Hanabi, and Kushina before each going about their duties. Yi Feng watched the three figures leave, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his intuition told him that the mission accepted by Orange Water and the others in Team 7 was definitely not simple. First of all, Shungtai and Wave Wind Minato were just rookies who had just graduated, and logically, they shouldn't have the qualifications to take on those special missions. Tasks that require notifying ninjas with a Ninja Eagle are at least A-rank missions, which need to be personally entrusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This mission definitely has some unknown conspiracy behind it. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing on a water pipe, listening to Danzo's words. Hiruzen's eyes slightly narrowed. Danzo, are you sure about this news? Absolutely. The Sand Ninja Village has already sent the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast to the rear. So this time to transport supplies to the front line, it must be led by a powerful ninja. Currently, aside from Hitaki Sakumo, the only one on our side capable of this task is Orange Water, Danzo said confidently. Is that so? In that case, let Orange Water be responsible for escorting the supplies to the front line. But what about his class after Orange Water leaves? Hiruzen pondered. Although Shungtai and Wave Wind Minato couldn't compare to Yi Feng, One was a rare direct descendant of the Senju clan, and although he was a bit silly, his talent was still quite good. If he grew up smoothly, he might become another Orange Water. Wave Wind Minato was the same. At such a young age, he was already very strong, coupled with a firm will of fire, being Jiraiya's disciple, and with his commoner background. Hiruzen was already considering how to cultivate Wave Wind Minato properly. Orange Water was their class teacher. If he went to the battlefield, what would happen to them? Currently, there were no strong ninjas in Konoha suitable to lead this talented class. Then let them go together. This will also increase their combat experience. Danzo said, his eyes flickering, seemingly casually speaking to Hiruzen. Hiruzen hesitated. Shuntai and Wave Wind Minato were just rookies who had just graduated, and that Inazuka Kru had only graduated for a year, with extremely limited mission experience. Was it too hasty to send them to the battlefield at this time? Hiruzen, aside from Orange Water's class, the only one left is Hatake Tsukumo. How about letting Tsukumo escort the supplies? Danzo, familiar with Hiruzen, immediately provoked him upon seeing Hiruzen's hesitance. Indeed, as soon as Danzo finished speaking, Hiruzen's expression darkened. Previously, Hatake Tsukumo had made a name for himself on the battlefield, single-handedly fighting against the 4 top experts of the Sand Ninja Village, killing 2 of them and severing the arm of the 3rd Kazekage. With such powerful combat strength, Hiruzen should have been pleased. However, due to this battle, Tsukumo gained the admiration of the daimyo, bypassing him and directly being rewarded as the Hokage's deputy. What does Hokage's deputy represent? It means that, to some extent, he can exercise the responsibilities of the Hokage in place of Hiruzen. What is the daimyo trying to do? Is he trying to intervene in Konoha's internal affairs through Hatake Tsukumo? Certainly, the daimyo has voting rights when Konoha changes Hokage, but that is merely voting rights. To directly decide the Hokage's candidate, the daimyo does not have that qualification. However, now that Hatake Tsukumo has been appointed as Hokage's deputy, once he abdicates, who in Konoha would be most qualified to inherit his Hokage position and become the 4th Hokage? Undoubtedly, it would be Hatake Tsukumo. This does not align with Hiruzen's plans. Therefore, Hiruzen decisively ordered Tsukumo to step down from the commander position and replaced him with Yuji. Moreover, even if Hatake Tsukumo were to withdraw from the battlefield, he should have been assigned to the Umbu as the Umbu captain. But what was the final result? Tsukumo merely became a class teacher. This shows that Hiruzen was preparing to suppress Hatake Tsukumo. As long as Tsukumo does not achieve military exploits, the daimyo's attempt to intervene in Konoha's internal affairs through Tsukumo would not be so simple. Now, to continue sending Tsukumo to escort supplies. If Tsukumo were to show his prowess again, it would only increase his reputation and establish an even greater prestige in the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. At that time, even if Tsukumo did not want to become Hokage, his immense prestige would push him towards seizing the Hokage position. Therefore, Hiruzen did not even consider continuing to send Tsukumo to the battlefield. Moreover, even Yifeng, the most talented person in Konoha, Hiruzen would not allow Tsukumo to have too much contact with Yifeng. Thinking of this, Hiruzen shook his head. Tsukumo has already done enough for our Konoha. Now that his child has just been born, to send him back to the battlefield at this time would be a bit inhumane. Let's have Orange Water take his class to the battlefield. Additionally, to avoid any accidents, let Shino and Yifeng cooperate with Orange Water. Seeing the hypocritical Hiruzen, Danzo sneered inwardly. This time, he indeed had his own plans in mind, and he had long anticipated Hiruzen's decision. However, he did not expect that Hiruzen would actually send Shino and Yifeng to cooperate with Orange Water. This meant he would need to make some adjustments to his subsequent plans. Thinking of this, Danzo nodded. You are the Hokage. It's your decision. I will go prepare the supplies to send to the front line within. After saying that, Danzo directly left, preparing to go to Mito men and to work on the battlefield supplies. Hiruzen, seeing Danzo cooperating so well and not opposing him, felt a bit strange. However, Hiruzen did not think too much about it, believing that Danzo was feeling the pressure of the tailed beasts and thus had no interest in secretly competing with him. Moreover, with the current turbulent undercurrents in the ninja world, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and the reclusive Kirigakure were all stirring, and if these ninja villages got involved, Konoha would be in trouble. Therefore, in Hiruzen's view, Danzo should not cause trouble at this time. After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen sent out a ninja eagle, calling Orange Water and Team 7 to the Hokage office. At the same time, he instructed an Umbu ninja to find Yifeng and inform him of his decision. Additionally, after Yi Feng was reassigned, someone also needed to be added to Hatake Tsukumo's side to appease him. After all, no matter what, Hatake Tsukumo was a strong combat force for Konoha, and if things went too far, even if Tsukumo was a fool, he would understand their intentions. As Hokage, Hiruzen had to maintain his upright and grand image. On the other side, after Orange Water left with Shungtai and Wave Wind Minato, Yi Feng lost interest in the gathering. After discussing with Kushina and Hinata Hanabi, the three headed towards the Konoha marketplace. He needed to create a few special kunai. Now, he had almost mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Previously, he even tested it in combat to defeat Orange Water. However, ordinary kunai could not maintain the Flying Thunder God mark for long, so he needed to use chakra metal to craft a few special kunai. When Yi Feng arrived at the ninja tool shop and ordered 5 specially made kunai, he was just about to go buy some other things when a member of the Umbu suddenly approached him. "Hinata Yi Feng, the Hokage wants to see you." Yi Feng was taken aback when he heard this, recalling the earlier incident when Shang Shui and others were called away. His eyes narrowed slightly. "I understand now, Huale. You and Juice and I go have fun. I'll head to the Hokage's office for a bit and come find you later." After saying this, Yi Feng followed the Umbu ninja and rushed towards the Hokage's office. Chapter 75. The Conspiracy Begins. Rookie Expedition 3. When Yi Feng arrived at the Hokage's office, he immediately saw Chang Shui and Shungtai from Team 7, along with Bluffing Shuimin and a ninja with a small dog, whose face was painted with camouflage. Clearly, this person was Shungtai's teammate, Inazuka Ryu from the Inazuka clan. Besides these individuals, there were also Sarutobi Shino and Hatake Tsukumo, with whom Yi Feng had fought once before. Seeing these people, Yi Feng silently pondered, but on the surface he looked at Sarutobi Hizashi and bowed. "Hokage-sama, may I ask why you called me here?" "All right, now that everyone is here, I will announce this mission," Sarutobi Hizashi said directly. "Due to special circumstances, I have decided to transfer Inazuka Ryu to Hatake Tsukumo's team to form a new class with the Kid Di and Kamizuki from the Cloud. Tsukumo, you'll need to train them well during this time to ensure they reach the requirements for missions outside the village as soon as possible." Seeing Yi Feng arrive, Sarutobi Hizashi got straight to the point. With these words, Yi Feng immediately understood what Sarutobi Hizashi meant. His displayed talent and strength were already enough for Sarutobi Hizashi to take him seriously. Previously, Yi Feng had found it strange why Sarutobi Hizashi would allow Hatake Tsukumo to be his leading teacher. After all, Hatake Tsukumo had been conferred the title of Hokage's half-sleeve by the daimyo, and Sarutobi Hizashi could not possibly not be wary of him. Given this situation, arranging their class under Hatake Tsukumo's command was clearly giving him an opportunity to interact with the Akid clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Kamizuki clan, right? Becoming the teacher of Yi Feng and the others, while not the same as becoming a disciple of Tsunade and others, was not far off. They would naturally be linked together. Thus, Yi Feng had felt that Sarutobi Hizashi might have some special plan. Now, it seemed that Sarutobi Hizashi was waiting for this moment. "No problem, this is what I should do." Hatake Tsukumo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but he did not refute and bowed in agreement. For Hatake Tsukumo, although it was a regret not to lead Yi Feng as a member of a samurai family, his loyalty to Sarutobi Hizashi, the highest leader of Konoha village, was unquestionable. He could not refuse Sarutobi Hizashi's orders. "I believe Tsukumo will complete this task perfectly. Yi Feng, after you leave Hatake Tsukumo's team, you will temporarily join Shang Shui's team. Shang Shui, currently, there is a shortage of supplies at the front lines, and I hope you can take the new Team 7 to escort supplies to the front. Additionally, according to intelligence, it seems that Sunagakure may have already sent a Jinchuriki into the Land of Fire, so to avoid any surprises, I have arranged for Sarutobi Shino to assist you. I hope you can complete this mission perfectly." Seeing Hatake Tsukumo agree so readily, Sarutobi Hizashi's dissatisfaction with him slightly diminished. Then, looking at Chang Shui, Yi Feng, and others with serious expressions, he urged them. "Jinchuriki?" Chang Shui and the others' pupils constricted upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words. They did not expect that Sunagakure would dare to send a Jinchuriki into the Land of Fire. Didn't they fear that the Jinchuriki would die in the Land of Fire? It should be known that tailed beasts are the ultimate power of the 5 great ninja villages and would not be easily sent to the battlefield. Has Sunagakure gone mad? Especially Yi Feng, who was even more puzzled. During the original Second Great Ninja War, did Sunagakure send Jinchuriki to the battlefield this early? Now, it had only been less than 2 years since Tsunagekyu's declaration of war and Hatake Sakomo's solo battle against 4 of Tsunagekyu's elite ninjas. Such a short time, in terms of the timeline of the Second Great Ninja War, was not even 1/5. If Tsunagekyu had sent Jinchuriki to the front lines this early, how could the war have lasted so long? Could be because of my butterfly effect? Yifeng furrowed his brows, deep in thought. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. Something was off. The Sand Ninja village couldn't be so foolish. After all, Konoha possessed the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Even though Uzumaki Mido was older, with the Uzumaki clan's immense vitality and powerful sealing techniques that countered tailed beasts, the Sand Ninja village wouldn't dare to send a tailed beast over at this time. This meant that the news was fake, so what was Sarutobi Hiruzen planning? If he could think of this, Yifeng doubted Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't. If the news was false, why would Sarutobi Hiruzen still bring it up so seriously? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen had developed a covetous interest in the bloodlines of Changshui and Shunju, planning to conspire with Danzo against them? While Yifeng was lost in thought, Changshui had already received the orders. Although the Sand Ninja village might send a Jinchuriki to the rear of the Fire Country, Changshui was not afraid. Moreover, Sarutobi Shinji and Yifeng were both powerful ninjas, and with the support of a Jonin team for transporting supplies. Even if a tailed beast wanted to destroy the supplies, it wouldn't be an easy task. Therefore, Changshui had no reason to refuse. After agreeing on the time to leave the village, Changshui led everyone to prepare. Yifeng, what's wrong? After they exited the Hokage's office, Changshui asked, looking at the silent Yifeng. It's nothing, Senior Changshui. I need to prepare a few things. I'll take my leave now. I'll meet you at the entrance of Konoha in 3 days. Yifeng was awakened by the sound of Changshui, shook his head, and did not explain anything. After greeting everyone, he used his body technique and rushed towards the previous ninja tool shop. This mission was clearly not just a simple escort of supplies. Danzo definitely had a conspiracy in mind. But why was Sarutobi Hiruzen allowing Danzo to design this conspiracy? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen have his own plans involved? If so, what were Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans? Was he coveting the direct bloodlines of the Senju clan, Moku, and Changshui? Or was there another scheme? However, if that was the case, why would Sarutobi Hiruzen send Sarutobi Shinjiro to join the supply escort team? A tiger does not eat its own cubs. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't possibly be scheming against Sarutobi Shinjiro, right? Unable to make sense of it all, Yifeng could only prepare thoroughly. No matter what the other party's plan was, he just needed to maintain his peak condition, confident that he could face any danger. After all, if he fully unleashed his combat power now, even if he wasn't at the level of a shadow, he wouldn't be far off. Moreover, with the Flying Thunder God technique, if he couldn't win, he could still escape. With this in mind, Yifeng did not hesitate and rushed towards the ninja tool shop. He planned to pay extra to have the kunai made before leaving the village and also needed to buy a batch of explosive tags and other items for emergencies. However, what Yifeng did not know was that as he left absent-mindedly, Sarutobi Shinjiro took a deep look at him. This time, he indeed had other tasks involved, and Yifeng's situation clearly indicated that he had guessed something. Thinking of this possibility, Sarutobi Shinjiro couldn't help but smile wryly. Although Yifeng was young, he had a lot on his mind. However, recalling what his old man had said to him, Sarutobi Shinjiro felt slightly at ease. After bidding farewell to Changshui, he went to prepare the supplies for the mission. Chapter 76, Escorting Supplies, Hidden Kill Intent. Yifeng was unaware of Sarutobi Shino's thoughts. He spent all his money at the ninja tool shop, purchasing a large number of explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken. Facing such a big customer like Yifeng, the shop owner was naturally very courteous. When he learned that Yifeng urgently needed specially made kunai, he readily agreed and assured Yifeng that they would be ready in 2 days. With the shop owner's guarantee, Yifeng finally felt a lot more at ease. He returned to his residence and began organizing other supplies needed for his long-term mission outside the village. First was food. Although he had prepared some soldier pills for emergencies, they were not tasty at all. Yifeng would only eat those unpleasant rations when absolutely necessary. Since the time in the system space was in a sealed state, the food stored there wouldn't spoil, so Yifeng naturally wouldn't skimp on his stomach. Next was Yuya wine. Although Yifeng's cultivation of the 9 yang divine skill was already perfected and his true energy was ever flowing, if he were to expend a large amount of true energy at once, it would take some time for it to recover. Even if the recovery speed of true energy was fast in a fierce battlefield, even a second of delay could put him in a dangerous situation. Therefore, Yuya wine also needed to be prepared. After returning to his residence, Yi-Feng began to get busy. On the same day, when Hinata Hanabi learned that Yi-Feng was about to leave the village for a mission, she immediately offered to help him. Yi-Feng did not refuse her kind offer. For the next 2 days, Yi-Feng stayed at home and, together with Hinata Hanabi, made a large amount of rations to store in the system space. As for the Yuya wine, Yi-Feng simply sent someone to the Senju ancestral home to notify them. And those responsible for making the Yuya wine quickly filled several scrolls for Yi-Feng, enough for him to use for a while. The specially made kunai was also delivered to Yi-Feng by the shop owner. When everything was ready, the supply convoy from Konoha village was also fully prepared to set off. Hanabi, I'm leaving. Yi-Feng looked at Hinata Hanabi, who was full of reluctance, and smiled slightly, waving his hand at her. Yi-Feng, be careful while you're on your mission. Come back soon. Hinata Hanabi said to Yi-Feng with a reluctant expression. After saying that, she mustered her courage, stood on her tiptoes, kissed Yi-Feng on the cheek, then blushed and fled away. Yi-Feng was taken aback by Hinata Hanabi's sneak attack, then shook his head and chuckled. This girl, as he touched the lingering softness on his cheek. A flutter of excitement arose in his heart, along with a sense of shame from nurturing a lowly. Sigh, I've become exactly what I used to hate the most. After Yi-Feng made a self-deprecating remark, he did not hesitate and rushed towards the entrance of Konoha village. However, what Yi-Feng did not know was that not long after he left, a pair of eyes filled with intense hatred and coldness were watching the direction he departed. Remembering the plan they had discussed earlier, a cold smile appeared on this person's face. Humph. Go ahead if you don't leave the village. How can I take my revenge? And as for Hinata Hanabi, I will make sure to get my revenge one by one in the future. At the entrance of Konoha village, when Yi-Feng arrived, the ninjas responsible for escorting the supplies were also bidding farewell to their families. With the command to set off for the orange water, the barrier at the entrance of Konoha village suddenly opened, and everyone slowly made their way out of the village. Yi-Feng-kun, is this your first mission? Are you feeling nervous? After leaving the village, Yi-Feng began to engrave the Flying Thunder God seal on both special kunai and regular kunai. Those special kunai could retain the Flying Thunder God seal for a long time, allowing them to be used for teleportation or buried in certain locations to be activated when needed, using the sensory ability associated with these kunai. Meanwhile, the regular kunai were meant for combat, as long as he scattered a large number of kunai on the battlefield. Combined with the technique of raining money like a shower of flowers, these kunai could be thrown in any direction Yi-Feng desired. At that time, even if surrounded by a large number of ninjas, Yi-Feng could respond calmly, just as Yi-Feng was diligently engraving the Flying Thunder God seal. Sarutobi Shinjiro suddenly approached him with a smile and asked. Yi-Feng was taken aback. Then he glanced deeply at Sarutobi Shino. I'm fine. With my strength, as long as I'm careful, I won't encounter any danger. But this time, the Sand Ninja Village has deployed tailed beasts, and the power of those monsters is not something humans can contend with. Seeing Yi-Feng's calm demeanor, Sarutobi Shino immediately exaggeratedly said, Haha, I don't believe that the Sand Ninja Village has the guts to send tailed beasts to the back of Konoha. Not to mention anything else. The third Kazekage of the Sand Ninja Village has the ability to suppress the tailed beasts on his own. So, as a defeated opponent of Elder Shikomo, do you think Elder Shikomo could lose to a tailed beast? What do you think, Shino-senpai? Previously, Yi-Feng had suspected that Sarutobi Shino's purpose in being assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to escort the supply convoy was not pure. Now seeing that Sarutobi Shino couldn't wait to come to his side right after leaving Konoha, seemingly wanting to remind him of something, Yi-Feng was even more certain of his previous thoughts, and immediately looked at Sarutobi Shino meaningfully and said, Yi-Feng-kun, at such a young age, you see things very clearly. I heard that Yi-Feng-kun has already learned the Flying Thunder God technique. I wonder if it's true? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shino chuckled, then looked around to see that no one was paying attention to them, and quietly asked Yi-Feng, Is that so? I wonder if there's anything I can help you with, Shino-senpai? Yi-Feng speculated about Sarutobi Shino's intentions. The fact that he could use the Flying Thunder God technique was known only to the Orange Water class, and no one else was aware of it for the time being. Now that Sarutobi Shino knew, it must be that Sarutobi Hizashi had specifically asked Orange Water about it. After all, the commotion from Yi-Feng's previous battle with Orange Water was quite significant, and with Sarutobi Hizashi's voyeuristic techniques, it wasn't surprising that he knew about Yi-Feng's ability to use the Flying Thunder God. Now, Sarutobi Shino specifically inquiring about him was just to confirm his suspicions. Yi-Feng-kun, to be honest, I do have other tasks during this trip. and I will need your cooperation to eliminate some things that shouldn't exist. Sarutobi Shino said seriously to Yifeng. Some things that shouldn't exist? Upon hearing this, Yifeng slightly squinted his eyes, pondering the meaning behind Sarutobi Shinzo's words. Did Sarutobi Hizashi see through Danzo's scheme? Was sending the Shinji class out of the village for a mission, this time meant to eliminate some unknown forces under Danzo, thereby weakening him? However, as the Hokage, did Sarutobi Hizashi really need to do this? If he was wary of or coveting the power Danzo held, he could easily use his authority as Hokage to demand Danzo hand it over. If Danzo refused, Sarutobi Hizashi could completely cast him into the ranks of rogue ninjas. No, it seems Sarutobi Hizashi didn't guess Danzo's plan, but was instead misled by him. The so-called things that shouldn't exist were merely smoke screens released by Danzo, aimed at better acquiring the bloodlines of Shinji and even the Senju clan, considering the timeline of the original work, where Shinji died tragically with his vital organs removed and Sage Sui mysteriously disappeared from Konoha. Combined with the scattered information from Sarutobi Shinzo, Yifeng suddenly gained clarity. Chapter 77. Sand Ninja's Ambush. Clone Army. Although there were some suspicions in his heart, Yifeng did not voice them. After all, these were merely his speculations without substantial evidence. Even if he spoke them out loud, no one would believe him, and it would only alarm the snake. I understand now, Senior Shinzo, but I still don't know what those things that shouldn't exist really are. Thoughts raced through his mind, but reality was just a fleeting moment. In the ninja world, besides ninjas, there was also a thing called clones. Iwagakure had been dedicated to researching this technology, perfectly recreating a man-made ninja using ninja cells. This time, based on the information obtained from Iwagakure spies, they were preparing to destroy Konoha supplies, causing Konoha and Sunagakure to fall into a stalemate, allowing them to profit from the situation. The force they were deploying this time was the product of clones, a technology that had once been banned from research by major ninja villages and countries. Sarutobi Shinzo looked at Yifeng seriously and said, "Clones?" Hearing this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Has the existence of clones appeared in the ninja world at this time? However, thinking about it, Konoha has always been dedicated to researching the cells of Hashirama, and other ninja villages must also be secretly studying some forbidden techniques. So there's nothing strange about it. It turns out that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been wary of Iwagakure all along. It's important to note that among the 5 great ninja villages, Iwagakure is the second largest after Konoha, and even compared to Iwagakure, Kimogakure is somewhat inferior. After receiving this news, it makes sense that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take it so seriously. Although Yifeng understands Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, he still feels a sense of unease in his heart. And this unease stems from Danzo. Danzo has always wanted to become Hokage, and to become Hokage, one must possess great power. Throughout the original Naruto series, even until his death, Danzo was always researching Hashirama's cells. His aim was to perfectly replicate would release. After all, in Danzo's view, as long as the ninja gods would release reappears in the world, with its powerful abilities, not to mention controlling Konoha, even unifying the ninja world would be more than enough. Therefore, Danzo harbors covetous thoughts towards SHT, Orange Water, and even Tsunade, who is a direct descendant of the Senju clan. Yifeng even suspected that the route and timing of their supply convoy had been secretly leaked by Danzo. The purpose was to create chaos during the battle, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. Even if he couldn't kill Chang Shui, he would still want to capture the direct bloodline of the Senju clan, Shuntai. Thinking of this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. I understand now, when the time comes. I will do my best to eliminate those clones. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shino relaxed. With Yifeng, a ninja with elite Jounin-level combat power, along with Chang Shui and the Jounin and Chunin guarding the supplies heading to the front lines, there should be no problem completing this mission. As time gradually passed, more than 10 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone had arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, with just one more country, the Land of River, separating them from the front lines. The Land of River is located on the edge of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, with some territories bordering the Land of Wind. This country has treacherous terrain and lacks good resources, so there are no hidden villages and ninjas rarely stay in the Land of River. One day, everyone arrived at a gorge. As long as they passed through this gorge, they could transport the supplies to the front lines of the Land of Rain. When they reached this place, Yifeng did not dare to be careless. His mind was tense to the extreme, and his Byakugan was fully activated, as he wouldn't miss any subtle clues. Suddenly, within Yi Feng's Byakugan perspective, he sensed a faint fluctuation of chakra, and Yi Feng was immediately alarmed. An ambush. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Saying this, Yi Feng swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a B-rank wind release technique, and immediately, strong winds surge around them, blowing away the toxins coming from the mountain away from the Konoha convoy. At the same time, golden sand fell from the mountain. Magnet release. Sand gold burial. Shino. Lead the earth release ninjas to perform a combined earth release technique, while the others protect the convoy. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Chang Shui had already sensed a killing intent, and after Yi Feng's warning, he quickly reacted, immediately arranging tactics. As he moved to the front to use water release to block the puppets descending from the front. Upon hearing Chang Shui's command, Sarutobi Shino did not dare to delay. Hurriedly organizing the earth release ninjas to perform earth release, earth flow wall, in order to block the golden sand outside the convoy. Yi Feng activated his Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he noticed movements behind the convoy. Without time to attack, he handed two specially made kunai to Shungtai and Minato. Shungtai, Minato, protect yourselves. Don't be reckless. If you encounter danger, input a bit of chakra into the kunai, and I will come to rescue you. After saying this, Yi Feng didn't wait for Shungtai and Minato to respond, and executed a flying technique, rushing towards the back of the convoy. Before he arrived, a violent surge of true energy erupted. 18 dragons subduing palms, twin dragons, seizing pearls. Roar! 2 dragon roars echoed across the battlefield, with a wind dragon and a thunder dragon swinging their tails and smashing towards the open area behind the convoy. Boom! Immediately, a series of explosions sounded from behind the convoy, and a cloud of debris mixed with dust shot up into the sky. The ninjas defending the back of the Konoha convoy had not reacted yet when they saw Yi Feng pull out a large number of kunai, channeling his true energy. Heavenly flower rain, showering gold. Swish, swish. In an instant, countless kunai pierced through the dust, and the next moment, Yi Feng drew his Ziwei soft sword, his body entwined with wind and thunder, his figure flickering and disappearing from the sight of the Konoha ninjas. Arriving in the dust, Yi Feng struck without looking, instantly beheading a clone that emerged from the ground with a single sword strike. Damn, how's his speed so fast? Let us all use Earthquake Wave to restrict his speed. The rock-hidden village ninja, carrying the clone, saw that every time Yi Feng flickered, someone fell under his sword, and immediately roared, his hands forming seals like lightning. As many rock-hidden village ninjas jointly executed the Earthquake Wave, the ground shook violently. Hey, is that useful? Huashan sword technique. 18 dragon subduing palms dragon battles in the wild. Yi Feng's feet barely touched the ground, and even as the ground shook violently, his speed remained unaffected, still as fast as lightning, making it impossible for them to catch a glimpse of his figure to launch an attack. As the dust gradually settled, the Konoha ninjas defending the rear of the Konoha convoy were horrified to discover that in such a short time, over 30 headless corpses and a ground covered in severed limbs had appeared in the area shrouded in dust. The thick smell of blood surged into the air. Damn it, how is he so powerful? Hunt, prepare for explosion. The Iwagakure ninja responsible for the ambush saw the heavy casualties among the clones, while Yi Feng remained unharmed. And in a fit of rage, he shouted to the ninjas behind him, then quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, cracking earth palm. Useless, Dugan 9 swords, breaking palm technique. Yi Feng used the flying body technique, communicating with the nearest kunai of the leading ninja through his mental power. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the original spot and appeared beside the leading ninja, with the ZY soft sword containing sharp wind and thunder sword energy. The leading ninja felt a bad premonition as Yi Feng's figure vanished. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning an earth clone while simultaneously using the body flicker technique to distance himself from Yi Feng. Chapter 78. Sand Ninjas Ambush. Clone Army 2, Yi Feng saw the leading ninja of Iwagakure disappear before him. Just as he was about to chase after him, clones suddenly emerged from the ground. Surunding, Yi Feng, Taijutsu and Ninjutsu were crazily attacking Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng had no choice but to abandon his previous plan and communicate with the special kunai of Flying Thunder God in Wave Wind Watergate's hand. Disappearing in an instant, the ninja, named Sho, seeing Yi Feng surrounded by the clone army, was about to unleash his bloodline limit explosion technique, combined with the explosive tags previously buried underground and on both sides of the canyon, to blow Yi Feng to death. However, before Shou could launch his attack, Yi Feng's figure disappeared from the clone army. Shou, in a fit of anger, stopped his attack and scanned the area with his eyes for Yi Feng's figure. Just at that moment, the kunai on the ground suddenly emitted a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, Shou's expression changed drastically. Retreat, quickly withdraw from this place. Saying this, Shou hurriedly used body flicker technique to distance himself from the area. The ninjas from Wagakure also sensed a deadly sense of crisis, and without time to think, they frantically fled from the center. Just after these ninjas left, a series of explosions occurred, surrounding the clone army. Dozens of explosive tags, along with the ones previously buried by a Wagakure in the canyon, were instantly ignited, and the sound of explosions filled the sky, blasting the rock walls on both sides of the canyon into pieces. In an instant, the clone army brought by Iwagakure was almost completely annihilated by the violent explosions. When Sarutobi Shino and the ninjas arrived to support Yi Feng, they were shocked to see that Yi Feng had single-handedly eliminated most of the clones. Staring in disbelief at the apocalyptic scene before them, Yi Feng, you really are impressive. After a long time, when the explosion subsided, Sarutobi Shino finally exclaimed, looking at Yi Feng. Hearing this, Yi Feng shrugged. In fact, he didn't expect that the explosive tags he had tied to the shuriken would unleash such great power upon detonation. This attack could be considered accidental. If it weren't for Wagakure's ambush on Konoha, which involved a large number of explosive tags tied to those clones and along the canyon sides, the power of just dozens of explosive tags, while significant, wouldn't have achieved such results. All right, Senior Shinzo, you all go ahead and clean up the battlefield. I'll go help Senior Chungshue fend off the ambush from Sunagakure. After this battle, the remaining ninjas from Wagakure wouldn't pose much of a threat, since Sarutobi Shinzo and his team had arrived. Yi Feng also lost interest in dealing with the battered Wagakure ninjas and instead executed the flying body technique to quickly reach the front lines. However, at that moment, Yi Feng suddenly sensed a dangerous feeling. The next moment, he quickly drew back his ZY soft sword. Bang! Instantly, a tremendous force struck Yi Feng, sending him flying backward through the air. Yi Feng sensed the attack behind him, his expression serious. He activated the Jiang True Qi to calm the turbulent blood flow, his eyes vigilantly watching the figure shrouded in a huge cloak. Who are you? The cloaked figure coldly replied to Yi Feng. The one who'll kill you, go. With a wave of his hand, a large group of cloaked figures surged down from both sides of the canyon, charging into the supply convoy, killing anyone they encountered. In an instant, the already chaotic battlefield became even more chaotic with the addition of these cloaked figures. Yi Feng paid no attention to the surrounding battle. His gaze was fixed intensely on the leading cloaked figure, his true energy rapidly circulating. The sword intent spun quickly in Yi Feng's dantian. Purple-green sword energy swirling around him. Spiral pills, Dugan 9 swords, breaking chi style. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, vacuum ball. Suddenly, wind bullets poured out towards Yi Feng like a machine gun, sealing off the area around him. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately abandoned his previous technique, dissipated the Rasengan, and took out a specially made kunai from his body, shooting it toward the cloaked figure behind him. In the next moment, Yi Feng vanished from his spot and appeared behind the cloaked figure, thrusting a sword towards him. Useless, wind-style kunai. The cloaked figure seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, quickly turning around. The kunai in his hand contained a sharp aura and did not evade Yi Feng's sword, instead aiming for Yi Feng's throat. Yi Feng was startled by the opponent's reckless fighting style. Z-Wei's soft sword instantly changed its move, deflecting the opponent's shuriken. With a leap, she quickly distanced herself from the cloaked man. Seeing Yi Feng retreat, the corner of the cloaked man's mouth, hidden beneath the cloak, slightly curled up. Mutual explosive talisman, explosion. As Yi Feng just distanced himself from the cloaked figure, he sensed a deadly sense of crisis. Without time to think, Yi Feng decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the area. In the next moment, a series of explosions erupted at the spot where Yi Feng had just stood. Yi Feng turned back, and his pupils instantly constricted, detonating the explosive talismans. Who exactly are you? You have no right to know. This is where it ends. The cloaked figure did not say much in response to Yi Feng's question. After making a gesture towards the top of the canyon, he swiftly formed hand seals and attacked Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng frowned, and just as he was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a familiar psychic wave entering his mind. The psychic energy headed straight for the core of the caged bird within Yi Feng's mind. Upon perceiving this, Yi Feng secretly sneered while pretending to be controlled by the caged bird, standing there with a twisted expression. The cloaked figure saw Yi Feng's appearance, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Wind escape. Vacuum wave. In an instant, several weasels charged towards the defenseless Yi Feng. Just when the cloaked figure thought he had succeeded, the next moment, Yi Feng, who was taking the brunt of the weasel's attack, transformed into a wooden substitute. The cloaked figure realized something was wrong and hurriedly turned around. However, it was all too late. Yi Feng's Ziwei soft sword pierced through the cloaked figure's body in the blink of an eye, and the dense purple-blue sword energy erupted within the cloaked figure, shattering all of his meridians and internal organs. How could this be? The cloaked figure pointed at Yi Feng's calm demeanor in disbelief. But before he could finish speaking, the sword energy shot out from his body, scattering him into pieces. Yi Feng saw the cloaked man die, a cold smile appearing on his face. Then his eyes glinted with cold light as a specially made kunai appeared in his hand, shooting towards the top of the canyon. In the next moment, Yi Feng appeared above the canyon. Elder, I didn't expect you to collude with Danzo. What? You want to kill me so badly? Here I am. Come and kill me. He had always wanted revenge, but had not found the right opportunity. After all, the elder had always stayed in Konoha village. And with Yi Feng's strength, he couldn't achieve a silent, one-hit kill. If the elder showed any signs of resistance, the entire Konoha would be alarmed. Therefore, Yi Feng had been enduring. Now, he never expected that the elder would actually conspire with Danzo, intending to take this opportunity to kill him. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Truly a case of finding something effortlessly after searching everywhere. Hinata Yi Feng, how could you possibly escape the control of the caged bird? Impossible. The Hyuga elder, shrouded in his cloak, was continuously forming hand seals, intending to use the caged bird's secret technique to kill Yi Feng. Unfortunately, Yi Feng remained unmoved. A cold smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. Nothing is impossible. When the mark of the caged bird was engraved on me, I have been using my mental power to manipulate the caged bird. As a result, I unexpectedly discovered that the caged bird actually has the ability to promote the evolution of the Byakugan. As you can see, my caged bird indeed still exists, but unfortunately, this caged bird is not the same as the one before. I have successfully evolved the Byakugan twice. Now, let me show you a part of the Byakugan's power. Byakugan pressure. As he spoke, Yi Feng activated the Byakugan, and suddenly, an invisible pressure surged from all directions towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder felt the power of the Byakugan technique, and his expression changed drastically. He was about to form seals with his hands and distance himself from Yi Feng. But unfortunately, Yi Feng did not wait for the Grand Elder to act. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was momentarily distracted, he slashed off the Grand Elder's hands with a single sword. Chapter 79. Rope Tree seriously injured. Sand Ninja defeated with his hands severed. The Hyuga Grand Elder let out a painful cry, and the eyes hidden beneath the cloak revealed a deep sense of fear. What ability is this of the Byakugan? As one of the two major ocular jutsu bloodlines in the ninja world, since the Sharingan can evolve, the Byakugan can naturally do so as well. In fact, the ultimate power of the Byakugan is even stronger than that of the Sharingan. This move is called pressure, and its effect is to condense one's ocular power, creating a space of compression that can make enemies fall to the ground from a distance or be directly crushed, suppressing the enemy's strength and reducing their dodging space. The stronger the ocular power, the stronger the effect, and it can even rebound ninjutsu. If you die under this move, it will be a worthy death. Byakugan pressure. After hearing the words of the elder Hinata, Yi Feng calmly explained the function of his oppressive force to him. After speaking, Yi Feng did not hesitate and directly increased his ocular power output. The surrounding space rapidly contracted, enveloping the elder Hinata and continuously squeezing him. No, Yi Feng, you can't kill me. I am the elder of the clan. If you kill me, the clan leader will definitely not let you go. The elder Hinata's expression was filled with terror. His huge cloak was compressed into a lump, sticking to his face, revealing his fearful old face. I didn't expect the elder to be so naive. You concealed your actions, colluded with Danzo, intending to use me as a caged bird to kill me. Now, what's wrong with my counterattack? Moreover, even if I kill you, who would know it was me? Don't worry, elder, I will soon send your son to see you. Just rest easy. After saying this, Yi Feng ignored the elder Hinata any longer, suddenly retracting his ocular power. The immense squeezing force crushed the elder Hinata's entire body. breaking his bones and veins. The elder Hinata's eyes bulged, blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and his life force rapidly dissipated. Before long, Yifeng withdrew his ocular power and slowly approached the elder Hinata, who was now like a puddle of mud. At this moment, apart from his pair of Byakugan being intact, the rest of his body was limp on the ground like a soft-bodied creature. Looking at the elder Hinata's condition, Yifeng showed no sympathy in his eyes. He collected the elder Hinata's Byakugan and then mobilized his true essence to create a massive pit in the ground, throwing the elder Hinata's body into the pit. After doing all this, Yifeng did not linger in place. Instead, he used the body flicker technique and rushed downward. At this moment, the battlefield below was basically nearing its end. Cheng Shui was powerful, single-handedly suppressing the genius Luo Sha and Yi Tsang from Sunagakure. The Sand Shinobi were no match for the Konoha ninjas, especially after Sarutobi Shino repelled the Rock Shinobi and led his team back, causing the Sand Shinobi to retreat quickly. Seeing that things were not going well, Luo Sha and Yi Tsang could only take advantage of Cheng Shui's moment of inattention to break away from him and issue a retreat order. Upon hearing the retreat order, the Sand Shinobi felt as if they had received a pardon, quickly shaking off their surrounding enemies and swiftly retreating. Thus, this battle ended with a complete victory for Konoha. Yifeng saw that the battle had ended and had no intention of chasing after the fleeing ninjas from Sunagakure. He took out some Yue wine, found a relatively clean spot, and began to eat his rations and drink the wine to recover his state. Earlier, when Yifeng killed those clone troops, it seemed very easy, but in reality, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Although Flying Thunder God was powerful, each time he dodged, it required intense concentration. It was not enough to just keep an eye on the surroundings. He had to be hyper-aware. After all, while Flying Thunder God allowed him to traverse space using kunai, if he wasn't careful about the kunai's position, he could end up right in the path of an enemy's attack when he teleported. This would put him in a dangerous situation. Thus, that brief period had drained a significant amount of Yifeng's energy. Following that, fighting the mysterious wind-style ninja and killing the Hyuga elder had left Yifeng looking somewhat fatigued. At this moment, with nothing pressing, Yifeng naturally wanted to take the time to recover. While Yifeng was recovering his energy, many ninjas from Konoha, under the arrangement of Orange Water and Sarutobi Shino, were cleaning up the battlefield. Rope Tree and Minato Namikaze were among them. The two quickly gathered the bodies of the fallen Konoha ninjas. Just then, Rope Tree suddenly noticed something under the body of a dead Sunagakure J-Nin. Out of curiosity, he flipped the J-Nin's body over. However, the moment the body was turned, a sizzling sound rang in Rope Tree's ears. He looked closely and immediately froze in place, feeling somewhat at a loss, because under that J-Nin's body were several preset explosion tags. Moving the main body would trigger the explosion tags. Rope Tree, being a rookie on the battlefield, had never experienced such a situation and was momentarily scared stiff, just as the explosion tags were about to detonate. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze noticed something was wrong with Rope Tree and quickly used wind release to blow Rope Tree away. Boom! At that moment, the explosion tags detonated, and a deafening explosion shocked everyone cleaning the battlefield, causing them to turn towards the explosion center. Big brother, come quickly! Rope Tree has been injured by the explosion tags. As everyone was confused, Minato's anxious voice came from the smoke-covered area. Although he had blown Rope Tree away, the timing was too tight. Rope Tree had not yet escaped the explosion range when the explosion tags went off, and the intense energy left Rope Tree's body mangled. Seeing Rope Tree in such a miserable state, Minato's first thought was of Yifeng. After all, Yifeng also knew medical ninjutsu. Yifeng was originally eating dry rations and drinking Yuya wine to recover his energy, but the sudden explosion naturally caught his attention. At this moment, hearing the anxious shout from Minato Namikaze, Yifeng's expression changed slightly. He quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Minato and check on the condition of the Rope Tree. How could this kid be blown up like this by an explosive tag? Yifeng originally thought that Danzo's plot had been thwarted by him, and that the Sand Ninja Village and Rock Hidden Village had retreated, so Shoshu should be fine. But he didn't expect that Shoshu still could not avoid this calamity and was severely injured by an explosive tag. When Minato heard this, he immediately told Yifeng about what had happened before, causing Yifeng to roll his eyes. During his time at the ninja school, they had learned about battlefield cleanup. How could Shoshu make such a low-level mistake? Seeing Shoshu's miserable state, Yifeng shook his head helplessly, mobilized his true energy, took out a kunai, and cut away all the blasted flesh from Shoshu's body. He then used the palm healing technique to stop the bleeding. After doing all this, Yifeng took out some medicinal powder and evenly sprinkled it on Shoshu's wounds, then wrapped him up in bandages like a mummy. Yifeng, is Shoshu okay? At that moment, Chang Shui, having finished his tasks, rushed to Yifeng's side and asked upon learning of Shoshu's serious injuries. Shoshu was not only his subordinate, but also a rare direct descendant of the Senju clan, his cousin. So he naturally did not want Shoshu to die so early. Don't worry. Fortunately, Minato blew Shoshu far away from the center of the explosion in time. Otherwise, Shoshu would probably have met a disastrous end this time. Chang Shui, I suggest that we strengthen Shoshu's training in this area in the future. Otherwise, given Shoshu's reckless nature, he might encounter such situations again next time. Yifeng saw the worried Chang Shui and comforted him with a few words before seriously reminding him, "Yes, I understand. I will personally teach Shoshu for a while to ensure that he solidifies his fundamentals." Hearing this, Chang Shui breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the unconscious Shoshu with a slightly resentful gaze, secretly pondering how to teach him next. Chapter 80, Arriving at the Front Line. Meeting Tsunade again after placing Shoshu on a supply truck and asking Bofeng Shuaimin to take care of him, Yifeng moved to the front of the team, acting as a scout. The journey ahead was uneventful. This time, the joint ambush by Sunagakure and Awagakure on Konoha supply convoy had failed. Now, with Awagakure's retreat, Sunagakure was incapable of organizing a second ambush on its own. After all, the Konoha ninjas on the front line were not to be underestimated, and Sunagakure could not send too many elite ninjas to bypass the front line battlefield and harass the supply convoy from behind. Moreover, Jiraiya was leading a team of elite Konoha ninjas specifically to clear out enemy threats in the rear. Additionally, the road ahead was smooth and flat, leaving no opportunity for Sunagakure to set an ambush. 5 days later, everyone passed through the land of rivers and finally arrived at the frontline battlefield. Weary from the journey, Chang Shui, Shin Nosuk, I didn't expect you to be the ones escorting the supplies. Thank you for your hard work. Huh, even you, Yifeng, are here. Upon arriving at the frontline camp, Yuzuki Zhixiao immediately arranged for ninjas to unload the supplies. After exchanging pleasantries with Chang Shui and Sarutobi Shin Nosuk, he noticed Yifeng standing nearby with a faint smile, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Previously, he had worried about Yifeng's lack of experience, which was why he entrusted him to Hatake Sakomo, but he didn't expect Yifeng to be assigned to the frontline battlefield by Sarutobi Hiruzen this time. Yes, I have made some breakthroughs recently, and since I have learned the Flying Thunder God technique, Lord Hokage assigned me to this location. Teacher Zhixiao, how is the current situation in the battle? After Yifeng casually explained, he looked at Yute Zhixiao and asked, the current situation on the battlefield is not very optimistic. According to intelligence, it seems that Awagakure has reached some kind of agreement with Sunagakure, and thousands of IWA ninjas are rapidly advancing towards the Land of Rain. Most of the ninjas on the front line are injured, and if we divert some ninjas to hold off Awagakure, there could be problems here. I was just about to request assistance from Lord Hokage, but now that you are here, it can relieve a lot of pressure. Yifeng, I heard that you have developed a method to detoxify, and since you are here, you can go help Tsunade treat those injured ninjas. Sunagakure is very skilled at using poison. In every major battle, many ninjas get poisoned and are unable to fight on the battlefield. Although we have Tsunade, a top medical ninja, here in Konoha, the toxins from Sunagakure are not to be underestimated, especially Chiyo. Every time, Tsunade develops a new antidote. Chiyo also improves her combination poisons, which makes things very troublesome for Konoha. After all, Tsunade is only one person, and medical ninjas are difficult to train. Even with a few medical jounin added, the pressure on Konoha is still very high. Now that Yifeng is here, with his strength, he should be able to alleviate the pressure on Tsunade and the other medical ninjas. Is that so? I haven't seen Tsunade-sensei for a long time, so it's just right to go see her. Shino-senpai, Orin-senpai, Zhixiao-sensei. If there's nothing else, I'm going to help Tsunade-sensei. Yifeng was taken aback by the words and did not refuse. It had been over a year since Tsunade left the village, and he really missed her. Now that he was at the front line, he was eager to see Tsunade. All right, you go ahead. Orange Water, Shinobu, just leave this to them. You two come with me, and we'll discuss the next battle plan. Yusho Washi Zhixiao smiled slightly upon seeing Yifeng agree, then turned to Orange Water and Sarutobi Shinobu. Now that Awagakure had stepped in, They were about to face attacks from two ninja villages, so everything had to be arranged reasonably. Currently, Orochimaru had already led some frontline ninjas to build defenses before Iwagakire's arrival. However, the fighting strength on Orochimaru's side was definitely insufficient. Now that Orange Water and Sarutobi Shinobu had arrived at the front line, the increase in skilled fighters would allow for better preparations for the upcoming battle. Orange Water and Sarutobi Shinobu naturally had no objections. After giving some instructions to the ninjas escorting supplies, the two followed Yusho Washi Zishiao towards the main tent. On the other side, after bidding farewell to Yusho Washi Zishiao and the others, Yi Feng headed towards the temporary hospital at the front line. Shortly after, upon arriving at the temporary hospital and inquiring about Tsunade's location, Yi Feng walked directly towards Tsunade's tent. As soon as he opened the tent, he heard Tsunade's impatient voice. "Didn't I say that if there are no important matters in the next few days, not to disturb me? Teacher, it's me." Yefeng entered the tent and immediately saw that Tsunade's once shiny hair had become dull, her whole body was disheveled, and her pretty face was filled with exhaustion. Clearly, Tsunade had not been doing well during this time. "Yefeng, what are you doing here? Has the old man gone crazy? Why did he send you, a rookie fresh out of school, to the battlefield?" Tsunade was taken aback upon hearing Yefeng's voice, then turned around and saw that Yefeng had grown quite a bit taller. Her brows furrowed, and with a tone slightly tinged with anger, she said, "Teacher, please don't underestimate me. I'm not a rookie, and besides, I've learned your great-grandfather's Flying Thunder God technique and improved it. Now, my strength is by no means inferior to yours." Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart and pretended to exaggerate as he recounted his growth over the past year to Tsunade, including his earlier sparring with Orange Water. In order to comfort her, "What did you say? You actually defeated Orange Water?" Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Yi Feng's story. Everyone else might not know Orange Water's strength, but she certainly did. As a perfect inheritor of her great-grandfather Senju Tobarama's water release talent, she was an incredibly powerful ninja. Even she wouldn't dare to say she could completely defeat Orange Water. Yet, the 10-year-old Yi Feng had the strength to overcome Orange Water. Although he mentioned that it was after a tough battle and a stroke of luck that he managed to defeat Orange Water, it was still an impressive feat. She never expected that during her time away from Konoha, Yi Feng had grown so much stronger. "So, teacher, please don't underestimate me. I came here to help you. Here, have some jade liquid wine and eat some rations to recover. Leave the next matters to me." Yi Feng walked slowly to the shocked Tsunade, helped her sit down, took out a jug of jade liquid wine and some dry food, handed them to Tsunade, and then went to the place where Tsunade had been researching. He picked up the notes on toxins and began to examine them carefully. After a moment of thought, he took over Tsunade's work and continued researching the serum. Tsunade looked at the jade liquid wine and dry food in her hands, raised her head, and gazed at Yi Feng's serious back as he researched the serum, a touch of emotion flashing in her beautiful eyes. No longer hesitating, she picked up the jade liquid wine and dry food and started eating. As time gradually passed, Tsunade had already made significant progress in researching the serum for the combined toxin. Therefore, after Yi Feng took over, the serum was quickly developed. Looking at the serum injected, under the microscope, the serum and the combined toxin rapidly neutralized and dissolved, turning the originally foul-smelling black toxic blood into normal red blood. After confirming several times that the serum was effective, Yi Feng stretched lazily and was about to report to Tsunade when he found her fallen into a deep sleep. Looking at Tsunade's disheveled hair, Yi Feng felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He found a white lab coat and covered her perfect figure before taking the serum and walking out of the tent. Chapter 81. Treating the Wounded. Konoha's saintly healer outside the tent, Yi Feng looked for a medical jonin. "Uncle, this is the serum researched by Lady Tsunade. Please expedite the mass production." "Huh? You're Lady Tsunade's disciple? All right, I'll instruct someone to produce the serum right away." The medical jonin was taken aback by Yi Feng's words. Looking at Yi Feng's white eyes, he felt puzzled. How could Lady Tsunade take a ninja from the Hyuga clan as her disciple? Those with bloodline eyes generally do not possess yang attributes. The most basic requirement for medical ninjutsu is to have yang attributes within their bodies. Only then can their chakra transform into healing chakra through special means. Using this chakra, various medical ninjutsu can be performed to restore the wounded. However, seeing Yi Feng's earnest appearance, plus the information he provided about the toxin serum, the medical jonin, despite his doubts, did not ask further. He acknowledged and took the serum information to arrange for its production. As for Yi Feng, after the medical jonin left, He was the first to arrive at the tents of the severely poisoned wounded. He took out the silver needles he had previously crafted in Konoha from the system space and began to extract the toxins from the poisoned ninjas. Although the Meridian Needle technique is not as effective as medical ninjutsu for external injuries, it is only slightly inferior to the technique for extracting toxins. Combined with Yi Feng's 9-yang true qi, one silver needle after another was inserted into the major acupoints of the wounded, using the methods of bouncing the needles, shocking the needles, and twisting them to inject the 9-yang true qi into the ninjas' bodies, forcing out the toxins. The surrounding medical ninjas watched Yi Feng's never-before-seen method of detoxification, their eyes wide open, surrounding Yi Feng as if they wanted to learn secretly. Upon seeing this, Yi Feng did not refuse. If he could learn it, there wouldn't be so few medical ninjas in the ninja world. Although the Meridian Needle technique was merely an acupuncture method from a low-level martial arts world, without understanding the operation of true energy and chakra, and the routes for guiding energy, it would be impossible to master, coupled with the various uses of acupuncture points in the human body. Even if these people knew how Yi Feng performed the acupuncture, they would not be able to learn it. As Yi Feng helped one poison ninja after another purge the toxins from their bodies, gradually, his reputation began to spread among these injured ninjas. Moreover, after the serum was made, Yi Feng began to use his palm healing technique to assist the injured. His speed was such that even 3 medical jonin combined could not match his healing pace. Soon, a day had passed, and Yi Feng's fame had already spread throughout the temporary hospital. When Tsunade groggily got up and walked out of the tent, each injured person and medical ninja congratulated her upon seeing her, praising her for taking in such a talented disciple. Tsunade was bewildered, not knowing what had happened after waking up. Shaking her head, she remembered that Yi Feng seemed to have arrived at the front line camp, hurriedly asking several medical ninjas. After learning Yi Feng's location, Tsunade rushed towards him. When she saw Yi Feng skillfully using the palm healing technique to treat one injured person after another, especially those ninjas with damaged internal organs, Yi Feng could clearly see the damaged areas just by activating his Byakugan, and then began to skillfully perform surgery, heal with the palm technique, and stitch up wounds. His speed was as smooth as flowing water, almost comparable to her own. Seeing this, Tsunade nodded in appreciation, not disturbing Yi Feng as he treated the injured, and instead went to check on the severely injured patients. For 5 consecutive days, Yi Feng tirelessly treated a large number of injured individuals, and gradually, the title of Konoha's Saint Hand spread throughout the temporary hospital. One day, Tsunade learned that Yi Feng had been working tirelessly for 5 days and was worried about his health. She hurried to his side. "I say, Konoha's Saint Hand, are you made of iron? You are still young, and if you excessively strain your body cells and refine chakra, it will affect your future development. Now go and get some rest." "Huh? Konoha's Saint Hand?" After treating the injured person, Yi Feng raised his head in confusion and looked at Tsunade, who was staring at him with a concerned expression. He scratched his head in puzzlement. Previously, Yi Feng was solely focused on alleviating Tsunade's burden, so he didn't pay attention to the time. After treating one person, he immediately moved on to the next. After all, with the mastery of the 9-yang divine skill, Yi Feng experienced extremely fast recovery. Even when he was tired, as long as he practiced the 9-yang divine skill once, he would feel completely revitalized. Therefore, he didn't even notice the system's prompt sound earlier. At this moment, upon hearing Tsunade's words, Yi Feng felt a surge of joy. The second phase of the continuous mission issued by the system was to earn an exclusive title. This title didn't necessarily have to be a battle title. Now that he had obtained the title of Savior of Konoha, wasn't he already completing the second phase of the mission? Thinking of this, Yi Feng hurriedly communicated with the system and immediately discovered several system prompt sounds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the mission, obtaining the exclusive title Savior of Konoha. Reward for the host: 13 deadly swords, Tai Chi fist, and Lingbo Weibo. The second phase of the mission has been completed, and the third phase of the mission is now open. Defeat the third Kazekage alone to make a name for yourself in the ninja world. Mission rewards: Dao Heart Devil Seed Technique, Wind God Leg, Divine Blade / Divine Weapon, Snow Drink Mad Blade, 500 gold coins, Trigger System Upgrade. After Yi Feng saw these system prompts, he was overjoyed. The Deadly 13 Swords is a top-tier swordsmanship skill. Once mastered to perfection, could it create the 14th sword or 15th sword, and possibly break through Susanoo with a single strike? Taijiquan is also not simple. It is a technique created by the Ancestor System.From after comprehending the essence of martial arts. Moreover, Taijiquan is very similar to the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Each has its own effects. The gentle fist can channel true chi into the enemy's meridians, cutting off the flow of chakra and blocking blood circulation. On the other hand, Taijiquan uses strength against strength, overcoming hardness with softness, and when mastered to perfection, it becomes a martial art that integrates both hard and soft techniques. Furthermore, if he could cultivate the transformation of yin and yang attributes and integrate them into Taijiquan, would it not be able to rival the bloodline limit? Currently, he has hardly practiced the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, and as for creating subsequent variations of the gentle fist and techniques like empty palm and returning heaven, Yifeng felt it unnecessary. After all, empty palm cannot compare to the dragon subduing 18 palms that merges wind and thunder attribute transformations. As for returning heaven, although it is said to be a perfect defense, once the opponent's attack exceeds its limits, it will still be broken. Rather than spending time creating returning heaven, it would be better to enhance his offensive power. Compared to defense, Yifeng prefers to attack. He is confident that as long as his strength is strong enough, what does it matter if it's Susanoo? What does it matter if it's the Rinnegan? All can be broken by his extreme attacks. Therefore, Yifeng has not studied the subsequent variations of the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Now, with the deadly 13 swords and Taijiquan, his strength will increase dramatically once again. Coupled with the almost abnormal Lingbo Weibo, once he gets close, who can defend against his attacks? And the reward for the third ring's task made Yifeng tremble with excitement, eager to find the third Kazekage for a fight. Tsunade, seeing Yifeng's silly smile after hearing her words, lightly tapped his head and said, "What are you grinning about? Hurry up and go rest." "Master, where's the third Kazekage? I want to fight him." Yifeng looked at Tsunade with rapid breaths and asked, "Teacher, where's the third Kazekage? I want to go find him and have a fight." Tsunade was taken aback for a moment. Then several black lines appeared on her forehead. She couldn't help but knock Yifeng on the head a few times. "Have you not rested these past few days and are seeing illusions? You want to fight the third Kazekage, not to mention that there are many sand shinobi guards around him. Even the third Kazekage's own strength is not something you can handle. Do you want to get yourself killed?" Hearing this, Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, immediately waking up from the huge temptation of the third ring task. His current strength was at most comparable to that of an elite J-nin, and even at full power, his combat ability would not exceed that of a Kage. The third Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage of Sunagakure, although there was some exaggeration in this claim. However, the opponent was at least a seasoned Kage-level expert. Not to mention anything else, the third Kazekage could fly, and if he didn't find a way to counter that ability, he could only passively stand on the ground and take hits. How could he defeat the third Kazekage like this? With this in mind, Yifeng calmed down slightly, scratched his head, and looked at Tsunade, who was glaring at him. "Seriously? I was just joking with the teacher earlier. Why did the teacher take it so seriously? You brat, take it easy. Those ninjas famous in the ninja world are not simple. Although you have outstanding talent, your age limits you, and you need time to grow." Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yifeng abandon that terrifying thought. She certainly didn't want her extraordinarily talented disciple to fall on the battlefield before fully growing up. Got it. Yifeng felt a warmth in his heart seeing Tsunade care for him so much. "Teacher, have you seen SHRU yet? How is he?" "I have. Speaking of which, I really need to thank you and Minato this time. If it weren't for you two, SHRU might have been in real danger." Tsunade also felt a bit scared. She only had one younger brother, and if SHRU had died, she couldn't even imagine how she would feel. "Teacher, actually, I found many things that were off during this transport of supplies." Yifeng's expression was serious as he told Tsunade everything that happened this time, except for the fact that the elder Hyuga had taken action against him. He especially emphasized the matter regarding the cloaked man who was skilled in wind techniques and the attack on the Konoha convoy by the cloaked man's subordinates. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some means, not only would Shunshu be in danger, but even Qingshui would face a deadly crisis when caught off guard by the two-pronged attack from the cloaked man in the Sand Ninja village. At that moment, Yifeng was certain that those cloaked men were sent by Danzo. However, after the battle, Yifeng examined the bodies of those people and found that they did not have the mark of the Tang curse, which is why he did not share his suspicions with Qingshui and Sarutobi Shinji. After all, he had no evidence, and instead, he might be accused of framing the elder, which would be counterproductive. As for Tsunade, Yifeng naturally maintained complete trust in her. Moreover, since Danzo's target was the direct bloodline of the Senju clan. If Tsunade was still unaware, she might be set up by someone at any time. Yifeng even suspected that in the original story. The reason Tsunade ended up with Kato Dan was due to the schemes of that old man Danzo. Who was Kato Dan? He was just a special jonin who only knew a unique soul attack ninjutsu, the spirit transformation technique. At that time, Tsunade had already achieved great success. Although she had not gained the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, she was at least an elite jonin. The gap in status between the two was too large. If it weren't for the fact that Tsunade was at her most vulnerable after Shinshu's death, with the Senju clan reduced to just her and a few ordinary people, Kato Dan would have had no chance to win her over. Therefore, in order to prevent Tsunade from ending up like in the original story, Yifeng planned to remind her more. Are you saying that someone in the village is targeting the Senju clan? Tsunade was very clever. Although Yifeng did not say it directly, the implication was clear that the group of cloaked men had a very clear target, Shunshu and Changshui, the two direct bloodlines of the Senju clan. This made Tsunade feel a bit angry. Their Senju clan had already been reduced to civilians. Even some of those ninjas had participated in the experiments involving Hashirama cells and ended up dying tragically. Another portion was killed when they went to rescue the Whirlpool Hidden Village, wiped out by the people from Awagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure. Now, aside from her and Changshui, there were no notable ninjas left in the Senju clan. Even so, did the old geezers in the village still not plan to let the Senju clan off the hook? In short, teacher, be more careful in the future and do not easily fall into others' traps. As for Shinshu, if possible, teacher should strengthen Shinshu's ability to deal with emergencies. After all, the remaining bloodline of the Senju clan is best designed around Shinshu. Yifeng spoke earnestly to Tsunade. I understand. Yifeng, thank you for your reminder. Tsunade suppressed the anger in her heart, looking at Yifeng's concerned expression, feeling a surge of emotion. After thanking Yifeng, she continued, however, this incident has also exposed the shortcomings of Konoha. Currently, there are too few medical ninjas in Konoha. If we could have a medical ninja in every team, the safety of Konoha ninjas on missions would greatly increase. After returning, I will suggest to the old man to expand the number of medical ninjas. If there hadn't been a medical ninja like Yifeng in the convoy delivering supplies this time, SHU might have faced disaster. Moreover, with the previous lack of medical ninjas at the front lines, many ninjas did not receive proper treatment, leaving them with irreversible health issues. And there were countless severely injured ninjas who even died. Tsunade naturally came up with this idea. After hearing Tsunade's words, Yifeng showed a hint of helplessness on his face. Tsunade's idea was too naive. Indeed, having a medical ninja in every four-person team would greatly increase safety. However, first of all, adding a medical ninja would inevitably reduce the combat power of the four-person team. After all, not every medical ninja is like Tsunade and him, possessing not only superb medical ninjutsu, but also strong combat abilities. Most medical ninjas have devoted all their energy to improving their medical techniques, leaving little time to learn combat ninjutsu. As a result, medical ninjas become targets that need protection during missions, greatly diminishing the team's combat effectiveness. Secondly, training a qualified medical ninja is not simple. Each medical ninja needs a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge and must have a very high level of chakra control. These things cannot be learned in a short period. Lastly, and most importantly, a large number of medical ninjas require a significant amount of resources to train. With these resources, the Konoha F4 would definitely want to find ways to divert them to their families to train their own clan ninjas. So how could they generously use them to train useless medical ninjas? Therefore, Tsunade's idea is destined to be unachievable. However, even though he thought this way, Yifeng did not stop Tsunade. After all, no matter how much he advised her, with Tsunade's temperament, she would still go ahead unless she faced a setback, which would make her give up. Moreover, it is also good for Tsunade to see the true nature of those old guys through this incident. After chatting with Tsunade for a while longer, he was then sent off by her to rest. Yifeng did not insist, and now, through 5 days of relentless treatment, most of the injured in the temporary hospital have been treated. The remaining lightly injured ninjas can be fully handled by the medical ninjas available. Yifeng can also take advantage of his free time to practice the newly acquired Deadly 13 Swords and Tai Chi. Chapter 83. Deadly 13 Swords. Although it is currently a time of war, things have been very calm recently. After all, neither village can continuously send a large number of ninjas to the front lines, as this would only lead to mutual destruction and allow other ninja villages to take advantage. With no benefits at all. Ever since Hitaki Sakomo made a name for himself on the battlefield by slaying 2 top experts from Sunagakure and even severing the right arm of the 3rd Kazekage. Large-scale wars have not erupted again. The battles between the 2 villages have shifted from open confrontations to covert operations, focusing on sabotaging supplies, infiltrating the enemy camp to gather intelligence, and conducting assassination missions. Therefore, there have basically been no large-scale ninja wars breaking out now. Yifeng returned to the tent arranged for him by Tsunade, not resting immediately, but instead claiming his task reward. First was the Deadly 13 Swords. The Deadly 13 Swords is the legendary sword technique of the unparalleled swordsman Yen Shur-san, who has defeated countless famous masters with this technique. Later, the sword god, Xie Xiaofeng, upon seeing this sword technique, felt that its sword intent was not fully expressed and believed that after the 13th sword, there must be a 14th sword, which would be the true essence of this technique. With his exceptional talent for swordsmanship, Xie Xiaofeng created the 14th sword, taught it to Tai Kai-cheng, and personally broke this sword. Later, Yen Shur-san indeed discovered the 14th sword. However, the 14th sword was still not the final transformation of this technique. As someone who had practiced this family sword technique for many years, Yen Shur-san was extremely familiar with it and naturally sensed that the sword intent in these 14 swords was not fully realized. He believed there must be a 15th sword after the 14th. Unfortunately, this 15th sword was too difficult to comprehend, and despite his years of hard work, Yen Shur-san had yet to grasp it. It wasn't until just before his duel with Xie Xiaofeng that Yen Shur-san, utilizing the sword energy surrounding Xie Xiaofeng, suddenly comprehended the 15th sword. Faced with the 15th sword that Yen Shur-san had realized, Xie Xiaofeng found himself powerless against the dense sword energy, even using all his strength to no avail, and could only close his eyes and await death. However, just as Yen Shur-san was about to kill Xie Xiaofeng and become the new sword god of the martial world, he suddenly realized that the killing intent of this sword was too heavy, bringing only death and destruction, belonging no longer to the realm of humanity, but to the true path of demonic swords. In order not to become a sinner in the martial world, to avoid falling into the demonic path and harming the Jianghu, Yen Shur-san turned his sword and cut his own throat to die. Xie Xiaofeng also understood Yen Shur-san's intentions, and thus he cut off his own right thumb and index finger to express that after Yen Shur-san, the deadly 15 swords would never again appear in the Jianghu. From then on, the deadly 15 swords became a complete legend. Yifeng merged with the deadly 13 swords after the system's enlightenment. The sword intent seed that was originally hidden in Yifeng's dantian suddenly began to turn, and pure sword energy quickly spread around him. In the next moment, the ZY soft sword that was at Yifeng's waist sensed the dense sword energy surrounding him and flew out on its own, landing in Yifeng's hand. With the ZY soft sword in hand, Yifeng's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, and a surge of killing intent erupted from his entire body. Streams of sword light flickered, and the killing aura merged with the sword energy, unleashing tremendous power. The deadly 13 swords guaranteed bloodshed. It would either be the enemy's or his own. The complete sword technique consisted only of endless attacks. The heavier the killing intent, the stronger the sword technique. Although Yifeng had only graduated from ninja school for a few years, he had undoubtedly killed a significant number of people during this time. Especially in the previous battle while escorting supplies, Yifeng single-handedly took down most of the clone army, and the killing intent he had accumulated was no less than that of those seasoned ninjas. Originally, Yifeng couldn't mobilize this killing intent. However, at the moment he practiced the deadly 13 swords, the killing intent on his body was stirred by the sword energy, transforming into a tangible killing aura that enveloped the entire camp with a chilling atmosphere. As the sword energy flowed around him, Yifeng tirelessly executed the deadly 13 swords over and over again, comprehending the various changes within the technique. The sword intent was endless, and the killing aura was dense. Even an upper ninja would find their combat power severely suppressed in the face of Yifeng at this moment, unable to fully exert their strength. As Yifeng danced faster and faster, the sword light merged into one, transforming into a gigantic sword of energy. Under Yifeng's control, the energy sword suddenly slashed out. Instantly, a violent wind arose, thunder roared, and the massive energy sword, accompanied by wind and thunder, tore through the entire camp and cut towards the outside world. Boom! Deafening sounds echoed, and the entire Konoha frontline camp was alarmed. Originally, in the command tent, discussing the intelligence brought back by Jiraiya with Chungshui and others, they suddenly heard the commotion in the camp. Uchiha Zhixiao and others exchanged serious glances, thinking that Sunagakure had launched a surprise attack and hurriedly exited the command tent, rushing towards the source of the explosion. Upon arriving at the scene, they were dumbfounded. Were there any enemies? Only a deep sword mark about 3 inches in the ground, filled with sharp winds and electric arcs, exuding extreme, killing intent. Following the sword mark, Uchiha Zhixiao immediately saw Yi Feng, who was holding the Ziwei soft sword and had his eyes closed, experiencing the sword strike from earlier. From the swirling sword energy and killing intent around Yi Feng, it was clear that the previous sword strike had been executed by him. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Zhixiao's face darkened. He had thought there was an enemy ambush, but it turned out to be Yi Feng's doing. Realizing this, Uchiha Zhixiao irritably dismissed the onlookers and prepared to walk towards Yi Feng. However, before Uchiha Zhixiao could approach, Yi Feng suddenly opened his eyes, retracted the sword energy back into his body, sheathed the Ziwei soft sword at his waist, and in the next moment, that extreme killing intent was retracted into his body by the sword intent seed in his dantian. Yi Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. Previously, the more he comprehended the essence of the 13 swords of death, the more his killing intent surged. Especially when Yi Feng wanted to create the 14th sword based on his recent understanding of the 13 swords of death, his killing intent was almost uncontrollable, and he was ready to unleash a massacre. Sensing his abnormal state, Yi Feng hurriedly stopped contemplating the 14th sword of death, striving to calm the swirling seed of sword intent, retracting his sword energy and sheathing the Ziwei soft sword. Only then could he barely suppress the overwhelming killing intent. Yi Feng, have you gained insight into swordsmanship again? Uchiha Zhixiao looked at Yi Feng, who had calmed down, with envy. Yi Feng truly was a prodigy. Before he set out for battle, Yi Feng had just made a breakthrough in swordsmanship and comprehended something called sword intent. But now, how long had it been since he arrived at the front lines? It was astonishing how quickly he had made progress, even for someone as accomplished as Uchiha Zhixiao. Envy arose in his heart, and there was no need to mention Tsunade and Jiraiya, from the previous sword mark imbued with wind and thunder attributes. Even they could not withstand that sword. It made them feel as if they were dreaming. Had they really been caught up by a 10-year-old child? Chapter 84. Tai Chi and Lingbo Weibu. Yi Feng nodded upon hearing Uchiha Zhixiao's words. Indeed, there are some breakthroughs, Teacher Zhixiao, Teacher Tsunade, Senior Jiraiya. I have some insights that I need to digest. I'll leave the aftermath to you. Saying this, Yi Feng did not wait for their response and used the flying technique to leave the camp alone. He found a secluded spot, sat cross-legged, and repeatedly practiced the Jiuyang divine skill to cleanse his body. Although Yi Feng had previously infused all his killing intent into the sword intent seed, he still harbored an impulse to kill deep within his heart. This situation was not good. In the past, Yi Feng had looked down on things like the demon sword and killing sword. After all, it was a person controlling the sword, not the sword controlling the person. Martial arts do not have good or evil. If used for good, it is good. If used for evil, it is evil. However, while practicing the 13 killing swords, Yi Feng found that he was somewhat unable to control his own killing intent, and that impulse to kill originated from deep within him. It was as if some inexplicable voice was urging Yi Feng to kill, to nourish his sword intent with blood. This feeling made Yi Feng extremely uncomfortable. This was also a downside of the system's enlightenment. Regardless of what martial arts it was, after acquiring them, Yi Feng could quickly grasp the basics. After all, during the system's enlightenment, a vivid scene would appear in his mind, as if an unparalleled master was imparting knowledge to him. This allowed Yi Feng to quickly reach the entry level or even small achievements in any martial art he practiced. It greatly reduced the time required for him to cultivate martial arts. However, correspondingly, Yi Feng also lacked the experience that comes from the journey from beginner to mastery. Practicing other martial arts was fine, but once he practiced this kind of technique that contained extreme, killing intent, the lack of experience from entry to mastery would cause problems in Yi Feng's mindset, especially since Yi Feng was ambitious. As soon as he had some understanding of the 13 killing swords, he was eager to comprehend the 14 swords that followed. This further deepened Yi Feng's killing intent, almost causing him to be controlled by it. This was akin to the prelude of going astray in martial arts novels. Fortunately, Yifeng had lived 2 lives, and his immense mental strength endowed him with great self-control, coupled with the Jiang divine skill, which was extremely young and firm. Yifeng was able to effectively suppress the downsides brought by the 13 killing swords. As the Jiang true Qi cleansed his body, gradually, the impulse to kill in Yifeng's heart was finally eliminated. Rising from the ground, Yifeng did not hesitate, drew out the ZY soft sword, and continued to comprehend the 13 killing swords. This time, Yifeng dared not be overly ambitious, but instead diligently focused on understanding every change in the 13 killing swords, thoroughly eliminating the downsides of the system's enlightenment. He did not know how long it had been, but Yifeng had completely formed a bodily memory of every change in the 13 killing swords, ensuring that he would not lose control of his mindset due to killing intent. Only then did he stop practicing the sword and turn to receive the rewards of Tai Chi and Lingbo Weibo. The Tai Chi rewarded by the system was not the health-preserving martial art practiced by elderly people in later generations, but the original manuscript of Master Sanfeng. With the acquisition of Tai Chi and Lingbo Weibo, in Yifeng's mind, 2 ethereal old men appeared simultaneously. One stood on the mountain peak, practicing Tai Chi while explaining the essence of Tai Chi. The other, standing nearby, was stepping on the I Ching's 8 trigrams, imparting the essence of the I Ching and the intricacies of the Lingbo Weibo to Yifeng. Yifeng was multitasking, slowly performing Tai Chi with his hands while his feet began to walk slowly according to the principles of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams. Tai Chi, like the Dugu 9 swords, emphasizes meaning over form. Some people learn Tai Chi very quickly, just like Zhang Wuji in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Although this is partly due to the influence of the 9 Yang divine skill and the Qian Kuan great shift, which unlocks the potential within, it does not deny the fact that Tai Chi emphasizes meaning. When Zhang Sanfeng demonstrated Tai Chi in public, others did not understand its essence. But only Zhang Wuji quickly learned and achieved great mastery. This shows that Zhang Wuji grasped the essence of Tai Chi, not being constrained by the transitions between movements. From understanding the moves to forgetting the moves, this is how he rapidly achieved great mastery in Tai Chi. Yifeng has lived 2 lives and possesses an immensely powerful mental strength. Having experienced the information explosion era of the future, he knows how to draw inferences from one instance to another. Although Yifeng is currently multitasking, it does not hinder him from quickly mastering the basics of Tai Chi and achieving great proficiency. With the circulation of his true energy, Yifeng's movements are sometimes slow and sometimes fast, combined with the footwork of the I Ching's 8 trigrams. Suddenly, within this small space, a Tai Chi Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram appears beneath Yifeng's feet. Yifeng darted and shifted within the Bagua, capturing every enemy that entered this Tai Chi Bagua diagram in an instant. At this moment, Yifeng once again fell into a mysterious state. His mind was empty, and the essence of the 32 soft fist techniques continuously emerged in his thoughts, eliminating the dross and incorporating the essence into Tai Chi. Gradually, Yifeng's Tai Chi became increasingly strange, not only containing the ability to use softness to overcome hardness and rebound others' techniques, but also, once striking an enemy, he could inject his true Qi into their meridians. Furthermore, in this state, Yifeng quickly comprehended the family's unpassed secret. The soft fist, Bagua, 64 techniques, and 128 techniques. At this moment, Yifeng no longer adhered to the transitions between techniques. Even the Lingbo Weibo was no longer following a specific direction. He imagined the enemy attacking him in his mind, switching between various techniques with the enemy's attacks, evading their strikes, and continuing to counterattack. He didn't know how much time had passed, and even the 2 old men in his mind had disappeared without him noticing, tirelessly practicing Tai Chi and Lingbo Weibo. Just as Yifeng was immersed in the essence of Tai Chi and Lingbo Weibo, suddenly, thousands of blades accompanied by a fierce wind rushed towards him. Yifeng instinctively held his hands in a protective stance, and the Jiu-Yang true energy surged out, forming a Taiji Yin-Yang diagram in the air. Instantly, the countless projectiles and fierce winds were blocked by the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. With a sudden shock from Yifeng, the projectiles and fierce winds were rebounded back. However, it wasn't over yet. Behind Yifeng, 2 ninjas dressed in Sand Village attire suddenly appeared, manipulating puppets that charged toward Yifeng. These puppets contained a large amount of poison gas. However, when the 2 sand ninjas thought victory was within their grasp, The two puppets ended up embracing nothing. It turned out that after sensing danger, Yifeng immediately used the Lingbo Weibo to evade their attack. Due to Yifeng's incredible speed, his afterimage remained in place, creating an illusion for the enemy. Arriving behind the puppets, Yifeng smashed his fist hard onto one of them. Instantly, the hard puppet made of ironwood mixed with chakra metal was shattered by Yifeng's punch. Before the enemy could react, Yifeng turned his body and struck with both palms towards the escaping sand ninja. Without even looking at the results, he quickly spun around, stepped on the Lingbo Weibo, and swiftly approached the first sand ninja who had ambushed him. With the Z-Wei soft sword drawn, a flash of sword light followed, and the sand ninja's head flew into the sky. After instantly killing 3 sand ninjas, Yifeng's brows furrowed tightly. How could sand ninjas appear in this place? He activated his Byakugan and looked around, seeking death. Yifeng saw the fleeing ninja and felt a surge of killing intent. He executed the Lingbo Weibo to its fullest and chased after the escaping ninja. Note: many people have previously discussed the key to the evolution of the Byakugan. Here, I would like to clarify. The caged bird indeed has the effect of purifying the Byakugan, but this requires not only a vast amount of mental power, but also the presence of natural spiritual energy. Only with the combination of both can the purification of the Byakugan be achieved. Of course, at the beginning, Yifeng activated the caged bird mainly to accelerate the opening of the system. And as for the purity of the Byakugan, it serves as a foreshadowing for the subsequent evolution of the eyes. Furthermore, I have never stated that the Byakugan can evolve into the Rinnegan solely by relying on the caged bird. As mentioned earlier, for the Byakugan to evolve into the Rinnegan, not only does it require a pure Byakugan, but also the chakra or cells of the Otsutsuki clan. The source of the Otsutsuki clan's power lies in the God Tree's fruit, which is formed by the combination of natural spiritual energy and the life essence of the planet. Therefore, the premise for evolving the Byakugan into the Rinnegan or other eyes in this book is a pure Byakugan, a large amount of natural spiritual energy, and a significant amount of life essence. Apart from this method, the only alternative is to follow Otsutsuki Shurin from the moon, relying on a large number of Byakugan genes to transform into a giant Rinnegan. Of course, if any readers have suggestions, feel free to share them. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Chapter 85. Annihilation of the Root Ninjas. When Yifeng came out of the frontline camp, he casually chose a secluded place to practice. However, this location was not far from the frontline camp, and logically speaking, there shouldn't be any sand ninjas here. After all, this was not a route for Konoha to transport supplies, and there was nothing of value for the sand ninjas to explore in this area. Moreover, the fact that these sand ninjas attacked him in a hurry proved that they also did not expect to encounter a Konoha ninja in this place. All of this indicated that the sand ninja's original target was not him. Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately activated his Byakugan and looked around. Sure enough, through the perspective of his Byakugan, he saw several ninjas wearing ghost masks rushing towards the land of fire. Upon seeing this scene, Yifeng's killing intent surged. These root ninjas actually dared to lead the sand ninjas in his direction, intending to make him hold them off. If it weren't for his certain abilities, he might have been killed by these sand ninjas. Yifeng was indeed a person who would repay any grievance. So how could he let these root ninjas escape? Channeling his chakra, Yifeng stepped on the Lingbo Weibo and rushed towards the root ninjas. Before long, he arrived behind them, and a whirlwind of wind and thunder quickly wrapped around him, transforming into a streak of purple-blue light. A golden-red chakra sphere appeared in his right hand. Die for me. Rasengan. Saying this, Yifeng unhesitatingly pressed the Rasengan against the back of one of the root ninjas. His right hand passed through the ninja's back, and fresh blood gushed out. The root ninja unwillingly looked down, and before he could speak, his life force rapidly dissipated. The remaining root ninjas, seeing their comrade dead, immediately changed their expressions and hurriedly stopped running, forming a triangular formation to surround Yifeng. One of the ninjas, seemingly the leader, had a cold glint in his eyes. Damn it. As a Konoha ninja, how dare you attack us? Do you want to become a rogue ninja? Huh. Don't put such a big hat on my head. You damn root ninjas have never had any sense of camaraderie. When executing missions outside, you expose your identities and still seek help from your fellow village ninjas to fend off pursuers, completely disregarding the lives of those same ninjas. In the past, no one could deal with you, but I won't indulge you. Since you dare to bring disaster upon me, why should I be polite with you? Besides, this is the land of rain. Even if I kill you, who would know? Enough with the nonsense, Dai. Chidori. Yifeng let out a cold laugh. From the perspective of his white eyes, he noticed the small movements of the other two root ninjas. His right hand quickly wrapped itself in a layer of blue lightning, and the chattering sound echoed on his right hand. Crack! Accompanied by a thunderous sound from the sky, Yifeng's body transformed into a flash of lightning, dodging the attacks of the other two root ninjas and dashing towards the root ninja captain like a bolt of lightning. Damn it! Ninja art! Insect ball! The root ninja captain cursed under his breath as he saw Yifeng launch an attack towards him. He quickly released the parasitic insects he had raised, and a swarm of bugs blocked Yifeng's path of attack, while he rapidly retreated towards his teammates. Oil, woman ninja? But do you think these parasitic insects can affect me? Yifeng saw the secret technique used by the opponent and immediately recognized which clan the root ninja captain belonged to. A hint of disdain appeared on his face as he maintained his speed, crashing directly into the defense made up of parasitic bugs. Instantly, countless parasitic bugs attempted to suck the true energy from Yifeng's body. However, Yifeng practiced the nine-yang divine skill, and his true energy was incredibly hot, infused with rich natural energy. Although these parasitic bugs could devour a ninja's chakra, they could not consume Yifeng's true energy. Moreover, among these parasitic bugs were some poisonous insects, but their toxins could not harm Yifeng at all. Soon, Yifeng broke through the defense made of parasitic bugs and rapidly approached the root ninja captain at lightning speed. What? This is impossible. Ninja technique. Insect clone. The root ninja captain was startled to see Yifeng pass through his parasitic bug defense unscathed, but Yifeng was quickly closing in on him. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from Yifeng's right hand, the root ninja captain knew that if he was hit, he would undoubtedly die. After all, most members of the Oil Woman clan were not good at close combat and had very weak defenses. How could they possibly evade the powerful Chidori attack? Therefore, the root ninja captain quickly formed hand seals, intending to use the insect clone technique to dodge Yifeng's attack. However, before the root ninja captain could complete the seals, Yifeng transformed into a streak of light and punched through the root ninja captain's body. This is the end. Dragon subduing 18 palms. Twin dragons fetching pearls. After killing the root ninja captain, Yifeng did not check the results, facing the two root ninjas rushing towards him. A cold smile appeared on Yifeng's face as he circulated his true energy in both hands. Suddenly, a wind dragon and a thunder dragon rushed out from Yifeng's hands, shaking their heads and tails. Amidst the thunderous dragon roar, they charged towards the two root ninjas, carrying a storm of wind and lightning. Caught off guard, the two root ninjas were directly pierced through by the wind dragon and thunder dragon, falling to the ground unwillingly. You killed us. Lord Danzo will not let you go. The root ninja captain, lying on the ground, flashed a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He never expected Yifeng's strength to be so formidable, quickly resolving the pursuit from the sand ninjas and showing no mercy towards them either. Feeling the life force rapidly fading from his body, a look of malice appeared on the root ninja captain's face. Even in death, he wanted to make Yifeng suffer. Killing ninjas from the same village, especially root ninjas. Once Danzo learns of this, he will definitely not let Yifeng off. He wants Yifeng to accompany him in death. Yifeng smiled coldly at the words of the root squad leader. Don't worry, in the near future, the entire root, including Danzo, will come down to accompany you. Besides, do you think I don't know your schemes? You're just trying to use the bugs you raised to send messages, right? Do you think your little tricks can fool my Byakugan? Deadly 13 swords. After saying this, Yifeng erupted with sword intent, and the ZY Soft sword instantly unsheathed. Suddenly, the overwhelming sword energy completely obliterated all the bugs on the root squad leader's body. After carefully checking again and finding no omissions, Yifeng finally felt relieved. He condensed his spiritual power into a sword and pierced the minds of several root ninjas, destroying their left brains, before turning to walk toward the frontline camp. However, after just a few steps, Yifeng frowned. Who is it? Come out. As soon as Yifeng's voice fell, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding grass. Shortly after, a little girl with purple hair crawled out from the bushes, looking fearfully at Yifeng. Please, sir, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I was just too hungry and accidentally wandered in here. Please don't blame me. Looking at the little girl with wet purple hair and a pair of big, fearful eyes, her small face stained with dirt showing a hint of panic, Yifeng felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Don't you have any companions? It's currently the time of the Ninja World War. It's very dangerous for you to be out here alone. Yifeng had a faint suspicion in his heart as he looked at the little girl and asked gently, I don't have any teammates. I just came out to find some food because I'm too hungry. The little girl seemed to sense safety from Yifeng, and with a slightly aggrieved tone. She looked at him and said, "Here, this is some dry food and some money. Take it. It should help you last for a while. Find a safe place to stay, and if it's not necessary, don't come out." Yifeng pondered for a moment, then took out some still warm rations and a stack of silver notes from the system space. After handing them to the little girl, he didn't wait for her response and turned around, ready to use his movement technique to rush towards the frontline camp. Chapter 86. Shaonin Big Brother. I want to follow you, can I? I can do many things. I can wash your clothes. I can cook for you. Will you take me with you? The little girl looked at the rations and silver notes in her hands. For others, these might seem like insignificant items, but for her, who had been an orphan since childhood and had experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships, it was a long-lost warmth. Why do you want to follow me? Yifeng paused, turned his head, and looked at the little girl seriously as he asked, "Why?" "Because I don't want to be bullied anymore. Big Brother is very strong, and I want to follow you so I won't be bullied," the little girl replied. "Also, I want to learn ninjutsu from you, so I can help other orphans like me in the future." Hearing Yifeng's words, the little girl gathered her courage and expressed her thoughts. "If that's your intention, then I'm sorry, but I won't let you follow me." Yifeng shook his head, looking at the kind little girl, then turned around and slowly walked towards the Konoha camp. "Why?" the little girl asked, feeling wronged when Yifeng rejected her. "Because in the ninja world, kindness is the most undesirable thing. Good people never live long. If you want to survive in the ninja world, the first thing you need to learn is to disregard life. If you want to follow me, I can give you a chance. Of course, for you, this may not be an opportunity, but rather the beginning of stepping into the abyss. You have 10 seconds to think. After 10 seconds, if you choose to follow me, I will take you to the place where I have set up your test. If you choose not to follow, take these provisions and silver notes and leave on your own." Yifeng said lightly. Although the little girl was young, she had experienced many things and naturally understood the meaning behind Yifeng's words. In fact, she had a faint suspicion about Yifeng's test. Should she go with Yifeng? If she went, perhaps she would never be able to turn back. But if she didn't go, she had already had enough of being bullied and living a life of hunger and feasting. The Yifeng in front of her, although very ruthless when killing, seemed not to be that cold-blooded of a person, considering he could provide her with food and silver notes. Thinking of how Yifeng had given her the first warmth, it was like a ray of piercing sunlight breaking through the dark, gloomy weather of the rain country, illuminating a path forward in her heart. Perhaps following Yifeng wouldn't be so bad, not for anything else, but to protect this hard-won warmth in her heart. With this thought in mind, the little girl raised her head firmly and looked at Yifeng, saying, "Big brother, I am willing to go with you, no matter what tests you set for me. I will do my best to pass them. All right, come with me." Yifeng nodded upon hearing this, casting a deep glance at the little girl, then at the figure with yellow hair that appeared in his line of sight, whose dirty face contained a warm, sunny smile. If the little girl hadn't chosen to follow him, perhaps she would soon encounter that yellow figure, and then the cycle of fate would begin, bringing everything back to the starting point. However, now that the little girl had decided to follow him, if she could pass his test, would the three of them still have any connections in the future? Yifeng didn't know. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Yifeng turned around, activated his Byakugan, and searched along the way for traces of bandits or sand shinobi. If the little girl wanted to follow him, then the first thing Yifeng would teach her was to kill. Kindness may be the best quality in the world. However, in this world of the strong preying on the weak, kindness is the most undesirable trait. Just like in the original story, were Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato kind? They were certainly kind, but what did this kindness bring them? It brought separation, hatred, and endless suffering. Therefore, if the little girl wanted to follow him, the first thing she had to do was to cast aside her kindness. Otherwise, Yifeng would not intervene to change the little girl's original fate. Now is the era of the Ninja World War, filled with bandits and rogue shinobi escaping from the battlefield. So without much effort, Yifeng severely injured several rogue shinobi from the Sand Village and handed the Zihua soft sword to the little girl. "Kill them, and then I will take you with me." Although the little girl was somewhat prepared in her heart, when the moment came, she still trembled all over. Shakily grasping the Zihua soft sword, her face showing panic, and her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Yifeng. However, seeing Yifeng's calm expression, the little girl knew that his decision would not change. Unable to help herself, the little girl asked her heart again, but no matter how many times she asked, the answer in her heart was only one. Just like in the original story, Even if the whole world abandoned Nagato, she would still guard his side, as always. Thinking of this, the little girl trembled as she held the Zihua soft sword, closed her eyes, and fiercely stabbed the sword into the body of the injured Sand Shinobi. Accompanied by the desperate cry of the Sand Shinobi and the warm blood splattering out, the little girl shivered all over. Although she did not see the despair of the ninja before he died, her mind was filled with blood, and she could smell the bloody air, causing her stomach to churn. However, having not eaten for days, and after keeping up with Yi Feng on their journey, she had no time to eat her rations. At this moment, the little girl could only bend over and retch continuously. All right, you passed my test. From now on, you will follow me. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Hyuga Yi Feng, a member of the Hyuga branch family of Konoha, and also a chunin of Konoha. Yi Feng saw the little girl bending over and dry heaving, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He softly patted the little girl's back and said to her, perhaps it was due to excitement, or maybe it was Yi Feng's gentle tone. In any case, after hearing Yi Feng's words, the little girl felt much better from the aftereffects of her first kill. She lifted her head and looked at Yi Feng. Big brother Yi Feng, my name is Xiaonan. Please take care of me from now on. Okay, I got it. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Konoha frontline camp. When we get there, I'll make you a hearty meal to welcome you. Yi Feng nodded. He had long suspected Xiaonan's identity. And combined with the location where Xiaonan had appeared earlier, that figure with yellow hair must be Yahiko. If he hadn't existed, this might have been the first time Yahiko and Xiaonan met. Because of their similar backgrounds and experiences, the two quickly became friends, and then joined hands to encounter Nagato, whose parents were killed on a certain day during World War II. Of course, all of this would change because of Yi Feng's appearance. The two introduced themselves to each other. Yi Feng took Xiaonan's hand, infused his Juyang true qi into her body, dried her clothes, and dispelled the chill. As the Juyang true qi entered her body, the coldness inside Xiaonan instantly dissipated, and her clothes dried rapidly at a visible speed. Her originally damp and dull purple hair also quickly became shiny. Xiaonan looked at her transformation in amazement. Although it was clearly raining outside, the raindrops couldn't wet her body at all. She couldn't help but curiously look at Yi Feng and asked, Big brother Yi Feng, is this a ninja technique? This is my unique skill. Well, I've been out for quite a while and need to report to the frontline camp. During this time, just follow me. Once things settle down, I'll teach you ninjutsu. Yi Feng momentarily couldn't decide whether to teach Xiaonan ninjutsu or martial arts. Fortunately, there was no rush, as Xiaonan was still young, and he had time to consider it. After picking Xiaonan up on his back, Yi Feng didn't hesitate, stepping lightly as he swiftly headed towards the frontline camp. Chapter 87. The surprise attack on the Sand Ninja village. Before long, Yi Feng returned to the frontline camp, and the surrounding Konoha ninjas curiously looked at the little girl on Yi Feng's back, secretly guessing her identity. At present, Yi Feng was no nameless figure. Previously, Yi Feng's superb medical ninjutsu was equivalent to the healing speed of 3 medical jonin, and his miraculous meridian acupuncture technique could quickly eliminate toxins from poison ninjas' bodies. Moreover, some ninjas noticed that after Yi Feng's treatment, the drawbacks they experienced with traditional medical ninjutsu were greatly reduced in Yi Feng's hands. As a result, Yi Feng's reputation as the Konoha Saint Hand spread throughout the camp. Additionally, the power Yi Feng displayed while practicing the deadly 13 swords had startled many ninjas, and upon learning that it was Yi Feng who had caused the commotion, they admired him even more. Such a well-known figure suddenly entering the camp with a little girl would naturally arouse curiosity about the girl's identity. This was the first time Xiaonan had seen so many ninjas, and she felt a bit nervous, tightly clutching Yi Feng's clothes. Sensing Xiaonan's anxiousness, Yi Feng smiled slightly. Don't worry, they won't harm you. Now, I will take you to meet my teacher. After calming Xiaonan, Yi Feng inquired about Tsunade's location and walked towards the command tent. Previously, thanks to Yi Feng's help, not only was the serum research completed, but many injured ninjas were also treated by Yi Feng, significantly alleviating the pressure of the shortage of medical ninjas on the front line, coupled with Tsunade's own formidable strength. When Mito Kazuki saw that the temporary hospital was momentarily idle, she naturally wanted to assign Tsunade, a combat force, to the task. At this moment, Tsunade and others were discussing matters in the command tent, when Yi Feng brought Xiaonan to the entrance of the command tent after receiving the announcement. He took Xiaonan's hand and entered the tent. At that moment, inside the command tent, Mito Kazuki, Orangewater Tsunade, and Jiraiya all focused their attention on Yi Feng the instant he entered with Xiaonan. upon seeing the little girl next to Yifeng. A trace of confusion flashed in their eyes. Yifeng, who is she? Tsunade, as Yifeng's teacher, furrowed her brows upon seeing Yifeng bringing an unidentified little girl and asked him, "Oh, I picked her up on the way. I saw her talent was good, so I plan to cultivate her well." Yifeng casually said a sentence and looked at Yute Shizuo, asking, "Teacher Shizuo, what happened? Why were you all so serious before?" When entering the command tent, Yifeng noticed a heavy atmosphere inside and immediately asked out of curiosity. The third Kazekage has disappeared from the frontline camp, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. So we're discussing how to set up defenses while also trying to see if we can deduce the third Kazekage's whereabouts through any clues. Although the third Kazekage was defeated by Hitaki Kakashi, that does not mean he is not strong. A powerful ninja like him disappearing from their sight is no joke. An enemy hidden in the shadows is far more unsettling than one that is exposed, especially when a powerful figure like the third Kazekage is lurking in the dark. If he suddenly makes a move during a critical battle, it would definitely cause great harm to Konoha. Therefore, they take the third Kazekage's tracks very seriously. By the way, don't you know that Konoha cannot easily accept an unknown person into the village? Moreover, from what you said, you even plan to teach her ninjutsu? Yute Shizuo looked helplessly at Xiaonan, who was a bit timid beside Yifeng, and reminded him, Xiaonan's identity is unknown, and Konoha will not easily accept her. Even if they do accept her, Xiaonan would first need to go through the Umbu to check her mind and body for any hidden techniques. If the Umbu finds no issues, Xiaonan would then have to stay in the orphanage for a while. During that time, she would be indoctrinated with some statements of loyalty to Konoha, which is commonly known as brainwashing. Only in this way, once she reaches a certain age and shows potential to become a ninja, would she be arranged by the orphanage staff to enroll in the ninja school, just like Yakushi Kabuto did later. It's very complicated. Now, if Yifeng wants to take Xiaonan back to Konoha, it will probably be very troublesome. I know, but I remember there's a rule in Konoha that allows one to use their military achievements to obtain the identity of a Konoha citizen for someone else, right? At worst, I can go kill a few jonin from Sunagakure and use their heads to exchange for Xiaonan's qualification to live in Konoha. Yifeng shrugged and looked at Mitokado Izumi, saying, "Are you crazy? Letting her live in Konoha this way. If she does something bad in the future, you'll be held accountable too." When Tsunade heard Yifeng's words, her expression darkened, and she looked at Yifeng angrily. She had high hopes for Yifeng and didn't want him to be in danger because of an unknown girl like Xiaonan. "Don't worry, sensei. Xiaonan won't betray Konoha. I believe in her." Hearing this, Yifeng gently touched Xiaonan's little head and looked at Tsunade to comfort her. "Yes, Big Brother Yifeng is right. I won't let Big Brother Yifeng get hurt. I will work hard on my training from now on. Only then will I have the strength to protect Big Brother Yifeng." Although Xiaonan was young, she could still understand what everyone was saying. Seeing Yifeng trust her so much made her even more touched, and she looked at Tsunade with a determined tone to assure her. Tsunade observed the resolute expression on the purple-haired girl's face, and from the clear eyes of this little girl, she knew that Xiaonan had likely already regarded Yifeng as her most important family member. Thinking of this, Tsunade pouted and said, "All right, do as you please. Now, these matters are trivial. The priority is to quickly determine the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. Also, what are your thoughts on the frontline war?" Yusho Washi Zishiao saw that both Yifeng and Xiaonan were very determined and stopped trying to persuade them. After all, Xiaonan was still small and lacked strength, so it was impossible for her to do anything harmful to Konoha. Furthermore, Yifeng was very mature, and since he made this decision, it must have been well thought out. They didn't need to interfere too much. The most important thing now was to find the whereabouts of the third Kazekage and look for opportunities to defeat Sunagakure. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the worse it would be for Konoha. Now that Awagakure has already joined the fray, who knows if Kumogakure and Kirigakure will get involved as the war continues. Therefore, he felt very anxious at this moment. How about this, Jiraiya? You take a team of ninjas to infiltrate the Land of Wind, investigate the whereabouts of the third Kazekage, and disrupt their supply transport routes at the same time. Tsunade, Chungshui, Yifeng, you take some elite ninjas and wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. After pondering for a moment, Yusho Washi Zishiao quickly arranged the tactics. However, before Yusho Washi Zishiao could finish his arrangements, a sudden violent explosion occurred outside. And at the same time, the ninjas responsible for the watch quickly sounded the alarm. Enemy attack. Hearing the alarm, The ninjas in the command tent stiffened and hurriedly rushed out under Yusho Washi Zixiao's lead. Yi Feng did not leave the command tent immediately. Instead, he took out a specially made kunai and handed it to Xiaonan. Xiaonan, take this kunai. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not throw it away. Stay here safely, and I will go outside to take a look. Chapter 88. Yi Feng makes a name for himself. Xiaonan took the specially made kunai that Yi Feng handed her and nodded seriously. I understand, brother Yi Feng. I will take good care of this kunai. Yi Feng saw how sensible Xiaonan was and nodded with appreciation. After reminding Xiaonan a few more times, a flash of cold light crossed his eyes, and he drew the ZY soft sword from his waist. Stepping lightly, he rushed out of the command tent. At this moment, the entire frontline camp was filled with the sounds of battle. Clearly, the Sand Ninja village was well prepared, unleashing a sky full of new type poison gas into the Konoha camp. This toxin was a new compound developed by many medical ninjas from the Sand Ninja village under Chiyo's leadership. Currently, the antidotes and serums available in Konoha had little effect against this toxin, at most only able to suppress it. Therefore, under the assault of the Sand Ninja village, Konoha ninjas were retreating step by step. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others were being held back by Chiyo and others from the Sand Ninja village. Yi Feng activated his Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there were no immediate issues with Tsunade and the others, he didn't rush to help them. Instead, he charged towards the ordinary ninjas of Sunagakure. Yi Feng wielded a kunai in his left hand and a ZY soft sword in his right. With every throw of the kunai, Yi Feng's figure flickered through space, and, as the sword light flashed, the head of a sand ninja was severed by the ZY soft sword. At this moment, Yi Feng transformed into a streak of purple-blue light, continuously darting around the battlefield, assisting the leaf ninjas in killing the ninjas from the sand village. As time passed, Yi Feng's flying thunder god technique, which was even faster than the body flicker technique, caught the attention of the elite jonin from the sand village. One after another, they united and surrounded Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng did not wait for the enemy to surround him. He used the flying thunder god technique with a kunai to break through their encirclement and continue to attack the ordinary sand shinobi. Damn it, his speed is too fast. We can't surround him at all. Hinoki, think of a way. We must limit his speed. The elite sand village Nin said angrily as he witnessed Yi Feng's ghostly speed. Every time he teleports, it's in the direction of the kunai thrown. Pay attention to the position of that kunai. Before he lands next time, we will all attack in that direction. Those skilled in puppetry can use their puppets to launch hidden weapons at our attack point. Hearing the elite Nin's words, Hinoki looked at Yi Feng traversing the battlefield, his eyes flashing as he quickly relayed the strategy to his teammates. The elite Nin from Sand Village perked up upon hearing Hinoki's words, their eyes fixed on Yi Feng's movements. When Yi Feng threw the specially made kunai, preparing to use the flying thunder god technique to attack a Sand Village Nin, the next moment, Yi Feng sensed a deadly sense of crisis before he could act. Without time to think, Yi Feng quickly wrapped his right hand in lightning, unleashing Chidori. With a significant increase in speed, Yi Feng casually chose a direction and used the body flicker technique in conjunction with Chidori to leave his previous position in a flash. Just 1 second after Yi Feng departed, a torrent of wind release mixed with poisonous sunbon and shurikens rained down on the spot where Yi Feng had just stood, drowning the Sand Village Nin in the attack. The Sand Village Nin didn't even have time to let out a scream before dying tragically from his own comrade's assault. After Yi Feng stopped and turned around, he immediately saw the tragic state of the Sand Ninja village's jonin, and his heart couldn't help but race. If it weren't for his quick reaction, he might have ended up like that Sand Ninja. Without needing to think, Yi Feng knew that these elite jonin had seen through his previous attack method. However, Yi Feng didn't care. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique, as a space-time ninjutsu, had earned the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the title of the Yellow Flash, which was not so easily countered. With this thought, a cold smile appeared on Yi Feng's face as he threw the specially made kunai again with his left hand, before the specially made kunai could fly far. In the next moment, Yi Feng grabbed from his ninja tool pouch with his left hand, and suddenly, a sky full of kunai was scattered in all directions like a shower of gold. The elite jonin of the Sand Ninja village initially wanted to predict Yi Feng's position. However, when their attacks targeted the landing spot of the specially made kunai, Yi Feng's figure appeared elsewhere, and with each flash of his sword light, a Sand Ninja was slain by Yi Feng. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? Why is it so strange? Everyone, get away from the kunai on the ground. When Hinoki saw the Sand Ninja being quickly killed by Yi Feng, he immediately shouted in anger. The surrounding Sand Ninja, witnessing the rapid deaths of their teammates, saw their previously robust morale quickly decline, and the Konoha ninjas seized the opportunity to counterattack. Yi Feng saw the momentum of the Konoha ninjas being restored, stretched his body, scanned his surroundings with his Byakugan, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Now, it's your turn. As the Juyong true chi circulated, wind and thunder quickly wrapped around Yi Feng's body. Looking at the elite Nin from Sunagakure who had surrounded him, he stepped lightly, creating numerous afterimages of himself. 13 deadly swords. With the 4 elite Nin from Sunagakure surrounding Yi Feng, an overwhelming amount of wind and thunder sword energy shot out from him. The lethal sword energy, infused with intense killing intent, changed the expressions of the 4 elite Nin, who quickly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Thousand-faced wind. Wind release. Wind cutter. Ninja art. Puppet technique. Fire release. Blazing fire. As the 4 elite Nin used their techniques, the flames surged even more ferociously under the influence of the wind releases, creating a sea of fire that enveloped the surroundings. Within this sea of fire, countless wind blades were also contained. Facing such a wide area attack, Yi Feng showed no fear, his sword energy sharp as ever, and he shattered the sea of fire and wind blades with his wind and thunder sword energy, darting out from the flames. Then, with lightning wrapping around his left hand, he charged towards one of the elite Nin at lightning speed. The elite Nin from Sunagakure suddenly sensed a deadly crisis and, without hesitation, performed the body replacement technique. However, under Yi Feng's Byakugan, the opponent's movements were completely exposed. The Chidori pierced through the replacement wood, and just when the elite Nin thought he was safe, Yi Feng slipped forward, his right hand ZY soft sword wrapped in wind and thunder, and a sharp sword energy poured out from the ZY soft sword, slicing through the elite Nin's throat. After killing this elite Nin, Yi Feng communicated with the system space and stored the elite Nin's body within it. Without pausing, he stepped lightly and charged towards the remaining 3 elite Nin who were reacting, seeing their companion die, with even the body being taken by Yi Feng. The 3 from Hinoki were completely enraged, unleashing their chakra as if it were free, launching various ninjutsu towards Yi Feng. However, the light body technique was simply too elusive, and they couldn't capture Yi Feng's figure at all. Even the area-wide attack ninjutsu, faced with Yi Feng's 13 deadly swords, which were infused with wind and thunder ninja arts, had no effect and was easily cut through by Yi Feng. Indeed, Yi Feng found an opportunity, swiftly killing the puppet master from Sunagakure first, and the remaining Hinoki and the last elite Nin were no match for him. Terrified, they dared not face Yi Feng at this moment and hurriedly used the body flicker technique to attempt to escape. Seeing this, Yi Feng was about to chase after. But at that moment, iron sand fell from the sky like a rainstorm, violently attacking Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression changed drastically, quickly abandoning his previous thoughts. He executed the Lingbo Weibo to perfection, constantly dodging the falling iron sand. Chapter 89. Yi Feng's Rise to Fame 2 Magnetic Escape. Iron Sand Burial. Just as Yi Feng was preparing to chase after Hinoki and the last elite Jonin, a sky full of iron sand descended, surrounding Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression changed slightly, and he executed the Lingbo Weibo to perfection, quickly dodging the falling iron sand. The 3rd generation of Wind Shadow, seeing Yi Feng's ghostly speed, narrowed his furious eyes slightly. Magnetic Escape. Iron Sand Rain. Instantly, countless iron sands appeared out of thin air, swiftly forming sharp needles, and a large-scale ninjutsu attack continuously fell on Yi Feng's dodging spots. Moreover, many Konoha ninjas, caught off guard, were pierced by the rain of iron needles, their deaths gruesome. Damn it, is it only possible to passively take hits? Yi Feng dodged the dense iron needles falling from the sky while secretly fuming and contemplating his tactics. The 3rd Kazekage flew in the sky, and his swordsmanship couldn't even get close to the opponent. Unless the 3rd Kazekage exhausted his chakra, he simply couldn't attack him. Although he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to the 3rd Kazekage, he had no guarantee of a one-hit kill. Moreover, the 3rd Kazekage had been hiding in the shadows for an unknown amount of time, and would have surely noticed that the Flying Thunder God technique required the use of Kunai to perform the space-time transfer. In that case, once the third Kazekage saw him throwing kunai, he would definitely be on guard against his flying thunder god technique, and, with no foothold in the air, he would soon fall to the ground under the force of gravity. Yifeng looked somewhat constrained, as the Nine Suns' true chi poured out, enveloping him in a sea of sword energy, forming a curtain of swords that blocked the myriad iron needles outside. Was this useful? Magnetic escape. Giant sand iron needles. The third Kazekage, flying in the air, saw Yifeng surrounded by the sword curtain, and a cold smile appeared on his face as the sharp sword energy severed all the iron needles falling from the sky. The iron sand quickly gathered, forming huge sand iron spears that fiercely stabbed towards Yifeng. Sensing the power of this attack, Yifeng's expression turned serious. As the sword intent flowed, the wind and thunder sword energy shot out from the ZY soft sword. The sword energy quickly converged, forming a 40-meter-long energy sword. The moment the energy sword was formed, it slashed towards the third Kazekage. Boom! Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed across the battlefield. Yusho Washi Zisha, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Chungshui, who were entangled with Chiyo, Zuki, and Rasha, immediately turned back upon hearing the massive explosions behind them. Damn, the third Kazekage really was hiding in the shadows. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you must quickly go rescue Yifeng and ensure the third Kazekage is held back. Yusho Washizisha saw the third Kazekage attacking Yifeng and felt grateful for Yifeng's strong abilities. Otherwise, if the third Kazekage rampaged behind them, who knows how many Konoha ninjas would meet a tragic end at his hands. However, even though he understood Yifeng's strength, he was still worried about the young and inexperienced Yifeng. He immediately prepared to let Jiraiya and Tsunade assist Yifeng in confronting the third Kazekage. However, while they wanted to retreat, Zuki and the others were not planning to let Jiraiya and Tsunade leave. They didn't understand why the third Kazekage wasn't following the original plan to destroy the supplies at the Konoha frontline camp and kill the medical ninjas at the temporary hospital, but instead went after a child. Yet this did not hinder their trust in the third Kazekage, and they fiercely entangled Tsunade and Jiraiya, not allowing them to find an opportunity to break free and rescue Yifeng. Damn, Jiraiya, use the summoning technique and have the summoned beast help Yifeng. Tsunade was tightly entangled by Chiyo's 10 puppet technique and couldn't break free. Seeing Yifeng alone resisting the veteran powerhouse of the third Kazekage, she felt anxious and roared, using the pain heaven kick to temporarily gain a breather. She quickly bit her finger, inscribing a mysterious formation: ninja art, summoning technique, snail, ninja art, summoning technique, Gamabunta. Jiraiya also knew the urgency of the situation and hurriedly sought an opportunity to perform the summoning technique, summoning Gamabunta to help them in battle. Soon, as Tsunade and Jiraiya performed the summoning technique, 2 gigantic summoned beasts appeared on the scene. Bunta, snail, you go help Yifeng resist the third Kazekage. Ninja art, wild lion's main technique. Ninja art, mighty fist. After summoning the beasts, Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly instructed them, and each used their techniques to entangle Chiyo and Yi Tsong, preventing the two from obstructing the summoned beasts from rescuing Yifeng. Meanwhile, as the third Kazekage made his move, the morale of the Sand Ninja village's ninjas, which had originally fallen, quickly recovered. After all, in their hearts, the third Kazekage was the supreme existence, an invincible symbol. As long as the third Kazekage was there, they would not fear any danger. The Konoha ninjas were already affected by the combined toxins researched by Chiyo and others, and although they temporarily suppressed the toxins in their bodies with detoxification pills and serums, as time passed, the toxins continued to erode their bodily functions. Faced with the frenzied army of the Sand Ninja village, Konoha's situation was precarious. Yifeng's white eyes were fully activated, tightly watching the third Kazekage. At this moment, he had already devised a strategy to deal with the third Kazekage, but it required the right timing. Only then could his tactics burst forth perfectly, while fending off the third Kazekage's attacks. Yifeng was also searching for openings in his attacks. At that moment, 2 gigantic summoning beasts appeared on the scene, causing the third Kazekage to momentarily lose focus. Yifeng, who was fixated on the third Kazekage, quickly